a champion here on VCT.
Hello,
yeah, I mean, I
how
don't
we
really
doing?
know how to follow that up. That was a cold open from you. I liked it very much. And of course, looking at championship points here as well in VCT EMEA.
What's up, everyone? How we doing?
Couple of teams that will no longer be able to make it to champs now based on points when we consider Carmine Core and Pacific. Of course, they will have to make it all the way to that grand final should they want to be able to do that.
It's good to know, right, that option is eliminated. Now it's pressure on, right? It's a little bit of additional pressure knowing that there is only one route through.
I mean, for them, seriously, like the situation was already bad enough.
There we are. Hello,
so
YouTube. How we doing?
For them, there was only like 1 or 2 scenarios where they could make it on points, and it was not even dependent on them.
Too loud.
Like, oh, what do you mean? KC won both of their matches. How can they be eliminated out of contention from points?
There we go. Is that a lot
it's
better?
because of what happened in the rest of the year, and also as I'm saying, like the other teams getting points nullify their chances for making it on points. They can still make
Truffles are the tier 1. Appreciate the 14 moms.
And with their form recently, yeah,
Got the kick chat up? Of course I got the kick chat up.
There certainly is a chance. We'll see more
I
of
got
that
all the
today,
chats up.
but
No
let's
one's
dive
getting
into our
neglected
schedule for the
today.
whole
Don't
week
you
because we
worry.
have a banquet of Valorant coming over these next few days of play. There's a lot of exciting matches. Any of them that stand out particularly?
Stream's too quiet now? Holy.
Well, I would say on day 3,
Surely that's
which
a
is
good
Friday,
level now.
right? We
Should be
see in the
somewhere in the
middle
middle.
the Fnatic Liquid Instant
Changes,
Classic.
McTruffles,
I think
thank
that
you so much.
also
Appreciate you
because
too.
of the
Thank you,
way
thank you.
that their matches have gone in the past couple of years, a lot of back and forth between these 2 teams.
Is YouTube on top chat? Yes, it is. It's on live chat right now. I can see
And
everything.
the same question I think goes for
Thank
Liquid.
you
How
for reminding
strong is this Liquid, and which one of them can rely mostly for our international our global performance?
How's your sleep schedule? Absolutely fine.
We're
We're missing majority of the time. We're missing the Lost
Day
Americas
that
game.
FUT versus BBL game, I think it's always a joy to watch that as well. And I think the KC Team Heretics game is going to be very important when we consider the standings of the tables further down the line. So yeah, that's actually a big game when you actually look at it on the
EDG and Sheila are struggling due to burnout. Yeah, I mean they had one of the most hectic schedules in terms of London onwards.
The situation for
They're both
KC
fine in
is
terms of champ points, right? So they can kind of
incredibly
just do that
good.
anyway.
I am in with the hope
Also,
that
play-ins
they're
is
going
like-
to be the team that plays that gets to
fine.
3
They
matches.
can take the groups of
quickest.
chill
They
and
were
then
playing on Sunday. They're playing today.
just do
And
play-ins.
if they are to go in a 3-0 record, things are looking so good for them. Heretics has already lost a match, and
EDG,
and
yeah,
as we're saying,
EDG is so
we'll
fun.
also
I
get
don't know
to
about
see that
Sheila.
later in the week. So
New March? Wait,
maybe
is it up?
we end the week if you're a KC fan. You end up the week with a super good
Yeah,
news.
new
'cause
March.
wouldn't it be
We've got some
absolutely
joggers.
wonderful
If you want to
to
wear
go
them, I'm
from a
wearing them
season
right
where you
now.
can't
Very
win
comfy.
anything and close
I
the
would
match,
say
to be one of the first, if not the
What can we
first team
compare them to?
qualified for playoffs.
It would be pretty
They're
extraordinary.
relatively
And I've
thin.
gotta
They're not
say,
like
just based on
fake
what we've seen
ones.
so far in this stage, they're looking like a
relatively
rejuvenated team, a
thin.
reborn team. You know, as a fairly new
Trying to
face here
describe
myself,
them.
I'm seeing these guys. I'm like,
Thin
world
but
beaters,
warm.
world beaters. You know, sample
makes
size of
sense.
2 matches so
A
far.
Diabell, thank you
There's
so
a lot
much.
to like.
We've been there before.
Oh, good for Iceland, mate. I'm wearing them right now.
We
I went out with
so
them in them
easily
today.
on
And the
whole,
temperature's
but
11
that's
degrees.
who we are as a region.
I mean, I was the same last year. I was like, KC,
But I
champs
also-
Paris. I mean, it's in
I've
Paris.
also been
It
wearing
has
them
to
to bed
happen.
as
I've
well.
been a KC fan.
I would say they're an
time and time
all-rounder.
again.
I don't know how
that
Sonya feels as
fans
well.
have been kind of let down throughout the past couple of years with the different roster
Mods, we
iterations that
can
they've had.
get you
We
all
had
one
the
as
boys
well.
on the sofa last week, and it's nice to finally
We're
have them
very
on the
thankful,
show.
yeah.
And being able to speak to them, and obviously the fans sticking along the journey with them.
Look,
too.
what is life as a fan without a little
Running
delusion,
UMO? What you
without
got
a
for me?
hype train? And you know a team that could really use both a bit of delusion and a hype train of their own?
What you got for me, Lexi?
Pacific.
Pacific indeed. So let's get this hype train started with a little interview from Cupert.
Dude, this clip is so
Cupert,
good, man.
Tough matchup for you guys today. Initial thoughts
That's
on this
so
one?
good.
Not thoughts. A game is a game. Like we come into it as every other game. I think we have a lot of tough matchups. We play Gentlemates, then FUT, then Vitality. All of these teams were
Pacific have
I would say,
a,
top 4 in Europe recently.
Pacific
the
have
last
a rough
months,
route.
EWC and Masters London. So every game is a tough game.
In that situation where every game's a tough game, is there more of a temptation to maybe get weird with it, to experiment, to bring in some strange things, catch them off
Sonya,
guard?
3 years.
Yes,
Thank you so
but
much.
With the format
Appreciate the
recently,
36
there's not as
months.
much time. But you will already see a lot of changes since the last game of Gentlemates. We made a lot of comp changes. We made a lot of changes in terms of the way we play. So I don't know how it's going to look today, but I know looking forward, it's going to look a lot better. And we've made like very
Made
good
a lot of
Any
changes.
teasers?
Stage.
I'm not allowed to say, but we changed quite a bit of agents. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh.
All right, eyes on the agent select.
I hope they got rid of the deadlock, man. I didn't like the deadlock. It doesn't suit them. King Freak with the Prime, appreciate the 4 months.
I'm excited.
Bacan as well.
Yeah, you don't look as excited.
66 months from Bacan. Oh my goodness. Duck Films, thank you, Keo as well. Appreciate it.
1 week after 1 match, you tell me you throw everything that you technically invested your time in doing out the window. I want to see how big of a change it is, you know? Because if you change it,
missed out on the giveaway. Wait, Keo, what do you mean?
In that respect, though, like they're kind of forced to change things around. We saw it with Ninja last week. He's having to flex onto these different
appreciate
roles
you guys. Thank you so much for that as well.
Coming into this roster for this stage as that scan initiator. Of course, Ninja has historically been that role on this team since they came into VCT, since even tier 2 days. That's the kind of agents that Ninja was playing, so it has to force them to be adaptable and flexible.
Excited for another week at VCT. Yeah, we've had the days off.
The brunt of that. I mean, we saw him on Sage, we saw him on Deadlock. He's the one that's going to have to deepen his agent
Waylay.
Cupid Waylay?
Oh, Keo. Okay, yeah.
No,
I want to listen.
That's my bad. Maybe I should have followed you, so like came through earlier.
I want to be positive, but I've been positive so many times because, like, individually, I think they're very nice people.
Do you think Pacific are similar to Apex last year?
Like
they're a little better than Apex.
Spanish, what can I say?
They're very similar. They're normally like pretty drilled on one map, and then everything else looks a little rough.
So they
but I would say they're a little better than.
We'll see if they can do a little bit of a better.
They're the best
today.
West team we've
one
had.
team that I think turned our fortunes around.
Temper with the Prime. Appreciate the 9 months.
Right,
for
high
that as well.
Expectations coming in, a stumble at the beginning, but now looking good, and sociable a big part of that.
I think the reason why we had high expectations of them coming into this stage is because they had such an incredible performance in Masters London. I think that some people would argue that they had an overperformance, but I think sociable as well, being the IGL, the leader of that
See the
team,
potential? They definitely have potential
so
for sure.
As well, I think throughout. And
Miguel as well, the Prime, appreciate the 34
months. Their
months.
ascent composition and him
Is your
playing
fault?
that
It's fine.
Phoenix
We'll take a
on this
50-50
role and
blame.
having to IGL the team. I'm intrigued to see where that kind of grows and if that's an idea that they want to develop further. But yeah, I'm still not fully sold on it.
Best not to get into the artist mess.
I would say that.
Mate, I don't know why he's watching something that he doesn't agree with the rules.
I was happy that they
It's
did as
not-
I expected them
it's just
to
not
do.
smart,
like,
is it?
I understand also the perspective from people that maybe do not follow EMEA that much or they didn't watch stage 1 that much. But FUT is already a team that went through so many changes this year, and we were right to be hopeful about them.
Yeah.
And I'm
100%.
incredibly happy that they can keep that up on a global level, because many teams could not, or they would say, you know, there is a limit that you can get to when you're improving. But I think that for FUT is going to be the same as stage 1. They're going to start getting the ball rolling. They're going to test what
Did you
works
see
for
that
them, and
TMB
they're
started a
very
football
good at
channel? Yeah, he's on
identifying
his
what doesn't work for them and
he's on
move
his
away from it.
arc of
We're gonna
how
keep this
do
conversation
I
going. We're
how
also
do
gonna
I
take a
get
look
to
at
be
the
England
strength
manager,
between Zeus and
and he's
Ninja.
following his
FUT, right?
Valorant
The
arc essentially,
expectations high.
where
We've
in theory he got
started the
offered
introduction. What
a
are you
while
looking
ago
forward to
from
see
like
against,
Loud to
Pacific
join their
today,
team,
right?
right?
Because we don't really
And that's
know how
obviously
big
from
of a
YouTube, so that's
measuring
all he
block
knows.
Pacific
So now he's making a
is.
football
What
YouTube,
team
hoping
would
that in
be
4 years he
encouraging
can be
to
the
start?
England manager.
But
And honestly, I
would like to
respect
see
the
some
grind.
dominance. I think that last week we only saw it for like a couple of maps, but I'm still yet to see a team that I can be like, okay, you know what? There was absolutely no way that the other team could have won against you. I think that.
Do you
had that
consider
potential
TMV a
to win
friend
the
or a
stage one, and
co-worker?
think that they
I mean,
will
he
get
okay.
back onto that
TMV
one.
is
You
definitely a
saying- you're telling me
co-worker,
this,
but I will
and at
say,
the same time I'm thinking,
I actually really got on
man,
with him.
it was really
I felt
nice
like
to
our
see the Pacific
co-streams
win,
at
you know,
London
like-
was very good. I would easily just like
I
hang
think
out with
that
him
we've
and
all
have him
kind
as a
of felt
friend for
hopeful.
sure.
We had Apex.
I haven't met
last
him that
year
much.
That was that team that a lot of
But
people
I
were
did
rooting
feel
for.
like
yeah, but Apex wasn't this close.
he was
Yeah,
great, man.
Exactly.
He was
That's
great,
why
to be
it's like,
honest.
okay,
I
Pacific
felt like we
were
had
able
pretty
to
good
get, like, maps
chemistry,
under
to be
their
honest.
belt. So now I guess it is just a question of, do they throw any surprises in there in the veto today?
No me lo puedo del creer. Please
do
get
not.
me out. Guys, headline. It is July. Pacific has picked.
Give me another
FPS.
event with him,
Have they
and
picked
then
anything
I think it would
else?
classify as friend.
In EMEA.
How
They've
about
won
that?
it twice
Pearl.
now.
They've picked Pearl
Oh,
before.
well, not
but
anymore.
No,
not
Summit
in the pool
did
anymore,
EMEA
obviously.
Rex,
I think
man.
them
No one's
banning
picking
Summit
it.
here on their second wave is such a, like, are you trying to annoy me?
I was so hopeful coming into today, thinking of the veto. It's like, oh, FUT permitting that breeze. Pacific, the Haven,
Yep.
Summit, Open, especially for a team like Pacific, when we want to see the surprises, when we want to be like, oh, they've thought outside of the box and actually put that time onto build something and just throw it out there. They're also scared of that. I will say
He
though,
knows damn well they'll never
Lotus
meet again.
for FUT,
It will be an event
interesting.
again.
I like it because FUT are still on this, something that they were doing at the end of stage 1, and is that once they knew that
you
they
watching
had a
any
strong map,
TV
they
shows or
moved on to
movies
the
right
other
now?
ones because they don't want to be strong. They want to have a strong map pool.
What did
Yeah,
I
think
watch
it's really interesting
recently?
again that
I watched
for FUT's
Backrooms.
perspective,
That was
they, again, are
okay.
not the team to take the Summit
I
out.
didn't
They
really know the
mentioned this
lore
last
of
week
it,
in
so I
the
don't think it hit as
They're
hard
not banning
as
the
it did
Summit.
for other people.
Somebody needs to pick it into them. We need to find out. if
Obsession
they
was
deserve
like
them.
pretty good.
We don't deserve them.
We don't deserve
Been
them.
watching
Our
From,
brave heroes now
finished
joining
the
us
last
on
season.
stage
That
because
was
it's
pretty good.
time for the face-off.
Caught up on Criminal Minds. That took a long time. It's pretty fun. Are you good with horror? I love horror, man. It's nice to go with the tier 1. I appreciate the 14 months, mate. Thank you for that as well. Favorite show? I never know what my favorite show is. But in terms of like what I like to re-watch, I mean, it's not super recent, but Silicon Valley, man. Silicon Valley is really up there, dude. I think it's such an underrated series. I don't know what like my favorite thing is though. Glee. I'm currently watching Glee. My girlfriend's making me watch Glee. I would say that my problem with Glee is I skip one in every 3 songs.
The players meet on stage and soon in the server. Pacific still dreaming of that.
And I want like 90% of the time I want Sue to be on screen. She's the best.
Down and continue the dominance. Split to start. Let's say it. That was a victory last week for Pacific.
No, they play it amazingly at this point between the reps, and they actually have very, very good map theory on this map.
Sue's incredible. She's the main reason I'm watching it, to be honest with
you. Billy, you were talking about the Ascent, about FUT and whatnot. I want to see if we get to that 3rd map and we have a repetition of Pacific again going into that 3rd map and probably seeing some adaptations on the side of FUT.
I think it would be nice to see.
Did you enjoy From Season 4? I thought it was really good, personally. I know it got a lot of hate. I thought it was good.
When you feel as though week on, week out, that you're being able to push
people like want a lot of answers. I feel like we're getting stuff. We're getting progression and people are still angry. I don't know.
I want to pick up on the things that you were talking about.
Pacific good on Split? Pacific looked great on Split.
The players out.
Team Killer in the YouTube chat, appreciate you, dude. Thank you. Swift as well.
Because when I consider
Pacific winning this.
Masters London, they played it a handful of times. Yes, they lost it a couple of times, but that was to American teams. And
I'm trying to work out a percentage. Is this Balor's Law or is it just a little bit before Balor's Law?
How that region is incredible on this map, so I'm
might be a
hoping they take
Balor's
those
Law.
learnings back here to this region.
Now we're better.
As our players settle in.
Have you watched any of the Twitch Rivals games? Nah, I don't really care for that stuff.
Right against Na'Vi, it looked pretty dang rough.
Yeah, you're bringing up a very cool storyline here, and it's the fact
my
that we saw the opening.
My streamer knowledge isn't high enough to enjoy that stuff. I feel like I don't know who people are.
Pressure onto that, and FUT did not really have.
I know like
a
Shroud
lot of
and stuff.
to it.
Now we do have the agents select coming through here. Pacific, we're mentioning they might be trying some different things. Anything jumping out?
Nothing crazy jumping out. Maybe 7 on the Waylay is like an intriguing factor because he's been flexing across different roles as well. I think his KO was the primary focus for us when I think back to last stage. So seeing him come into this primary duelist on Pacific now, I think that puts a lot of pressure on him, right, to be able to go
this
in.
One, I mean, it's a good. It's kind of interesting that FUT let it through, considering how good they looked last time. But
you mentioned the double
Pacific looks good twice in a row.
Decided to move away
Pacific
from
won
the
pistols, right?
He didn't find a lot of success and onto the Neon. We're seeing a lot of players.
Platcha this week, dude. Platcha this week was funny, man. Mini was unhinged.
So I want to see how that translates into how they play on the attack, especially. I want to see that synergy. Cristali, you were speaking about how good he played in London. So now when we have that extra wall, I want to see those synergies, especially since they're starting on the attack.
Well,
the VOD? Dude, I'm trying to work out why the VOD got wrecked. It has to be Mini. He said so many questionable things. It has to be Mini that got it wrecked.
Thank you so much, Mike and the desk. Excited to get
either that or he was so embarrassed about having the sticker on his camera that he just mass reported it.
As well. This Pacific team have been playing with a rain
trying to salvage his rep. He's trying to salvage his rep, but he's playing Breach on Ascent.
Their first win in the VCT. The only team in the VCT internationally yet to notch that on their record.
Yeah, today feels like a David versus Goliath story. Sure, Pacific only played 1 game last week. They lost it. FUT played 2 and were able to course correct.
Testo jumped with the T1. Appreciate that. It's still on Spotify. Dude, I wonder why it got taken down. There's multiple reasons, I feel like.
Let's see.
It was a little wild. Okay, Pacific on defense, FUT on attack. Let's see if Pacific look
against some of the big dogs.
Just as good, I guess, on this map.
Top 3 finish for FUT. last stage, of course.
Oh, that's an A hit. And they got slow wall.
To win so far. A couple of times.
Oh, they're ready through. Does the Sage now need to...
attack, early B push towards Ninja's
okay,
position.
so I have a thing here. I have a thing here, and I think on... So he follows like a protocol that he should do on buy rounds, but I think on pistol here as the Sage, you have to treat it different. So he's going off the protocol here, right? Wall, and then because the wall's going to get shot, he's then like Sage slowing here. Because it's a pistol, it's going to take him a while to actually break this, so he should go run to here and then Sage slow, then they deal with the guy in sight. I mean, realistically, maybe he should be Sage slowing before the wall, but...
Main transfer that people would have been fixated
Gotta change that up on the pistol here. Nice from FUT.
Stage, propelled them towards that London finish.
Nice, come on.
And they looked notably...
Neon beats the wall anyway. Yeah, that's. I mean, that's good. You want that.
Na'Vi game.
You want to isolate the one. That's awesome.
I can recall where he had any impact. It's the follow-up into the mates match. This golden thread that connects the two teams as a familiar opponent in the first week, where we actually saw the difference.
Yeah, I think for FUT,
who's hunting here?
Is not necessarily
we got a double luck out.
It's about
double luck out with the guns that they're okay to lose.
That came out of the Na'Vi game
this is pretty good from Pacific, by the way. Gamble with a no mid, and it might really pay off on this one.
A weak map, and I think as well it's about being or having a professional performance against Pacific, because we know they can be a wily team, they can be difficult to beat, and they can get scrappy.
That was definitely the feeling which Cupid gave us in the pre-match interview, but no glaring changes, no sweeping adjustments as of right now.
Okay, big hill. What can the 3 get?
In Garage Pacific, a couple players left behind on the left-hand side of the map, but it is FUT rolling into Alarante's neck of the woods. Just the right click for now.
Hey, imagine he had a bandit there.
But no weapons recovered, and it's those 2 remaining players rotating in.
It's exactly like that. Pacific make it a little bit difficult, but with the last 2 remaining...
Yeah, you would imagine they can't get another kill on this one. Chief Twitch, thanks so much for the tier 1. 53 months, mate. That's crazy. I appreciate you, bro. And Vashes as well with the whole year. Thank you for that also, mate.
They've already seen it. Nice trades overall. And Sop finishing things out. 3 away from his own ultimate.
Yeah, so already we're seeing Sop starring at the start of this game. And that lends itself to a positive FUT performance. Something else as well, you and I were talking about the other week, honeymoon period for FUT. Discussed this in the green room at some length as to, you know, is it on, is it off? I think the general consensus is, as long as they keep winning, as long as they keep getting into these playoff stages, of which they would be on their way with a win today, they are still in the clear.
What are we doing on this little bonus here? I mean, it's not really a bonus. It's got 5 guns into it.
Period, the fact that it stops when things start to get difficult. For FUT, it's only really
over towards B.
Yeah, the start of their history. They could very much go 4-1, and then we're like, well,
do block vision, Skydog, insta send A.
Just struggling to get things started.
The smoke's a little late, no?
Contrast from kickoff as well.
Oh yeah, smoke was a little late.
And an opportunity
saw the dog
to get the bonus. Full set of
didn't get to clear
and you can see with the spike still lingering around
reaction
in mid,
to this, to losing middle, they wall off and then leave it.
Where Pacific have the bodies.
Yeah, they've pulled out already the Sage wall, but FUT are going to start to hit into the strong side for Pacific.
Whoa.
That's unbelievable from Sop to try and dismantle Alarante.
Did he work out because they were so heavy trying to shoot the Skydog here that someone would be here?
Yeah, Pacific thinking about
impressive. Uses slide for that.
Need to be careful.
I see Dom from Waddle gets a double here. 7 just has to get one in heaven.
7 still looking for a fight, an off angle, but Sop is on the hunt, and that's the main man. We've already discussed
he got one there. That's nuts. Absolutely nuts from him.
5 seconds remaining. And time to work with. He's going for the long way round.
I mean, if he does this, it's pretty winnable.
Nice reactions out of Pacific to put themselves in this situation. But you talk of the golden child. This is a huge opportunity for him to stake his claim and cement his return. Plenty of time and space to plant. He goes for the safe option. Doesn't want to risk it. And on the way back in, Pacific not too much. It's the former Liquid Academy graduates.
Yeah, but they need to be careful because Sop
it's a hard one, man.
They need to clear the corners.
Oh, it's just an aim death, that's it. He missed.
Pacific can
you're given a chance here.
Lucky. That will be one back in the conversation.
Sop really left that one hanging. I thought just for a moment with bated breath that we were going to get a reversal of the 3v1. Brilliant.
How do you feel about solo whaling? I don't really like it personally. It needs to be the right map, and the thought process has to be good. Yeah, at least they got double controller. It's probably like the best way to make it work. Wait, do they have double control? Yeah, they do, because they got the Viper.
With kills.
He could have had it.
He could?
Yeah, fair fight.
Nah, he could have had it, yeah.
Oh
to win the first duel.
6-1 is Sop right now. That sums that up. Ultimate, as we've already discussed, online, and I think FUT very happy to pull the trigger right now towards
People
the
back it up with Vermin
TPs.
TPs. Yeah, I think that's the only way I'm like on board with it if the map's not great.
It's just a rifle in his hands as things are standing. Of course, we know
Zeus 2 away from Razor. They don't really have the best ults for him.
Kind of buy. Fully light shielded our Pacific.
It's rare that we kind of get two first buy rounds without an ult.
Stays light on his feet and threads the way up into ramp. Prowler sent out by Waddle, playing behind the toxic screen as his own one goes up. You can see Pacific still with this A focus for now.
Looks like they want to fight this. Alorante
all over towards mid, or as they want to clear over towards A heaven. It's a good little trade on this. Sop, they're good to get one.
So it's 1 for 1 right now.
Gets profit.
Damn, look at them just bodying up and then just clearing places together. One committed, one got util out.
A real miss, and look at this. Zeus goes hunting. Here's the steps of 7. But that's a big kill.
Yeah, sharp kill. And now 2 players on site to defend this.
Good off angle from Ninja.
Catches the cross, spike down on the ground. Issues for FUT right now, and it's just 1 versus 1s all over the map. It's equal but sociable, brings it across the line.
Very winnable. Problem is they know he's here. Problem is, there's a lot of time.
Yeah, it's
nicely handled from FUT. Good Pacific on an eco on this one.
Yeah, Yetege left behind.
Just a couple of mistakes on this.
Nothing done for Pacific.
I don't mind their plans, it's just maybe the two at mid could have connected a bit better there.
Maybe overcooked it
Chrono with the tier 1,
middle,
appreciate the 9 months, dude.
Thank you
for that.
Waddle. Set up on the refract timing for 7 was quite nice to
If Pacific win, do you think there's still a hope that they could make champs? I don't think they're good enough to make champs.
Constantly setting up
they're an upset team.
That's something that they've been so good at doing in enabling Sop, is constantly raising question marks that you have to address.
TP heard. Sociable doesn't consider it a threat. Disrespects and waits for the next fight. It comes in. This is going to be pretty easy going by our standards, Hazard.
Sure. 7 dropped early. Of course, this is a round where Pacific come in with little to no expectations, but they can build an ult here and there. Ninja 1 away from the res. And of course, 7 has the convergent paths online for the next, and Waddle the Nightfall. Tools to be thinking about.
Gamble goes in for Pacific. They gamble wrong on this.
Yeah, and I think something else to think about as well is 7's involvement in a few of these rounds. Previous series, he was -8 on the first deaths, and as much as we said during the cast that he felt like a player that was high risk, high reward, and you were still getting those trades. I think again, his playstyle is absolutely paramount to if Pacific can find success or not, and if they're getting that value back.
Yeah, I feel as if
what do you think the meta will be this stage? Triple duelist, right?
If he's playing
Pretty sure that's what it is.
Good,
it's kind of whatever people are good with. It's relatively loose. I still think double duelist is king, but I think like if you have someone who's unreal on Jet and stuff like that, you can make it work.
When we got to those later maps, that's what it really
I think Sage is very good at the moment. I think Chamber's very good at the moment.
You know, seconds away from
like I think the meta is very open, personally.
Not showing any intention to give away ult orbs. To bounce off what you were saying about Waddle there,
I still think double duelist is king, really.
Feel it in the interview that he gave.
Probably what I'd be trying to play most in teams.
He's a player as well who wants to bring confidence to this team, because that's how a lot of them are. They're players that have so much potential, but just need to find a way to unlock it. Alorante, certainly one of those, as he'll get himself a couple. Crostali can say the same the other way, as FUT clean the board.
No, those ultimates come online and things looking...
Hey, Breckstaff, I haven't had time for it. I need to actually ask Wendler if he's been serious on it.
Do you feel as if the Gentlemates game was a missed opportunity to win your first match?
Do you agree with Frost's tweet about Sage and Phoenix? I haven't seen it. What's he saying?
The wins where you can find them, and I think they'll definitely feel that their attack sides betrayed them. But that's something to think about as this one develops, of course. They're on the defense for now, and it's only 1 round. An operator filtered into the hands of 7, though, could be the difference. Could be.
It's a good trade,
It's
man.
what we've got to say, because it's just a 1-for-1. And again, that has proven not to be enough in these situations.
Well, the talisman gone off the board for FUT, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a Pacific win. Wall deposited.
It's that ultimate lost on 7 as well.
He said
At the
that
very
there's
least,
too much
you've still got
Sage
the
in
Nightfall,
Phoenix.
and Ninja's got to be thinking about the potential of a
He
res
said there's
here.
too much Sage in
They
Phoenix?
can
Yeah, I disagree with that.
recapture that B control Pacific, but FUT have been given an open A site in the process.
They have, so they're going to use the Seekers to confirm that, and with only one Seeker actually heading towards the A Heaven position, they'll have that confirmed. And Sociable even has CT space.
So far deep through
Phoenix.
screens already, and now
I
partnered
didn't
up
include
with
Phoenix
Zeus.
in there.
The captain
Too much
putting
of
on a
the most
serious
overpowered
show
agent in the game right now.
last week.
Like, how am I meant to agree with that?
Yetichi's pivotal for holding on to main space, and if you head towards CT, there's a trap.
And so this key contributor finds himself.
Good off angle. Oh, that's unlucky.
Here
Or,
comes the paranoia straight in,
my God,
sets
he's
up
actually
Zeus.
bailed him
That's
out.
the first of the kills.
Fatal goes in
Now
on this as
Pacific
well. They're
have
kind of
a
all in on
problem.
Pacific.
Trying to fight back through. Zeus is still
Skydog, and he
down
still gets the kill. The
Stunning
stun
from
came
the
in.
opposite way. Does well, and
Dude, they're so all in, man. They got to win this. It's a good kill and a TP away, and he got around the corner.
Safety through the TP. Yetije hanging around in main. Plenty of issues still yet
This
to be
might
cut
be
loose.
the map. I don't want to call it
Pacific
too
even
early, but
considering
they
getting
gotta.
out of Dodger. This
Okay.
point now, Alorante with a big
Devastating.
quad kill. But it means nothing in the end, because there's
Actually
no time
devastating
left
for
to
them.
play with.
5-1.
A web
Used
of
all their
FUT's
ults.
own grand design, and Pacific gets stuck right in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, overall, that 4K won't matter much unless it's a little bit of confidence. For Aloe, overall, I mean, this was a bit of a dodgy interaction with the trap play, but overall, it works out in the end. And even at that, Pacific used a couple of their own ultimates in response to the showstopper.
Yeah, the shots are nice.
It's that quick decision making.
Does it feel like they're just walking onto sites right now? A little bit. It feels like they have looked at the Sage and they're insanely comfortable calling against the tendencies of
that
the
is something
Sage
that we would constantly
right
want to
now.
hark back to, because you have a play-in stage upcoming, potentially feeding into playoffs. And when you look back at the results that this team has had over the last couple of stages, kickoff as well, still yet to find that first win.
Against
And
the Sage?
when we
Yeah,
speak
against
of
the Sage. They're kind of
mental
using the
blocks,
Sage
for
against them.
example, it just feels almost impossible
You
to
know
get the dog off your
where's
back
weak
until
when
you
they do it.
finally get there.
Yeah, I mean, 100%, right? That's the biggest issue. I mean, basically it becomes...
What did you do for your
you're
pick'ems here?
cussing your own
FUT.
right, like a
And then I
mental
went for
blocker.
Fnatic, man, but I don't feel
That
like
being said,
great about it.
Next round. A couple of ultimates
50-50
being used
game.
by Pacific, still got 7s, still got the Viper's Pit, and that's what you're going to be looking towards. They have made
Hello,
FUT's
typing.
economy
Is he
pay
the
a
second
little
caller?
bit, right?
Nah,
They've
I mean,
brought
it's
them down,
just
they've had to make
everyone
them all
types, man.
retouches, but I think overall, there's a chance here, Pacific, but it's a slim one.
Could just be
You know
info
it's
stuff. Salio, thanks so much for the...
Has
Oh boy.
floated that
Thank you for the
operator
tier
back
1.
around. Now it's in B tower.
Wanted to say the amount of months, but
Not a position
I
which
know
can
what chat's going to do.
have a grand effect on this round right now, as FUT 4 players strong.
MJ Bobby
in
as well
A
with the
main.
Prime. Thank you for the 20 months, mate.
Sociable
Thank you,
has
thank you.
been left behind.
Appreciate you also.
He's just orbiting the edge of garage, and we'll have heard Ninja place
Is
that wall.
I was going to
Last
say,
time
Omen would
Pacific
have heard
did
the wall
this,
here,
called a
so...
full rotation almost off the back
Are
of
they
it.
actually just going
Do
to
it again.
Yeah, and for
pop
that
every
reason,
single time over
actually,
towards
FUT
the
maybe
wall with a little bit of
reconsidering
pressure on
their
the other
options.
side?
The Horn doesn't spot anything, but
Oh,
it's this mid-walk down
this
of the
gets
op
weird.
now that is most pressing. Alorante to take first contact.
Yeah, good to
He
get
gets
one.
in his drop.
He is
Now all eyes
beyond
on Seven
committed.
with the scoped weapon,
Nice,
dashes his
dude.
way out for the time being, and Pacific looking to re-engage.
Nice
have
from
the
Cupid.
numbers. Cupid picks up a weapon
Keep an eye
off
though,
the
TP
ground,
over the
and it
wall.
is a 3
Wasn't close
versus
enough to
2.
hear it.
I mean, Spike lost by
Max,
FUT. They
thanks so
have
much for
to
the
fight
tier 1, man.
back,
Appreciate
but
the
look
2
where
months also.
Sociable's gone. He's on a journey,
40
an
seconds. I mean, he's
adventure.
got enough time to walk over towards heaven.
As time ticks down though, Pacific should be aware of this. They know the backline is open.
I don't like these positions.
No. Just how cramped they feel on this mid-box right now.
30 seconds left.
Well, Sociable's going to be able to steal the spike away.
Yeah, they're going to start to
Yeah, up the
realize
wall.
when you get to 20 seconds, you don't even challenge
Checks his
bottom middle
angles,
with a
right?
double. You know
As
that
you
someone's
say.
behind.
could leave himself with some wiggle room here. Haunt again, up cycles.
Gotta use your molly,
doesn't
huh?
spot anything, and Yetajay starting to close the net a little bit. Sociable's gotten away with this one, feeding those players now back into Yetajay's crosshair. Drop down to 16. No support from his captain. Has to go solo.
Oh, they handled it well. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's pretty good.
Just enough time
good
for
instant reposition from him.
Cease hasn't caught him either. Sociable has a chance.
Waddle encroaching, but Sociable looking to fight him
very nice. It's impressive from these two. They played that so well.
Exactly where he stands.
A little unlucky from Pacific. They fought well as well, but.
And the 2 versus 3 comes off in their favor.
That's criminal. There's no other way to see it. A 3 versus 2, sure. But you know where the spike is. But there's better positions to take up in mid.
You think Mini's theory of K-Pop not having strats would be an issue against Fnatic? Nah, he's talking more 2 weeks from now kind of vibe. Play-ins, playoff kind of vibe.
It's every week.
No, but it's, I mean, first time they put themselves in a long time
in a good position and then don't make the most of it. Yeah, that's true. That is true. But I think even the general
Ross tweets is Neon Phoenix Chamber Cypher being used by 70% of teams on every map. Amazing job. Props to you guys for your continued balancing masterclass. Oh, okay. He's not flaming teams. He's flaming Riot.
Map 3. I don't believe until I see 13 at the top of the screen.
Okay. I'm back on board with it a lot more. He's essentially saying let's nerf the Phoenix.
They're back to winning ways. Everybody has rifles here for Pacific, and
I will say Pacific really hate Vice, which is kind of weird.
Here comes the Waylay ultimate.
I did that not Flash.
Looking to head this one forwards. Hinder dropping in. Oh, brilliant transfer from 7. 2 taken. Now Pacific peeling back. Still Cupid on the angle with the Guardian. Damage through the wall and does finish what he started. Is Zeus the next to be shown the door, and Pacific seem to have done enough from this position.
Alaranti's flank. FUT don't know it. 2v5 should be difficult. At least Sociable taking off the high.
Good move from him.
Look at the amount of space that FUT still have to drop back into.
Did he just smoke himself?
Though.
Nice.
Sociable's merged into heaven.
It's unlucky.
Now,
and push through.
The edge of the smoke is just audacious with the amount of steps heard behind it. So eventually he cancels that plan. But Pacific have, you know, a choice.
Dude, why does this feel winnable as well?
This is a very slow retake.
Yeah, they're in pretty good position. Once they clear spawn, dude, smoke goes out spawn. They're loving it.
Plant not fully open for Sociable, but a really strong angle here.
It's a whiff.
Can't connect those first couple shots. The rest one transfer with it. All on Crystali, the young gun, but he's had so much impact from these positions before. 2 taken, 2 left to find, but it's
too late. Oh my god, how's he done that? He's 1v4'd him.
And somehow FUT against all odds have done it again.
He's 1v4'd him. Dude, they took so long here. They took so long.
FUT clutch up, and they look exactly as good as they did in London. Sure, Pacific are the ones giving them opportunities, but if the last one was criminal in a 3v2, this is damn right near a life sentence.
We gotta do some more there. And also before this, like them in heaven, they were kind of like waiting for what to do as well.
Just hope that there's not another to send us to solitary confinement. Because
your map's done, boys.
As you say,
Zeki, appreciate the tier 1. Thank you for the 10 months, mate.
A 7-1 lead to start their attack side.
3v2 and
they slowed down a lot. Yeah.
Can it actually get for Pacific? No ultimates available.
Oh, and they're not even falling for that trick. They're trying to wall themselves off, fight in front of it, and they're just ready. Yeah, FUT dismantled this.
This round simply starts with 2 players solo facing, shouldering information. Ninja playing off the wall here. Cupid does win the engagement this time, and ultimately those are the conditions that
it's definitely a bit too much, by the way, from Sociable here.
Right now,
Central
it's not on team play that they're finding success.
Like the Seekers is really good. Seekers insta outside A going all over towards middle, like you know side's clear.
Waddle solo peeking into Yetajay.
Sociable actually taking a risk in heaven there isn't great.
From Ninja though, 3 versus 3 in this situation. There is a pit to come through from Yetajay though, and little tools left for Pacific to get back into this one. Just a Prowler on Waddle as it stands.
And that's unfortunately being used not to identify the right person, as Zeus makes himself an issue within the corner. Need to clear that, and well, unfortunately it does get cleared by Waddle. Doesn't have the utility, but makes it work with a rifle of his own. Yetajay, when it was gone down to a classic, knows that the decay will be
that timing's insane.
And Crystali in the corner.
Mate, what's this guy like right now? Holy, bro. Where's this aim come from?
Pacific, you make
Just put him backside at 8.
Oh my god, do they get crushed so quickly?
It's the hope that kills you, and it's Crostali as well. Oh, I mean, this guy said in the pre-match how they were prepared for whatever Pacific's going to throw at them. It just seems like he's been working on his aim routine more than anything else.
Yeah, he's looking really clean with it.
Incredibly crisp.
Dude, anytime there's like a close round, he's just wrecking everyone.
7 kills, 2 on 10. That just shows you the performance every single player is putting up right now on FUT. It feels like an exhibition match more than a VCT, my third match for FUT.
And with it being an eco for Pacific, more food for thought. I think Crostali.
The amount of clips from back aside there. Yeah, people do this insta headshot back aside there.
Taken their players from, you know.
There's so many good clips.
Who had decent
Leaf,
reviews, but wasn't someone that, you know, we were super excited about.
Yeah.
I think flew under the radar. It's in this environment though. This
you got
environment,
Mezzi for Noah's back in the day.
Mature and grow in his stature and his character.
I think when you're playing around the players that you are playing around, right? Like, I mean,
Sock
on his own right,
There's so many.
Pulls off miracles. Ninja, though, with a Sheriff in an angle to hold, and well, that's going to be quickly dealt with. Point I want to get to, though, is, I mean, if you're in amongst this environment, of course you're going to perform better.
And I think, again, confidence conversation. Pacific with no real reasons to feel inspired right now.
Did you remove Hyunmin from your VFL for Gemkin? Yeah. I got rid of both of the DRX players because triple duelist, they're going to lose.
Trying to do. I mean, look at how many of these engagements are won. I get it, you're on pistols. This is not a round which we say is anything special. That has to change in the follow-up, though, if you want any chance of recovering this map pick.
Vitality Mezzi, yeah.
The whole thing from
beginning of the game, Vitality Mezzi, when he was thinking of before he joined Vitality, and he was like considering playing Valorant. He would play here every round, give 4 kills every round.
The new series.
Yeah, it's 2011. There was original hype anyway. Originally, the original stopped doing its best. Doing what they're known for and hitting heads and looking to take the space away. Look at Cupid all on site alone. Shot. Oh my god! Oh, Cupid! That's brilliant! And now with the spike on the ground and Waddle there to support, this is doable.
Damn, Cupid. Okay, it's nice shots from him. Dude, the transfer was fast, bro.
Cupid solo strong. He's good enough by himself. That's a ridiculous 4K. I mean, look at the transfer on his first one. Yeah, unbelievable. Slow that down for us, EBS. Unreal. But it's almost like in this situation where Pacific feel like they're dead and beaten. How much of a difference is that?
Yeah, he can't give it. He's just like, dude, it's 2-9. I can't give it.
You hope.
Devastated.
It's got to be the start of something.
All right, Michael Jackson.
Like, I'll stand up, but I can't give it, man.
Anyway. Foot back towards mid, and a couple players exploring B main as well.
Oh yeah.
And there's nobody there to
dodges the prowler in the corner. They're all over them, man.
What is going on?
Okay. And then now do we try send the Sage over? The weird one, because it's like you kind of want to res, but then everywhere becomes weak. You cleared middle. If the Viper gets over towards B heaven, honestly, the Sage might run the world out.
It would give a lifeline, and I'm not saying that lifeline could
be they gamble right on this.
Again, it's the hope that kills you.
I think this is a good idea from FUT. I think they're considering that they might be looking at res there. Ooh, that was good damage.
Yeah, all the players through one corridor that time, but the utility is spot on from FUT. And in terms of the post plant, looking to take some of that CT space, Pacific coming through one avenue themselves. I mean, 3 players in tower right now.
Yeah, just double checking flank. Nice little attention to detail from FUT. The sociable holds on just from a little off angle, but unfortunately Seven can't quite grab him. He's going back up for more, and well, that's going to give a chance for Pacific to get in. Still not out of the smoke. As they do, they hit the heads. Okay, 2v2 and a raise online. There comes back Valorant, and there's time in which to work with. Pacific up to 3.
Yeah, still moments in that round where it felt like they were a little bit static, frozen in place, but as soon as they start to get through the motion, emotions and actually show some of those confidence in the engagements. This is the Pacific that we were promised. Is there any more of that in the second half, though? We'll find out after this interview with Waddle.
If a coach gives you, if a coach gives you notes, and you type it out and keep it in your chat box, yeah, you can.
Got the new man on campus here, Waddle. Waddle, we were just chatting a little earlier. Could you tell the people where you got your name from?
Yeah, so my real life name is Wadir, and my favorite animal is a penguin. So I just basically merged the two. Like penguin's obviously Waddle, and my name is like quite similar to that. So it's just a natural decision to make.
Wait, and the debut in VCT last week. How's it been feeling for you being part of this Pacific team?
I enjoyed it. Like, despite the loss, after the first map, felt like super confident that we could have.
Wait, you banned Tubbo? Why did you ban him?
Today, though, I'm feeling even better. Like, we've discussed some things
Poor guy.
And reviewed some stuff. So hopefully, this time we'll do a better showing.
For a team like yours, like Pacific, that's so hungry for that first win, to show the mark, to show the standard here in VCT, you're the new guy in. Maybe they're hoping for you to give them like a shot.
I will say Tubbo is like one of the nicest guys, man.
Energy into this squad.
A super nice guy.
I'm quite a vocal player, so, and I'm also playing like a support-ish role. So I'm just trying to because these boys are really talented. Like every single one of them are talented individually. I just need to help activate them, and also, by activating them, I activate myself and I play better. So as long as we can do that in the server today, then we'll get some wins.
Looking forward to seeing it. Anything that you think's the key to taking down FUT?
They're a very aggressive team. They're like the Turkish style, obviously. So we need to make sure that we're like fighting together and doing all these basics and shooting heads. So yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you, man.
Some important points raised by Waddle there, stuff that we've already touched on, of course. The fact that there is so much potential within this Pacific lineup, that they've got to get the basics right. And also, I think, something I was speaking about earlier, the attack halves. All of those
big time
focus now, by the way, heading into the second half.
I mean, you think about it, a raised Neon can be difficult to try and stop, but if they're running at you from defense, it's just as difficult. So we'll see if that stopping power comes through. A stack of players to hold, or to wait for any players to come out of main from either side. Mid completely vacated by both teams.
A little bit of like a high-low side-to-side from Pacific on either periphery of the map. Looking at it
you
here,
got full sense of GE tomorrow. I got full sense, but
Sociable's dropped behind the screen. No way for Sop to get involved, and that's a little more damage on Crystalli
in my head.
Yeah, but look at 7. Yeah. Oh, it's not 7, sorry. Look at Zeus from up on high.
He's not looking. And so even the headshot from that flick to Cupid's head,
not
going to be enough to find the kill. Spike heading its way towards the B site. It's got to be Yetajay for now, ward off.
Oh no, the other two are so far away.
And wrapping around on
Yetajay can make such a play here.
Already taking damage. If he can find Ninja clean, that's half a chance.
The shots
Water pops up at the perfect moment. That's one through mid, and Ninja there as well. A safe pair of hands.
Okay.
A blinded Sop is
9-4 with a pistol.
Have the second pistol.
Doable.
Okay, maybe there's a little bit of belief here.
Charon, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 19 months. Thank you for that.
Things. Pistol round 1, bare minimum reached for Pacific in this second half.
You can see how Waddle does feel like an upgrade in this team, just for the fact that he's elevated the players around him as well.
Nice!
And I think while we see Pacific starting to go away from the meta in terms of double duelist, I think that this is actually a nice suit for them, right? Double controller.
I think, you know, on meta, off meta, you can play different ways, and this archetype does seem to fit 7. Bit of proactivity here from FUT. Flash in the hand of Crystalli. What is the timing? Is it simply contact? Seems to be the case. Pacific going to pass with flying colours, though. 3 kills under their belt. And now
wasn't even worried for that. Push down mid. His spike on its own, but
yeah, at the same time, though, we've got a little walk down mid coming through from Sociable, finding himself all the way down in shops. Cooper is the one with the spike.
Yeah, he's the one holding on for it. It's Alorante that has to be cautious, though, and Sociable moving off this.
He's only a pistol player, so it's not the biggest loss in the world.
That's if he loses, which he won't. Alorante does find that kill. So, actually, Pacific, if they can make this flawless, Cairo, what are we looking at? 2, 3 rifles in there? Just 2, I think, for now.
Yeah, I mean, 2 rifles just now, but probably Alorante to buy up into the next as well.
So, At what point now
Oh, you're not going to do it, are you?
do you get excited? Not even excited. What, the first little tingle, butterfly in your stomach?
Tingle?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, interesting.
Your Cairo tingle.
I'm probably going to be within at least a round, to be honest. I feel as if FUT are the team that, like, as soon as they get a rifle in the hand, they're going to just start to...
That was going to be so annoying to play against. They did pretty good to let the guy closer to ult hunt on this though.
Oh, sorry, Pacific can withstand anything, but it is an in-zone flawless in the anti-eco. And lovely done here on the main.
If you guys had to select a dark horse to make it to grand finals and make it to champs, who would it be? You're talking EMEA. With what we've seen so far, the dark horse has to be Na'Vi or K-Core. If you're going like real dark horses, it's one of those.
Sort of speaks to how this team can be so streaky at times.
Yeah, 100%.
You find that word funny? Well, Yetajay, he's been hung out to dry. 5 versus 4 here to start things off. And wait, the bonus is looking pretty good.
Yeah, that's big, man.
Was this the 1 round that you were saying?
This might be the round.
I said within 1 round.
Within 1 round, okay. Bonus is pretty big though.
Oh, this is nicely called by... I thought for a minute it's nicely called by Cupid because FUT
Where is he going?
all the way
Yeah,
towards the A site, but instead
I mean, he's
FUT
trying to show a bit of
takes heaven,
confidence.
so be still.
He definitely wasn't
be
expecting
still
that close.
Danger, considering he's there.
Yeah, and Sociable will have been heard. Just confirms that with a couple shots through the edge of his own smoke. Only player on the B site right now. Of course, got to be thinking about Sop lofted up in the tower. And Alorante left behind in mid to try and deal with that. But Pacific starting to show a bit of intent here now as they scale towards
What
the
about
site
other
behind their own
regions?
smoke. It's actually allowed Sop
I would
to
love
drop
to
in
say
and support
loud, but I
for
haven't
the
seen them
time
play
being.
yet.
Rotations are well on the way. Numbers arriving for FUT, but starting to thin out that herd as Sociable falls. Trades coming through on the Pacific side. It's such an awkward duel to take on Sop backside, but when he finally drops, there is a clear view ahead. Pacific well on the way to the bonus round now. It's arch nemesis
Very nice.
Clutch before
Holy,
them, but 7
they're in
will
a
drop him there.
they're in an alright
4
spot right
kills
now.
from the youngster. And the gap reduced to 3.
I think the biggest compliment is on the site plate. If we actually go back and watch the replay, you'll see that Pacific play together. They're ready to trade off one another. Next one, and there's another fight. Okay, we've identified another. Here comes 7.
Yampy's birthday today? Is Yampy's birthday today? Dude, you know what's impressive about Yampy is just how many birthdays he could remember. I'm so bad with like remembering people's birthdays.
Was that it's just taken this many rounds.
Yampy could just reel off everyone in the room's birthday.
Go up a gear. But something we've talked about a lot for Pacific is those comms and how those improvements can shape rounds like the ones that we just saw. Let's take a listen in here and see how it goes.
I'm gonna look our server, guys.
Reminding you because he's going to remember us, yeah.
It's a paranoia off my prowler.
Nothing big.
They just smoked me.
That's weird. We can wait a little.
Could be mid, guys.
Yeah. Can you stage wall like this later and like just keep taking duels?
Yeah.
Holding with you.
Keep taking jewels, mate. There's going to be no jewel in there.
I'm gonna even give you a mail.
Guys, I'm gonna fade out the site, okay?
Yeah, just wait.
I just wanna... Guy dogging, I low break.
From Ram.
I'm searching now.
I don't know, he tapped it.
Only tapped.
Be ready to... Listen, I can prowler you paranoia.
Yep.
They're close. All by palo only,
Guys,
all by...
I'm out B.
Go back B, go back B.
Yeah.
What does it we need to run, guys, we need to run. Wait.
Okay, one mid though.
Let's start
They
dunning,
smoked on B. But I don't see them.
3, 2, 1, start.
Maybe in spawn, boys.
Yeah, we just aim.
Guy flashed 8, they checked. Run.
Q, go with your knife
Keep
and
running.
take bomb.
Come to me, guys.
And you pinata for us.
I'm gonna dump here.
Pinata?
Nice, Kirkos. I didn't see anything.
Come, cause my wall is dropping.
There's one.
Got heaven.
I'm playing late, boys. Mid cap fully, okay?
Watch that flat, okay? I'm gonna tap.
I have the heaven.
I'm not going to plant, I'm just tapping.
Raise, I need to
Yeah, flashes, boys.
out.
3.
Out, backside.
Peek. Backside.
Backside one.
I'm swinging. Wait. Peek now. Nice, Johan.
Handled it pretty well. This was a fun round to listen into.
I mean,
What the hell is Pinata on
Pacific,
this?
and you can see within the team comms, a little bit worrying in some of those calls though.
Sure, I think it was a laboured result. in the
Hijinks
end
was a
due
tier
to
1.
the
We should have
lack
15
of
months.
space towards B that Pacific
That was
had.
great. No, it was a pretty cool round to
Threats
listen
of a
into.
flood out, though.
Good little
Mid-space
plan.
all identified,
And then
in the
good
comms
early
there.
callback.
And for me, it's all about Waddle.
Was
How
nice.
much input he has.
And
in
it
the
was good from
mid-round.
FUT as well
Some
at
of
the same time,
micros
right? like getting info over
the
towards
plan
A.
that they created at the start.
In
You
terms of
really
the Sky
feel
Flash, getting the
influence there.
rotate
And look,
on.
We've talked at length about how much he brings to the table, but actually seeing it
You know
in
what it means,
situations
send it?
like
I think it
that,
means just
it's a
like
different
jumping
thing entirely.
around corners.
Called be a pinata, you know?
But,
Yeah.
I don't even know who called
Well,
it.
that was a good one, of course. For those who don't know, knife out, trade off that player.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure,
We'll
sure.
see if there's going to be any trades
Yeah,
here.
knife out
pulling
sender.
utility out of Sociable, and he's stuck within a smoker. Are they stuck with him as he continues to try and fight? But goes already, goes a bit silent, and Seven just pulls himself out.
Valorant in heaven though, he's the wedge between
Oh,
this.
you
But
saw
he
him.
hasn't spotted
Radar.
the player under.
Nice.
He has now! 2 from Allo.
What do you reckon?
And
Dead
the
comms
gun
from
round
Keeper?
is thrown in the bin for
Very
FUT.
fast on that.
Pacific.
Might have been radar as
They're
well.
within 1 round, Cairo.
And I'm starting to believe you called it the Cairo tingle. It's certainly starting to be felt
Dude, they got a
now.
lot of money as well, man. Look at it. Max money, basically.
And so is Pacific's presence on this attack side. The improvements are there. And I look towards the performances last week against Na'Vi. I mean, didn't lose a defender side round. I mean, the attack was just above 50% win rate.
When's Fnatic? It's after this one.
And that was the thing, right? Just once Pacific hit their flow, they looked
How many hours?
unstoppable.
2, maybe 2.5.
I'd like to clarify, it's like a Spider-Man Peter.
If it's a 2 now, it'd be a bit under 2. It's like a
just
hour and a half or
just to clear the air there.
2 hours, basically.
But we are within 1 round now, and so of
Yes.
course, Pacific actually given an opportunity to tie up the game. Money not going to be great for FUT. Economy broken after that round win. A little bit of cash left in pocket, but not too much past getting a couple extra rifles on the board. So
CTA, thanks so much for the
patchwork
tier
at
1.
best.
Appreciate the
And
13
here
months.
again,
Thanks
it's
for
in
that.
rounds like this when you see Valorant really excelling.
Yeah, I told him.
Frustration on the side of FUT, to be honest. And you can see why, Hazza.
Yeah, it's
Vlad was
an
cracking up.
opportunity now actually for us to loop back on the FUT side though and talk about SOP. You see the difference there? You squint your eyes between the Na'Vi game and the mates match. Just felt like he had absolutely zero influence in that first series. And look, maybe that's nerves, just getting back on the stage. I don't think SOP's the kind of player that brings nerves to the table.
Bacon,
but
nothing
sometimes
hits
you have an
like it,
off
right?
day. It's being able to bounce back
Nothing
though, which
hits
makes you
like
a
it.
great
It's
player.
incredible.
I mean, overall,
Kiki,
I
hello
mean,
with the
a lot
Prime.
of
Appreciate the
players
21
have
months.
got pass marks for
Congrats
the most
also,
part,
by the way.
right? But I think a player
Thank you for the
who's kinda
21
been
months.
flying
Thank you for the
under
Prime.
radar, if you want to talk
Hope you're
duelists,
doing good.
is Zeus right now.
Sure.
I think he can certainly show up when he needs to, but at this moment in time, 11 and 17, a player that we normally associate with defender sides.
Yeah.
How long is Cloud signed to Fnatic? I got no idea. It was a long one, right?
With someone like SOP taking a lot of that limelight.
28?
It's about dividing
Is it
up the
guess?
responsibilities. And
I remember
right
seeing a
here,
long
with not
number
having
on
the
there.
best of money, he's the one with the rifle
He has
in
3-year
hand. That
deals.
changes
Oh,
over.
okay.
No snipers,
Damn,
nothing
29.
in terms of big stopping power on this A push.
Perhaps, though, a judge on your Viper player, but he's on the other side of the map.
Paranoia up close. Sociable's TP'd in.
Could go for it, but Pacific are not being baited in. Happy to.
Whoa,
wait
they forced
there.
it.
7 going straight. The
Wait.
utility was good, but can't capitalise. And that rifle up on high is going to be difficult to try and get back. Unfortunately, SOP retreats. And
Ooh,
gives
that was
himself
cool
away.
little
Yeah,
wall.
that's nice. Wall up from Ninja actually.
Yeah, that was nice.
Smoke, so nice little bit of micro there from Pacific and good
And the
damage
spam is
on
good.
Crostali's site.
Yeah, that there is. But now FUT are here in their droves, ready to support. Res online for Ninja if they want to try and maybe
Love that,
beat
Kiki,
Seven's
love that.
body or whatever. Going to go for it, but look at Zeus starting to encroach on the flank as well.
But they've been watching
Morley's
it the
watching
whole
for
time.
this, so should be a moment before Zeus looks to take that timing, not until
Oh.
sight contact is taken. But it's
This is good from them. They switch the player
you gotta
watching
worry
behind so that we
about.
can actually get
Seven's
the
gonna walk straight
fade
into it.
util
You can
because
see
the
it
fade eye's up soon, right?
already. Needs to be a fast reaction.
nice.
Played
Very
in.
nice.
Well done by Seven. That was
And
going
then
to be
they're
the
still watching
undoing
behind,
of Pacific,
kind of.
but with 30 seconds
Here
left,
comes Zeus.
here comes Zeus. Exactly.
You're watching behind, right?
The doom that is starting to be felt by Pacific.
22 seconds.
They really need to get a move on here, and Zeus activates at the wrong time. So do the Stingers, but there's not a lot of ammo left in the pockets. And now with the spike down in 10
Damn,
seconds
bro, it's
remaining,
close though. It got close. It wasn't like super convincing.
still
At one
convert.
point, they had
This
3
is
different people that
ultimately
were in
all you
charge
want
of
to
watching
see from
behind.
Pacific. get
couple of small
over
windows,
the line.
but
That could have been another
at least they got the
horror
info on it.
story, but it isn't. 7 the only one with gap close, of course, so puts them in this weird standoffish position where I would maybe like
he's
to have
expecting
seen
the
them
guy to back off
take
because
the
he got Omen
refract
flank.
there. Otherwise, well handled throughout the rest of the round. And Zeus was one away
Big
from the
duel, this
showstopper.
one.
If he wins this final fight, I think that's it for FUT, but they have done it. And
Oh, how are they
next
back?
round
Yeah.
doesn't exactly get much easier. There's an op-out for Sop this time. And he makes up
Oh,
part of this B
that's
hold where
unlucky.
Sociable has already drawn blood.
Got to be thinking about the showstopper as well to come back in on Valorant. He's starting to play with his luck timing. As the wall goes
Boy,
down,
they're
so
lucky that's not a double, to be
operator
honest with you.
Making Pacific. Oh, maybe not as badly as you think, though.
Yeah, it's just the layering of these defensive rounds from FUT that is most scary.
Make
Zeus
sure you
behind the
watch
wall.
Team Secret against
Doesn't get
T1.
spotted and
Okay.
Valorant can't adjust
I mean,
in
I was going
time.
to anyway,
4
but
versus 2 situation now. We've seen FUT pull off a couple of these already, but no kind of heroics on a similar level from Pacific.
I mean, if T1 win, if Team Secret win, then I'm gonna remember that comment for sure. Why though? Don't know. We just gotta watch it and find out.
Now, I'm seeing 3 players on FUT has it all on their own.
The wall up in mid, I don't know if FUT are aware of the possibility that Ninja could be so far advanced on A.
Oh no.
Walks back through spawn, might find Crostali here.
There's a chance.
Oh.
And I think he's got a notification. Just seeing a glimpse. Goes
Ooh.
wide, gets the kill. And now at least FUT know exactly where the Sage is.
Yeah, bit of daylight for Ninja to bridge that gap towards the A site. Zeus has the paint shells and a rocket, though, can deny this quite easily.
And
You
that's
take that,
exactly what
though.
he's gonna
Razor.
go for. Showstopper used, and walked straight into it.
You
Zeus,
definitely
well,
take
he
that.
goes with
Actually, good
Ninja,
damage. I
will
got
take
Razor
the
out of
round
them.
with him.
Yeah,
Like the best round they could have lost, really, at the end there.
Sociable, the only player left standing, 200 credits to his name. It's not going to be the most comfortable of repurchases. And with Pacific having money to go around, they win this one. It's a huge opportunity for them to swing things back in their favor. Come back to how the round started, though, and again, a lot of ones being taken.
A lot of ones. I think that's exactly it, right? I thought for a second Ninja maybe peeks out that corner a little fast, takes Zeus off guard, could easily be it. But it's only 1 ultimate used, and there's still 4 in the back pockets.
Insta Omen flashed over towards B main to take control. In reaction, they kind of wanted to speed up over towards middle, but
For a flash.
I think they thought with this smoke
roam.
they might be popping out over towards
I
B.
like this as well, because that's the one player who's usually isolated.
Not too much information off the back of it, though. Always expecting someone to be stationed there, and Pacific haven't moved off it. It's a dog from Crostali to just double check
in
their
theory
suspicions.
right now, FUT have
Now he
info
has been
everywhere.
Spotted. Maybe thinking about a double dip, but mid is the main area of focus. This is where Pacific are starting to make the push come through. Seven's already got across. He will drop, but Ninja trades.
He does.
Ninja gets
But
one
you're
more kill.
looking
That's a
towards Zeus
res.
on B site all alone,
Made
and
they
that's
pick the
exactly
right
where
site.
Pacific start to set their sights.
It's the biggest
Sky
area
flash
of
to clear
exposure.
over
Pacific
towards
still
A.
thinking about a player creeping back through that wall in mid, and it's that moment of hesitation again, which just holds them back from making the perfect call. Crostali has already repositioned.
That's a big duel.
Threads that shot
Can he get
right
one on
through the
sight?
crack in stairs. Bodies arriving.
Oh
Zeus
my
just
god,
has to stave
Rose
them off a
tapping
moment
with a
longer,
phantom.
and we'll
What was
find
that? That
both
looked
in
nice.
the process.
Looks so
The
calm here.
garage players fall, as do the rest of Pacific.
Fritchie, thanks so much for the tier 1, man. Appreciate the 6 months. Thank you for
I
that.
mean, I don't know what has been going on with FUT, but this is starting to look
A little low
like
indecisive here.
themselves,
Yeah,
hitting those shots
I don't know
that
if they
we
wanted to
know
go back
they
and
should
like.
never hit
I
themselves.
don't know why they wanted to go back.
Again, it's just that moment, that fraction of a second where Pacific don't go straight for that B play when you highlighted it was only Zeus there. The full tower pressure doesn't come through.
I understand as well, they play in the twos, but they're worried about, like, as you say, the tower pressure, or maybe a player being elsewhere. They don't have the full information, but sometimes
This here.
just commit
I mean,
to
they
it,
maybe
right?
wanted
Send
to
it
go
forward,
create
get,
pressure
like,
over
shows
towards A
the
and
grids
vents.
that we know that they can give. As Pacific pull out their own timeout, what can they give us?
And Cupid was talking about these systems he was implementing, game plan changes. While we've not seen the comp ripped up, that's where you then expect the biggest details to be under the surface. And with them only playing one official last week, they've had plenty of time to focus on FUT as an opponent on a map which they feel confident on. So.
And this for them is the only, how would I put it, the only time they get that opportunity to prep for a team.
The only home ground, really, I feel like they have in this map pool at the moment. So Pacific going on to lose things could be incredibly concerning for them. FUT on the other side, though, high-tailing their way towards an opening map win. A chance to hear from them now on this defender's side to see how they can get over the line.
Görüyorum. Senin gördüğün yeri görüyorum.
Kurozum sende şu an. B'ye gireceğini düşünmüyorum ben.
Okan kurt açabilirsin.
B'ye gelecekler Okan. Kurt aç, Osman'ın içine gir istersen flash pick yap bize.
Ben bir de yürüyelim.
Kanamaya tutuyorum. Biri şu üstte olabilir beyler. Ben onu vurmayı deneyeceğim. Gel Efe pick alalım.
Nice oğlum. Neyse onun önünde olur. Beyler suya indi bir tanesi. Bir tane suya indi. Ya da
Açalım.
Kayboldu bitti.
Okan heal atsana bana. Heal at, biz dönelim amaçtan.
BM yine ulti attım.
Heaven koşuyor.
Wait.
Hemen silken gidiyor.
Git ben bolu kıracağım, o var burada.
Koşmadı. Dikkat.
Eka vurabilir belki.
Dude, weird round.
Koşmadı mı?
Koşmuyor. Duymuyorum bir şey.
Bir gelişine bakıyorum.
Oof.
Başka olur.
Nerede vurdun la onu?
Rampada vurdum. Benden gelirler.
Royal Rider, thank you for the 7 months, mate. Thank you for that.
Fake pressure mıydı acaba?
Olabilir. Heaven yürüdüm. B kuruyor.
Heaven'da wall var.
Wall kırıldı.
Dikkat.
Spike planted.
Now with the wall gone, FUT have all access to where they want to be, and unfortunately Ninja caught out. But
Still winnable, but I think someone has to play back a site, not in the pit.
Sociable sweeping around the side. Pacific want to take this CT fight on, and Cupid is the one with the freedom to do so.
Because eventually you just get spammed here, and I'm not sure it should be the Viper.
And that could be the undoing of Pacific right now. 3 bodies for FUT, and unfortunately
Yeah, it's a hard situation to instantly.
He did in the first half. It is now FUT on map point.
The comms were so relaxed, man. I felt like I was listening to Turkish ASMR or something.
Excluding your sponsored org, do you feel like there has been an org that is consistent enough
No, actually.
where they make the right moves or decisions most of the time? It's hard, man, because a lot of the time teams don't make good decisions because they don't get enough budget to use.
I don't think Yetijay's getting the job.
Paper X is probably up there.
Listen, mate. If that's what floats your boat, I'm not one to judge. Pacific line themselves up outside.
Probably the only one that kind of stands out.
To get things kicked off, or what I thought was meant to be an ultimate to get things kicked off. 7 does not pull the trigger.
Just waiting. You
A
can
good
really
skydog from FUT on this one, by the way. Go to 3 chances for them and they just skydogged all of this. I'm surprised this right here isn't stronger after that.
Just a little second longer to get things going. Ansel on the
Yeah,
ult here
Roman can actually help the team out.
and is going to catch Zeus in the corner, so they've made value from it at the very least. It's the A site they're looking to hit, of course, and Sociable one of a couple
the Sociable
players here
doesn't
in the
smoke
corner.
that.
Does get blinded.
That's mad.
Brilliant
That's
util,
mad.
and a perfect setup for 7 to
My guy
profit
here
from.
takes
A
first
lovely
contact,
execute.
and he has time to smoke
Last 2
here, and he doesn't
players
smoke here.
on their own, so they have to fight and brawl their way back into this one. And yes,
Unless he was asking for a wall.
He's found one on the flank. Crostali coming in from the opposite end. What a round this would be if FUT can find 13 here in the 22nd. Crostali trying to sidestep the Prowler, and the C's soon to tether to his feet, but Yetijay has found a way to cut himself loose. It's 1 kill.
Oh, not this guy.
More.
I was going to say he's been winning
to bounce
everything.
off the back of his teammate.
All right, let's count it
Can't
down
get
too.
it done, and so Pacific do take 10.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was going to be, what, 3v2, 4v2. Now we're going to go all the way up to 5v2. Got to keep trumping ourselves up to be FUT.
NRG issue aside, do you think people's opinion of teams would change if they knew player cost? 100%, yeah.
As a duelist, that's what you want.
If they knew player costs and salaries, yeah, for sure. Do you think it's a good idea?
I think Yetijay is going to go for the Viper's pit in mid this time by the way that things look.
No,
yeah, and again,
I don't think it's a good idea.
Look, but Pacific win this round. FUT's money not going to be in the best of positions. This is a huge opportunity.
Because people
to not
always
just keep
use it
themselves
against
in
them.
this map, but the series as well. We've got to say it as it is. Split has been their home turf, but with 7 dropped early, the rest of Pacific have a decision to make, and they're just running into the open jaws of FUT.
Yeah, I mean, stoppable force versus a movable object. FUT just cannot seem to be stopped.
Sop here in the corner as well. Zeus backing him up. Alorante should be no way out. He gets just the one. Won't be enough.
It's a good try, man. They made a pretty good comeback on that one.
Their opponent's
they made it a lot closer than I thought it was going to be.
Starting it off, this series with Split might just be a death sentence.
Yeah, I mean, FUT made to work for this map, let's be honest. Pacific for the most part. I mean, a streak of what was 6 rounds got us excited, and perhaps a comeback was on. A timeout is all it took for FUT to wake up. And
we know the salary of Cristiano Ronaldo. Why shouldn't we know the salary of TenZ?
An uphill climb for them for the rest of this game, of course. We know the potential.
The problem is, well, I don't know enough about
that we get to hear from next.
I mean, do sports teams make a profit?
I've got Sop here on the sideline. Sop,
but everyone would just question the whole of esports if it was all public.
But we were kind of nervous, but I'm glad we managed.
I promise you that.
Always in control, though. How are you liking the Neon?
I mean, I like the Neon. Like I said, like earlier, I can play anything. Like any duelist, I can play everything. So I don't like.
Whatever they throw at you, you're gonna win.
Of course.
All right. Good luck going forward, and we'll be right back with map number 2.
I think our job coverage. Oh, the storylines would be really fun, dude. I remember in CS, I kind of like roughly knew everyone's salary, and I remember. Do I say the org names? Yeah, let's say the org names. I remember Fnatic were playing against Complexity, and I remember there was someone on Fnatic. No joke, the Complexity players made 10 times more than this guy. And like, it's just like, that is a storyline, and him beating them was crazy, man. Like, he beat Complexity, and I was like, mate, I know this guy is on a 10th of their salary, and he's beating them. Like, it is cool for storyline stuff, but I don't know, it's a weird one.
Have a Kit Kat. Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Spam some ads, and then we'll be back in a little bit. What was the next map?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Pacific are probably in trouble. So Lotus coming up again. Alright, chat, I'll be back in a little bit. Nice questions going around there. I like these. This is good. Do you have the map 1 of Haven, Furia versus Lev? Let me check after Sunny. Maybe. Maybe.
We've gone back to Neon on split. What was it in the Na'Vi match that made you want to swap the Jet out?
I think Neon is more useful in terms of agent capabilities for the team with his wall and stuns, both for execs on attack and also like defaulting on defense. Like I think we a bit overreacted to Neon and on social media, so to say. And Jet is a brilliant individual agent, but like Neon gets us more.
And the thing is, like, we can still play the Jet comp and we can still go back to it whenever we feel like it's better matchup-wise and things like this. But yeah, right now we just felt a bit better with the Neon. We felt it gave us some more options.
And of course, in the words of Sop, he can play any duelist they throw at him. So that kind of flexibility makes your life a little easier if you're in the coaching camp.
That's just Sop. No surprises there. Man is an absolute legend. Yeah, so Pacific lost.
Yeah.
Pacific lost the split.
What am I going to do about that?
Just to reel it back a little bit, I was surprised that Sop even mentioned anything about nerfs. I feel like we never hear that from him. He was obviously a bit concerned about the way that Pacific were able to try and get themselves back into it. You know, we saw a very tight scoreline by the end, but the first half, it just wasn't that at all. That wasn't the story.
No, we can talk about the story of that first half before we get into the second. We're looking at some post plans here, Bea.
Yes, okay, let me actually focus onto this. It's just like, it's the PTSD, I apologize. Let's look at what FUT were doing on the attack. There were a couple of rounds that looked like they made absolutely no sense, like Crystalli had no right in winning this 1v4. Sop might have been speaking about nerfs, but what about all of this rounds from Pacific? Because yes, Ninja is not able to defuse here, the next one is going to be the same, and I feel like at least 3 or 4 rounds were won just based off of the massive delay that FUT were able to cause in their post plans, and also how scared Pacific were in some of these instances. Do not get me wrong, Crystalli, amazing in this transfer. It's good to see that this is the Crystalli that we're getting now in EMEA. But on the other side, it must be devastating to be like, bro, we just lost a 4v1. We had everything to go. We knew where he was. Like, we knew we had all the info. And in so many of those cases, I see, like, for example, I don't know, like Zeus taking an opening duel, and it's like, oh, the round is already a 5v4. But I don't see it the same way. I think that also when we swap sides and I see Pacific and they're mounting out, getting a lot of momentum, you know who I loved seeing stepping up? Sociable. Oh, Sociable. I feel like whenever FUT needs that kind of calm of like, oh, we need to close just a couple of rounds, Sociable will actively go out of his way to make that happen.
We should give some flowers over to the other side, right? Obviously not too many, because again, the split got away from them, but one man in particular making a go of it, 7. Really challenging contesting in some of those rounds, making this a map, making this an interesting game of Valorant here, and taking on Sop in a lot of those duels as well.
For sure, he was trying his hardest. I think it's difficult when we mention the time that they would have been able to build up that synergy, and I think a positive for Pacific was there was moments that we saw that. We saw 7 being set up super well, especially on these very direct executes. And I think for me, when I think about this first map overall, there was so many times where Pacific had the correct read on what FUT were doing. They were just losing out on either gunfights or just firepower. Yeah, literally. They were just losing out on these firepower moments because FUT possessed so much of that. And I think that for Pacific, it's difficult because at this point, I'm a bit tired of just the split pick as well. Like,
now we're getting annoyed.
And expecting to like, no, but like expecting to not be punished for it, like thinking that you could just keep having this map under your belt. You can't.
No, you can't. We need to see some brilliance elsewhere. It's good to see. I think that it is the first time that 7 does play the Waylay, but it fits him so much, and we've seen Pacific play it in the past. So it's like, it's not completely jarring. There were a couple of rounds where I just saw the utility dump and then being like, okay, that is 15 seconds of the round. What is for the rest? You know, like I think that there is still a little bit more to explore on how to min-max with that. Because I think that on the other side, we heard Vlad telling us very specifically why the Neon over the Jet. Hey, as a teammate, as playing in within the ecosystem and thinking about what you can bring onto the table, there are agents that just do more.
Now looking forward into this next map, right, the Lotus, anything that we should expect here that Pacific might be able to show us? Because without the split...
what were we theorizing, Bea? What were we theorizing?
So we were in the green room, we were thinking, right? Because maybe I've been lied to too many times. Like, just keep believing. Cooper was like, yeah, we cooked up something crazy. We cooked up something crazy. And with Lotus in the mix, I want to think if, I don't know if he did the interview before or after the map veto, because if it is about this Lotus, I'm already see the players, you know, some of them are laughing, I want to know what composition they're going to be running. Are we going, because they run a lot of double Sentinel. Are we XOG in it? Are we going triple Sentinel? Are we going no Sentinel?
7 on the stage. You saw Raga tearing it up in Masters London. I mean, last time they played Lotus as well, I think we heard in one of the coach confessions that they were playing Harambe.
EMEA, man. Nothing crazy happens
with the composition that he came out with. And it was because of the double Sentinel, right? They were just going to park the bus. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see if they take it a step further and go down the triple Sentinel. However, I think it would put everyone's kind of minds at ease
Map one,
if we just saw something
Let me have a look
simple
for
like
this.
Alorante on the Viper, for example.
Yes, that would be a great change, right? Like, you love them Sentinels, just give us a little bit of the Viper.
What comps we got? Oh no, not the deadlock. Not the deadlock.
Okay.
I'm happy with that.
We are not going to see the Vice. Instead, we are going to see the deadlock when I'm thinking about the more usual or more successful or acclaimed compositions on their side.
Sonia, what day was this
going
on?
To be on the deadlock. 7
Dragon with the prime. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you for the prime.
There is a lot of control onto this, and of course the postline will be incredibly strong. They need to get onto that position, though.
Yeah, I think that I need to see this team understand the verticality of the map.
Basic deadlock, dude. The basic deadlock was so
good.
good.
Post-plant situations, as you're mentioning. However, in saying that, I do think that the deadlock and the fade obviously synergize super well with the Raze.
What's wrong with the deadlock? They haven't used it well.
I think looking on the FUT side, we've spoken about how they've been tried and tested on this map, especially at global events recently. It's just how are they looking on it, especially when it's a team like Pacific, who we maybe are looking to find that first win.
We were highlighting Cristalli and his performance, a couple of rounds, brilliant rounds of individual brilliance more so in the first map. And he was on that sky. The only change that we see on that side is he moves away from the fade and also onto that sky. Now, I do think that he did very, very well, but I need to see more explanations as to why, because the fade eye here and the prowlers and everything. Do not get me wrong, Sky's not bad. I just think fade's better overall.
I'm uploading a Haven right now. I got no idea what it is.
But there's still a
I'm just
lot
going to call
to
it Haven
here, and here to take us through the proof. We got our lawyers standing by. We got Haza and Cairo.
That's right, it is us. We're back again and ready to dive into Lotus. Second map in the series, Cairo. Pacific's pick behind them, Cairo meter. How excited for this one?
It's pretty small, mate, I'm going to be honest. I've only wrote down 2 maps in my notebook. Clarification here. I think after the way that FUT have started this series, I think that I'm going to be looking for them to repeat the same successes of Split.
No Tingle then? No Cairo Tingle. No Cairo
We got FUT on defense, we got Pacific on attack.
I daren't ask you what it's going to take for us to get to that point.
Ready for the deadlock here? Not really.
I'm still holding out a bit of hope for Pacific. They've got an identity at the very least. They've committed to this deadlock, and I think more than anything,
they say the deadlock every single map.
A little bit of commitment, whatever that idea is.
Yeah, that identity getting so much success so far in this VCT
Oh my god, he said it.
Haven't seen them play.
Everyone was thinking it.
That is true. Both teams debuting this map.
Go for a little 4-1 on defense. Normally when you do a 4-1, at one point you have to send it all the way through.
I think also, you know, you're seeing those roles be delineated pretty distinctively as well in terms of agents and what the players are playing, simplifying things. Reminds me of sort of GX a couple years ago. Let's see what they can do here. FUT on the defense, and already Yetege finding one.
Good
Brilliant shot onto Waddle, and that proactivity from A Lobby has not stopped. There's a train of players closing in on the flank here, and Zeus
could be a really
is at
good
the front
nade.
of the line.
Yeah,
native right
nice
side.
Combination of utility.
Oh my god.
Okay, there's your Cairo Tingle has Ninja gets 3 of his own. So 2 versus 4, and Yetege not with the best of health. 1 Sheriff Bullet would be enough.
Still need to get the spike down here though, Cairo, and it is Cupid
Yeah,
stuck
at one
in the
point they
corner
got a
with it
plant.
on his back.
Yeah, he can walk away though, down into water if he really needs to. He has support.
They're fine,
here.
right? They're not going to lose this round. Okay,
down.
extra smoke. Now the
Whisker
spike
away.
can get here.
Yeah.
One more.
30 seconds
Come on.
left.
No, Cooper's at least going to get that spike down. It's the
Nice.
paranoia in, and
He should go for it,
is
man.
on
Why
for
not?
his ace. A big one here if he could
Don't,
get
like,
it
force it,
started.
though.
The ultimate would be well worked on, and he wants it. You can see going for the
Oy.
last kill, denied by Sociable.
He got the body
but
shot in there.
Pacific, 3 versus
Good
1,
damage.
and Sociable with no hope in hell.
He'll still give this one a go. 7 first point of contact.
Okay, Grant, yeah,
That
it's a
is
lovely
the
round,
bullet
man.
which finishes the round. Delivered
Replay should be banging.
to the mid-drift of Sociable, and now down to 31. Cairo, this is exactly what you wanted to see for Pacific to get started on Lotus.
I think the big compliments that you have to say about Pacific, once they get into post, they will do the damage. And it'll be very difficult to get back in. I mean, compliments to Ninja. 4 of the best, even a 5th ultimate orb through his own death. And that's going to be a great build
it's lovely.
for future rounds.
Absolutely, if you can get it online by the bonus, then that's a huge tool. Because, again, like you said, quite rightly highlighting that Pacific's strength in composition comes down to those post plants. I think you're always thinking about that when Deadlock is in play with the sensors.
Yes.
Mesh as well. Net, of course, now on a slightly more improved cooldown, and perhaps one of the reasons why they've decided to lean into this pick.
I think the big thing, though, with being talking about the post-plant strength that Pacific have, I think as well, FUT have probably superiority on the A fight when we look at the utility that they have.
Yeah.
The potential of re-engaging, the fact that you've got so much stopping power trying to get out of that choke.
Talk of stopping power, this difference in Sentinel with the
They pick
Vice
the
on
red
the other
sign on
side
this
for
one.
Yetajay is
So
something
they snowball them.
that I
The
want to
deadlock.
consider. Of course, 7 on the raise can satchel over those thorns, no problem, but it's this gap
The
close
deadlock
issue.
pick
There's
is
a little
paying
bit of
off,
a
yeah.
disconnect
That
that we
was all
saw
the
at
agent.
times on Split that you want to be tracking as this one progresses. As for now, it's an open A site, fully vacated by FUT. Stack of players on C, opposite extremity, and a free plant for Ninja. So, yeah, he's the one body you throw at this. Maybe even going to just toss that Vandal in the hands of Valorant, take the Ghost and see what he can get.
That looks exactly
There
to
it
be
is.
the case. So,
Seen enough Valorant, mate. How many is he going to get?
well, at least one you would hope. He's at least seen the forces. So, overall, it's how much the FUT want to actually throw at this one themselves. So, ultimate online at the very least for the next round. And it seems as FUT have decided that they fancy this for the moment.
Why is this scary?
Yeah, bit of a threat here as the Flood's coming in. Pacific don't want to lose too many bodies. That's one of the Vandals already lost here, most likely. Waddle's still trying to hold things down with a high line. They will find the kills that they're looking for. Pacific still ought to be careful here in the closing stages.
Oh god,
Yeah,
it could have been worse. It was pretty bad. It could have been worse though. At least they keep 2 good guns into
they
it.
get through with in the end. Yeah, just the one.
Yeah.
Low
I
5
mean,
with the prime. Appreciate the 10
issues
months,
at
mate.
hand, but
Thank you so much for that.
Pacific deciding that they want to continue on with the forcing into this next one.
Yeah.
And again, when you have Ninja's ultimate, you have an even better post plan or a way to grab someone on one of these fights. Again, I said to you before, we're going to see FUT really dominate this A side of the map, and we can already see that with 3 players towards that side. So Pacific, they start on C mount, or try to at least.
Yeah, it's a very passive start to the round here from Pacific, just trying to be reactive in terms of what FUT are doing on the map. Early paint shells from Zeus, and just SOP deposited behind this. Quite a lot of the time, you're going to see FUT leave one player towards A, and it will be SOP. Doesn't have an operator this time.
He needs to respect this Viper wall as well. Completely isolated at the moment.
Yeah, a couple rounds you'd maybe find him from Blue Room. But it's the close corner this time, and actually Zeus.
Sky flash over towards C.
Supporting from that angle.
That's ridiculous.
We go coil our team back over towards C.
You take what you can get in these situations. Big early advantage FUT.
Same time, there's work being done towards that C side. The fade of Waddle starting to explore. And remember, Ninja's still alive, so Pacific in with a chance still.
Yeah, Waddle, bit risk adverse, doesn't want to take this opportunity to search into the C site, which is currently open.
I mean, I can understand why. Why would you want to give up massive space that your team has right now? Looks as if this might be a B fake into a C pivot.
Made that very slow on
Depends on the
this.
information. You've still got
Very
Valorante
slow.
left behind in rubble. I think this is actually just a B push.
And Zeus is there to receive it.
Yeah.
So
they're
denies
just
7
gonna
his
save-
life, and will the Pacific
I
go
say
now?
3
It
guns.
seems
It's going to have
that
to be 2
C
guns at
pivot
this
that we
point.
thought.
Yeah, it's a plan B or a plan C rather than what they actually wanted, though, because of Valorante's position. He was there to cut off a rotate, comes up empty-handed.
Yeah, Waddle with only a pistol, he's caught out. So It's up to Ninja to best his pistol round efforts.
If he gets one, he did great. He ain't getting one. Oh, okay. Well, he honestly did great. It's still a really rough round, man. They were so slow on this. I feel like as soon as that flash hits over towards C or doesn't hit over towards C, are you not just leaving are you not just leaving the Viper over towards door, and then everyone goes over towards C, let the Viper open door, and then just hit C?
They need to be dealing with the utility because the wall, the thorns there, just complementary to the B hold. As you can see, Zeus really happy to take this aggressive off angle in the pit as a result.
And at the same time, they had C info in terms of the wall not being there.
Game. Well read by FUT.
100%. I mean, when you've got Sop who manages to get a kill through the wall.
Yeah. I mean, it's the perfect start, isn't it? It's Cupid on his smokes as well, so nothing to disfigure.
Just perhaps the unluckiest start you could have. But with that being said, it was the bonus round, let's be honest. It's now back in with rifles and Sop back on that same angle.
See what Pacific do differently this time. If there's an adaptation, it's still scaling behind the wall, and it's the same result. Waddle dies with a full belt of utility. That one is going to feel even more painstaking than the previous.
The change is Waddle that dies instead of Cupid. So there's your answer.
I feel like that's almost worse, to be honest, Cairo, because those are tools also invaluable to this attack side.
Yeah, well, it's the same answer this time. Rather than going through B main, Pacific
I
are
will
just
say
going straight
the Sky util at the
C.
moment from FUT's pretty
Sociable,
good.
the one to stand up to
Pressure over towards A as well in terms of Sop leaving it after spamming. Pressure mark created, they go clear with the dog, they haven't cleared behind Hiss, they keep numbers.
Gonna open them up as 7 drops in, and
Flash
that's what
as
I was
well once
talking
there's a little bit of pressure so they can rotate in.
Ninja does eventually follow it up as Sociable overstays as well.
Someone's
come on the
going to
angle,
have to go a little crazy on Pacific here if they want to win this.
Space for Pacific to play into.
Yeah, there's deadlock utility to play in, but Zeus is out.
Yeah, just creeping from waterfall, spotted on the edge of it. Still roaming around. It's his
super
realm
worried for
in its
Pacific after watching these 2 rounds.
FUT on equal terms early, and Pacific put to the back foot.
Sop's got a great read as well at the moment. Every time the wall goes up, he's just spamming getting kills.
I understand why they don't want to interact with the A fight, but that's 2 rounds in a row now that they take a very simple path, and both times that Sop has punished them for it.
I mean, A, just such key real estate for the amount of lanes on the map that it opens up. That's why you want to see teams fighting for it. Create that B pressure. Open up the A site itself, and here it's an all-out brawl for it. Sop has brought back up, and it is Zeus on the front line.
Invest the Omen flash into this one. What's this path thing, dude? I want to see that.
And Sop wants in.
He was there very early, so fast,
4
man.
versus 3 to start. And it's another blistering start for
3 in a row in terms of buy rounds where they get the first pick as well.
Low, so he wouldn't last long in the next fight, but the Sky brings him
Been
straight
getting
back
owned,
up.
dude.
Pacific once again.
It's been unlucky for him.
Oh,
that pathing with the double satchel looks sick though.
Yeah, getting owned.
Crystalli actually just reconfirming this information with the dog. I was wondering for a second if Pacific want a double dip, and that's exactly what they'll go for.
Valorant trying to see what's on the C site, but an adaptation of that Vice setup.
Flash hears nothing.
And unfortunately still comes away with at least 1 and confirmation that the deadlock is there, so the rotations in effect will matter not.
Yeah, Spike's still not spotted, but as you say, Pacific playing both sides of the map.
It's the first time seeing this. Yeah, I've not seen this. Not seen this aggro double satchel to the top.
To find it right now.
Yeah, and Yetiju is going to find himself in towards Silent Drop. Here comes Sop, barrel seen, and unfortunately Ninja can't control his own gun, so Alorante 20 seconds to fight back for the spike.
Not completely out of his wheelhouse, but
little timeout maybe on this.
Question right now, at least.
Sociable
given an opportunity to correct, and FUT find the lead.
I'm excited for this replay
First
though.
time on Lotus, but this is what we expect.
He's having to run a bit before, or is it just barrier it down?
I mean, after the first
run a bit
rounds,
before.
I was like, oh, well, I can see the game plan in action.
Yeah.
This is looking very good. But since we've seen these A starts from Pacific, it's just been all going downhill. So, with that being said, let's see what Pacific are going to be speaking about here, because they're going to go for a timeout, see what adaptations they have.
In terms of performances so far, for me, there's
it's just going to be
really
simple, isn't it? There's going to be C defaulting instead of A default, I feel like.
Exploit that A lobby control.
Denton with the prime, thank you for the 20 months.
Is Ninja.
Looking like a 2-0?
Yeah. Really impressed with how he's looked and
He
how
is looking
he's
like a 2 now.
grown into a role which has demanded a lot of him. It has changed in terms of what he's been asked as well, with Waddle's inclusion as well, and how he likes to play scan. And you can sort of see it here just from the first week of Stage 2 in comparison.
You ready for the best game of the year tomorrow? To about G full sense.
Yeah, and I think.
I mean, they're a little risky with the deadlock stuff.
Towards kickoff, it was an extremely poor start from him for the year. He
But
looked like a
I'm
fish
more
out of
okay
water,
with like
and since then,
teams that
he looks
are mainly upset teams doing risks like this. Like in theory, you can beat some teams by being different and having good theory.
Back to the top flight of competition in 2027, whatever that ends up looking like.
Like I would almost prefer if you're an upset team to try and do this instead of like what Envy's doing with like maybe more standard comps.
Team has, as you said, I mean, Ninja was trialed for one of the spots on Liquid
Premier be on the deadlock. I don't think Premier will be on the deadlock because the fact is that GE used to play those comps as well, so they should know exactly how to play against it.
Yeah, and FUT, this is so nice. They know that they've been winning the A fight. They know that Pacific will make an adaptation, so they make their own.
Oh,
and Waddle's just managed to walk out. Unbelievable. And right now has it's again the same answer that we expected from FUT.
Jaws, thanks so much for the tier 1, man. 43 months. Appreciate you, Jaws.
But it's what we expect from
Thank you, mate.
Crystali a couple behind it, and the round is comfortable for FUT from this position. As you say, Alorante has slipped through the net. He's walking waterfall, and I think he's just about got past the vision of Yetajay, so backstab potential, but Zeus is aware of it.
And I think so is the Vise of Yetajay. And there he is. Easy as that. Fight forward, and unfortunately, Seven had no chance. So
Satchel on this.
FUT, it was only a half
The big Byron looks better.
This
was nice from FUT though. They kind of realized that they were going to go aggro over towards C, so they decide to fight heavy over towards C. Felt like they read this timeout well. It'd be interesting to see if we see the exact same thing in this round.
In this instance, FUT very good, and the coaching staff always incredibly prepared for what teams want to do. And that's why you find SOP, again, find so much success. It's the setup behind it.
I think the thing for me, though, is like...
Is Mix viable in pro play? Not really.
You never really see them like just dump utility and see what happens from there.
It's the same again with the Optus
Sorry, is that?
time.
Yeah.
Cupid does get spotted on the boost, but can't make the correction.
Oh, he can, and well, that's one side of the map in FUT's control that Pacific then are forced into a Vice setup, which you don't want.
Yeah. Looked like for a second they wanted a chunk of the B control as well, but FUT are unrelenting. They're going to die on this hill, or at least die trying.
Unfortunately, it
God,
looks
look how
like
confident
they
they
are
are.
going to die one by the looks of things. Ninja tries to get out, successful in that, but he's lucky to have his life, and there's other waves from FUT that are about to
Can the
come
Vice
through
get
for
anything?
B-main.
Yeah, that's exactly what they want.
Does he
though.
play to
Diving
fight or does
into
he play to
Yetajay's
leave?
Vice
His
setup
flash
on
suggests
A.
that he kind of wants to fight,
A
but
few players trickling their way through. Pacific only just now grouping up
Bowman
as the
all gets
rotation
in
is
as well,
arriving.
and you stay at the top.
Sociable.
This is a
Waiting
strong
for his
setup.
teammates to
Surely
help.
they get one before the plant.
Pacific are still not getting that spike down. So FUT could probably pre-flood the site.
Already backfilled it with plenty of bodies, and SOP finds the
Oh,
first
that-
of those
dude, that
kills,
must have been a nice
5v3.
shot, by the way.
That's the foundation which you look to set your post plant up on. Ninja got the deadlock, and there goes Cooper trying to be cheeky. Waddle,
Smoke goes down. There's 4 people holding you, one's on top.
Pacific, he goes, so it's up to Alorante. We know he was the headshot king of DAC. Can he give us it? It looks to be the
Mate,
case.
that's...
But with 1 HP,
That was
he
doable.
goes, SOP's
They're
operator
just a little,
finishing the job, and
they're
up
just a
to
little
5.
slow, man.
Parting gift.
They're
the
just a little
paranoia from
slow
the
on
hands of
this.
Sociable.
Like they're so
Extended
scared of
just long
losing the
enough to
round, I
find the
think
kill at the
that
end there through SOP. But again, you're
they're
relying
so scared
on
of losing the
heroics.
round that they
Players
don't
left
want to
to their
send
own
it.
devices to pick up the pieces when the bigger picture, the plan falls apart. FUT are just reading into Pacific so intelligently. Love the start of the round, and it looks like again here they're going to bring numbers to an A fight, which Pacific will be hunting after their previous unsuccessful attempts.
So this time they've actually came through
Oh
with
my.
utility of their own. The show
Oh my god, it's a good trade though. They take that for sure.
It's raise for raise right now.
If they're gonna win any round Pacific, it should be them.
Reposition from SOP
They got
into this blue
good
room,
odds.
as I was saying, with the operator.
One away from a deadlock
Common
goal.
to see the solo hold, but there's numbers to re-engage.
Yeah, there's a flash as well if they want to really set themselves up. There's no
they lose their
notification to do
duelists,
that.
but
Yeah.
they can still like
Crosstally simply playing for the info.
take space on
Stop the
BC.
contact. Wall goes up though, and this
Think
is
they
where
look better on
FUT should be
defense.
a little more
I don't know,
inclined to
man.
brawl.
I'm never sold on a
Pacific should be a little
solo
bit more
deadlock on this
careful.
map.
Waddle already
I think they
forced
should be
back,
looking
but
better on
that
attack.
B main is well under control of Pacific, and Alorante not missing a beat.
Gets the pit in there as well, so cuts off this control from Yetajay, who has the Steel Garden and is going to rip it early.
Yeah, it's a nice retort, but that time not gonna.
No capitalization on this.
Yeah, gonna work
Mate, this
out in FUT's favour.
Viper covers heaven and here.
This
Kind
is
of
gonna
nice.
be delay though in favour of Pacific. Buys out the Steel Garden time, so back in with
Yeah, they're
rifles.
all
That's
in on
another
this.
one.
Wall gets
That
used
was
towards
a
heaven
net
as
goal
well.
from Waddle. Alorante's still alive, so Pitt's still up. It's protect the president as Alorante finds himself
Imagine
low, and
that
Pacific
trade
find
goes
themselves
different, by the way,
still
because then it would have been an
alive
8 HP
somehow.
2v2.
Sociable heard notification
Still,
through the grav net,
still so
but
many low
time
HPs on
low
this.
on this spike. It should blow pretty soon, and Sociable doesn't have the health to face this one. It'll
Yeah,
be
that 1v1
Pacific
was so
back
close,
in
man. The
round
keeper
count.
one.
Combined 13
they can't
HP
repeat that.
across two remaining
It's a lot of
Pacific
ults.
players is what will be enough to get them the round win. Some nicely used ultimates there, honestly, but it's a heavy investment all across the board. I guess you've got to consider the fact that FUT brought a couple of their own to the table, in fact. And they're not out of the woods just yet. Pacific can still recover this half.
You never yell? Mate, I
Jules
need to
going
see something
better for them
extraordinary
that
to
time.
yell.
I mean, you can recover the half, but
I can't be
what do you
going
have to do?
crazy
You now need to
over
just bank on
normal kills,
the
man.
utility you've got.
I've been
This
seeing
A
that for
fight
years.
didn't necessarily
Years and years
go
and
as
years.
Well. It was 1-for-1, so they're back in. And unfortunately, somehow, SOP doesn't get a kill, even though there was a good flash.
He yelled a little bit in London.
Couldn't find the
It's,
frame he
it's
was
different with a
looking for
crowd, though.
there.
You get more into it with a crowd, to be fair.
Alorante beginning to explore B by himself as well.
The alpha clip,
yeah,
the
Pacific
chamber one,
have an open
that was
road to
warranted,
the
though.
B
That was
site
good.
here. At the very least, they want to pressure it further. Drag two players across on the FUT side towards platform.
Mate, if you
They're in
want a
two
yelling
minds here,
streamer,
though.
I
No
promise you I'm
commitment
not it.
Yeah, the tap
You
of the
gotta
door,
look
though, is
elsewhere.
enough to bring players back towards A, and that's exactly what Pacific want. Ninja, a dagger in the heart that could potentially drop.
I've watched
The
too
spike down
much,
and
man.
post
I'm
plant on
jaded.
B.
Yeah, this is a really well-worked round from Pacific. Can Ninja find value from this corner?
No.
He's already played his hand a bit
No.
early, though, has it? And it's easy enough to clear out.
That's so
Had to
devastating.
go for it, you feel?
Big
Hot
1v1
under
for the
collar.
Omen
Now
Viper
Pacific
here.
a player down, and you look at this big duel happening in main. It's Alorante,
the
who
round on.
cannot shoulder the burden.
Maybe if
Certainly
7 gets a
missed
kill, gets his
opportunity,
ult,
and
but...
now start to encircle the site. Cooper
Duds with the
already
prime. Appreciate the 7
running for
months,
the
mate. Thanks so
hills.
much.
There's not a lot of credits left in the bank of Pacific, so he's going to save up his rifle and hopefully save his life, but I thought for a minute they were going to half it and hunt him down. It's just so.
If this is a 2-0, how much time will there be before the next match?
Yeah,
I mean, there's normally
Keeper
like
cuts
20
him off
minutes
and finds a little
before the
safety
next
in the
match.
stairwell of A at
15.
the end there.
Nah, probably 20. They're doing
Felt like
interviews
Pacific
after.
had a really nice setup, but it gets to post plant, and with Ninja fighting on that area of the map, the A link, he's the guy that you need setting up all his util on site, unfortunately. So they don't get the same kind of value. It's probably Alorante that you wanted to see in that position instead if it was anybody.
But he's the
Win one,
kinda
lose the
player that
next,
you
force
want
them
in
down to an
main at the same
eco.
time.
Exactly. Because he was the other
4
side
pass
of
and
the 4-1
aggro
split.
A
So
again.
the conundrum's never
Did they
ending
just
for
know that
Pacific,
they're never
as
going to
again
go
they hunt for
fast
this
over
A
towards the
control.
site?
Sop lets off a warning shot, but that's all it is because Pacific
It's a bit
are
bold for
heading towards
Yetajay, especially against the
in front
eco.
of his setup.
Trying to play that, but I mean, this is not the player you want to be playing in front of your setup because this is the game plan. Your Sentinel plays solo.
it's a classic.
He's done a brilliant job at it though, because now the rest of Pacific invited to a C site which he can stall out.
He's playing bold, man. He's playing bold against the eco.
Dealing damage. Ninja
Yeah.
already 30.
Kind of glad he got
And
punished for this, to be honest with you.
Pacific.
Did it twice in a row.
Is here, and he's found at least one, but that was a pistol player, and he was low. Gone now. Cristalli denies a plan, but it
7
settles
should
in a 2v3.
definitely go into this
really
round.
nice timings taken by Pacific on entry
This might
to the
actually
site
save them
there.
this round here.
7 sets them up now in a 3 versus 2, and with the showstopper to fall back on. FUT regrouping together CT.
My worry is that if Cristalli gets the first kill, that is the Seekers online, and this round turned on its head. Information is going to be a deficit for the retake, and they're walking straight through.
So weird.
Waddle has no idea. The paranoia as the smoke drops. Sociable nearly with a transfer.
Dude, they stole around. They stole around, but I didn't really like. It was nice from Pacific. They kind of called the bluff. Like FUT started with a little 4-1, and then they're very slow on the rotate because they feel like Pacific aren't just going to bust over towards the site, and they actually bust over towards the site. There's a nice change of pace for sure for Pacific, and I think they did it without a timeout right as well, which is very cool. But I really feel like FUT played a little too aggressive here. They gave him upgrades. Like yesterday gave him 2 opportunities to kill him and get upgrades. It's a great fade eye on this. Dude, FUT might have messed this one up.
Great reveal. And now they can send it forward. Alaranti on the other side of the map caught himself. And now they know there's a player in tree. Cristali stuck and he's no way
just
out.
Spinning
so
around.
Advantage still sticks with the attack, but there's bodies here for FUT.
Yeah, Sob's already gotten in. Stun and a slide if he needs it, but just waiting for the rest of FUT. That allows Ninja to set up the deadlock util.
Yeah, it gives Pacific breathing space. But Sob tries to lurk in. Nobody knows how deep he's starting to get.
Sneak past this sensor, maybe.
This could be an issue. Al decides to destroy it. Now they know that there's bodies on site. Now they know that FUT is round the corner. Maybe Waddle doesn't. 3 on 3.
Oh no, the vision block. On nade though. Nade goes out. Oh, they tried to combo it.
Pacific, they're gonna protect.
Guys, you had the nade. You're fine. You're fine.
Still, it's up to half. The spam not good yet to G brought off.
Dude.
1v1.
No.
A Red Bull clutch.
I've got no idea how they won that. I've got no idea how they won that. Bro, they didn't trust in their GravNet nade, bro. They didn't trust in the GravNet nade? How? They started peeking before it got tapped again.
Rehearsed opening, good util. Dealt with all of the threats early and dug the players out of trade.
GravNet nade goes off.
Had the net and
then they started making plays
post,
before it got tapped also.
SJ makes some sweat in the clutch.
I mean,
you
SJ's played it great,
goes a little too early
gotta tuck in there.
Closing stages. Rounds like that make all
they got
the
no
difference.
confidence. They're playing very low confidence. Very low confidence. One of the lowest confidence teams I think I've seen. It's hard when you... I mean, how many losses are they in a row? 11?
And
it's happening
maybe with this 12?
Again. Of course it is. There's even a steel garden to make sure there's no chance, and Alaranti's walked in towards a judge. Frustrating, of course, and it doesn't get any easier. Oh, maybe it does.
Nice shots, mate. He's aiming today. You seeing this?
Cristali is nuts, man. This guy has just gotten better.
He looks like a different player since London.
Passing the eye test, no problem.
And that London, obviously.
When it comes to impact, few players on the FUT side have dealt more than him. A is the least of Pacific's worries as there are problems on the horizon for them. We got to hear from Cristali though before the game. Let's see what he had to say.
Now last week, in the second game, we saw the FUT that we expect. What kind of FUT is showing up today?
Now we are stronger than next week. From the Gentleman's game.
This would be their 10th.
And we are just
to be their 10th in VCT, and they lost EWC also, so 13. Oi, that's rough.
We will play better.
Just better and stronger. And Pacific on the other side, right? They're a team that's desperate.
You think
for
Fnatic
a win.
plays Summit
so
today?
Are you expecting them to maybe
no,
do
I reckon they
anything
ban it first.
unexpected to catch you off?
Maybe they will do something.
Wait.
Just anti.
No, I think they're gonna ban Haven first. Actually, that's a lie.
And they will try to counter
You might be
us,
right. They might be
we are
again.
ready for that.
Or last map.
We are ready and we will play just our game. We didn't prepare them. Just we will play here. That's it.
So really no focus on their side, all about what you guys are doing.
Yeah. We just focus on ourselves, not them.
And what's
really?
the key to
even with the
There's one
Sage stuff,
thing
I
we
felt
should
like
be
they had good
watching. Is it
reads
you?
on the Sage
Should
stuff.
we be watching your perspective in every map?
Maybe no. We will play like a team, not individual performances. We will just help each other, make something together, and we will win.
And one question, are you going to let the Summit through?
I can't say this right now. I don't know.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Good luck today.
Thank you so much.
no Summit, and perhaps no Ascent. Lotus at an 8-4 scoreline, and I think overall it's been a deserved one from FUT.
Yeah, Mike there wishing some good luck to Crostali, but you know, FUT coaches were saying it was Billy their lucky charm. This is another win, I don't know.
1, 2,
maybe.
3 sheriffs.
Just maybe. That
Superstitious.
Might be it. No, maybe. Said that so many times.
Yeah, do you want to say maybe one more
time?
time?
Like a parrot. Anyway, does feel like Groundhog Day when Pacific are playing. Just game after game, little bit of hope snatched away from you. Into the second half, on the defense, it's a C retake. FUT immediately in there. And with such an aggressive post plant. Paranoia ready to go. The refight,
I got
excellent.
killed before he got that
once
nade
again.
off.
Getting the kills it's needed.
Dude, double pistol for them.
FUT forced back.
Yeah, no utility to combat this, so they are really up against the wall here. Pacific expected to get the pistol, and they've still got the net nade combo to fall back on.
And look at the arc rows. I don't think that's set up for Waterfall. As you said, net need combo working, but so is the pistols of Pacific.
No double pistol.
That's
Buy more
3
sheriffs,
out
you
of
win the
4
round.
So far. Well played from them.
The same story it's
And,
been for the
chance
past
to
like 3
work
years.
their way back into Lotus.
Yeah, it is exactly right. And as I said, it's the hope that kills you, right? Pacific get the pistol out.
Yeah, the Omen Flash was hit good here. They just were like a step ahead, right? The Omen Flash into the fade eye was awesome.
Have been fantastic. The information he's getting from his reveals, definitely a player to highlight.
Yeah, 100%. But here's another highlight for you. Folks, if you want to join us in Barcelona, make sure to get your tickets now for our Stage 2 finals.
Yeah.
Chat, how much crowd can they get at Barcelona? Does anyone know?
For Pacific?
Smiley with the Prime, appreciate the 3 months. Thank you for
is
that.
different. The Objectivo
good effort,
is
mate.
the same.
Good
I
effort.
need to look that up.
Yeah,
I should probably ask Bayer.
That's a yellow card.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you're probably going to get
It's fine. Your Spanish is no better. And I know, because I've heard it.
What do you mean, por favor?
In zone flawless. Gracias a todos.
Yes, yes.
Beautiful stuff.
Pacific doubling things up, and they've been good at
It's
that.
a big venue.
At
Oh,
the very
really?
least. But when we think about the buy, it's not going to be the most convincing on the bonus round. It's fully expecting FUT to come back in and show us what they're worth.
One enemy remaining.
Nothing really of note to speak about on either side, ultimate front either.
Yeah, looking at it here, I mean, FUT have such good buy. Compared to Pacific, they've not been able to cobble too much together here. I mean, Ninja
Big Joe?
gets
Boy,
one with
that's
the
a fast
Sheriff,
shot.
but
Mate,
that's it. Such an
his aim is so
aggressive
good
look from
today.
them on Mound to start this round.
It's
big risk taken, no
they've locked him
payout.
in pretty
Yeah,
fast
and
here though.
unfortunately, FUT know exactly that there's players on the flank because of the wall being tripped. That area's been cleared out, and now Yetishi is on alert.
The
High
Fnatic
alert,
game
it
today is a
seems.
50-50.
Just wondering for a moment
For
if
sure.
FUT wanted to go ahead and
Fnatic
find
should
a
want
little
it more than
confirm,
K-Corp.
Where players
say
were
that
at.
much.
Crostali did just use the
But
dog though
actually,
towards CT.
skipping
so
playoffs is
that's on a
skipping
timer
play-ins
now.
is pretty
Should
big.
be aware there's no push coming in, and as you say, full focus on this.
It should be a fun match. Yeah, it's like
Spectre
I would say it's the
and
EMEA
Sliggy.
highlight this
Close
week.
range just is exactly where they want to be, is the
One enemy
try and
remaining.
hide, but already,
Okay.
oh yeah,
Sociable.
sociable. They're very nicely done. So 4 alive, 4 FUT, only stop the casualty, and back to winning ways.
Yeah, and this bonus is now going to look incredible.
They're going against old coach. That's true.
For FUT coming into the next round. And, to pick up on
Yeah,
something we were talking about
true.
earlier, this
Maybe
is
they
them
both
getting
want it.
back on track and
Maybe they both
silencing
want it quite a
any
lot.
and all doubt that you might have had coming out of that London campaign. Because how many times have we seen a team go to a global, look impressive, and not show
Hey,
us their
what's
best
going on over there?
in the following stage? That was the story of kickoff for BBL.
Was Scythe trying to like? Was he trying
Trying to do some magic to win the map out here.
When you phone up the Etsy witch, it's Zeiss that answers the call.
Yeah, it seems to be.
Let's see if it's any good though, or if it's just hocus pocus.
Oh my god.
Valorant.
Oh my god.
This could be
Oh my god.
He's in for a
It's
kill
Breeze
here.
Fairy.
Ball down.
Breeze Fairy. Holy, that's
Three of
sick.
the best for Valorant. And perhaps
Everyone's
could be
doing
up
that
to 4.
current breeze wall over
Doesn't
towards
win
B
against
where it looks
Yetishi,
like
but a 2 versus
there is
4.
no cubby here.
And
Man, what a
Pacific looking
huge
to
round to
convert
do
from the
this.
promise of the
That
German.
was sick. You look at the wall and it doesn't look like there's
Zeiss
a
only
gap there.
Cast a spell for 3 kills. Let's see if there's any curse remaining on Pacific here, though. It's these kind of rounds where they've struggled to get over the line. 2 versus 3. Waddle's exposed.
Damn, that was awesome,
puffs his chest out
What a
to take
time
that
to do
fight,
it as well.
Cairo. It was a real big risk.
Yetej should go safe, realistically,
safe
considering the money, but
Yetej should have no business here.
I think he is ready to give this up. He's on 200 credits himself. 35 seconds is a long time to speak to his teammates, though.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, it is. I mean, in terms of what answers this round brings FUT, not too much. It was a sole Valorant in the corner that ends up
picking up the orb.
taking them out. So I think they'll still be
And then
confident
we're
they can
just
go
chilling.
back to A and find results. Pacific on this defense, though, again, with the Viper, that's a big difference in terms of composition.
Can Team
They
Secret win
are,
against
you know,
T1?
constantly
Dude, someone in
strengthened
chat
by
told me
that
to
wall.
watch
You can
it.
see even cutting
So I guess
across
he was
into
alluding
B
that
main
T1's going to
here.
win
This
it.
is not
Sorry,
a
that
very
Team Secret's going to win it.
Viper wall to see on Lotus.
Yeah, and I think as well, like,
It's a,
the
that's
A
a
fight
75
isn't
game.
as strong for Deadlock.
No, that's
as
not
what it
even a
had
75.
previously
That's a
been.
60,
I don't know if you remember, there used to be the
65 game.
Deadlock wall that was impossible to get by. With the Rubble jump up, that's no longer as effective as what it used to be.
It's so hard to gauge Team Secret at the moment, though. You can't really put too much weight on that DRX game. Because any kind of competent team will beat DRX at the moment.
He's loving it. He's absolutely loving it. No spells this time.
Ich liebe it.
Ich liebe it. Ich liebe indeed. Valorant ist mein Lieblingsspieler. Weltmeister.
Damn. Heavy C insta shutdown. I'm looking at that money for FUT. No one can buy
Can
next.
still find effect. I'm talking nonsense.
Yeah. Deeper wall though, and Yetej just about getting out on B. Lifeline on this round here for FUT, 3 versus 5, as Pacific have, again, come into this second half with some conviction. And with the sensor on the door as well, it's going to get broken one way or another here. Yetej should give up his position. That'll allow for the rest of Pacific to re-clear back through towards what is looking like an A retake.
Kind of want to let him get some space before they shoot that.
And you can see how much Pacific want to play together.
Yeah.
Giving nothing away.
I mean, that's the thing. You can't afford to give anything away. Give FUT what they want, because Social
Super
is
winnable,
hunting
man.
for a kill here. That's to get them back on
How much
terms,
can this
or at least
Lark
within
get?
one engagement.
Oh, I just feel like Yetej is going to have his opportunity.
They know about it. Pacific are thinking about it, but surely you don't overconsider him now.
Oh, it looks like that's the case. He's got his chance.
Oh.
The players haven't seen him, and he's at least got one. This looks even more worrying as the players fight forward. Crystalli
Crystalli's gonna do a madness again.
needs to win his duel, or at least delay for Yetej to get into position. A 3 versus 1 in
Got
which
the guy
he
at
needs
the
to
top.
clutch, but
That's funny.
cannot.
Okay,
Within
forcing
the
down to an
one of
eco.
Pacific.
Yeah, Pacific
bad at all.
walk with an air of caution, but they are able to confirm an 8th round, which brings them back within 1. I love the ideas from FUT, though.
Think Fnatic
And
kick-off's
if you
gonna be
had any
close? Yeah,
chance
this
to
is gonna be
listen
really
to some
close.
of the comms from Sociable, there was a Turkish translation on
I got no real idea who
socials the
wins it,
other day.
honestly.
Just so aware of his surroundings a lot of the time, I think, against mates, reading into some of the positional plays they like to go for. And very nearly getting away with it here.
I mean, this would be another map that Pacific could add to the list of maps actually won, right? And I know that seems like
It's only split.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've won Peril as well in VCT. That was all the way back in kickoff.
Okay.
But that's the thing I was about to say, is that while it seems harsh, it's another map that they can feel confident on. As this is a mixed buy for FUT, so should be easy, for them. For Pacific to equal things out. But when Sob hits
Isolated
shots
gun.
like that,
Here we go. And they got a lot of space. They've been given a lot of space on this one. Oh, there's another gun.
Now starting to walk that wall path closer to a round win.
Okay.
Stun lands nicely. Zeus trying to capitalize from it, and Cupid's
They're overheating a little bit. You guys could just omen all the spike.
entrenched in B
All
main.
that.
Zeus the one to dig him out. And Valorant 1
Hey,
versus
Zeus
3.
is just on this, right? He kind of
We
won a
are
lot of
really
angels on his
seeing
own.
This one in motion.
It's rough for Pacific. They had to kind of win this.
And they know exactly where
One of
he
the
is
easier
with the
rounds.
secret. It's a fumble from Pacific. Let's be
Yeah,
honest.
they
as
did like
Valorant
a.
walks in with his
This
knife
was the
out.
problem with it as well.
Sociable's
They did
Guardian.
They did like a Zeta default. They start like 3. They did like a 3-1-1.
Just let him know.
But
Valorant gets
then
one back.
it ended up
you
being
say.
like 2 2-1-2, and then this guy was like rotating through here instead of double going over to it. Like if you do the 3-1-1, you're meant to like leave the one here, have this is the 3, this is the 1, and then that peak comes in, and then you get a trade. They did like some weird route on it.
Which is selling him short. Here's the showstopper.
Okay.
Takes the head clean off. That Zeus got
Damn, bro, that aim's nuts.
And is there
Kept him in it.
for Valorant? Of course there is. So,
How's FUT losing this as well now in that situation?
But a Red Bull clutch for Valorant brings Pacific even. And makes this, the end to the second map, at least a little bit more exciting.
Yeah, it's 1-0 now. And Valorant
God, I only got the Razor out of them. They kind of fumbled a little bit. They could have made it easy with the Omino as well, but they should still be winning that.
For someone so good with his mechanics, you can see how frustrating that is. Oh my God! Earlier in the day, I was talking about inspiration. It's moments like that that really make you believe that you can finally turn the odds.
It does. I mean, right now...
They're beginning to believe, mate. Look at the rounds they're winning. That was nuts.
Telling
It's a great clutch on this.
Waking up a little bit, not give away these 1v1s. Ultimates to get things over the line. If you think about it from I guess the power of ultimates, right? I think of like Sop's Overdrive and Yetiji's Steel Garden. If you guarantee that if you place them at a power of 1 round per ultimate of those two, yeah, you're up to 11.
Yeah, you feel like you're going to win when that kind of stuff happens.
Get themselves over the line.
Like when you just steal around like this or someone does a mad play,
but Pacific has
you just get instant momentum.
I mean,
Everyone's believing.
Massive ults, potentially 4 with 7s just off the cuff there.
I'm looking at 3 round-winning ultimates with the Pit, the Deadlock ult, and the Fade ult, of course. I think that's the thing. It's this next cycle which is most pertinent. FUT have only picked up 1 round of their own attack so far, and as much as we said that Pacific's needed work,
with this money,
4 rounds gave them the platform to battle back into this one. Let's hear from them now and see what they're doing to get another map win.
2, 1. They're doing sick rounds, I think.
Nobody.
Oh man, TP on big guys.
Probably. I don't think it's. I think it's clear.
Yeah, clear.
Doing the wall.
I'm gonna reload this. I'm gonna reload dog. Pig in front of it.
They cannot
Minus 40.
Maybe.
Kill him together. He's right side stuck. Kill him.
Do Mako smoke.
We can't kill him. We can't kill him. I'm stuck in C.
They try and pop C.
Come see. Come see.
No nade.
Blind
One on B. One on B.
Can we float?
Yeah.
We flood with fade out.
Come.
Top box maybe. Kill. Top box.
All in.
I'll think.
I'm aiming.
Box 4. Hold. He's stunned. Neon behind you.
Behind you, Q. Behind you, Q. You got this, bro. 1v3. 7 bullets.
They were mudded, 2 of them.
A Ninja 1v3 with 5
Dude,
bullets
they
in the
all
chamber is
in
a
the
tough one.
4v5. It's devastating.
It needs to be clean all the way. Spike now in, and you look at the difference in the post plant, not far back, but on site. Ninja not with any space in which to work with. 4 bullets now, and doesn't even want to try for the reload.
Net coming back up in 2 though, and this might be his way back in.
Could be. The net looks spot on actually. It's instead Crystalia that gets caught. Sociable stepped in front of Yetiji, holding the cross, seen and Ninja gone. FUT have double
Calling
digits.
an all-in with
They
2
were
ults.
able to get
Mate,
back
when they
in.
use 2 out of their
And
3
there's a
ults, it's
lot of
basically an
ultimates
all-in, yeah.
in the mixer there of that round.
Yeah, look, it's exactly what we were talking about. Nail on the head in that round. Ninja, Waddle, Cooper, all of them investing. No
2 big
return.
ults as well, not like his
This
little
is now
ones.
the point in the game where we can see the scales swing back in favor of FUT. And once more, it's right at the very death. The business end of Lotus.
Let's go.
How many times do we feel like we're repeating ourselves? Pacific feel like they can keep the game competitive, but are missing that slight edge when it felt like Valorant had just given us a moment of magic, something to believe in.
No indication that this is going to be the execute with the drop of the Vise utility and even a Steel Garden. Ninja knows exactly what's heading his way. It is his impending
Oh, and they got an eco after this one as well.
It doesn't get any easier. Valorant, though,
Hey, his aim is looking
saving grace for
good though.
Pacific. To the best.
Like insta
Can they make it
headshot.
3?
Oi,
Looks
what the
like
hell's going on
it.
there?
And with the spike to go down, it's a 2v4. in which to clutch from. A 2v4 in which
Mate, every time I think they're done,
with
a madness just happens.
Alive, looking to make things 10-10.
Holy, Observer took the chance that he was going to get the ace as well, and he did it.
Alorante
Lovely
with a
aim on this.
5 there, reclaiming the
He
seaside.
bailed them out. He actually bailed them out fully.
Restoring the scoreline here for Pacific. 10 each, as you said. And when he has confidence, this is exactly the person you want to put your stocks in.
I mean, I saw him last week, post-game. How disappointed, dejected he looked. Decided to pull Pacific over the line by himself. I mean, the buy not the best for FUT here either, has it?
And Pacific ready to fight them at the gates here of a opportunity to shut this one down in its entirety. FUT on the back foot early here. Let's see how they are handling the situation in the comms.
Gel silahla shift bas, shift bas, shift bas. Bak sağda adam duydun.
Aynen.
Paranoya atacağım, ona pik alacağınız dümdüz. Yapacak bir şey yok.
Efe kayabilirsin.
Yaklaş, yaklaş. 3,
Kayacağım. 2 alacağım.
2, 1.
3 bir tutsana atın beyler. Sandı şu an sandı.
2 2.
Nice daha var.
Helal bir tane
Soldan
daha.
çıkıyor. Silahım var Yusuf.
Silah aldım.
Deadlock'ta oradaki. 3
Bek
base.
Nerede?
Viper ulti.
Hala burada.
2 hobbit, bir C kapı. C boş.
2. 75 vurdum Raze'e. Alırsın la. Water hızlı gelir.
3 HP on the raise. Hesitation. Six bullets. 3 bullets. Oh. Dude, that's close, man. No one's close.
Scream of frustration at the end there, as Yetajay's not quite able to pull off the clutch, but not knowing much Turkish myself, I thought the comms were actually pretty decent. You hear a lot of the time Sociable counting them in, the 1, 2, 3s to take those util timings.
This Omen flash, by the way, when they hit over towards B, was so close to hitting those 3. Yeah, it only didn't hit Ninja and he completely bailed him, getting the first kill. Also, the Deadlock util, like the stun, saved him. There being no trade on that.
You'd be mightily happy with that. And FUT certainly not. So with that being said, we will come out of replays into a timeout from the coach and staff as they look to try and course correct into the final rounds of this half and potentially map.
Yeah, it's a final timeout for FUT here on this map, so you can tell they're really feeling the heat in this situation. Pacific on the other side need to just play like they've got a weight lifted off of them, right? Because on the other side, again, there are no expectations, at least from the outside looking in. It's what they place on themselves. For FUT, now, this is a roster that we do think highly of, where at the start of the year, we didn't so much. That London appearance really fueling their ambitions.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the immediate drop-off after stage 1 last year, down to 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. It seemed to be getting worse and worse, but then FUT invested in the future of Turkey, some of the best talent that we've seen. And yeah, it looked good. The London, great, but it could get even better for them in stage 2. Congratulations to Alorante, though, has it. First ace in VCT.
Still a little worrying for Pacific if I'm just like if we're just looking purely at ults.
I was hoping
it's relatively hard to close out.
A little bit there.
No, unfortunately not.
Tier 1 with the Corgi with the tier 1. Dude, why don't you even do it the different way around here? Appreciate the 16 months.
Pacific hoping that
dude, I need to double check the Riot is sending that actually.
A potential regional rival there as
tier 1 with the Corgi, yeah.
Turkish derby. The team has changed much behind the organisation, and already look at how fast
Ninja is
trying to take the A site. It's only
one
Ninja.
Is good, mate.
He's going to need maybe
1
3 here himself.
Feels like it, but done it before.
Ooh,
there's the first.
but didn't
Second
really.
felt as if it was going to come to him, but doesn't. And look at the flag
create too much pressure here. Did Yetajay?
So far, it's Yetajay to receive.
I was going to say, did Yetajay actually shoot over towards tree? I wonder if they know he's here.
Yeah. Did he know that
Dude,
it was
Yetterjay
all 4
with
players
ult
or
goes
not,
down
though.
like that.
Pacific in their retakes, sometimes showing a little bit of hesitancy. See what they can do here. Plenty of util. Blind sees.
Zeus has a nade.
It works.
Yeah. Looks like they should have everything that they need, but they need to face up against some of the
This is
best
a strong
aimers
pause.
that we have in the league. Zeus, sociable, so good at holding on towards angles.
Not
but
blind for this guy.
Pacific unlock.
Smoked off.
Very, very nice. They're up
It's
to
gonna
12.
end up going Pacific's
Still
way,
kind of hard to close it out in terms of the
to
ults
a
as well,
match
but they got 2 of their
point,
own.
and to win Lotus for the first time this year.
I mean,
The Utah getting out from Tree here was pretty decent.
Then I'm gonna come back to what you said at the start. You felt that maybe this comp, the identity, it's
8 was
working out
good,
for
7
them
made a
here.
lot of
And I
space.
guess the flip side is for FUT.
Very nice.
What's gone wrong in this time because they failed to adapt? This was a change in tempo. And Pacific as a unit
Okay,
looking so much better.
Against one of the best teams we have in the league. If memory serves me right, I don't think Pacific have ever won a second map in a best of 3. And what a change in fortune that would be, heading in towards the last map. Ninja had a good grab net, unfortunately can't
It's a
stop
big
Zeus's
change of pace on
rocket
this one.
into post.
Do they use Visor as well?
Yeah, 5 versus 4
They should,
situation.
really.
So FUT in the driver's seat right now. Lovely
Oh, they're
double
definitely
upstairs.
using Visor,
Valorant
right?
gets 1 though, and that's honestly not bad
Maybe
from
if
this
they get past
position.
this choke.
Doesn't look to be. Crossfire established with Yetterjay in the silent drop. Still, again, it's taking the time here for Pacific. They might not have the time to finish this one out.
Sociable smoked off in main. Steel Garden buying a little bit more of that sand in the hourglass, like you said. Yetterjay in pit has been discovered, but still Pacific playing on borrowed time right now. So much ground left for them to cover, and it's just getting away from them. 7 managing to pick up the first, nail on the head, second for him already.
Holy, that's
Trading.
close,
It goes
though.
down to the wire,
It was
but
nice
FUT, you feel
trades,
like
but it was
always
close.
in
The 1v1 on
position to win
site
that
to open
round.
it up
Yeah,
was...
I mean, the delay, the entry,
that's so
work,
doable.
everything. Pacific just a little bit too delayed coming back in. And you look at the buy coming back in for FUT. And there's a few pieces missing here.
the good news for FUT is they didn't use Visor, so they actually have like a... They have an ult that actually gets them over towards Saints.
Pacific's best chance. I mean, you're in a pretty good spot considering
They have
the damage
Sky
that you
ult.
did from the last
Dude,
round.
the old school
Yeah, Ninja
the old
having
school
ult as well
strat
to
with the
fall
Sky
back on, I
ult is
think
just
is
in this
gonna
corner, and you just
continue to pile on
if
that pain.
2 go here, you go B. If 2 go
FUT have
here,
been
you
very
go A.
direct in their execution so
Old
far.
school
They've left
EG.
nothing down to chance. Pacific, the same here though. Early sand start merges into
One
a
go to
B
close them
main.
out.
I love this.
Bit of proactivity.
Wait, when was the
It looks
Visor
like they're
used?
set up perfectly to receive what
Dude, I
is
completely
going
missed
to
that.
push
How?
on to be. At least Cupid comes away with 1, so again it's raise for raise.
Oh, they actually
You've
do
got to be
this,
worried
the
about the other
ult I was
side
talking about.
of this push out through Hobbit. Stop following up the Seekers and hunting for a kill.
Oh, yeah, actually, Ninja using the ult in tree, just thinking there was player presence there. Question mark finally removed. But FUT given a little bit of space to move into a post plant.
Waddle 2 away from his Nightfall. And Cupid clears out B main with an ultimate of his
Dude,
own.
no
So
space.
A crunch there. Issues for FUT to
That's
try and
hard
deal with.
for FUT to win. It's a
joints
shame
up
that no
as
one's creating
Sob
any
still
pressure here.
Trying to dictate the pace.
There
of
should be
this play
passive
back
pressure
in
here
through
anyway.
Blue Room. 2 players from Pacific on the periphery. Backside of this one now rotating in. Alorante drops one, traded out. No recourse, no support coming back through.
Look at the
Both
HPs.
Pacific players isolated
Look at the
on either
HPs.
side of this one. Waddle the only one left standing. His position
Oh,
noted in main,
that's
and
rough.
Yetterjay claiming it.
Dude.
We're going to go the
Who
distance
goes with
here.
it?
An extension of play required, and FUT the ones to force it.
Switching sides.
Into overtime for Pacific to fight for the first Lotus win this year, but FUT to finish this out in a quick 2-0
Remember you told
fashion.
about not being able to lock in, bro. My brain didn't even register the
It's at this stage
Visor.
in the game where you just want to see a bit of
I imagine it was in the replay as well.
Pick this one up, then maybe,
That's twice.
just maybe, there's a chance heading into the decider. Otherwise, I feel like you take 1 step forward and it's another 2 back if they lose in this fashion.
Yeah, I think if Pacific were able to fight back into this, I mean, you could see the belief that they would have in this roster.
Okay, Sop
in
on this one decides to
themselves.
go for op, and I guess he's opening the door early to take
But
a
it is
duel.
Pacific
They're going to
to
need
start
to
out
push
on
him
the
back. He's just
attack.
going to take this angle.
And we know the difficulties that they had on this E-lobby fight. 2 minutes 30 left. Pacific 2 minutes 30 left. 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 2 minutes 30 left.
difference is this time, 7 is very quick to bridge
See, in
that
the
gap
satchel,
towards
can't
lobby.
really do too much on this one.
From
Does he take the last minute angle? Ooh, scary.
Scoped in
Stood on the
again.
angle.
Finds a kill through the smoke.
I guess
This
maybe didn't
time,
think he had an
it's
op
from
on this.
beyond the door in tree.
You feel as if the rotation
How many
towards the A site
smoke
will
kills
be
has
very
Sop got
easy.
though?
Door broken. And
Did it end on 4 or
Zeus
was this
having
only
to be
3?
forced back.
It's been a
Does
lot.
have the support of the Vise though.
Yeah, and the position
Been
is
most of his opening
complementary
kills.
to this push. Double stack.
Dude, they took down the Viper as well. It's
Cristalli
devastating.
walking back over towards A, where he may soon be required. Pacific grouping up for this push from grass.
I mean, there's so many bodies for FUT on this side of the map. I don't hate the fact that Pacific decide to go elsewhere, but they need to be decisive.
It's good
and
Skydog.
they need to be quick.
Not really playing for any kind of
Skydog
alert
didn't
with Valorant
actually
off the
clear
board,
this corner
so
though.
Again, it's so much map material that they
Okay.
need to recover here.
Still probably have to
C
clear
is
this.
Open for the time
Okay,
being,
now
but
they're
as time
good.
ticks on, drags away. FUT starting to reposition themselves.
Yeah,
and
this is
now
good, man. I
leaving
will say
Sop
FUT every
behind
single
for
time,
solo A
when it
anchor
gets to
with
like
this
these mid-rounds,
operator.
Crystalli's
They're
util's
completely
very
thinking
well
about a
timed.
C plate. And
And
Pacific
he'll
are walking
always
straight
like
into danger.
Skydog
Yeah, and I
or
mean, the fact
flash
that FUT have
into a
already cleared all
Skydog,
the
so
way
it's just
into
like if they
CT
are trying to
through
time it,
Waterfall,
he's
with
always
all
got
of
the
that
backup.
space that
You
they could
kind of have
possibly
to
want.
time, you have to wait for the
Crystalli
second bit of
early ready
util
to
to time
fight on
him.
It's the utility used in the process as well. There's little
Big
left
Joe
to
here.
fall back on here, and with Sociable finding that on the
Ooh.
fadeaway, 7 dropped. 4 versus 3, FUT in the perfect position to retake.
Yeah, but you're retaking with a glass cannon
Whoa.
open. Cooper begins to hit his shots.
Big
Couple in the
1v1.
conversation, knows about Yetije now.
Go on, mate. You got the
Needs to fight
confidence to
this
swing
with
him.
Waddle, but he's stuck in backside. Cooper cornered as
Holy,
Zeus walks back in,
bro,
and he's
look at
gonna
him
get
go.
another. Would it be an additional ace here on the Pacific side to keep them going?
Cooper, what a
No.
bang around.
Waddle will spare the expense, but the captain has clawed their way back through, and Pacific take first advantage in OT.
Yeah, I mean, fair play to Cooper. Fair play to Pacific to find their way back in, because I thought this was all but done. Sop uncharacteristically missing his op shot. And Pacific get advantage in OT.
Too obvious.
It was on the defense where Pacific started this comeback. 4 rounds down at the half. And the anchor utility stacked.
2-person push. Oh
layered
no,
on the
don't
A
do
site.
this default again. And okay, they push with
Similar
2.
opening to
Hold
the
up.
round in terms of the
They're
C
learning.
control. Moving into B main now, the defense, but not overstaying their welcome this time.
It's much better.
Restationing those numbers, ready for a B split. Pacific in the early stages, all over FUT's game plan.
Wait, it's so much better.
Nowhere really to go for FUT here. If they break the door, they're breaking into what is a double stack.
What are they going to do? Door fake B and A.
The gravity, and it's an issue right towards that A side, but you start to walk into this stack and you can see the
Oh,
issues
just straight up
brewing.
A here. Oh my god, the pre-fight's
Unbelievable
crazy
shot
on
by
that.
Ninja. Still waiting to get out. Finally they do. Zeus the one up close.
They
and
know
as
he's-
they do,
dude.
Ninja still stands his ground.
Dude,
Stands
everyone's
on
aiming.
site to be counted. Pacific 1 round away from winning out this map. Planted towards backside. Sociable stuck in the silent drop, but that's a big ultimate to delay.
Yeah, plenty of time and reposition from Yetije off of this. Looking to go tree.
Position's
Waddle will
good.
be the first one to receive, so that information will be fed to the other 2.
They know where this
Big
retake is coming
smoke.
from.
And time being
Go for the
bought.
one way? No, okay.
Precious resource for
Oh.
Pacific. Yetije's walked round.
Oh, the
a
shots are
brilliant flick by
crazy,
Sociable,
man.
now known about.
Doesn't have time
A
to fake
2 versus
TP.
1, which
It's
he
a
needs to
jump.
clutch
It's
from
finally a
the
jump around the
can.
corner, and what a time to do it.
Pacific will
Dude,
win
that was nice
waters
from them.
and pushes
That was
to
good.
map 3.
Finally
Send
actualizing
decider.
some reprieve
Send
here,
decider.
getting themselves back into a game.
And they were
4
aiming
rounds
towards the
down
end
at
of this.
half, but they will not
That's some,
fail in
individually, they had
overtime.
some crazy rounds.
Pacific with a map win, which will send us to the decider. Can they do the business there? Well, that's what we're waiting to find out.
We got the man here. We got the man of the moment, Valorant. Incredible game from you. You guys just won something that's not split. What's on your mind?
I think we played good. I think in general we played our game. So obviously we didn't win split, which we won last time, but I think it was very close. And not really anything on my mind. I'm just happy that we won this map and we can go to the third map and show them what we got on Ascent.
some crazy rounds coming through from you. When you're pulling off the clutch, when you're pulling off the big play, how do you make it happen?
Just confidence. Like, the more confidence you show on the server, the better you're going to play. And I think that's just how I push myself to play in general.
Well, best of luck on the decider.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back with that decider in just a moment.
Okay, chat. Usual stuff. Back in a little bit.
Boys, 5 alive is... I just had to play with my food, you know? Make sure he's... I gave him a cheeky little wink.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
I mean, yeah, pray to God a little bit. I don't think the guys are, like, I don't think it's something mental or whatever. I think it's just that, yeah, like last time against Gentlemen, we got spliffed. We made some adjustments during this week.
We had some mental block, I think.
Yeah, we had a little bit of mental block, but now I think we don't, and it's not like something that comes from that we carry from the stage 1, like in terms of, oh yeah, we are losing the games 2-1 or something. I don't think the players are thinking about that, so yeah, let's hope we can get the win in
this time is different. We almost come back first map. We lost the first one, but we win the second one. So
yeah, now it's different. Walla Villa.
Let's hope the mental is better.
The question was about how you get it over the line now that it's gone to a decider, and I think it plays into what Alorante was saying as well, right? Confidence. That's what's key. That's what they need, and it seems like a much more confident Pacific team that we're seeing here today.
Yeah, they're going to need that confidence. Like from Finky, I don't know what to take from there, because he was like, I don't think it's mental. I think it's just a mental block. And I'm like, okay, then I guess we're done. But that would be incredibly exciting, because I think that especially this Lotus had a lot of the opposite of what we saw in the first map. There were so many rounds that made no sense that would go to the side of Pacific. But to me, Billy, the difference was that I saw FUT losing those rounds. Yeah. Whereas when Pacific was losing those rounds in Split, I just thought, oh, that individual brilliance of like Cristalli having that crazy transfer is not something that you see every day. But with this one, I do think that FUT dropped the ball massively.
Yeah, I think on the first map we saw some maybe not egotistical but overconfident plays coming out from FUT, and then in that sense they were throwing rounds. But I think in this occasion they were constantly getting that first engagement, and I felt like they were playing with the number down by the time it got to these post plants, which is why we saw them lose on that side. And I think that that's what was really difficult. I think to come back to the coach confession that we just heard there as well, something that I didn't even consider until it was just mentioned was how many times have Pacific won the first map, and then they've lost on the second map, and then it's
look unrecognizable on the second one.
The series has been over, whereas this time round I actually do feel like a bit...
No.
I get feel positive, and then it gets thrown back in my face, but like, it's made me feel...
He will lie again.
It's made me feel...
He will lie again.
When they lie. It's made me feel a little bit positive though, like raising that. I think that's a good thing to raise, because then again, Alorante mentioned the confidence. I think that they can definitely go into this map with the momentum in their favor.
It is such a wildly different experience, right, when we talk about the mental of coming out strong and then going flat versus having a disappointing first map where you maybe got it close but didn't get over the line, and then having the resilience to have the bounce back to win an overtime game at that.
Yeah, I think that it is about a feeling going very slowly on this ascent. At the end of the day, we were seeing and speaking about a couple of maps where we saw some adjustments from Split and whatnot, and we're jumping into the question mark, which is Lotus, and ascent is the last pending task that both of these teams had to cross on for today. I think that for both of the performances that we saw last week, we saw a Pacific that very much like FUT is doing today was giving up those first engagements and whatnot, but they weren't able to bounce back mentally. As I was saying, I think I really hope the Pacific jump into this third map without thinking on what he's thinking, because he's thinking this should have been a 2-0 and that cannot happen anymore, because he's like, oh, we almost bring it back in the first one, and that doesn't matter anymore, because at the end of the day that went on the side of FUT. Just keep everything on this ascent. They have proved that they also have what it takes to turn the rounds around. They are making FUT nervous. All of those mistakes, stupid untradeable duels from the side of FUT, stupid pushes, it's like they're doing, you know, with a dog, you're like and they're coming. And they're coming, and that is like the worst mistake that they could be making. Also, I do not think the Sky is the way. I just think that the ice is too strong. I didn't see a Crystalli that I'm like, you know.
Does this play into what we heard from Sop in the first post-map sideline check-in, where he said, you know, when they were coming back, there was some nerves coming in, there was some concern, right? Maybe going back to what he was talking about last week in the wake of that Na'Vi game, that there was maybe too much chaos around to make them feel comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't see why not.
I mean, I kind of mentioned that I feel like it's rare to hear someone like Sop say that they're nervous. But it's also kind of rare to see FUT nervous. I don't think I'd put it down to a nerves thing. I think I'd put it more down to like not being able to close things out when they should be able to close things out.
Maybe it has to do also with the way that the schedule is working right now, and every team should be thinking of not really prepping for their opponent and just having a strong map for a strong core for themselves. I know that they always say the let's play our game and whatnot, but you really do not have the time to make feasible changes onto what you're doing just based on the opponent that you're having, when in 2 days is going to be a different one.
Yeah.
You will only survive so long, and for most of the teams that's going to be middle of the table. In fact, the only team that we have going 2-0 is KC. Like, you know, let's get some ground here. And as we jump into into Ascent, I would like to see the Pacific that we just saw here being cheeky about knowing how to play with your opponent, not just against him.
100%. I think that the composition that we're expecting, at least from Pacific, runs on their strength here, especially starting on that defense. What we saw last time was a double sentinel composition, and what I really like about Pacific coming into this series is having a very clear identity. I think that that's something that they were kind of experimenting with a bit throughout stage 1, but coming into this stage 2, I'm liking what I'm seeing. The roles are very clear. Now it's just a question of, can they finally close out a series? And if they were to do it against FUT, well, in my opinion, that is a statement in itself.
Did they change the deadlock? No, they still use the deadlock. Okay, let's see if they fight the sides a little better. Last time they played too aggro on defense,
yeah, I think
and they didn't buy an op at all. You kind of got to buy an op with this deadlock comp so you can actually hold one of the mains.
You
meant to fight with the deadlock plays.
That synergy between Seven and Ninja here. When I'm looking at FUT side, they have decided to switch things around. Sociable's back on that Omen, and Zeus is going to be on
back
the
to making sense.
Yeah, it's back to making sense. I think for me, my kind of issues previously was the fact that Zeus was on the chamber. I didn't really get it. I feel like Sop is their kind of sniper.
What would that change, Bacon?
But I think Sop is better with movement and going in. I think that he's more reckless in that sense.
But yeah, I think
live with the prime. Appreciate the 13 months. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, I like it. It makes sense. Sociable is having an incredible day. Let's hope that he can keep up the performance. Seven also moving on to the Waylay. The first time around was on Split. The second one is here. It almost works out with them starting on the defense, playing the double sentinel, making the adjustments, and already knowing if that's what they say. That's what they say.
Do some Phoenix, yeah.
This is probably
and honestly, Pacific looked kind of rough on this map last time.
Their first win in VCT EMEA.
Are you feeling it? I'm gonna ask you to actually make a prediction.
Don't.
You have hope?
Seriously, we've spent 3 hours here telling you we can't. We can't. Am I hopeful? Yes. Okay. Yes, I am. I hope Pacific
She's back. She's back in. They tried to keep her out, but she's back in just when you think you're out. They drag you back. Billy, what do you think?
You can just do that in VOD review as well.
Series, and we're still waiting for them to be able to close it out. As I just mentioned there, for me, if they do it against FUT today, that is a big statement for them to make.
I feel like the two coaches between them should.
I
feel like the two coaches between them should be kind of on that.
It is a hard group. It is a hard group.
That's
but
why
just
I view it.
A win by any stroke of fortune would be so much for these two teams to build on.
Are you just saying with the perfect info?
we have has
You're just saying
Kaido, take
perfect
it away.
info. You're watching game. Okay.
Eternal Fire, Gentle Mates.
Yeah.
Could it be third time
Yeah, it's not the worst
lucky
idea.
up
I get what you're
against
saying now.
FUT? That's what Pacific are trying to do.
I wasn't
right here
piecing
on a
together
set. Get their first
like
VCT
you're
win.
watching broadcast.
The only team in the VCT internationally yet to find their first win. The other couple of teams, e.g. Varel finding them in the last week
It's
or
still
so.
really map dependent, I think.
Third team, third time lucky perhaps. That's what we're waiting
You
to
still
see
owe
from
actually
Pacific.
nothing, nobody a
Both of
workout
these
time. Do you want it for this
rosters
map?
had
I'll stand up
struggled
right
with
now.
their ascent performances
Pacific
in
on
the
defense,
previous
FUT on
week. So the
attack.
retooling on either side
You want
makes
it here?
perfect sense as the desk discussed.
Okay, let me mute up.
You can see FUT already showing the strength of their own composition, taking a main and ready to fight out onto the site.
Yeah, Cooper is the one that's hearing most of this. Obviously, Ninja close by his side, and this will be a full retake, probably from
Right, that'll
Tree
work.
and Heaven.
Wait, maybe they should go up high.
Spam not quite working out, but there's a little bit of damage on a few of the FUT players. Overall, the most of the utilities still on Pacific's side.
No extra ground here for FUT, but as soon as Yetajay receives this push on the flank, I want to see
More
what the
sheriffs
reaction
again.
looks
Does that
like.
mean they win? This is a big
Gotta
joy
see
for
if,
Yetajay.
players
It's a
can
great
hold
shot from
on
him.
Towards Tree. The likes
Oh
of
my
Cooper,
days,
Yetajay
right?
has
And if
stood
they're
the
flashing
test,
over towards main,
and
does he
FUT
kind of work
look
it
to
out?
win their
I
pistol
mean,
round.
probably
Most
not.
of it, of course, as we know, has been won by
Still, though,
Pacific, but
that
what
should
they're
be
not
enough.
accounted for, and
Dude,
issues
every
start
kill at
to
the moment's
arise
the
for
sheriff.
FUT. There's players dropping left, right, and centre, and right now Pacific's retake.
It's good from
nearly
Zeus.
getting underway.
Important kills for him.
FUT win the
I mean,
first
yes, Jane
round.
Zeus.
Yeah,
That's just
FUT
them individual, really.
There through Zeus
Hit
and
some nice
Sociable
shots on this.
combining to find the
Dodgy
last
with the tier
couple.
1. Appreciate
I
the
really thought
50
Yetajay
months.
was
That's a
on
long,
for a
long time,
third,
bro.
but
Thank you for that.
He doesn't overheat in main, does a brilliant job at dealing with the flank. Pacific a little more decisive in this retake, I think, which is nice to see at the very least. They've been good on pistols before, so losing one here early against the attack side on Ascent no less is definitely
He's talking about free
big
flanking on this.
blow to their chances, of course.
Wonder if Zeus has improved his Phoenix.
They chose to start
Yeah,
on the defender's
he
side.
honestly had the worst
With
flashes
this
I've ever seen.
composition, it's early gains you'd be
Well,
hoping for. Double
that's a lie.
senti.
Avez was around. Second worst flashes.
Just going back to look at the last time that Pacific obviously played this Ascent, absolutely blowing out the water against Gentle Mates on the last map.
Can't get much
Mostly
better
through
than
how
that.
good Mini
Oh,
was performing.
plant for the Phoenix.
But I feel as if
At one stage
FUT
they're going to
also have
switch
that
guns and he can
potential.
hunt.
Yeah. No, absolutely. There are players on the FUT side which can take a game into their own hands, and that's where Pacific end up dropping off. I think it's always towards the back end of the series where
Was
we
there a
don't
map
see the
veto that
best
you
from
feel like
them.
you messed up?
And I don't
Oh,
know whether
all the
that's
time.
the
Bacon will tell
intimidation
you.
of the occasion or anything else, but this is your proving ground, an opportunity to really
There's
make
multiple,
yourself
man.
known in the circuit,
Multiple.
because right now the only thing that they're an outlier in is not having that win. I think right
How
now
long you
the
got, he
decision
asks.
to not give
It's
any
quite. Yeah, I
opportunity
messed
for
up
a
vetoes
player
quite a
to
lot,
heat
man.
up
Straight up.
by dying to the spike. Yeah, good decision. I mean, FUT are the players you do not
I'll
want
take.
to be
I'll take responsibility for everything
popping off, getting the orbs,
in
ultimates
2021.
the place.
Dude, they gravnated
It's also
themselves.
a pretty light round here, for all things considered. Two
Right-click
ghosts,
the
Marshall.
gravnet.
So just the one Phantom and the Bulldog that they can bring through into this next round. They buy up around it. It looks pretty good, all things considered.
Trying to get the assist going.
And now I
Yeah.
want to know, Billy spoke about it. I think she hit the nail on the head. We're seeing this identity for them now for Pacific.
Anything
with
after
the deadlock,
2020,
similar to
like
Apex in the
2021,
past, so you've got a couple maps that you have something
I would
you
say
can
the
work with.
team
What is that going to mean
was
on
more
the
involved
defender's
in
side? Because a lot
vetoes
of the
than me.
times in the past, you'd see Teho paired
And then
up,
I
you'd be
don't
looking
take
for util
responsibility
damage
for
off the
champs
net.
2021
It's only
because I don't
Ninja in
regret
A main
anything
to
because
start
we
this
didn't
one.
play. We went through Lost Chance qualifier and we didn't have time
Should
to
he really need
play.
At this point in time,
What was it at
considering
the
the
time?
mods that
Fracture,
we
I
can
think?
see on the map,
Yeah, Fracture.
100%. There is an exploration by Yetajay, as we see on the B side, but this pop, as soon as the wall goes, could be very quick. Ooh,
Nice shot, man.
Ninja doesn't need any support apparently, but playing from back of Generator, he is exposed to utility damage. Shock dart lands at his feet, down to 58. But Pacific have done a great job to
Yeah,
handle
they'll take
this
this.
initial
This was
pressure
nice.
from FUT.
And look at the reclear, this is lovely. The drone doesn't reach far enough. But I like this for Model. Steps up and I think has just seen where it is Yetajay. Certainly held him anyway through the bullets.
Change up on the trap as well there that you see from Alorante.
ex-player, no,
posturing it towards
ex-coach in
market.
Valorant.
It seems as if they've got an idea with FUT then going to re-clear mid.
Yeah,
45 seconds on this one.
Here through short as well,
Still strong hold over towards A. Scared over towards middle because of the smoke creating pressure. I mean, this was a good little smoke from them, I will say, from FUT. Time gets a little low, they create pressure over towards middle. Vision block, vision block. Could be walking for any of these. They're trying to make it a 2-1-2, so when they hit the site, it's weak. Pretty much working with the Omen, focusing
head
on.
back into the grab net flung out, but
Oh,
unsure
what
if it
is
hurt anyone. Certainly the
big
audible's
recon?
being held, but still doesn't peek out, still doesn't give himself away. Sociable spamming away. It's a good flash, but still doesn't get the kill.
No,
Pacific in a great
no
spot.
way, they completely lost him. They completely lost him.
Wins the round,
They thought he was
but
over towards
Pacific
heaven.
deny the bonus, which did have a bite to it.
And it's a solid answer to some of those questions that we had coming into
The setup
round
here,
two.
but do you know what I like from Pacific here is like how passive they're playing. Like if you look at their order send they played, they would always just like heavy fight. They can turtle like this.
Being set up to take anything too substantial in the early round. Bit more of a mid focus early on, at least using the information of Waddle on his best agent. This is the Sova which we've not seen in the first couple of maps. And with 7 on the waylay now, just be looking to
Hey, what
see
is that timing?
what kind
That's
of
so
an
unlucky.
impact he can have as this one progresses.
Phoenix
It's
ult on
a
this one.
rotation round that he's looking to play right now, gathering info.
Every single
Sop
time
starting to
clearing over
encroach into
towards
this
here.
market space that I worry for.
Gonna be a lot easier for Pacific when they can actually get that op out. So to
Seems
do
like
that though, they
Pacific
kind of
do
got to win
have a
this one.
Slight idea.
Deep trip in B main as well here at the back of Valorante, so he feels a little more confident to take this market fight now with
I'm
the
OG
support
Nobby with
of
the Prime,
Waddle.
appreciate the 7 months.
Can't
Thank you
take
for
contact
that.
as well.
It's a nice setup, but the rest of Pacific protagonists proactive in through middle.
Dude, a
and
lot
hopefully
of
trying to
teams
catch out
recently have been doing
Sociable
this.
here maybe,
The
but
old
no,
EG,
they only leave Cupid
insert one
behind.
here, create B pressure,
Starting
and then he
to
goes.
Find himself down cat as well.
Pacific constantly in a state of flux in this mid-round, not really settling on one idea, one setup, but fortunately enough, Cupid does get that first engagement, so it's another round where they have an advantage.
This is another setup that we've seen from Pacific before in terms of the site setup, with both players bunkering down on D, and they've never really made it work. Can they stick the landing this time? Waddle's at least been able to get one, but Aloe not.
Just
And he was a
aiming,
real
dude.
highlight in the last one, but it settles 3 on 3.
Yeah, 3 on 3. It is Cupid isolated,
Still
detached
has
from the rest
drone.
of this retake coming in
Wait,
from
this
main.
late into the
FUT
round,
bunkered
do
down
we still have
themselves
drone?
now in backside, looking to fortify the space that they have with little utility remaining. Crostali waiting for that dart to come up, can't wait long enough.
I mean, this paranoia is going to be huge from
Surprised
Cooper.
he's sticking
You're
around
really
here.
hoping that it hits the players that it
Thought he would
needs
drop
to,
on site and
but
go
instead
close.
They're walking
They
out.
double,
Cooper
okay.
has the idea. Down cat it goes, and 7 starting to
This pause is
take
always
that
so
space
good,
for
man.
himself. Cooper at his back. A
Yeah,
clutch in the
this
last
pause is
round,
just
but
worth
not
one.
a clutch here. Ninja
It's nice shots
forced
from
away,
FUT on
looking
this.
to try and make FUT at least lose their
It's
bye.
devastating for Pacific on this as well. There's only 3 that combine next, and then their whole thing is like based around an off, and they're gonna have to wait one more,
That
maybe
round
4-1
coming in
down.
stages really for Pacific. Felt like there were multiple points where they had a good setup. The decision ultimately in the end for the players on B to backtrack from market to boathouse is because of the info that Cupid gets in middle. But once again, when it comes down to that killer moment, Valorante taking his timing a little too soon there, I think.
Like, I would
Or a little too late, perhaps, even, off of that initial fight.
I agree. In fact, as you said, like I would have loved him to take
Not
that
using
step
the drone
forward.
because of
Crunch
the
through mid.
Phoenix ult. I mean, you are right. And he's making sure that he has shocks out because they saw the deadlock over towards A in terms of the wall. So they pretty much know where deadlock is. The Cypher isn't.
I'll tell you where FUT is. Through mid.
Yeah, and actually, fortunately for Pacific, because they've taken A main early here, there's a chance for them to
Waddle
collect
or
that
Valorante
information.
saves enough money for the op. It's good news.
Well, that's going to allow 7 his ultimate orb, 3 away from the Whaley ultimate itself. And there's a few bodies starting to collect here in market.
Yeah, Ninja would have liked that one off the deadlock ult. It is just pistols we're talking about for Pacific, so an empty threat perhaps.
Oh, maybe not.
Probably not even
He's
a...
able to find himself a rifle. Sociable now stuck between 2 players, and I mean it's a difficult fight in the end. But Valorante's still alive and able to come away with another. Knows about the omen, and unfortunately the cage doesn't drop quick enough. So it's 2-on-1 on site.
Yeah, Sociable just playing spoiler to all of this though in terms of the timing that he takes.
Good shock.
Plenty of room for error. Valorante down to 15 though, and this is where you then write the round off.
Yeah, Crystalli's shock has been spot on. Alorante needs clean fights. He needs no damage to be sent his way whatsoever. And unfortunately, that flash is
Okay, now they get the op out though.
FUT up to 4.
They get the op out. The FUT does do something really
One more
fast
kill
with the
there would have
Sova.
been
Or
decent damage to the economy of FUT, all things considered, but Pacific just with one round
like
to show for right
a
now.
fast
Cairo
A
heading
with the
into next
Sova
go
would make a
round.
lot of
I
sense
think
because
this is
most
where I start to
likely
get
the
worried
deadlocks
that
B
we're
with the
heading
wall,
back into
and then you have the op behind the
familiar
wall.
They can't afford to let the game get away from them too early. And so you start to wonder when that timeout comes through, if it's an injection of fresh ideas required. I mean, it's on the defense, the protocols, all of the systems should be there. I feel like they're maybe not getting the most value
The
out of
veto?
this deadlock.
I mean, the
in the
veto's
early
hard
rounds.
just because
No,
Pacific.
100% agree,
Dude,
but
they
there's
they
one
probably
thing
could have
that you have to
2-0
say
this
about
though if they got
Pacific
their split a
in
little
this
cleaner.
series, and it's that they have
They got a little
tenacity,
unlucky.
a little bit of bite around them. I mean, 9-3 on that first half on split, right? I mean, they win the pistol round the Antico and then go on to lose 5 down to 5-2. The operator of SOP not connecting, so still 5 alive on the defense here.
It was a little weird
Seven
for them,
starts to make
them
his
to
own
op,
way
and it's the
in
opposite
towards
way of
B
their
main,
deadlock.
getting information
Then you
for
always
this
just be
defense.
wall
Gotta be
late
thinking
and you
about
op
their
B
own
main.
operator and how much that's going to do to afford a rotation here. Numbers arriving towards A for Pacific. They can't come soon enough. FUT scaling now.
Yeah, they are, but they're scaling into the deadlock, scaling into the setup. Fortunately enough, it is only one kill in the end, and SOP puts the advantage.
That was the flank.
Yeah, on towards the flank. I don't know how he's got
Yeah,
that.
I don't
but
know how
fair
he's got
enough.
that.
And now we're in post.
And now with Pacific on the
Insta
back
Senate.
foot, it
Dude,
was
he's hit
all
some
on
nut
Alorante
shots in
stepping
this.
out heaven early. He
I
drops,
feel
and
like the
rest should be
Pacific
thinking about
theory's a little off.
Yeah.
They can get back to B Link. It's a
I
chance
feel like
to
you meant to,
pick up
you
the
meant to
operator
deadlock
and safely guard
B.
that one
Once you
in
get the op on, you
tiles,
meant to
but
deadlock B, and the
Pacific
op is here.
misplaying the
And
situation
you have it
there, you
unlocked.
can't help but feel.
Then you have trip,
Individual
and you're
errors,
essentially just
again, costing
3-2,
them.
and you're fighting B main.
Take a Turkish team to Ascent. You best know there is going to be a challenge. And I feel as if
I don't think you get that much value over the wall over towards A, but maybe I'm just fully
What's
wrong.
it that Mitch calls it? The something province?
The what?
Like the 82nd province or something?
I don't know.
Apparently there's 81 provinces in
UK
Turkey. and
esports is like Hogwarts. Wait, what?
This is the
What have I just
82nd
read?
because they're so good at it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I didn't ever understand that, but I'm
yeah,
sure.
that makes sense, to be honest. And that's actually quite smart from Mitch.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
also
real.
see that.
That's savage.
Poor Pacific.
Savage
They
and
are gonna
honestly
be
pretty
playing
accurate,
well,
man.
in this preceding round, giving themselves a little time to speak to the coaches, because right now there really needs to be a kind of settled approach to Pacific, because it feels like gentlemates all over again.
And look, I come back to what we were saying earlier and what the desk were discussing. Billy mentioned it, getting an identity out of this team, but identity doesn't mean all too much if you're not bringing, you know, setups to the table which you
FIFA,
feel like
dude,
are
everyone's
actually
a
gonna get
console
any
FIFA
value. I
player.
feel like a few of
Literally.
these rounds here, Pacific, maybe been a bit more focused towards B than A, and for exploiting that with some of their
Every
mid
Pacific
control
game you get,
that
you
we've been
watch
seeing,
it's
getting
relatively
quite a bit of
close for a
value
map, and then
through
they get
that.
stomped
Again,
in the
when you're
third.
playing double center,
Yeah.
you're quite happy to sit back and let them
They did a little bit better that it was like 2
fight
close
you
maps
deeper
here.
into the sights when
Sometimes
that
it's like
happens,
2
but
stomps.
a lot of the time, Pacific are losing bodies a little too early, and then it's a situation where, you know, you're down a man, someone's forcing an engagement that they can't win.
So how do you
Sort
change that up if
esports
you're
players
Pacific?
into
What would you
Hogwarts
do
houses.
if you are thinky right now, speaking to Cooper about how the setups aren't working?
Dude, that feels like such a mini
Potentially
idea,
just show
man.
us something in one of the mains a little bit earlier. I think
If
that would
Mini
be
took
nice
control
to
of
see
Plat
with
Chat, we would have some of the
utility
weirdest
they've got.
segments
Again,
ever.
I'm thinking this Sova deadlock
He always
combo
wants
could
to
be
do
pretty
stuff like
nice with
that.
the shocks in the net. I know it sounds simple, even 7 trying to play off the back of it. Getting him online's got to be something you're thinking about. Currently 0-5. We saw the Neon before, it's the Waylay now. How exactly
Blob, what is that,
work?
bro? I'm gonna time you
Rest
out
of
for
what
that.
we've seen.
Seven's picked up a rifle without a shield, so fancies his chances, fancies his own skill. He's currently sitting 0-5 right now. It's unfortunate, but still a player that's showing up time and time again, and that's what we asked of him in this series.
Just deadlock, never played B
Shot
main.
comes in. So Waddle looking to trade recons here. SOP has managed to punish
I thought deadlock was meant to pretty
fully
much
there as the
play
rotation is
B.
called through the Omen ult towards B.
10 out of the
Pacific will
12
have
rounds.
numbers here for with a freeze.
Like the trips on A are good, but in terms of like
Still
the
confirmation that there's
grav net
bodies
and the
in that
wall,
B main. I feel sorry for
swear,
Valorant.
like, B
He's
main's
still
the
in
one.
logs, by the way. It wasn't like a full peek into main.
And
You meant to like passive hold stuff here and then hold onto it.
Ninja has also walked up in A main. It looks like
And then you're trying to force them
FUT
to
are gonna be
default
heading
over
back
towards
into
B.
his neck of the woods. Now,
So they've got to try
could be a
stop
real
that from
difference
happening.
maker here. That's also if 7 just
Prefer
clears
A
the
on
corner and
defense,
doesn't
really?
get caught off.
Oh,
Oh, no.
He's walked straight in and cute.
But
Oh
your
my
focus
God,
is on
Social
A
was given a
short,
freebie.
okay.
Ninja here at the steps.
Oh my God,
A
nice
couple of
shots.
his own. Yeah, this is a good
5 bullets?
chance for Pacific. One more to find.
Three bullets?
He knows that the Sova's deep in the corner. And there's a waiting to swing. It comes through. Crystalli.
He might have done
Excellent.
enough though.
Sociable
36 HP.
8 points of health and still not cleared. Still an
cleared it.
issue.
Spike planted.
Whoop.
Molly's out the map.
Molly for
and Model
Haven.
out on heaven. Next fight, not clean at all. What is going on with Pacific?
Yeah, a little
It
rough,
feels
man.
like as soon as they come within a grasping chance of a third map, everything goes out the window.
Yeah, I mean, look, Crystalli excellently navigates the situation there in main. Use of the recon to get it perfect. Not the first time you've seen Valorant. Maybe it's a discipline issue. Maybe it's something else.
Molly
Just
for Haven. Do
be
you not see where it
found
went?
hanging in a position. This is just not one you want to watch back. I know there are so many people that want to see Pacific win. Lendoth's going to be fuming after that one.
There's no way Lendoth's got a shout out.
He deserves it, mate. He has taped
respect.
a Pacific
Dude, I feel like they got to
logo
give this
to a
comp up.
blank t-shirt. Doesn't
I
even
think
have
it's
the money
okay
for
to
the
just
merch,
accept it.
but he's got the passion.
Sign that man up. Ninja high-low with Valorant, but instead doesn't want anything to do with it. FUT just given the full breadth of this map to do
Yeah.
whatever they like.
Pacific, we're playing with a pack there in B, and that's sort of
Yeah, we're going to hear a
alluding to
lot
what I
of
wanted
running
to
on this
see.
one.
Numbers trying to make something happen, but it's sociable right through the middle, slicing them open from the belly of the beast. And just letting the rest of his team know that B should be open with that in mind. It's not Cupid that he's considered.
It doesn't
however.
really matter.
And 4-on-4 with a
This
weapon
round
picked
is
up.
done.
This is a huge chance for Pacific to do something.
Which Hogwarts house would you be in?
Yeah,
I
when
don't
the
know,
pressure
man.
is off.
I'd be in a boring one. And then I'd
Perhaps
knuckle
he
down
fancies
and
themselves.
just
Ninja's
learn
the
my
one who's
magic.
got himself a rifle as well as we get an ultimate rip from FUT. At least that's a win for Pacific, but they want more bodies, and Cupid approaches from main.
See if he can get anything done here. Really wants a distraction from that CT fight happening. You can see Zeus ready to fight off the back of this, though.
The ult here, the ult here is
Time
fine.
left for Pacific to get back into sight. Time's ticking away, and Cupid's just sitting waiting. I think
Could've
right
been
now
better,
this is
but-
a safe call for the two riflers.
I mean, I was going to say, yeah, they have the guns, so if you can just stop any kind of an escape route
Quidditch
for
commentator.
FUT here, then that could be a small win in and of itself. Valorant able to get a couple from it down to the melee. Nothing more. And looking at it here, ooh, just because of the plant, actually, Crystalli lives in B main, so not too much trouble for FUT, all things considered. And yeah, they have the money to fall back on here anyway. 7-1, the scoreline in their favor on the attack.
Confirmed advantage for FUT. We'd always say that typically when it was like the double initiator kind of meta, it was 6 for the attack was complementary on this map.
Yeah, and I mean, we also have to remind you all at home that Pacific need these remaining rounds. They didn't win a single round on their attack half against mates when they played Ascent before.
No, not they didn't. But with that being said, let's see how FUT try and extend their lead in the comms.
Enemy tag.
Jeko ya, pikli Jeko. Wait. Orba dokunmuyorum şu an aldığımı zannetmesin diye.
Böyle Deep City operatör. Lobby gelecek, pikleyecek kanka buradan. GT'den. Rosko'ya
Marketini alacağım. Market gelemiyor değil mi? Gelemiyormuş.
Oku alacağım.
Burası mı yedi?
GT pick atacak.
Mid'de trap var. Oman A'da TP oldu beyler. A main'e dön Okan. Okan Spike'ı bırak A main'e dön.
Getu sana vermem lazım.
Drone'un yok değil mi?
Yok, reveal'ım var.
Tamam A main'e reveal atacaksın. Vayne Oko. Tek başına gideceksin. Top mid'e gel şuraya bir shockdart at başta.
Kanka Kem beni gördü beyler.
Kem seni mi gördü?
I honestly know about the up here.
A short'a dönün. Yalandan bir de Vandal'la sıkın dikeye çattı. 3 saydı burayı.
Atıyorum reveal'ı.
Bir de A split yapın.
Short'a flash'e
You
çıkalım.
can take
Aa,
plan.
geldim sakin.
Because you gave me the one on Lotus.
Oh.
Atarsın flash. Ben de Garden.
Okay,
Ben
okay.
Garden'a oyunu... Yo Garden smoke atma, Garden'a gireceğim.
Atıyorum
At.
flash'ı. Exec smoke attım.
Stunlayayım.
Side'a gel, wall attım, side'a gel. Side flash ver.
Flash atıyorum.
At.
Gol attım Under'a. Körüm. Öldü.
Heaven alacağım, Heaven aldım.
Vuruyor.
Çıkar. Görmüyorum.
Atlar ama.
Yo atlayama vururum.
Bale ultisi var beyler.
Yine ulti attım.
Dude, that was a long listening.
On the A site with a man advantage now. Pacific tools in this retake, most notably 7 with the convergent paths.
What did he say?
Operator in hand,
I mean, the
not
casters
easy
just
task.
said you start
Certainly
after
not,
this, basically.
Especially stop holding on towards this angle.
Oh, he's fast shot, man.
Heaven. He will send Alorante hat straight off the head with a hole in it. And look at that, Pacific.
Dude, another
nothing to
save.
do with
They're getting
this. That
so
second player
wrecked.
down is their call to action.
They need so much help on this map.
To
They gotta
disarm
scrap
this
this,
retake.
surely.
Get out of there,
It's
but
been
not
2
before
disasters
Sop
this map for them.
chases down
Both
another.
times we've seen it.
I don't think these players are going
Why
to
was
get out with
Platchat
a
taken
lead
off of
by the looks
YouTube?
of
I
things.
don't know,
Sop
man.
still
It's Mini's
chasing
fault.
down 7.
FUT just don't want to offer a moment
Mini
of
Mass reported
relief.
it because he doesn't want to look like an
7
idiot.
At the very least can
When he had a
break
thing on
his
his
cold
camera for
streak,
30
break
minutes.
the ice and find his first in this map. But trailing at a score of 8-1, 7 rounds between the teams with FUT on the attack side still. Just feels like another situation which is irretrievable before you even have half a chance.
This is not what you want with a double
3
senti, yeah.
rounds remain.
Did you have for Cake
Gonna
or
take them out
Fnatic?
just
I got no
before
idea,
them
man.
for
I went for
coaches
Fnatic my
once again.
pick'ems, but
Try and bring things
I don't
back
feel
on board,
I don't
and
feel
it feels
confident
as if
to
when
like
we
pick
get
a team
turn
on
of
that one.
half, Pacific
I literally have
a
no
new
idea.
lease on life. They feel like a different team, and they always feel like the second half has really bounced back.
Again, it's just not enough rounds to give you any belief, and I've said it a couple times already. I don't want to be this big critic of how Pacific are playing the defender side, but you know, just a trap play, a set piece.
If you were a
something,
team
it
like
feels this
Pacific,
game
wouldn't
is
you
calling
just
out
try
for
and
right
get
now,
really good
when,
at Summit?
really
Yeah,
not
but they
been
did
offered
float
any
it,
variation.
and you can't really
I
blame
mean,
them
the
for picking
simple
Split
one,
with
right,
how well
that
they played
everyone
Split
calls
last
is the
time.
old Vision Strikers, and you can do a variation with
Okay,
that.
I'm pretty
with
sure
the
FUT
Cupid,
second bandit, right?
Sorry.
Maybe I'm
Say
wrong
Cupid,
here.
Sorry, the Omen and the Deadlock combination.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I would probably even
Pacific
be thinking,
Bandit? Okay,
Waddle's
then
got
yeah,
that
I agree with
Hunter's
you.
Fury. Ninja's gonna have the net up. Maybe you can send 7
You gotta
in through
play to
mid,
your
something along
alts,
those lines.
and I think that's
We
like
don't know
that's a
how
big
much
win.
thought has been put behind
Like
what
that could be a
Pacific
big
are
win
offering
for
us
you,
here.
especially as like
And
Cupid
right
believes
now,
that he's like
it
very
just
good at
doesn't
like
seem like we're
coming up
getting
with
the full
stuff.
extent
To just be like
of
the
what this
nerd on the
composition
new
could
map and
offer.
just dominate the
That
new
only
map.
means
They
a
really should
little,
learn into
I think,
that.
at the
I
end
do
of the
agree with
day.
you.
Comp is only one thing, it's how you play when you get in the server,
Yeah.
and FUT's fundamentals have been spot on.
Famous man did once say,
you get shot in the face, you die.
Yeah, exactly.
No way. Never heard that one before.
But the point being is there's only one team shooting in the server right now.
It does feel that way. And again, it's that decider drop
Mate,
off
my
which
op
Pacific
is-
has been prescribed with. 7 right at the front of it. Just a single kill for him so
They wanted
far.
to 4-person
Waddle, the
fight over
falling axe,
towards
trying to
middle, but they actually
see
just
if
got
he can get
X-X'd
any
on
better
mid.
for them.
Like they actually just got so owned. FUT managed to isolate the 2 on short and then own them with the mid
From
default.
under the arch as well as the information comes through.
It's a nice refight in towards mid, and one that Pacific for a moment had the advantage.
Can
Still
just try-
put back to 2-on-2.
I mean, Bacon, you gotta.
Sociable
I'm
has
trying
just
to.
seen
I'm a
the
neutral
bodies
kind of
have
guy.
flooded
What
back
can I
out.
say?
So when the fight comes in,
Nah, what is this?
Oh, please don't.
That was
Make
rough
it
to
stop.
watch.
And no wonder Yetajay's laughing.
Situations like that where you just see the real worst end of some of those issues put under the magnifying glass for Pacific here. Both players drifting. EPS,
No,
how
no,
cold
no,
are we gonna
no.
be?
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's
It's not as
just-
bad. It's not as bad as what I first thought.
Yeah, I mean, he ran out of bullets.
Makes it look like a Bond movie. It's more like Benny Hill on the replay there, but
Is that the voice actor for the Vandal?
that's a reference to an episode yet to come out. Cairo farming TikToks from the green room. Gotta trying to give your best Vandal impression to Assault.
Oh, it seems as if
Oh,
Pacific are trying to give us our best
Okay.
impression of a site defense. It's actually a fairly good ultimate.
No,
but
it
Ninja
gets out
doesn't
of there as well. Look at that
capitalise.
damage done
Still
though.
alive are
They
the
should
FUT
be
players,
fine.
but they're
This
badly
pos at mid
wounded.
is so ratty.
And it's harsh to say, but it feels like this
I mean, this
is one
pos
of
at
the
mid should
better
actually
rounds
get
that Pacific have had
the
a chance
double
coming in
kill
too
here.
late. Waddle still with it all.
Oh.
They need
Oh.
to deal with Yetajay top mid.
Oh.
Oh, they just can't do a damn
Oh, that was
thing.
nice though.
Yetajay
I didn't think
with
it would
a
go down that
transfer.
easy, bro. That was
It
crazy.
is absolutely
That second
divine.
shot's mad.
There's little rounds left to try and recover this one now, so Pacific will give it their best shot. Waddle still banking that ult for a rainy day perhaps as the rest of FUT are cut off from main.
Good.
Ninja still going as he's been picture perfect so far this series, but Sop is online this time and that's the difference maker for them. Waddle's going to drop cross Dali, but it's still that golden boy to make it happen. Waddle hasn't done enough. The time evades him as it always seems to do for Pacific.
Yeah, they're very slow on retakes. They're very, very slow. The amount of times that, like on a retake they run out of time.
Clutch for Sop in the end. Waddle's still alive.
It's up there. It's pretty high.
You said, that
happening a lot on split.
I just don't believe it. Yetaji should have never got this
that second kill is mad.
And from
Look
there,
at
I
it.
mean, Pacific start to roll their way back in. You can feel the hope rising. But once again, time is the cruel mistress in this game.
There's a couple of situations where they need someone to take control and absolutely send it. Like here when this guy's under and they know he's under, they should probably both be going and just one person jump classics.
Maybe.
Like I need someone to be fearless.
Oh, it's like failed one way, perhaps into the smoke. They're trying to fight, but immediately shut it down. This is the ult that we wanted to see come back through.
Hold up.
Waddle gets 2 kills from it.
Yeah, Cooper's still very low, and that's the benefit of FUT. But they start to fight through middle, and that's where Aloe and Waddle is.
It's a good bait though, they're not going close right. Oh, okay, well, take it all back. He's a genius.
Clearing him out so cleanly, cognizant of the fact, and Cupid on the flank, cancelled. A long, winding road back to the B site where FUT can lay their hat.
Yeah, Cupid, KD player, it seems.
Okay, sure.
Nobody's willing to jump outside of 7. Yeah, there's quite a lot of situations where they need it, Bacon.
6 points of health and a Guardian in hand. He was the reason that they won the last round, if you remember all the way back.
It's been a long time since then. Cairo, it really has.
Has it been a long time?
It has.
It feels
At least
like
they got a map.
time.
Yeah, but they always, well, they don't always get a map, but they normally get a map. It's just closing it out.
Trying to breach the gap with smoke.
This map is so bad for them now. This map they just need to reset.
But while he's found his man, he's not going to find the round. There isn't long enough left to make this one feasible. Just gone straight
Dude, Sop's like, what?
Looks a little confused about the outcome, but there should be no surprises with how this half has finished. 11-1, utter dominance from FUT.
It feels exactly
they
like
hit
the
the
last
reset button,
series
no doubt, on
against
this map.
Gentlemates.
Give me a new
I mean,
comp.
they didn't win Split, they won Lotus this time. Push it to a map 3, and Ascent is dominant. We'll find out what the scoreline looks like after this halftime.
He's gonna send team to steal this strat book. I mean, you could do. That's what a lot of teams have done with like Lev, to be honest. That's what a lot of teams that are like struggling on a map have done. Really, they've just gone, well, let's just copy Lev on this map.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That is just how you fix stuff sometimes, really. Do you think we'll see Summit in Fnatic K-Corp? There's a pretty good chance. Probably the best chance we've had so far of getting it. Because Fnatic are definitely getting rid of Haven. It makes no sense after last week to ban Haven and then have Haven there. And K-Corp are floating it as well, right? K-Corp might pick it. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Self-promo mod. Wait, what do we got here? Okay, we're talking about all this. Banished to the Forbidden Forest. What the hell? Dude, look how locked in Mini instantly is, though.
And if you're just tuning in towards
See how pumped up he is for that? Probably tweeting from the bath, by the way, as well. Bad bath of the day.
Series win as a, but it feels so far away.
Yeah, I was just saying to you, man. I've played these games before. I know how this goes. It's so hard.
Eating his grapes.
The hope that kills you for anyone Pacific inclined.
He's probably in chat right now. Wants to reply.
Say,
He's got wet hands, so he can't do it.
Na'Vi, we've not seen them live up to.
Pulse, thanks so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 17 months. Thank you for that. Hypoc Alamate.
And right now, it's feeling
Dude,
as if
he
they will
did.
continue to be
Hypoc, I think he got
winless
Plat Chat
against one of our top
episodes
teams
removed
from
because of
last
it.
stage. Sop already
Dude, it's a great stun into the molly.
Does well to
They
deal
got a fair
damage.
amount of damage from that. Quite a few
Nothing
beat it
more
though.
than the one inflicted.
Wall over the top. Lock these two in. They dodge the grab net.
Oh my god!
While reconned up.
Unbelievable stuff. The golden kid can do no wrong.
Feels like this is another situation though where I need someone to send it past the
All
choke.
on his own.
Saw the ace in the previous map. Valorant would have to go Goma mode to win this one.
I showed him a room options a week before. That's funny. That's funny, Hypoc. Wait, Hypoc, you have the same thing?
Valorant has been good for a few pistol rounds of his own in years gone by, but that was in dark. And Sop wasn't even playing in Turkey at that point in time. That was a long time ago, and he's looking to finish this one.
You chose the rooms? Nice. Yeah, but surely you aren't having... Mate, he was saying he's having 3 baths a day.
Left. Not a lot of time for this.
You can't be you
you
can't be having 3 baths a day as well.
Exactly as expected.
Benton! My God, it's been so long, Benton. How you doing, bro? I appreciate you. Good to see you, mate. Thank you for the bits. Hope everything's going alright over there.
Queuing up one of the most distinctive, dominant displays that we have seen.
Benton's
so
back.
far this
Benton,
stage.
normally when you're back, that means that...
13-1
I'm not gonna... Well, actually, I'll call you out. You kind of left because you had a girlfriend, and then normally when I see you in chat, it's because you don't have a girlfriend. You have an update? Do you have an update for us? It's normally not a great time when I see you.
It's all undone as easy as this when we get to Ascent.
It's messed up. Dude, that's what happened. Benton was here every day.
Yeah, I think that just sums
Not
up.
even Valorant. He's playing other games.
Benton, give us a life update. How you doing?
He's got games on his pistol. So does Valorant. Sociable got
It's true.
Oh my god, man.
He's playing a different game.
He's on another
Yeah,
level.
I mean this dude,
That's
Pacific
how it
man.
feels for
Get rid of this
anybody
comp.
who plays against him. An international Femon. Maybe there's not. Just Waddle left, he's low. And it's
Holy,
exactly
they smashed
what
them.
we
They absolutely
expected.
smashed
Maybe
them.
a bit longer, but FUT are the ones to win out. 13-1. And certainly that course corrected on its on Ascent at the very least.
That's funny. Hello, Benton,
for
mate.
getting past Pacific handily in the end and restoring some faith in their performances. They go up 2-1 in the group and take the lead in the championship point race overall. But when you go back
Way
and
to
look at
Cornwall.
it, felt like even when Pacific were
nice over there,
trying
though.
to make that breakthrough, put themselves on the front foot, they were hamstrung in a sense. There's something that holding them back, and it's impossible to say what that is. Even with the transfer made and Waddle coming in, we've seen some improvement, but it's still not enough.
At least they're consistently
What a legend.
reaching a third map. I mean, I know you're making noises, but like, listen, at the end of the day, you've got to take the wins when you can get them, right? We look towards Apex, they weren't able to get a win in VCT, and I feel as if Pacific have got a much
Sliggy, I'm writing to formally express my disappointment regarding a recent observation that your social media presence, about your social media presence, has come to my attention that you do not currently follow your own moderator. Wait, which one? It could be multiple. You said moderator. I think it's moderators. I don't use Twitter. Actually, that's a lie. Maybe once a month.
Conditions that they have to be thinking about if we want to see them go on another deep run and towards Shanghai.
Benton said, after the last one left, I went to Cornwall. It's lush. Plenty of more fish in the sea down here.
So that Turkish derby with
Benton,
extra bite coming into
you're
it
a
later
hero.
in the week.
Yeah, it's
I appreciate you.
Turkish
Thank you.
derby with some serious spice added to it. An interview for us here, though. It's Vlad standing by.
Vlad, that last map, your boys made it a little bit more comfortable for you.
Yeah, I'm not
What
a
went so well for
great
you
social
there?
media user,
Yeah,
to be honest with
we
you.
had a little talk on the outside, and we changed kind of our approach, and like we could have converted a lot of runs in the Lotus, of course. Like they did some magic runs. We took. I mean, we stayed more careful there. Yeah.
There's always going to be some of those magic
Appreciate
rounds,
the
but
bits,
when
man.
those
Thank you
rounds
so
are getting
much.
away from you, when they're
Thank you
converting rounds, they
for that, man.
shouldn't be. What's happening in your team? What's happening in the comms?
We're just saying like we can't be losing like this. we keep saying, and then we try not to do those mistakes. But
You live for the
yeah,
doom
I mean,
scrolling?
Like those boys
I think I'm the furthest away you can
like
get from
they
doom
support-
scrolling.
I think they're gonna win some games against some of the opponents in the upcoming games.
Don't do
like,
that.
They don't deserve to be like winless, so to say. Like they have good players as well. They have good understanding of the game. I mean, we're playing against an opponent that has nothing to lose, basically, and we. I can't say it right now, but like sometimes we're kind of backing from our potential, and we gotta be making sure that we stay on our momentum. Yeah.
On a more positive note, thinking back to the beginning
Plus,
of
I'm
that
playing
series, are you
Valorant again
glad
for
the team got
a
another
long
chance to
time
play
and
the
over a
split
year.
after
The
that
game's
naughty
changed a
game?
lot.
Oh,
Yeah. Honestly, you
definitely.
missed
We
a
made,
rough meta, man.
Improvements.
Neons everywhere.
It's on the table because like those guys are
You
one
timed
of
it
the
pretty
best
well.
split teams in our group, so to say, and it's of course like making us happy that we converted that game. We should have ended on Lotus, but like thankfully we also made improvements on our ascent as well.
And while we're talking about the maps, I'll just say it one more time.
You still use
guys
creatine at the
floated
moment?
summit
Yeah,
once
I'm on
more.
10
You
grams,
waiting for
maybe
someone
up and
to
at
pick it?
15.
Yeah,
I need to look more
like,
into
I'm up
the
to it. Right now, this map
the,
pool is one
Euro
of the
stuff
best
of it.
ever.
I'm a big
happened
believer,
to this
personally.
team, you know, like we were
For gym,
having
it's great.
some problems with the last map pool, but we're so happy to play in this one.
Well, I'm glad you're loving it. Congratulations on the win. It's
Thank
time
you.
to set it over to your teammates over on the couch.
I'm joined with
Imagine they
Bambino
won.
yesterday.
Dude, it was
as
close,
well,
Swift.
of
I'll give you
course.
that. It was
Welcome,
close.
guys. I
It
wanna
could have been a
catch up
2-0.
From London, first of all, though, because I
I
don't
mean, they
think
had
we've
to
a
2-0 it
chance
for
to
sure after
chat
what we
to
saw.
yet. How was that experience for you yesterday, finally getting to be back at the top with that finish that you ended up having?
Yeah, actually it was amazing for me because I really missed the international stage and also I missed to meet people other side Berlin.
Yeah, I'm trying it
It
again,
was
Bacon.
nice.
It's been alright at the
I'm
moment.
so happy about my roster because they achieve international, so we have to be better now.
Yeah, for sure. And for you, Bambino, having the home crowd there as well, I guess. It was a fun experience?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the home crowd meant a lot to me. It was really special Masters for me to attend with the home crowd, you know, and it was really nice to see the crowd being loud and like, even when they were against us, just the energy in the room was so nice. So
Yeah.
like, the fact that there's something going on is good.
For sure. I want to pick up on something that Vlad had just mentioned there. He had said that it maybe should have been a 2-0. Why wasn't it a 2-0 on Lotus?
Yeah, let's talk about Lotus.
Yeah, let's
I
get into it.
I've got nothing nice to say about how we played on Lotus.
And that's perfect. And that's exactly what we're asking.
Dude, look at yesterday,
were
man.
shocking.
He doesn't want to say anything.
By every account, lack of discipline. We got all the basics wrong, and even then we still should have won.
Wow.
It was a shocker, but you know we got some good VOD review material, and then we got to go out and play Ascent, which is always fun. So
How did that feel from the inside?
Yeah, actually after losing some rounds, we just being more stressful and that just makes everyone angry and then we lose. So I always say, guys, calm, that's fine, but they don't hear. Yeah, it's me, yeah.
He's like the
the yin and the yang.
I think we literally have a clip. Like, run the clip,
He's the
because
Ghana.
it does not look like you're the
Talk
one
about
that's
the between the
calm.
map.
Yeah, to Jay.
yeah. I mean, between the map, Yetu's definitely the one that like will chill the boys out. Oh, mate.
Yeah, this reaction, you didn't get to see it yet, Yambi, or maybe you did, but the way that he sprays across the stage.
And he doesn't look at this single bullet.
So this is you being calm, or?
Yeah, I mean, for our team, like
Map
when we
freezing
losing,
uploading.
I'm always calm.
It should
I'm
be
just
now.
trying to
This is the wrong Haven? Bruh, I got no idea what Haven.
Yeah, I think
I'll go through the Havens later tonight, Sonia.
With it.
It's gonna be the easiest way to do it. Otherwise, I'm just uploading random Havens.
London, you guys are already a few matches in here.
Will we see Summit? We might see Summit now.
Tell us a little bit about the format. How it's affecting you? Do you think it's a positive, a negative? How we like in having that many games together?
What is the reason for
personally,
players
it's
only
like
being with a live
much
audience?
faster prep
Save money.
turnaround, so that's a bit less fun. But I feel like we're a
not
team that
every
plays
day was
well when
filling
we
up
have
in
some
terms of people
momentum
as
and
well.
we have the
so.
ball rolling, so I think for us as a team, it kind of fits as well.
Do you think it benefits you?
Yeah, I guess it was nice format.
Saying hello to Fnatic.
Yeah. Eyvallah, teşekkürler. Yeah, it was nice format and I like to play matches like more and it was really nice because our team was like, if we got momentum, we can play every day. But we need this momentum, so...
We have it on camera now.
Benson,
so
you're going crazy, man.
Yeah.
Thank you for all the bits, bro.
Speaking of prep,
Thank
though,
you,
are
thank
you
you.
surprised that they didn't pick Summit against you today?
Do Ascendant?
No,
Nice.
I'm not. I mean, like, they're definitely a team
It's
that will
specific,
have,
Billy.
like, they will have a tricky summit.
Should be like an ace up their
Fair enough,
sleeve,
yeah.
Yeah,
though,
but like,
right?
they're a good split team, and to be fair, like, credit to them. Like, I don't think they play like a winless team, and they provide a really interesting challenge and a problem to solve with this like double senti stuff that we're not seeing in the league. And so I think their split is nice actually, and so is their Lotus. So I'm not too surprised they didn't, and they stuck with their guns. I think it's good for them.
Let's look ahead as
That's
well,
pretty
right?
nice.
Like we went through
I like
this
how he didn't say
best
Ascent,
of
though.
3. There were some moments here and
He
there.
agrees with the
but
Ascent.
it is not
Has
over. You
EMEA
have
played
a full
Summit yet?
Turkish,
No, no one's
week
playing it.
This time around, you've already won against the first one, but BBL will be your next match. Thoughts, feelings, expectations, Jet2J?
Yeah, actually, I missed to play against them on stage. And right now we are more close, and probably Larok or the other players will be try to trash talk to us.
It's going to be loud in
And
here that day.
it will be so nice for us, I guess. It will be so exciting match, and I hope we prep really good. And I really want to win against Turkish Derby.
I will ask a follow-up on that one, if you don't mind, because it's BBL, and then finally you have Vitality.
Yeah.
If we were to have one of those decibel machines, I don't know how they're called, you know, to measure how loud someone can scream, who do you think would win, you or Yampi?
It's not a question, is it?
Yeah, it's me, obviously.
Okay.
Oh.
Production, can we make a note?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I love that. Love the full confidence. Well, either way, it's been really nice having you both. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
But don't go anywhere, because we are going to be right back with the second series of the day. It's KC up against Fnatic after this break.
Okay, and it should be a banger game. Might be one of the best games we have in EMEA this week. Go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Name one player that you want to see at champs but won't be making it. Like Mako maybe. Kind of want to see Mako at the.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
But I know he ain't making it.
Wanting a well-won break.
I'll say that much. Like I like Mako, but I hate what they're doing over there. May, yeah, May's always a good one, man. 'Cause he's so talented.
Want to find your fastest server
Oxy's
every
kind of
time?
same
Express
vibe as a May.
and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttle.
Okay,
Express
chat.
and
Back in a
shield
little bit.
yourself from DDoS
Big game
attacks.
coming up.
Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy, and more. Scan to subscribe.
Hello everyone, hello. Awesome. We're back. EMEA. Back with the content. Back with the content. We're mic'd up. We are mic'd up actually.
One B. He's running in on A site now.
Welcome back to VCT EMEA Stage 2, where we now have the game that we thought was going to be the game of the day. The first one turned into a bit of a banger, at least until the third map.
You don't dare speak. You actually made me believe.
So we'll just talk about this one now so that Kukuka doesn't get mad at me. We have more to talk about. We have KC taking on Fnatic for a game that could have pretty damn big implications down the line.
Yes, I think that this is an incredible, important game for both of the squads, especially because of what must be in everybody's minds. Eng left KC, or whatever happened there, went to Fnatic, and this is the first time that they're going to play against each other. We're seeing a KC that is hit the ground running, is looking pretty well, and as you're saying, it might have great implications, because if somehow KC ends up today in a 3-0, as in keeping up with the 3-0 score in the entirety of the stage, they will be in a great position to start even thinking about playoffs. So it's crazy that it's just Wednesday, week 2.
Yeah, it definitely puts them maybe not quite in a comfortable position just yet when we consider all the teams that we've still to see play, but definitely puts them in a good spot. And I think if you'd asked me at the very start of the stage, like, oh, could we imagine like KC potentially finishing top of their group? I probably would have said no, given some of the teams in there.
And I wouldn't have blamed you. I wouldn't have blamed you, but as you can see, KC is the only team that ended up week 1 in a 2-0 record. FUT, we see that is now topping Group Alpha after the victory that we just had, also with those 12 points. And speaking about points, Pacific still is the only team that has not gotten a single point in the entire world.
Well, we don't need to dwell on it. You were getting mad at me for dwelling on it. Now you're bringing it back up.
I speak about it and I'm not mad anymore because I'm like...
Hurt people hurt people.
Yeah.
We'll move on into this one. We don't have to think about that for the moment. And what a better way to set the stage than to have two old friends now turned rivals. Got an interview where we caught up with Aang and Zeish. I'm here with Zeish and Aang, the coaches of these games. We were about to do an interview and you said, wait, can we get Aang in here? Wait, what is it about playing this guy right now, in this moment?
So, we are really like good friends outside of the game, but right now it's like war day, so he's yapping for now, like he's making like some clowns stuff, but I cannot wait for the game. I think it's gonna be a funny one.
How do you feel about the fact that he takes over your job, and then suddenly they get 2 wins last week?
Okay, that's it.
You gonna show him who's the master though today?
To be honest, I hope it's gonna be a fun match. Like that's it, because of I feel like they have an insane form right now, and we only getting our shape back. So yeah.
And meanwhile, you gotta show the old sensei how it's done now.
I mean, I have a picture in my phone with like these turtles. I don't remember, Turtle Ninja, and like there is the one small one with like the old one, and like people used to compare us to this. Like Aang would be the old one and me the small one. So like right now, like I became a head coach. I think also like to be respectful. Like of course we like trash talking each other and stuff, but I learned a lot of things from him. And like if I can do a lot of good things also today, it's because what I learned from him. So like I hope it's gonna be a good match, and like that we're gonna have a good face up and not like fight each other after it. Of course not. Like we're gonna love each other, but like, yeah.
Hold on, wait. You're gonna do what now?
Nothing. I'm just pretending, bro.
Little brawl after the game. What do you think's the key to bringing him down? You know him better than maybe anyone does. How do you bring him down? How do you get in his head? Maybe with the comps.
Get in his head? You cannot get in head of someone who is crazy. This guy, like, he's not predictable. He's just like crazy, like, so you just like do whatever you have to do and that's it, because you cannot predict a crazy guy. Like, would you predict a crazy guy?
It's true. No thoughts, just vibes?
Da. Yes.
Da.
Yeah.
Good luck to both you gentlemen today.
No.
I am not kidding when I tell you.
Doing a sticker of Aang doing this to the camera.
He's so diva, no? Like that was so diva from him.
In the words of Aang, da.
Da. Da, indeed. I just love the fact that Zeish specifically comes up to the interview and goes, what, no Aang here? And I said, you want Aang here? And he said, yes. And there we go,
I
masterpiece.
I cannot believe that you went to Aang and asked him what you asked him to begin with. Like, yeah, he takes over your job and now they win when you couldn't win a single thing. Like, I would have been just as stuck as he was. You're like, what do we even say to this?
Sometimes you gotta throw a little match on the fire.
Damn. Yeah, but Aang is a sweetheart. He's crazy.
Well, he's the one squaring up and throwing fists in that interview. All I'm saying is let's dive into the matchup that we've got here now, because we've set the stage beautifully, I think. There's a lot of history between these teams. Eng's coming over from KC, now over here. We heard Avaz and Zeish both have been looking forward to this matchup in particular. And now we have a KC that's looking phenomenal headed into it. So the question of, you know, who's little brother, big brother is kind of maybe in doubt.
I feel like both of these teams have quite a contrast when it comes to style and leadership. I feel like you hear moments where maybe Boaster is having to kind of micromanage the rest of Fnatic in those kind of team fights. I think he was speaking about it on the desk last week, where like it's nice to have voices like Cloud and Crashies in the team that can coordinate those things. Whereas I think for Aves, he's very much like listening to all the ideas of the team. Not to say that Fnatic don't do this, but it feels, as we've mentioned, a lot more loose rather than structured. Like, I feel like when I think of Fnatic, I think methodical, structured. When I think of KC, they're really just, you know, creating their own kind of style.
I love that there's so much to, there's a big story behind this game just because of recency. But if we look at Fnatic last week, now that they have Cloud in, what is the first match that they play? Against GIANX. And now KC is next. They were able to defeat a lot of demons with in that game against GIANX. But at the end of the day, are we sold on anything? Like, how much of that is that GIANX that was not ready, not well prepared, didn't have their 5 players, and also Cloud having a field day against the team that he knows better than anyone on this planet.
Yeah, I feel like it's almost a buff going up against your X team though. Like, it usually
when
is
you've
a
been
buff.
IGLing for them as well, it's like, oh, I know exactly everything. If there is one person that knows, it's Cloud.
The difference being Cloud was in the server last week. Obviously, Eng is going to be in the coach booth and not quite in the server to be able to do these things to his ex-team. But yeah, I think, as you mentioned, we're also seeing Cloud jump onto different roles because, of course, similarly to how we spoke about the Pacific roster and, you know, the recon having to move around, we're having that in this one as well, where Crashies is that primary recon player. Now we're seeing Cloud jump onto things like the Sage.
You know, it is interesting because you're right, he's not going to be in the server, but I think his players are going to have a lot to prove for him as a head coach. He was actually on a stream talking to Yinsu, mentioning the fact that he wasn't sure after this coaching stint that he was going to get another opportunity at this level of play, right? And so I think that there is a lot to prove for Eng, and particularly towards your old team, there's a lot to show.
Absolutely, and specifically when we speak about Eng, we've always had like the Eng method, which is like play 3,000 scrims a day. Like seriously, it's like exhausting. You get 1 day off at Christmas just because, and because it's probably Sunday as well, and you can't work in Berlin.
Chat, no Vita, yeah, right.
We've always spoken about how important and relevant he is as a coach. But this time around, he is joining a team that already has a lot of structure and has been known for all these things. So I guess that people are also waiting to see what is going to be the Eng effect on Fnatic.
We'll have to find out. To find out more about this map, we're going to dive into the skirmish between Cloud and Levin.
You wanna play first round sheriffs?
We can play full rifle. Rifle, full.
Only okay, let's play full rifle.
Damn, he doesn't want anything to do with the sheriff.
Fight!
I'm ready.
Nice. Oh, that's a nice angle.
Not this time, not this time.
I was ready for that, I was ready for it. Oh. Oh no, you got me. You got me. Thank you.
Nusk Wiffen, right? Is that how I say that? With the Prime, appreciate you.
Dubbing the skirmish to KC, and the question will be, is that going to hold going in here? Anything we want to see from the map, Vito?
I'm excited to see anything because, as I said, I think that KC is doing a brilliant job so far. And for Fnatic, everything is still a question. You know, it's not a bad team. So let's see what they cooked up for stage 2.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, we finally
Banger.
got it. We finally got it. Our first
Summit first map picked by
EMEA.
K-Corp.
It's happening.
They're just in for
Summit.
it.
Let's go.
That's awesome. Finally, we're here.
That is so crazy because it's KC, the team
Wait,
that
they
actually
could it?
went to
Okay, yeah.
PWC
All right.
picking the Summit. Okay.
Yeah, why not?
Week, everybody.
2 stunned to
Buckle
speak.
up.
Actually, 2 stunned to speak. I love that from them.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Well, if you're too stunned to speak, I'm going to ask you to speak just a moment more, because in a moment we're going to be headed over our stage. I can't
Gazaco
wait
with
to
the
get into
Prime
this
for
Summit.
26
But yeah, I mean,
months. Thank
just
you so
anything
much.
that you want to look out for, anything you think should be getting played in
Kayak's
Summit.
hair.
5 seconds.
Kayak's hair, definitely. That's what we should be talking about.
Kayak hair, he
Where
got
is
a
it?
lot less of it from what I can see, but Times keep changing in my ear, and the times are changing because of new maps in the pool. Summit, thoughts?
We're staying?
We're staying.
Okay.
For a
We're
moment.
staying right now.
As I said,
We're
I'm
staying.
excited. I think it's a
We're
bold
staying, yeah.
move coming out from KC, considering like they're already in such a flawless
Fnatic
run for
picking
so
Ascent,
long.
yeah.
And obviously,
They've been picking some weird stuff right now.
But you know, it's time to
Well,
change things, guys. They're just looking at me.
I guess weird stuff in terms of
Stare
what they
'em on
used to
down
pick with
because it's
that.
time for them to stare each other
with
down on
Vacation.
stage. It's time.
They've
for
been
our face-off.
picking Sunset last week, Ascent this week. Can see K-Cup winning 2-0. What I will say is Fnatic map theory on a new map is normally pretty good. Like, Bosa's normally pretty good at new maps. But he also had a lot of coaches behind him when he was doing that back then.
So now they've faced off on stage, and we are very eager to see the face-off in this first map of the Veto, the first
We'll
summit ever. And you were just saying, Bea, that the Fnatic not so good on the new map.
Don't ask me anything. Engen says she's hugged. I'm not okay.
Ah, it's beautiful. That's beautiful. Usually we save that for after the game.
People
but it's
promised me this would never happen.
Starting early. All right, she's lost. Billy, what do we got here?
Fury was good. They picked it. He did actually say they might pick it. Yeah, you're right.
Never mind Eng as well. It's odd, but it feels like a new era and very much needed considering the position that they're in now, potentially having to make it all the way to that grand finals in stage 2 to be able to make it to champs.
Slifer.
which is a
Slifer
position
loves
that
you.
Fnatic
Thank you so much,
aren't
Slifer. I
usually
appreciate
in.
that.
They're usually one of those dominant
With the
teams
5
in our
gifted, man.
region.
Very
Having
generous,
this
bro.
summit
Appreciate you
come
doing
up
that.
as the first
We
map
got
for
VOD
me is
Prad as well with the
exciting. I
whole
want
year. Thank you for the
Fnatic to
prime
get
as well,
back to
mate.
being the team that defines
That you know
the
what to do.
meta, rather than being
Get the oil
slaves to
spam
it as
going.
they have
The
been
Slifer
throughout
as well.
this
Thank
year
you
so
so much for
far.
the
It
5
is so
gifted, mate.
bold. We were speaking about it in the first series, but at the end of the day,
Sage
when
on
the
Summit.
entire region
Sage is viable. There's definitely certain things that it can do that are very hard to counter on this map. In terms of pro play, I don't think you'll see too much of it. You'll see like a little
And
bit.
if they decided to permaban something else, you know what you're facing.
I'm
You
looking
know
for
that
advice
there
here,
is-
but
didn't
I
have
just
to
don't
be
know if I'm going to
KC.
see
It
it.
could be any other team that could have picked it onto you. It could have been Giantess last week for all right.
Chamber, it's not really a chamber map. You want a hard lockdown. It's more of a vibe. If you're going for Sentis, like the Sage does work because you can hard lock down and slow over towards A, but you have to have like full stopping power. So it's like Cypher Vice Sage, really. The chamber, you would just hit the chamber site every single time over towards E, over towards A even. Like if it's literally just that is your only stopping power, you're just spamming A. So. Haircut Fairy? Yeah, but this haircut, that couldn't have taken that long. Dude, they go double chamber, bro, you just spam A. Oh, there's a Sage though. Hold up. There is a Sage though. So as much as I'm not like the biggest fan of chamber on this map, I will say at least they have the stopping power over towards A. Fnatic could definitely A spam if they want to, because right here, there is no agent that can lock down A, as far as I know.
It's the chamber head-to-head, I think, that
So
we're looking at.
I would like to see Fnatic spam A, but they're also not like a, they're not like a spam fast pick a site like team, really. This is interesting. I definitely prefer the Fnatic comp over the K-Corp comp, but the thing that I like from the K-Corp comp is I do feel like Harbor's pretty good. They go for double wall. Double wall's interesting, man.
The stars around the map, as well as the Sage lows to allow Alpha to get those deep lines on the chamber. How are they fighting for that?
The chamber, and you just I think I like this because Chamber's gonna play mid, and then Sage is gonna play A. This, I just don't know who plays A. Viper? Maybe? RDK with the prime, appreciate the 12 months. Thank you for that.
Well, we are breaking
The Viper has to? Yeah, I think the Viper has to.
in EMEA, the first summit of this event.
Like maybe they do like A wall with A smoke, retake wall on B or something.
Well, you know what, us, Mike, you'll never get lost. It's time to dive into this match, and I am so excited, Tom, because looking at Fnatic and KC, talking about the old coach of KC leading Fnatic, of Fnatic always being the team that sets the meta, and now KC come in, and they pick the new map against Fnatic. It could be a mistake, but as Aang said,
I mean, it could be a mistake, but at least we get it. Fnatic on defense, K-Corp on attack. We finally get an EMEA summit.
This is a big turnaround and the biggest test. Aang to get back in the saddle. And for Fnatic, the comp is cooked up. Seems to have a lot of benefits.
I'm a wall over towards A. It's pretty strong. They go for this one. That's not as good in the afterplant, but it creates better lag pressure.
Have always been very good, even going back to the Gambit days. But the attack
Dude,
sometimes
people have been going for this smoke.
Already, though,
do you go for this smoke so that you can rotate off of this and then it...
It was talked about
Not fully sold on this smoke yet, but it is nice to creep out mid. Like you can creep out mid.
I'm excited to see
this
how
line
the
gets
buttons
blocked
are going to be
also.
utilized as well. We know how important sectioning off some of those angles is going to be, but Alpha is not shying away from the fight just yet. And in fact, it's going to be Crashies that meets Sugetsu.
Big whiff on this one. Keep an eye on Boaster pushing all the way through. Obviously sees the chamber trip, so he could smoke that at one point. Smoke goes down. No one's heard it. Boaster could get a lot here, man. We got to go on this POV. Oh.
Towards middle. This is going to be a
Dude, Sugetsu on top of it.
Reinforcements harder to
That was
get
nice
there.
from Sugetsu,
It's going to be
though.
on Cloud, the Battle Sage. He's delivered so many times already.
It's a good bait from Spawn here.
For this banner now, he's slipped the net. He's made it past, and he's
Right, it's two big
shot.
angels on
It
this
looks
there.
like KC are eschewing
K-Corp this
to
one.
take this across the line. Alpha will try his best to recover.
That's that left all onto Boaster. The wrap around.
Oh, it's unlucky on this one. Is a nice little push from Boaster in reaction to this.
And I'll be honest, from the way
it is just two angels.
with like very
That's
heavy B main control coming out from KC, I was sat there going like, oh, are they not going to play this how I thought they would? Like really battling
big
for that
whiffs?
middle
Yeah, it
control,
was two big whiffs.
especially having the ability to section off so many angles with that Viper, and of course with Dossier on the harbor. But they double back. They take the control early, they leave a player in, and then they rotate back into that mid presence. And you can see how much ground you can get splitting to either side of the map. I feel like it's going to be such an important, imperative part, because getting into either site...
So surprised that the Sage is perma playing B right now.
It feels like a death
Dude, teams have such a different read on this map to what I do.
Straight towards the B site for KC. This is one of the more dangerous rounds. Sorry, one of the maps where
I know
this
it's
round is
early,
most
but
dangerous, I'd imagine. So many corners and crevices for you to tuck on into on either site. And with these low-buy weapons, the classic, in fact, it's all classics. It's a full eco round coming out of Fnatic with only utility bot. Their chances of success are very low. But KC want to make sure that they lower them even more. Playing a fake, containing the other side of the map, and going back late. That slow is going to cause problems, though, and I'm not sure Kayak's going to... Or sorry, Levin's going to get out of there, and indeed he won't. Taken down by the classics. This is already getting a little dangerous.
Yeah, the fact the headhunter,
Mate,
look, all
why
those
are they
angles just not
going
quite
for
being
ones
cleared
here?
properly. The deep control from Kayak has caused them issues already. And sure, the remaining couple of players both have rifles. It gives them the best chance to turn this back around.
A low spot on this one.
Firmly in
Could
Fnatic's
honestly
favor.
just let them take A and then just... No, okay. Gonna say let them take A and then pick up the guns in middle. Holy. It was really weird from K-Corp. Individual.
And hell, you know, we said it, it's difficult to attack on this map, and Eco presents a lot of danger, but I loved what Fnatic did here. Cloud slows made this impossible for Kayak to do what they were, sorry, Levin, I keep making that mistake. It made it impossible for Levin to do what they were trying to do. Get in,
Not yet.
sell that fake, and get
Bacon,
out.
the way that I view it
no get out, and they
is sure, if you're doing like B split, I would actually say
Bro, come on.
I would say the mid door is like a 50-50.
Emotional investment. Yeah, they're gonna be friends after
I would say
the game,
majority of
but
the time the mid door
they're gonna
probably
hate
gets
each
shot by the defense.
Maybe
It might be like a 60-40 to be honest. When you get to late, you are just shooting this. Like when you get to 50 seconds, you gotta just shoot this on defense.
I do think, especially in early
For sure.
days of a map, especially first officials, I think the splitting up and looking for clues technique has a lot more risk.
Okay, we get into the big buy rounds. I see the Sage playing over towards A to
Even if you
delay.
may not have seen them so much in the scrims.
Good sign.
I think that's where KC have truly fallen victim.
Chamber
I
gets
will say
set
just
up on the
an
deep
agent
line
basis,
over
I'm so
towards
excited
B
for
as
both
well.
Chambers. Narrate's been
What a shot.
fantastic. Well, there you go. Didn't even get to finish the sentence before Boaster's head is ripped off. And I don't think I need to tell you about how
It's a low buy. They should consider that the Viper would take the timing on this. It's really nice from Sugetsu. Narrate needs to chill, because if he starts peeking out fast, they might work out that the Viper's gone through. Yeah, Cloud works out. Nice shot.
Usually gets Cloud trying to contain.
Big heal.
It's that little heal. He'll be back up to 100 in just a moment. Slow down behind as well, so no support for Levin as he falls. And
Hey, what a round from Cloud.
Working his way towards the ult. There it is. Found one way or another. And a price that I think Fnatic will be more
Cloud
than
saved
happy to
him on
pay.
this.
This should be
Dude, good
a
reaction
2-0
from him.
start with
He worked out that
tension
the
in this
chamber
round.
was the
And
one
instead,
peeking. The
Fnatic
Viper
have
had
the
already
leg
gone
up
over towards
and
site.
Rez
His
coming
wall
into
also
the
went
next.
down as well, so he's trying to dodge the free and probably take the 1v1. I guess this is his fault. That's a great shot.
Also because you won an eco round, you might look at this normally if this was your like second round conversion and go, oh, this was a lot of damage.
Really good signs from Fnatic here.
built up quite a few
They had heavy
players.
shutdown on A early.
A Rez to come into the next round with. Another solid showing in a round from Cloud as well, who, as we sort of mentioned, had a great
Okay, no, I think they get it, man.
first week
Okay,
with
I take it all back. I think
Obviously only
Fnatic have
playing
a similar
the
theory
one
to me.
game in comparison to the two that were won by KC, and well, an early blitz, an early battle with an aggressive stance from Alfia, but that's the value of having
This is
that
nice
chamber.
as well.
He's able to escape.
These same wall as last time, block out over towards mid, and at the same time you get like a good angle over the top. Yeah, so he can leave it and you still get the
And
info.
he's not only able to escape, able to get healed up as well by Cloud. Rez still in the back pocket for Fnatic. We don't want to see too many overextensions if you're going to pull that into play, but with the mid door down, Cloud doesn't have much to do. He's chosen to go and join the crew towards the B site, and it looks like
K-Cop
he's
have a
made the right
lot
call.
of
It
map
certainly
control
looks
right
that way
now.
to him. He heard the Prowler just seconds ago go right past, and yet the flock has flown in a different direction. It's the A side under threat, as Kayak's about to find out.
He's going to move the second the wall breaks. That was why he was on that side.
Good stun.
He knew they were locked in for the moment, but now looks to join his teammate just around the corner.
It's a double thing?
The fact is, though, yeah, it feels like KC are more than happy to try and play.
Man, Boss is
with
having a
this
rough
middle
time over
control.
towards A.
I like the trap positioning.
He's doing pretty good.
If anybody walks into that,
Literally
if
just
any
going
steps are
back and
heard,
forth,
it gives alarm
just checking
bells.
each side of the
Offense
wall
crashes.
every single time it
It
goes
seems
up.
like they're going to go back, and go back again.
The fake
But
of
they're
the
still
B
walking
split
right
with the
into
harbor
onto
wall
Kayak,
does get the
who's
one
ready
rotate
and
out.
waiting,
Boss
but
has to
only
go
one.
crazy here. Okay.
And Narrate as well have been waiting the entire round
20 seconds
for
on this.
someone on Fnatic to get aggressive, to push towards the spawn. The very thing that's happening now for Crashies, but it's way too late. This big fake from KC didn't
Nothing stopped the
seem to
res.
have worked out, but now
Overall.
they've got themselves the site. The
being
res
flanked.
is possible here for Cloud, though. And the
Poke to
flank
Storm with the
indeed,
prime,
if they
appreciate
can
that.
Draw the eye with that res. It could be their round.
Res up.
It's free.
No opportunity to really deal damage without a massive risk, but also holding on to
I
that
really like how
reckoning.
Crashies is playing this at the
Timing is
moment.
going to be important.
Very,
and
very patient.
it has at least forced them back, but do they know about that second player? They are. They're looking for it. Good work.
It's weird.
from
After he cleared,
Dosia.
well,
And now can create
he
a
got
little bit of
unlucky with the
additional
timing.
space for himself around the back of that
I do think the
side.
other two need to
Khan
make more
knowing he
sound
needs
there,
to
but
break through this quickly, but even still, he's walking back into the hands of Dosia again. He did enough in this round, it
Ooh,
seems, but still
nice from
comes
Aves.
down to Aves. It's another round on the board for KC, and we're equal.
should be another
once
buy
again.
round on
It
this.
was such an interesting idea from KC. We've already seen them.
Their
in
wait
the
so if the
anti-ego
Viper
play
was up or
spread
down on the
map.
minimap.
So I
Nah.
sort of expected them after being punished so hard to avoid that play, at least for a couple rounds. But here, they come in with the idea to early fake the B site, pressure the A site, embed two players, one on each of the angles on A, then go back in the other direction, use their harbor wall and their neon to fake out that B site, and then go back in the other direction. I mean, this was a wild round from them. It looked overcooked, but it worked out wonderfully in the end, and Doja checking for that flank is what won them.
Oh, the same fight once again, and no matter how quick Alfia could normally be, he's not quick enough on his escape mechanism this time around. Of course, Fnatic's extra credits have been thrown into this one.
Attack sided map? Nah, I don't think
With
so,
that early
Bacon.
man advantage.
I think
Rushing through this
I think it
choke
depends on your comp, but
would have quite
I
a lot
feel
of
like it's
risks
defense
about it. Of
sided.
course, they're going to break the door, remove one of those more aggressive
Mate, if you have a
angles,
vice
more
on A,
awkward angles
Bacon,
to clear.
I promise you, you're locking down
But you'd
defense.
expect if they are going to go this way, I was going to say they'd need a Prowler or two, but they don't have any of those left. Oh, nice shot from the right and quick enough to escape as well.
Spike down mid.
What the?
3 versus 4, and the angle from Crashies is going to bring us back to even health back up for Cloud as well. And Well, the advantage has quickly faded
Yeah,
for KC.
this
They've got
is
some
kind
control
of...
for their trouble.
Oh, there's
And they
a
break the
nice
door
bait.
after Levin makes it through.
He gets inserted over towards here and they break the wall behind, and he had a very good timing.
Fnatic play back towards the
I
site.
will
Now,
say,
push up in A main, it looks like
shout out to
Roster's gonna
Cloud that
take
he is
very
considering this.
aggressive control, and this is perfect. They're swapping positions with KC, but leaving the attackers surrounded.
Kind of obvious, dude. In the moment, I promise it's not that obvious.
One door shuts. Of course, everybody at this point has already passed the angle. Cloud, he's been waiting the entire round for another fight. Was just patient with his push, and he knows there's another guy coming. Knowing and dealing with Dothio has been difficult, but
Nice,
now
man.
everybody on the other side is waiting.
I'm impressed
and
with
watching
how Cloud's playing this right now.
Reclaim their lead.
Cloud's
and
looking
it really,
really
does feel
good,
like,
man.
obviously, again, very early stages of a map. This has all been about mid-round calling and less about strategy.
What's your comp at the moment?
That was what we saw in the round before.
I would try
Mid-rounding back and forth and back
Vice,
and forth.
Viper, Fade, Omen.
Like, okay,
I would try a Raze. I would probably have to replace it with a
we can trap them in. I think that's
Neon.
what makes this map a little bit more scary.
That's
for
where I'm at.
KC,
I'm pretty sure the Raze wouldn't work and I would have to use a Neon. But I would like to have a Raze.
Yeah, that's... this is why we expect Fnatic and why we've seen them so often. Succeed on new maps, succeed with new metas. This is a squad that makes their own rules and
Thoughts on the
forces you
Harbor?
to
The Harbor's
play by
good.
them. And it's getting
You could easily replace
frustrating on
the
the side of
Viper with a
KC. You
Harbor,
could see
but
it in those
I
replays
would
there.
I would personally keep the
Zace is
Viper.
not happy with what he's seeing. And for KC coming into round 6, not a lot to work with to make Zace happy. With the Tour de Force activated
What's
by
good
Narrate,
with Viper on
it's
Summit?
their
A
best
spam.
opportunity. A few Sheriffs in play as well. And it looks like, again, we
You
will
can
see
spam A
somewhat
with
of a fake.
Viper.
You see Levin towards
So
this
hard
B
to hold.
site, with the spike
And if you kind
on
of
the
move
path
your
towards
wall
A.
a little bit, see what they're doing. If you move your wall a
That's one
little
of the
bit
more
like
interesting things
this,
about this map
like
just
ever
in general.
ever so often
Like,
over
I
towards the
wonder-
left,
'cause I
your after
expected
plant's
the
like a
teams to
lot
be
better.
picking Summit to be underdogs.
Like being able to heavy hold this is really, really strong. I wonder if this wall could actually like reaches the edge here and it's not as bad. It probably does. It normally reaches a little further than on the minimap.
And what we've seen recently from KC, I put these two
Like it's
teams
very
level.
similar to this, but you can just A
So
spam with
them
the Viper
picking
one, so
this
sure.
Either, in my opinion, makes them believe they need an upset map like Summit, or that in scrims
I will say the change up from Fnatic,
well, only time
like
will
Boast
tell.
has
If
kind of
it's that
called
they
for a little
believe
bit of
they're
help here in
underdog, I'm
terms
a
of
little
him
bit
having
worried
to
because I think
check
that
the
Fnatic,
angles every so often. It's a
especially
cool
versus
change up
GX,
that
didn't look
they
their
got
best.
Alpha to
Now,
put his
if
trip
week
over
one
towards
after
her.
an extended break, that can happen, but KC have looked hot to the touch so far.
That's big damage by Alpha. He's found himself one, slowed down the push, and 8
Keep an
seconds
eye on that
left to get
time.
that spike planted.
Yeah, I'm pretty
KC
sure
need
this
to
is
pick
going to
up
get
the
spammed when
pace.
he goes for this, right?
Kill on the planter here will
No?
seal the deal of the round, but Fnatic are playing patient, allowing the plant to come in. Oh, his head's visible. Sugetsu thought he was safe in the cove. Maybe thought he could fight back from there, and that's a big problem for Alpha.
Yeah.
Nice shot.
That wall's going to be nasty, but
Dude, they're not going to steal the round here. It should be impossible, right?
It's
No,
going to
okay.
be about damage, but realistically, it's just that singular kill, a comfortable
Jong, thanks so much for the 17 months, mate.
for Fnatic. But those are the sort of rounds we want to see, with the early back and forth. The
Alpha
early
is kind
damage
of
that
looking
was able
something.
to be done with just pistols alone.
When you say spam A,
To
you're
come out
thinking
with
Pearl
4
level?
players
Yeah, I'm
standing,
thinking,
build up
Baker,
those
remember that
players once
prac
again, but now is
that I
where
made you
we'll
guys
see the
do?
buy
I'm thinking
back
that.
up for KC.
I would do that.
Yeah, it wasn't really around. We had a lot of
100%.
hope for KC.
No
and
doubt.
Fnatic did well. I mean, from the
You
very
can't retake
start,
the
they were
site.
using up smokes, blocking out main, nobody peeking.
I
when
think
they
it's
were
just
down.
as bad
And it
as-
felt
as
like the first
what
minute,
went
minute
on
and a
there.
half of that was KC. And understandably, when you have just a couple Sheriffs, classics, but they're saying, all right, Narrate, go find something. We're going to wait for you. We're going to maybe pressure mid while you sit in A main. We're going to play towards this B site, run the fake, and you'll find the value. But he didn't. And that wasn't because of lack of trying. Fnatic refused to give over any opportunities. A timeout called here by KC as, well, we could see Zace wasn't happy with how things are going. This is his chance to remedy that.
Yeah, and I think as well, like getting into a map where you kind of picked it as
Yeah,
a pocket
Dorilla, I
pick
could
is
get on
gonna be
board
fairly
on that.
important, but also what I was talking about, like you go back.
The
in
Fnatic setup's
history
looking good.
of
It looks
VCT
nice, man.
EMEA,
I like it. Especially as
and it is
they've,
a very
the adjustment of
one-sided
putting the
history
trip
that goes
over
the way of
towards A
Fnatic,
so
but you
both
then
feels a
look
little
back
bit
to
better
EWC
is great.
qualifiers that we saw
The
not
whole
long
reason
ago,
why
that
this is
best of
working right
5
now is
where
like the
I think
stage
KC's
fairy is
going
very
2-0
nice.
up, almost throwing it all away and then coming back and closing. Like this has been a team that's in form. They beat PaperX even recently, which was gobsmacking, even if maybe PaperX weren't at their best. But this for me
but
is
the
probably
box
the
by
best
mid door
opportunity
allows you
we
to
have
look
seen
over the
for
default.
KC to beat
Are
Fnatic.
you talking on
I think in a
attack?
long, long time.
Yeah,
So
you
for
wouldn't
them
try
going for
cross
a
there on
pocket
attack.
pick, it had me excited. Thus far, we haven't seen much from the pocket pick, so I want to see what ideas they have. And
Hydron, hello mate. Mate, how did your you did a subathon, right? How did that go?
And it comes down to mid-round calling. Fnatic are going to win.
Good to see you, bro.
The thing is, looking at form for KC, you know, you say this is the best chance to beat them, and reality is it's the first time that if they win,
first time that Fnatic want to actually fight over towards A.
Bad map from Fnatic, a bad series instead. This looks like even footing, or maybe even
well, they ain't doing that one again.
Form. KC have been playing extremely well.
20 days.
To start this round out, it is no different. A double opening, and yet they don't blitz in towards this A
Dyson,
side.
thanks so much for the prime as well. I've been great, man. Thanks for asking. Hope you're doing well as well.
Decide to give up this space, you'll be fighting an extra man. You know that for sure. I still expect.
Who does the map beat to favor? I don't know, man. Dude, we've seen these teams play like once. That's it. I mean, I guess K-Corp played twice last week. I don't know where I put Fnatic at the moment.
A lot of positions that can be taken.
Cloud might be the best player in the world, though.
Well,
how he's playing.
To switch up. I think Levin actually ends up dying into his own, or diving into his own Harbor utility, but didn't affect him too much. Boaster ahead of the curve, but Levin is well aware. Another big round for the Neon. And Abbas
good for K-Corp. They literally get 4 alive, get their money good.
Again, that feels more off the basis of
pretty sure Fnatic are just gonna ignore this round and go back to what was working. They tried to fight over towards A. They predicted where they wanted to go well, but this Los Angeles.
And they start this map out a little shaky. It does look like a mistake, you know? Just thinking of history, to play a new map up against Fnatic.
Fully wrong on this. Chamber plays over towards A. This right here,
well,
now I'm worried, because this right here isn't great. Unless the Sage insta-falls back and helps here.
With a round, with advantages early on as well. But they need to do it again. Fnatic back up with a
the good news for Fnatic, though, this stuff, right? Prowler over towards B. Prowler over towards B, they get all that info, they can get that rotate out. If Alpha stays alive and they hold this space, they might be okay.
Trade back immediate, though. Dossier has been on fire so far this game. A lot of the time, Harbor players suffer.
How has he got here?
Individual ability, but not him.
And that's a team stun on that. That was awful.
Off a lot of the rotations.
Fnatic should call a timeout and go back to their original theory. If they put the chamber over towards A, this is just going to happen over and over again.
I'm going to be giving too much over. Bear in mind the credits are fully dissipated for FNC. And while they have no choice really but to hold on. I like the switch up of pace as well. Like the KC, we sort of mentioned it. There's a lot you can do with mid control and these sort of slow rotations back and like the back and forth they were doing in some of the early rounds. And the last 2 rounds, they've just gone, yep, we're going to hit A. We're going to be very direct. If they're going to try and be covering all these other positions on the map,
Aston, thanks for the 36 months, mate. Thank you for that.
Yeah, it definitely looked like, again, looking at the frustration from Zage, I don't know if the game plan wasn't being followed, if maybe they were doing it too frequently.
How do you and Hydron know each other? Went to the same high school? Yeah, Hydron came to UK for education.
Every side is difficult to push. There's so many nooks and crannies for them to hide into, so what do?
We actually both played Overwatch together.
You get them to
great time.
Like an accordion and
Slime Bunny with the prime, appreciate the 37 months.
They'll never expect the triple fake, I get it. Great stun by KC? No, it was a Fnatic stun, but sure, look. But now taking the more direct approach,
down to Nika.
That is kind of where we worry about this map, how difficult it can be to play straight into sites. It has worked. Now Fnatic are taking a leaf out of KC's book. They're going to go direct with a push into A main. Not quite running, contacting it.
Great trade on this. Speed up over towards B.
That's a good
Speed up over towards B.
With the weaponry currently on offer, potential to get an operator, at least for now, into Kayak's hands. Nightfall has been used on the other side of the map, though, realizing the danger of this round. And
I'm interested to see with K-Corp have a lot of time here. Where do they prioritize in terms of after plans?
To the left.
Pretty decent.
Pretty similar.
Really decent.
What you see.
Top 2 at the moment. 1-2.
With a big door 1-2. In the way of the normal gap. Kayak, though, already looking to rotate in. Now he has to question whether he wants to put this operator into this round or save it for the next. And I think that's where you're going to wait for space from
Yampy, happy birthday. No, if he doesn't come on stream, I'll message him.
Maybe trying to hold them in, and Dosier's gone down as well. Although the time is ticking, with a man advantage, there's much more of a likelihood of him getting back into positioning. down into that 2v2 scenario, and Levin is also going to activate his ult, but the spam is perfect.
Very, very
that
nice.
was enough to close out
Mate,
this
Fnatic
round.
need to go back to their old theory. They won every round, apart from one.
That was big by Sagetsu on the flood into the B side.
And then they've
there.
lost every round where they're trying to do this weird fighting stuff.
When it comes to this map, like a smoke went up on the site as you see Crashies throw the reveal.
You think Summit would be enjoyable in ranked? Nah, I can't imagine it's fun in ranked.
But they're not, because there's a smoke blocking that line of sight, and by the time they wrap around to an angle they could be seen by it, the haunt has disappeared, and they get the site for free. Valuable piece of utility thrown into the wind, and it's a micro mistake, not something we regularly see from Fnatic, and I do think that's just a symptom of this map being so new. We'll see that change.
It's better than Abyss. Yeah, that's the issue, isn't it?
The advantage, they'll leg up.
The thing is, we've been dealt absolute crap that we compare it to the
Fnatic,
crap, so we think it's okay.
I feel like it's been a while since we've seen Alpha hit that form. He's due around.
Whoa.
Okay, Levin's not quite quick enough.
Go on.
Neither is Dossier on the trade.
You shouldn't go for more, but I want to see it.
Just around the corner, but he was ready for that second player. Wow, two-man advantage.
Okay, dude, if they play like this,
of Alfier alone,
and they actually like leave B site, I'm a believer, man. I think they run that every single time and they win.
An aggressive position from Boaster, but a spam could close the door and leave him alone, but maybe Crashies alone is enough. In fact, it will be. He was so wary about a player coming from behind that instead they've both been slaughtered and left Narrate with, again, probably a save.
Yeah, I guess.
He could go for it. He's got
credits,
but do you want to give them an op?
Having a lot of fun with Epic Pen today. Mate, it's a new map, man.
There's plenty there to work with.
It's a new map, and Fnatic normally are very good with theory
maybe it's a 1v3, sure.
on new maps,
maybe
so it's like, it's exciting.
But too many conditions.
I'm also like really confident I have a good read on this map, so I'm trying to see when teams play similar to see if I'm wrong or right.
The question only is, can Narrate make it out with the weapon? And well, now the answer should be yes. The only player close by is Crashies. He's deciding not to even push him, which I think is a wise choice here.
With their own, with their own finances, it makes sense. Like I think if they had a few more 1,000 credits in the bank, they'd probably go for something there.
Server map? Yeah, it's not a server map. It's too many overhanging angles.
Pushes is exactly what you want to see from Althea. It's why we're going to see Chamber played, I think, in a lot of different teams and a lot of different comps, because there's so many fallback. There's so many fallback angles that you can take. You can literally do that multiple times from multiple.
This trip at the moment,
we've already watched
this trip, and I don't know if he's going to do the same stage wall that he's doing, but it's been great. They don't have to worry about the passive pressure over towards A.
Well, a minute 30 on the clock, and Alpha has changed up his position in mid, but Narrate has found him all the way back in the spawn. He's found himself an opening pick, a nasty angle, and a 5 versus 4 now for KC. We've seen them play more direct in recent rounds.
The eyes are a little easier to use, I would say, than the.
That's exactly what we're going to see.
That's a
than the
very
recon.
safe TP position to go back to.
Because it's like perma scan instead of it flashing. You can hide and you can't hide and like dodge timing, and also just double prowler for it. Wait, that's a cool one.
From the last round, 2 kills for Narrate, going toe to toe, and Crashies left blinded in the corner. It seems they know he's there, and that makes it all too easy for Levin.
Bit of a change up from K-Corp on this one. Last time they X-X'd, they did this wall, and then it felt like on this one they wanted to take a bit of extra space. I think you have to take it like this, but
be able to kill off
it should be like layers 1, 2.
With a res, there might be a temptation. It's just looking at the positions of where players could be resed. It's only really back B that has any opportunity.
6 on attack is good. I think so.
At this stage, by the time you put that res in, I think the round's already gone. They've got to get some work towards the site if they want this one under their belt. And with Cloud down, that should pretty much seal it.
Pretty confident I'll be very happy with it. I will say their comp shouldn't be able to hold defense well, though.
It's not like they'll be
so they might actually need like 6.
But I think he's happy with how many weapons he's removed from KC. Not that it'll make much of a difference. The next round being the last of the half.
Wow. 6-5. The back and forth of this map continues, and nobody really able to get a foothold. Of course, for the teams within EMEA, we don't really know where this map is going to land in terms of if it's very one-sided to one side of the map, so I might be having a great half or a horrific one, but I also think it's...
Cool. That shot is
You're
nice.
going to learn the most
Dude, that's a
from your
jiggle
play
peek. That's a great
in
shot.
these official games. And obviously, for the most part, if you're in the same group as a team, you won't have played any scrims against them. And nobody really does that unless they're insanely confident or quite bad. So those will be the likelihood that neither of these teams have played against each other just yet. Rez online, tour de force, as you mentioned. And the rate's pretty close to his, but unless he's going to run double op, doesn't hold the most value.
Double up in a different sense, yeah. Hey, Kimbo.
Chat, who got the orb here?
Oh, not quite, but...
You get the quick switch, at least.
Yeah, it's true. Second shot makes it almost like an outlaw.
New outlaw,
Arbor?
old outlaw.
Yeah, double orb default.
Shot, I suppose, but yeah, pull out time. New outlaw. I'd say
All
he's got
pass
the
and
new
sack
outlaw.
here. Oh, mate.
Is it
Okay. Nice. Dude, should the passman with the res be doing that? Not sure, but big 1v1.
Breaking the wall took a little too long, and now
Wait, that hit.
Posted up on the angle will be Alpha. Damage onto 11, 16 HP. Slide all you like. That should still be an easy shot.
They've thrown in the Reckoning, but they're not done anything with it. They were building up
This
orbs
is a cool
to get
idea.
that ultimate
Arbor
online,
wall with
and
the
instead,
fade eye in front, and it
they've
scans.
ended up with nothing, and then the re-aggression from Crashies has just completely shut them down. They're trying to swing back into this angle. He's just waiting for them, but again, Dosia lands the shot. Even still, though, 25 seconds. They're hightailing it towards the B site where Boaster is waiting.
Big
Dosia
1v1 for
again.
Boaster.
This
Wins
fight could
this,
be
wins
everything.
the round.
If Boaster gets this kill, it should be round over, but it seems like
Wait,
Abbott
nicely
spotted
done.
him. It doesn't matter. The IGL has closed this round for Dosia. He needs this kill within seconds, and he does get it, but he's not going to be quick enough to turn back around.
I think because of the comp,
6
6 is good for Fnatic.
In our first half of Summit, and well, let's see if anybody's learned anything ready for that
Pretty
second
sure.
half.
Yeah, indeed. Well, look,
I mean,
here's the thing.
excited to see what Harbor Harbor Viper
know
stuff they got
where
on
it
defense.
sits, but we're not the
Because
only
with a
ones
Harbor
who've
Viper,
had
you should
thoughts
probably
about it.
just
In
be
fact,
playing
we
retake
sat
on
down with
one
some of our pros early
on B.
to ask them what they think of Summit. Take a look at this.
What's the biggest thing that surprised you about Summit when you first started playing?
It's a combination from a lot of maps. I said that when I see.
How tight some of the corners are, especially in more so city spawn, like in that area.
It's looking like a huge map, but also too hard to attack because the
You
side
just pop
entrance
up
is always
on
so
mids.
tight.
Yeah, the map is really pretty. I love the colors. Nothing's too bright. And I think when maps aren't too bright and I can see the outlines
I mean, I think you
of
get the
players,
Omen close.
it's a map where I
Bacon.
really thrive on.
How at some points it's way too open in some areas, and at the same time in some of the areas it's way too claustrophobic.
You can shoot the doors, to close the doors and stuff, which is cool.
And you cannot open them back. So it's like new mechanic in the game, which I don't know if I like, we'll see, but it's something new, so probably it's gonna be fun.
Welcome back, folks. 6-6 at the halftime. Now, Tom, where do you think this sits for KC? Was that a good half on the attack?
Sure.
Answer was it was a great half.
Sure, it's like no one has any
We
idea.
enjoyed watching
Maybe.
every single round of it. We don't know where these teams sit. Have Fnatic done enough? Have KC fallen short? I don't know. Let's find out. We're going to get back into the game, and for Fnatic, it's onto the attack side. Good half out of Cloud, but the highlight we thought would be Alpha. We thought would be Narrate.
Yeah, Durala, that's where that's what I'd be done. Is this the first EMEA Summit? Yeah, first one.
Yeah, I think it's very easy to sort of sit there and go like, okay, he's playing.
Is it a permanent change? Cloud coming in? Yeah. Signed to. Someone said 2029. He signed for like 3 years.
About having to play Harbor because it does normally damage your ability to frag, but he seems to be doing absolutely fine. One thing I did note though, and it's something that's going to be interesting maybe for Althea or Boaster, whoever's going to be lurking. Sugetsu was getting picked off a lot.
Okay,
because a lot of the time you
block
are
off
having
deep
pressure
middle and the
inside of
choke
the
over
map at
towards
least.
A, so they want to fight heavy mid a lot.
But we've
That
also
explains why they got the
Viper on
chamber.
defense, and I think that's always an interesting.
What a shot, man. They're rating some absolute bangers.
Chamber on chamber action. There's already,
Oh.
we're going to see a couple,
He
but then the
was.
trades are back immediate. Advantage now, one way. Ooh, I think Sugetsu got seen before he got past that, but you know, he's fine. He lived.
Crash is in a good position here. It seems like Aves was going to go walkabouts and try to link up with this A-site push. Get there early to help out the defense, but Fnatic have
A large
slowed this
ravioli.
down.
Thank you with the primate. Thank you with the 14
4 versus
months.
3. I think they're doing the right thing. Wall goes back up. And again, we saw this wall on the attack, but we didn't get to see it used on the defense in that first half. Fnatic
Bob as well. Thank you with the prime.
This is interesting to give them a lot of control down bottom mid and in A main, just to make those first fights so much more difficult for Fnatic. Hasn't been that difficult. They've got the advantage, but maybe not for long.
Both know each other's there now. It was the
Nice
element of
little free
surprise
fire
that
in
Abbas
this.
had initially, but
Pick the right site where they don't really know about it. Boaster might go on a scouting mission, trying to make a little bit of sound, get the rotate over towards A so they can stroll into B.
Look at him.
The one-man fake.
Look, the wall's gone down. Smoke up. Oh. Yeah, I think the penny's now dropped for Zagetsu, but he needs to kill off
Saw both though, that's huge. Inter can go take all the space they want.
They've also then implanted another player in Crashes.
Surely no one checks this pause.
Do they check for this one? If they get this kill, maybe there's a chance of winning the round, but it's not a trade that goes favorably. They would have liked to kill him off.
It's a nice little fake on this. Yeah, Boaster did good, man.
Kayak and Cloud. Well, with
It's
angles already
a nice
sectioned.
little idea.
Again, has to be a little bit careful with how aggressive they're being.
He's made it all the way past. I mean, put it this way. If he picks Cloud and goes straight for the defuse, Kayak's going to have to sprint. He's on the right character for it. I'll give you that. And the tap, that should be the end. Cloud on the
Very
swing,
nice.
and you can
One
hear how
pistol
close the
each.
steps
We like
were from
that.
Kayak.
No 1-1.
7-6 for Fnatic. The lead is theirs again.
Yeah, these are sort of the things I'm talking about when I say
Trading a 4-2 for a 3-2 for a bingo, 100%
It
worth.
probably was a little bit closer than he would have liked, but it's just like, okay, you're going to wait out there. I'm going to sell pretty much a perfect ruse on this side of the map. He didn't even know that both players were there, but neither of them were going to move while he's doing all of that. And then they get the plant for free. They put the wall down. It means that a player has to run all the way around and stand
Bingo when
basically
you've seen
perfectly in
everyone.
the open with no chance of an easy fight. That was very comfortable. And if that's how this
What is
continues,
this?
yeah, it's a little bit
Little
worrying
A
for KC's
spam?
map pick, but
Okay. I'm on board.
plenty more to come.
Little A spam. We got some lineups.
Well, round 2. The Wraith with a headhunter in hand has already dealt death to one!
Ooh.
And he saved at the last second.
the
This
Sage Hill will
Kayak
come in
as
as
the
well.
wall shut down. It's going to allow him to get back up to full health, and what could have been an awful advantage to give away ends up as still a pretty workable position.
Rigo, thank you for sending that, bro. Appreciate you, man.
Jumping right-click classic over the top of the Sage wall. To my surprise, did 0 damage. But maybe that'll work out next time for Zagetsu. Kayak's position. Okay, never mind. We're talking about Cloud. Another couple. Alfia there to support him. Got to be careful. He's being swung from the other angle. Again, this is incredibly costly and dangerous.
A little
Down
scary
to
on
just
this.
one man standing
Little
for
scary on
Fnatic.
this.
Not clean
I would prefer Fnatic to maybe hold
And now they're gonna have a choice
that
to
part a
make.
little heavier, but they were trying to play together and not give him a gun.
Hokey
man with the prime. Appreciate the
Seems
22
like a
months.
decent amount. And
A lot
oh
of
my
damage.
God,
Dude, they did so much damage on this
3,000
retake.
kills.
That's pretty impressive for Alpha. That averages more than a kill per day since he
A
started.
lot of kills, man. Fair
It's
play.
actually more than 2 kills per day. It could even be more than 3 kills per day.
Mr.
I don't know how many
Gifted.
days he's played Valorant for, I'll be honest then. This is only within VCT, so that'll be confidence 3. but
Cute
talking
Boy
about career,
47.
I don't know.
Dude,
Come
I
on,
fully
Captain
missed
Cal.
5 gifted,
How
man.
many
Thank you
days
so
has
much.
Alfia played
Chat,
VCT?
if you got
Kills
gifted, please
per
at
day.
Cute Boy
Get that
47.
stat up.
Say thank you.
KPD. Let's see.
Appreciate you doing that,
Let's
dude.
see.
Thank you
He
so
already
much.
has it. He already has it ready. 8
Sorry that I
to
missed
6.
that.
Fnatic now trying to defend that lead, and well, look, losing this, they'll still have it. They've got a lot of rifles here.
Well, yeah, they invested quite heavily into this one.
Chat,
They
where's
went
the
in almost with a full
where's the
fire, and it means
defense
the two
Viper
players
putting
are
in smoke right
basically
now?
on 0 credits for the next round. This is a less conventional bonus
this
than
it
you might
here?
normally see, but
And
I
there's
guess
some,
they
like,
took so
one-way?
much damage in the last, they decided to risk it. Also, they did have the
Is it here?
nightfall, and then you go, okay, that might bring us the round. Well,
Oh, it's on the
Crashy's
box.
died immediately in the initial battle around A main. So they don't have that ultimate anymore. Although they could get it back if Cloud gets a singular kill, and that is why he is being set up to take contact by Boaster.
After losing opening pick, it's a very, very slow round. 40 seconds, Spike making it to mid, and now the split to the A site, but KC ready. Those are just now starting to look in the other direction.
Yeah, look at Narrate as well.
30
Look how far
seconds left.
forward he is on the B side.
It's a good chance for KC. Numbers in the right place.
Down with a stun.
Stun, no, great work from Boaster.
And the wall, so that they can't push in as well. 21 HP, but keep an eye on that time.
If Cloud's the one to get the kill,
Dude, look at these stuns right now.
To add on, and he'll just go for the plant for that exact reason. Boaster with a freebie.
It's a good round from Boaster.
Has set them on a path to victory. 4 versus 3, and there goes the
It's
rest.
still hard in this afterline. Big 1v1 for Boaster once again.
Walking back into the angle, Dosia seems to have a good idea of where his opponents are standing, but has to wait for his teammates. Both of them are still on that flank. It's patience from KC, hoping that someone makes a mistake instead. They now have that information, but that was also just to give space over to Dosia. He's trying to bait Kayak into the fight, but it hasn't worked. Eventually, though, he
That
will
is a
clear
really
out
good bit of
Kayak
util.
and leave Boaster alone. But the
8
time
bullets.
is already ticking, halfway gone. He needs to swing this.
There's a nice
trade
attempt on this
is
one.
perfect from
The
Aves. It was a
harbor
round
flash
that
there
looked
was
set
nuts.
to go the way of Fnatic, but KC, they fight back in.
Yeah, good work from Aves at the end. A 2K in that round, but again, Doja getting more work done than he should. This guy has been such a highlight of this map so far. And I can't even put it all down to the harbor. It's not like, and I do like the harbor, don't get me wrong. When I saw these compositions, I sort of lean towards KC's, not even just because they have a Viper.
I think you're right about CT. Baker, I'm really confident I have a good read on this map. I promise you.
But Harbor, on the other
I'm just trying to work out what Viper wall I would use. That's like my only thing. Like I don't know what retake Viper wall I use over towards B.
Didn't mean to be this guy, but
No, it's not you. Althea needs to try harder.
that's true. That's true. 3,000. That should be 5,000. Come on, man. I hope he didn't hear. No one send that to him. I'll be in the building like half an hour after this game.
Yeah, he's like 2 foot taller than you. You should be careful.
Post plant stuff on A? Yeah.
He's a 9 foot tall man. I mean, what can I say?
It's a busted site, man.
Pistols. Alpha with a headhunter, and I think a weapon has been deleted. Indeed, it was a weapon. Kayak now picking that up. Crashes in himself, making their way towards this B site. And guess who's standing there? It's the raid boss, Doja, ready and waiting. But they'll go the other way. They've sensed his aura. It makes sense.
3 pass and swing out.
The problem
Dude,
is
5 HP on this.
the opposing side re-aggressing as a group.
This is nice from Cloud. Doesn't get tempted to use his ult into this.
And giving them a further advantage. Now Cloud does still have that res available, but it's finding a position of whether it's worth being used. Well, you can see just Dosia's ability to just fall back to another angle to fight from. He's been doing it all the way throughout this round. Like, takes contact, falls back, takes contact, falls back.
Time's a little low on this.
And now with 20 seconds left.
They can. I was gonna say if they can break the door.
But from this point onwards, it makes sense for KC to almost just wait and play this as a retake.
10 seconds left.
Nothing to
that is
stop
exactly what they're gonna
I
do.
mean, maybe Kayak could go crazy. Kayak Cloud could go crazy. Yeah.
Cloud much more cautious to go for bodies as KC fill in that space, not allowing the res. Now they'll look to crunch in.
What do you think after the Kayak? Mate, you got a haircut. Relax yourself.
And it will be Kayak who has to deliver. He's the one stuck in the corner. Boaster steps in to help, but he's only got a classic. Kayak's going to have to take this one across the line. 53 HP as Cloud comes in to help out. Steps into main, but he's walled off. And he'll have to play this one alone. Not a bad angle. Oh, it is actually. The boxes are in the way. I don't know how he's going to get away with this one. Straight to half, and already KC are deciding who gets to take the defuse. 8-8. A weapon saved for Cloud. The scoreline equalized for KC.
Yeah, it was a lower buy round for Fnatic, but I think they might have hoped to do at least a little bit more damage once they got into the post. But again, I just really like the patience
the old harbor
from
would
KC.
be better with the old
Like,
cascade instead of the flash.
I
like the flash, man. I reckon the harbor flash is one of the most underrated bits of util.
Like, you can even see when Dosia goes to swing, that was the major danger when Kayak's holding that angle. They just go together. Like,
It's rare to get It's rare to have a bit of
to take that one across the line.
Try to have info on a
Fnatic
controller.
after losing 2 rounds post Pistol and second. They're now going to have a pause of their own. Of course, it's Eng and Desmo on that side of things. And well, Desmo has a lot to say.
They lost the pistol in the first half. Went 2-1 up, went 4-2 up. It was a great leg up for them, a great early performance. Now 2-2. After winning the pistol.
Sideshow's the #1 Storm Surge here. Is that what it's called? Is that not the ult?
Look at KC when they call that timeout before, things changed. I think it was round 6 coming out of it. From then on, 3-round streak.
If Sideshow thinks it's not good, I think that supports my argument even more, to be honest.
As we said, for these boys,
that's a great sign.
They're playing for another win on the board. For the boys in the back, there's so much more.
Like, I had to get more and more confidence
We know
with
how
that
important,
information.
I think especially for KC with points not really.
Okay, big round for Fnatic.
Enough to
Lose
take them
this, go down to an
thanks to
eco.
champs
With
anymore.
that, you should see these ults, but it's like
Now they have
it's all
to look to try and
situational,
get top
both of
two,
them.
and going
Not a
3-0
great
in the group puts
ult
them in a
comp, I
great
guess.
place. For
Double.
Fnatic, it was the
It's
break.
actually hard on attack
in the
with this
pause.
comp to
But now,
do anything. The
let's
ults,
listen in to how
it's only
they
two
deal
ults
with
that
this
can help you
attack
get
side.
ideas.
Yeah, do it now. Take it back.
We're gonna res, it's fine.
Wait. Big play. Big play.
Came through. Oh, just.
Spike down B.
I'm walking dragon right now.
I'm gonna. Do you want me to smoke you off, Alpha?
No. There's a trap here. Hey, can you smoke here?
I'm walking in again.
Do it.
Make pressure on the B main if you can.
Do it. I have really good timing. Take that.
Wait, now wait. I haven't. One backside and one locker. One locker, one backside.
Dude, what a disaster of a listening round this is. What a play from Zagetsu, by the way. As soon as he gets that kill, he's on top of the Sage res, goes in front of his leak out smoke. That was awesome. Did Fnatic rush their res? 100%.
The radar and struck at the right time. That's exactly what Narrate is doing now. He's heard that rotation to the A site. He's called for Doja, the big player for this squad so far. And he's going to be in position
This is so
to rotate
fast.
on the way from Sagetsu.
Whoa, Harbor.
To delay them, to cost some time. 14 seconds less now. The plant needs to come through, and the flank is underway. They're buying time as Narrate has got a freebie. Cloud down and out, leaves Boaster alone. 4 to take. 4 must die in his hands.
Very nice. Money in the bin for Fnatic. 4 people survive for K-Corp as well. We get 3K on top of this. There's so many close deaths here as well.
I think the most concerning thing in this round for me is that Sagetsu is alive at the end of it. Like that, a man that basically gets an opener, runs back through
Fighting
your
deep
wall
mids,
while you're
but
putting it
disallow
up.
A-Link.
Well, let's just have a
Yeah,
look.
that's how I would
Opener
play it.
goes through,
You talk about fighting on
you
defense.
wall next to him.
I think it's really hard to fight on defense.
And then
It reminds me of Pearl. Like, even if you fight on defense, you kind of have to leave a little bit.
How does he escape that moment? Like, in my head, I just assumed he died. Because I saw someone else die. I was like, that must have been Sugetsu. Because there's no way he could still be alive. That's
Like, if I'm playing a
Can I tell you what
chamber,
worries me more?
I feel like I'm playing
We
this
just had a
angle
timeout,
the
and I heard
most
Boaster
with a
listen and
chamber.
say, I didn't understand the strat. Timeout from Fnatic. That's not what I want to hear. There's mistakes being made there. And KC taking full advantage of it, 9-8. The lead is theirs, and the man advantage in this round as well. This is an investment for Fnatic. They are leaving nothing on the table, or next to nothing. Boaster's got a little bit of cash to spare, but
Get a
the
little
rest of the
Prowler,
squad
gets
are
the info on
skint.
this one. Big 1v1 for
KC,
Alpha.
Double digits will likely
the
see
door.
more rounds fall their way with an eco after. Fnatic shut out of top mid control. And still desperately trying to break through on A. There's a Viper's pit blocking off one side, and if they go back
Keep
to
an eye on
B,
this, by the way.
well, Narrate's in their spawn now.
Yeah, they're able to get so much ground. The only real problem, though, is that he might have missed the boat. Yeah. Now, there is still a player over on that B side of the map, so no matter what happens,
Dude, they think they're locked in.
his flank is likely
I think
to
they're
pay
locked
dividends.
in here.
But
guys,
the wrong way.
there's a huge timing issue right here. There's no way. And with him playing that, they're going to have to think that someone pushed. Because why the hell is my guy doing this? They still ult where he's looking, though. Dude, nothing's clicking for the teams.
And now, and now they've let Boaster walk right past. I don't know how much value he'll have from this position.
Well, you'd
But
say
he
that,
could
but
catch him going back in.
post, but there's Narrate.
Dude, no one's
There's the
piecing anything
backstab
together,
eventually
man.
coming through.
Boaster's got this round.
It's literal new map things right now.
A Bulldog ready and waiting. Stun through. They're looking his way. Or they were, at least for a second. It seems like they do have somewhat of an idea that he's going to be coming from this position. Timing going to be
Holy, the timing's unbelievable. Timing's unbelievable. Dude, if you pause this minimap at one point when the rates pushed through, and no joke, if he like held this kind of angle, I wonder what the percentage you would give him. Like, I think you would give Fnatic maybe a 5% to win the round. He oversteps. Massive timing that can be had.
one round.
Levin's not even
deficit.
considering
I
it.
am so
Oops.
scared of the replay we are likely to see of Zace. That round's got to
Yeah,
be so
that's one of those where you
frustrating.
won the
They
round
push
if you
deep
disconnect the
and
keyboard
take
and he's
control,
overstepped.
And they lose to a blind spot that they created. And then later in the round, this happens as well.
That might be the cleanest Bulldog triple spray down I've ever seen.
Dude, I love how this guy tried to calm him down. He realized he was going to smash.
I will say, I can blame him 0%
God, that was a
for the
disaster of a
reaction.
round,
I
man.
think I'd be worse. And that's such a frustrating round.
Nah,
That was a chance
honestly,
to put
that is a
Fnatic on
pretty...
an eco, to
Yeah,
run
I
away with
agree.
this
It's a
map.
pretty timid...
And now,
dude.
Fnatic are right back in the game. And
pen's
when
still
you
working.
say that, you very rarely see them leave again.
Well, yeah, let's say that it's been a bit messy. It's kind of what we expected with the new map, but I also think for KC the risk is
Dude, that
slightly
break my
higher
mouse?
considering they're the ones that picked it. And yeah, I didn't expect to see someone die almost literally with their pants
What?
down. But hey,
Actually
right
said too
back
much
in it.
drawing on this one.
Purchase
No more
available. Narrate does have the tour de force, but he also has a rifle, so I'm guessing he's not
Run out of
used
ink?
it.
Yeah.
And it's just waiting.
I didn't
on the
realize
other
it was
side. It's
limited
bait.
per map.
It's a beautiful bait, but the
Great
reveal
shots.
almost gives up Levin. He's going to get out of here, isn't he? No, he's pulled back. He's slid a little bit early, but luckily he had a teammate to throw down the cove to make sure he was safe. A great bait and switch.
It looked like he thought he could break a siege with a slide, and, well, you can't.
I was kind of hoping that he was going to wait until
That's what I thought,
and then he was going to slide,
was like,
and then
go
he was just
now.
like,
Maybe he
no,
thought-
I am strong.
What is this map? Oh,
He just
man.
had a misread in the timing.
It's so fun watching this kind of stuff, though.
You know, it is what it is. For Fnatic,
Just new maps when teams have maybe had like 2 days, 3 days prac on it.
straight to the chin of KC. That one's going to set
It's
you
pure
back a couple
chaos.
steps, but
J-Dog was taken with the
Leg's not
prime
looking
thanks to him
so
for the
well, but he's
28
standing
months.
tall now, 10-9.
Pretty
Lead
high,
back
man. I
in
think they look
their
really good.
hands. All they need to do is, and I think we saw this on the attack side in the first couple rounds as well, though there was some success for that there, so I mean, it's not as airtight a point, but I do think that not overcomplicating things has its benefits here for KC, especially when it's a new map, and there are
Can use
some
that
gaps
cubby
being created that
also.
they're clearly
You
not aware of.
could.
Well, that I
You're
think
trying to
both
think like
teams
what
at this
they
point
what
must
people
have
were doing on
accepted
Corrode.
There's going to be sucker punches in this map, and they just have to get back up. It's like a Tyson Fury back from the dead style thing, because the last round, well, the round we just saw was obviously a guy managed to get away with hiding in a corner. That was
Great
a nice
bait setup.
bait.
Get me in
from
the
Narrate.
gulag,
round
mate. You're in the
before
wrong place.
was wild, and the round before that was wild in the other direction. So I think both teams just going to go, all right, there's just, you know, it's going to be scrappy. It's going to be messy. But we got to get on with it. And for Fnatic, again, they're in a position
Fast
where
B
economically
split.
not the greatest spot, but they do have that overdrive. The counter immediately thrown in, though.
With the 2 passing that take space behind it.
in the face, and, well, I was going to say he
Yeah, it worked out pretty
was
well.
unlucky timing for a swap, but actually he trades evenly.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know how he got away with
Dude,
the
Alpha
kill there.
got so
Doja
greedy there.
onto
If he
Alpha.
just sits,
Seeming
does he
to
not
stack The
win?
advantages are KC. Boasters answered back. Levin's being caught as well, and, well, we're back into not only even
Okay, I will say the one thing... The one thing that definitely shocked me about this map that I was 100% wrong with, dude, the B splits have such a high success rate. I thought they would have such a low success rate. You've really got to run the gauntlet over towards middle, but it works all the time somehow.
Oh no, it's not a bait! They ran! What? They ran through! I thought they were gonna bait! One player takes the fight, the other stands in the corner. They just saw it happen. Crashy's alone. Now
Crashy's
the
mate,
numbers were in his
they need
favor
a savior.
moments ago. He's gonna deal with Narrate up close.
Holy
and
dude,
personal.
they gotta
And
just
he
spank
will,
this guy.
Bailing Fnatic out with a Red Bull clutch.
Oh my god.
That was a terrifying
Jesus,
round.
what was that?
I can only assume that Fnatic thought they were
At least they
back,
did it
took the
together,
Cosmic
to be
Divide,
honest.
take
I know
control
it
of
looks
smoke, wait for
awful,
them to run through.
but it's one of
Instead,
those,
they were
like honestly, at least they
much
did it
closer than they
together.
ever
They're both
theorized
on the
and
same
got
page.
absolutely
It's like a
wrecked
good
for
sign
it.
going
Luckily,
forwards.
They have
But
Crashy,
mate, it's so
who
risky
is very
considering.
good at clutching and will bring home the round anyway.
Oh Jesus.
They've got to make every single Fnatic fan on the planet sweat to an immeasurable degree. No high fever can ever beat being a Fnatic
Same
fan.
page, wrong book, yeah. I mean, it's fine.
Looked very calm, cool, and collected there. It looked like that was all part of the
I
plan.
like that
but I'll tell you,
they're going
most
for set
certainly was
strats
not.
now.
I think that's called
This might be the
acceptance.
Eng
Up and
difference.
over, trying to hit the button with it. Skill
It's
shot.
the set strat team against a team that doesn't believe in set
Starting out
strats.
well for Fnatic. They're getting some
Big
trades
1v1
out
over
with some
towards
space
A.
as well towards this A site. Spike can come through, but Boaster's being caught in the lurk. And now it looks like Kayak will do the same. He's 30 HP. So he wants to try to make a play to catch off these players on the rotate. The surprise about to be revealed, but it looks like Narrate was ready. Ready or not.
Wall, interesting. The icebox theory. Wall off all of A to get a plant. Dude, I can't draw. It's pissing me off.
Expect Aves to wait.
I can't believe it actually ran out of ink.
The problem though is with the wall down, it leaves them so many angles they have to try and swing from. Shot not connected by Alfia, but he's able to escape. And now Kayak, who was known, they marked him on the map. It doesn't matter though, even on low HP, he is landing every shot in front of him. His third of the round, and Aves realizes he needs to bait.
Oh no! See, this is the thing, man. When it's not a good plant and they can actually get to the spike. Very nicely done for Alpha. Didn't panic too much. Walk on this.
Now Fnatic have the lead for maybe the first time in a while. It's gone back and forth so many times. I'll be honest, I don't remember at this point.
Paid for Epic Pen Premium, dude. I paid for the premium and the pen doesn't work. I've been scammed.
Either way, I'll tell you what, it has been a back and forth game if ever I've seen one, and I think this has delivered.
Do you want to restart it? Yeah, I'll restart it after. I don't want to mess anything up, man. Since my PC stopped letting me click on things, I'm so worried.
Crazy ideas from KC to start it out as well with the triple fakes.
You actually paid for the Epic Pen Premium. I don't use any of the I don't use any of the Epic Pen Premium stuff. But I felt bad that I used it so much that I just gave them my money. So I think I must be in the top 10 users of it. I use it so much that I was like, honestly, like they've earned the money.
Before he talks to any of the team.
WinRAR moment. Yeah, it is like that. I've never done that with WinRAR though, to be fair.
The entire time, and then he's rattling it off. You can see sometimes he's like, "What are you doing, bro?
He's building up the anger into his core.
But even on the premium features, you can draw like squares and stuff. It's not great. I'm not selling it to you. Like the free features is just everything you need. Chippy, appreciate the tier 1. Thank you for the 14 months. And the thing is, if I ever needed to draw a square, I would just freehand it.
What we've seen as of recent, so I wouldn't say the series is over, but the pocket pick of Summit for KC, well, it's looking like
I don't use any of the premium features, but
maybe you should get rid of it.
Past like 3 years, I've just given them money because I just feel bad.
Hand in picking this map. He certainly seems to feel at home. No chance for him to show up. This is mid push. Well, in fact, it's Narate to be the tip of that speed.
Hit him.
It's cheap. It's very cheep. It's only something like 30 pounds a month, a year or something. Dude, 30 pounds a month. Holy, 30 pounds a year.
On his hand here, breaking the door, trying to sell the fake. But, well, I mean, not really. Not even a PC utility thrown. This almost works better. You just throw fade util, nothing else behind it. It's going to be very obvious it's fake pressure. But you handle it like this. Well, they think maybe you're freezing
subscription?
outside.
Yeah,
maybe
dude.
You're ready to break
maybe you're faking the fake.
Yeah, maybe
you're out faking or fake with a fake. So you think that you're not faking, but you actually are faking. But you're not.
Is this good A pressure from them though?
Cool. I was following.
I feel like it needs an extra step.
Exactly that, Tom. Exactly.
But I do think that what they're doing here is good.
It is the truth. Doesn't make it any less confusing.
Like they're gonna lose the round.
Narate, however, has not
but
fallen for it. He is waiting
it's a great shot.
To eliminate, obliterate.
But I like the idea from Fnatic here.
Layer. But with the snake bite down, 30 seconds left. Are they going to try and run back to the other side? Because they also haven't moved the next player. Now, the stuns that Boaster have been using have been fantastic, but this time Levin is not sticking around to
They are running the gauntlet. At this point, you just got to save, boys.
It's fallen into a save.
I like the idea. In terms of like pressure around the map, it's pretty cool. Does it need some extra steps? For sure.
And so, unfortunately, they've run out of time.
Yeah, I mean,
but I get
it was great utility. Like when you look at Boaster putting down that stun that caught Levin a while ago, but they also had players to run after him. They had Kayak to quickly close the distance. Levin wasn't respecting that star. He saw it in the ground. He said, I don't give a damn about your utility. He got punished for it, and now the second that stun's going through, he's already sliding out of there. He knows what's going on. I think also last time he was mid-fight when it was popped, so the timing was absolutely perfect. This time they didn't have the bodies to take that risk. 11 to 11.
Server of Fade, server for sure. Sorry, Fade for sure.
We're neck and neck for what could be the first time in this series.
Yeah.
But this can only go one way. For KC, a chance to push up to 12, to put the pressure onto Fnatic for Sage to have the upper hand against his former head coach. Let's jump in with KC.
Where's the crowd? We are the crowd.
See how this vital round plays out.
We're gonna play.
Nice shot. Mate, the rate's looking good with all.
Can you play the ult like this, maybe? Without ulting B? Or no?
They're gonna try to end it from here.
Okay, it's fine.
They will try to revive maybe also.
Yeah. Hey man, Neon, maybe operator.
I'll take him.
I'm gonna flood on you.
I don't see it.
Tell me when I should take B, Marshall.
I mean, he's gonna smoke me most likely.
Ult goes!
Shay, Neon.
What ult are they asking for?
Two more side, bingo side, green bingo.
Green inside.
Is this walled? It's walled, it's walled, red.
I will destroy it.
Arbor ult, but wasn't DOS9 the one saying it?
I heard one leave, like fully leave the site.
Right side.
It was Aves?
I'm
Oh.
only team. I'm only team.
They smoked me off.
On you, on you.
You just spammed me back.
Player standing.
Nice try, nice try.
All good, all good. We can do the same shit with the Arbor.
Okay, we can do we can do the same thing with the Harbor ult. So he's meant to stay in the corner. For God's sake, he's meant to stay in the corner. He's meant to ult close and then they double swing. It's a good idea. I don't know why he didn't ult.
For Fnatic, and again, that chance, that opportunity to go into
The stun came in. Dude, it doesn't even matter if the stun comes in and the Neon's going fast. Should he not just have the ult out anyway the whole time?
Dosier at the back of the site, I believe he had his
He panicked. I mean, the rest of his team felt like they couldn't peek out because of the op, but they can get a lot closer.
Instead, the rest of the players flooding in to try and save him. And if anything, Yang might be giving a small favor over to his Padawan. The man looking to become the master in this matchup has a pause now to talk with his team.
We get risky.
Eng wanted one final idea to try and cement their victory in this map.
Let's try reopen Epic Pen, man.
Well, I look at the cams here and I see one person out of
Dude,
four talking.
just straight up out of
It seems
juice.
Like the conversation of Fnatic's happening within the team as well, where Zaysh is dishing out commands with 1 round left to play for. Narrate coming in on that operator. I'm expecting it to be some defensive aggression out of KC. Narrate's done very well at shutting them down.
Thanks so much for the prime, man. Appreciate the 8 mums.
Fnatic quickly seemed to plug up the gaps.
Yeah,
he got the
Change ink, bro. I'm trying, dude.
The other way.
Dude, it gives me loads of colors.
So I
Whoa!
want to see him get involved in that early stage without just sitting back and waiting. We'll see if that's what we get. 10 seconds on the clock. And it is Narrate moving towards this A site. Last time it was a really nice bait that was set up. The same TP allows him to go so deep and get right back out of there. But this time,
to the guy in chat,
well, Fnatic,
who asked me,
at least starting, are going towards the side of the map.
mini moment, bro. That's not a mini moment. I moved it over towards the other monitor and everything just worked.
Yeah, I think with the trap, the orb, and the snake bite, he does have enough delay to potentially slow them down. The second aggressive push isn't spotted.
Focus.
The second
One go.
is firmly in control.
One go, they go for a different setup with the Harbor ult. Kind of. Because he could TP away, goes behind here, and then they ult, and then he can swing out. So it's like the Harbor ult setup they wanted to do before, but they actually have like good info when to use it this time. Instead of last time where it felt like he looked a little uncomfy, so he didn't know when to use his ult.
So I really don't mind that at all. You limit the amount of angles.
Dude, it might work perfect for K-Corp.
You no longer can fight in that position, but
because Levin should pop his ult after as well, right, and descend it.
Heard how far back Aves is with the Prowler coming out from miles away. They didn't read that there was aggression elsewhere.
Yeah, just stay behind Harbor ult. Dude, they call a cancel on this. 30 seconds. Can Alpha win his 1v1?
The other side of the map where still KC are in position, and now Aves has the info just in time. Alpha was about to be a real problem.
I mean, that's
It looks
overtime.
like KC haven't lost hope just yet.
20 seconds. And they've been hit
Where
by
are they
Nightfall
going?
as well. Aves has probably single-handedly won this round, and Levin gets to pick up the pieces at the end. Sure, that wraparound.
Hey, very nice. I like this little setup they did here, though. This was good. Definitely preferred the rounds where Fnatic were going fast, though. It felt like the fast rounds were working for them. When they started playing a little slow, I don't know.
They looked very comfortable. And I'll say as well, I do really
Also, I will say, Narrate
button break
popping
from
off.
the defense from Aves, and then him knowing exactly where he needs to cover. His utility from that point onwards was perfect. The fights he took, the Nightfall, he won the round on every decision he made all the way through.
Yeah, genuinely, the Haunt could not have been, if it was half a second, if it was a quarter, I would say even a 10th of a second late, he's getting killed. But he threw it at the very last moment. Great read in that round from Aves. Good performance by KC here today, and for Fnatic, 12-12. They've also had a good performance. Some would say a very similar performance. And it comes down
Pretty
to
good from
overtime to
Fnatic. They
separate
go
these
back
teams.
to the setup
No
that was
option play
working.
this
Trip
time.
over towards here.
But to be honest, it hasn't looked like Narrate really needed it.
No, he was doing very good on the defense, and I wonder if
They've in
maybe
their wall
he'll
as well.
risk it
Gonna have to keep an eye
on
on
that
this.
side of the map.
Pick up the
Instead, though,
orb.
trying to get that reckoning online once again. Very good for creating awkward positions, but also it covers so much of the site, either side of the map. If Dosia can garner it.
Is they're just
Slow
hoping that the
post
passive
bomb.
pressure of the wall and the smoke over
now
towards
the-
middle has done enough that B's gonna be
play
weak.
towards This B side
they hit the
again, it's
guy
the
at
same
the
as on the
top.
other side. The defensive chamber able to get the opener. Does Alpha go in for more?
A great fade eye in this one.
But Lavin
Ooh,
might
good
go
shot.
in. It looks like he wants to fight, and maybe if he could go back in time, he'd make a different choice. Down to a 4 versus 2. KC sought some advantages, but they lost everything that they had in the process. Narrate and Doja, they've been impressive so
He's
far.
so low.
Doja in the first half, Narrate in the second. Still the numbers are stacked against them, the odds not in their favor, and with Narrate spotted,
Very
it is
nice.
a done deal, 13-12. And another chance to close this map out
Fnatic
for Fnatic.
did a
think
good
a
job
smart
here,
round
especially
from
Cloud.
Althea. Like
Like
having
his
the
late
initial
wall
aggression,
gave
but
him
then
so
not
much
getting
info.
overzealous from a lot of those positions. Like he sits back, even expects somebody to try and challenge to clear him. And again,
The
we
wire
could talk
cutter from
about
the draw.
sort of the positives and negatives.
You know
of
which
Levin.
draw it's
I
in?
feel like that is one where you want to see him with a little bit more support and make sure you can clear Althea, because the fact he's able to just hold onto that ground means anybody can rotate through those
got no
positions.
idea.
He can create a crossfire and helped a lot towards the end. 13-12.
Okay. What was working on attack for them?
With an opportunity
Fast
to win
stuff,
the
really?
first summit in EMEA. I'm sure there'll be a million different learnings for them to take away from this one, but all they care about is
Well.
the dub. Although, you know, if there's going to be a spam through the smoke,
That's an early time to
eliminates
leave
the player.
over towards
It
middle,
might be
but
a
they
little
got the
bit
trip
tough.
there as well, so they
It
can
might make it
heavy
more
lean over
difficult.
towards A. I
Crash
kind of
is
like
the
this.
attack,
This
you
little
know,
setup's
some
good.
would say plays a
Look how much
crucial role.
info K-Corp have right now.
Now they'll have to make up for that lack of information.
The
Which,
draw on the
as
doors
we've
and
sort of
bruh,
stated when it comes to this
literal
map, is
4
certainly
draws.
not ideal. Cloud's going to play for the
6
orb.
draws.
He thinks maybe he can get that res off a little bit later. I guess he's going to be our planter. And he steps away, stomps away so Alpha
Nice
can
shot.
get the strike onto Sagetsu. Lovely strategy. And the Spike's even reconsidering this push towards the B side. I don't know if that's because of the pick or because they realize the chamber trip is there.
again, we see this push up though from the defense. Narrate, he did go for that operator, but he's playing it very differently. This time with a trap on that B connector means that
Trade on this?
they can rotate to the other side. The Cloud was walking with a wall, and because of that
Had to be an
angle,
insta trade. You'd imagine we go back again.
They had no idea that anybody could be in that corner.
Bid from last game.
And
Thank you,
that's
the Prime
a
Man.
massive mistake.
Thank you, the
walk-through
15
though
mums.
from Alfie, it might have just saved them.
Yeah, Alpha
It's
might
given them
have.
away onto the side, but Aves,
Winnable for
again,
Boaster.
good positioning. Sat back and catches Boaster with the C's. Now having that man advantage to swing in already, and he has no idea that that player could just be coming from behind. But Boaster's timing,
Ooh.
it's going to be everything here. He's being flanked. He's missed the player in the smoke by a millisecond. Half a second is all it took.
He
and
won
the
that
timing
1v1 as
again
well.
from KC is spot on. Both peaking him at the exact same moment.
Yeah, I mean, Narrate is putting his all into this game now. 13-13, another overtime between these squads. And from the game that we've seen so far, I'm actually happy that we get to keep seeing OTs because it does feel
Yeah,
like each
I
team
think
is now
for sure,
starting to get
Bacon.
the groove of how this map is played out. Except for maybe Cloud at the start there.
So awkward.
But it is so many little corners. And if you're going to play with that wall to try to instantly get in, to try to instantly...
I also
Oh
think
my
as well,
God.
Bacon, like the
Zace looks like he hasn't
inserting
felt
here is
happiness
like
in years.
very
It looks
strong.
Like, the dopamine
Like
receptor
inserts
shut
in
off
any of these
long ago.
positions feels very
Just
strong, depending on how the
staring
door
blank at
is.
the screen as they push the OT again.
That was like the
that's
Pedro
crazy.
Pascal meme.
But I think if you can get here and you can get here, A splits are insanely strong.
Well, overtime number 2. And for KC, an op this time in the hands of Narrate. That's going to be an answer.
Unlucky timing. It's a good jump peek on this one, still
Quick enough to
2.
jump peek it.
Instant reaction, maybe get aggro
He's
over
alone,
towards
though.
B. Yeah.
He's completely alone, but maybe that doesn't matter. Caught with util in hand.
Dude, look at this larking Neon over towards B.
That spike drop. Now he has support. Narrate just waiting on the angle, but instead,
dude, so much space on B.
Point, that's an unwinnable fight. 2 players to the backside, and they need to try and reset this. Levin is the dagger in the dark. Does Crashies even consider that there could be a player here, or does Levin even go in that direction? He's just going to hold on to this ground, but I feel like if this ends up in more of a retake scenario,
it
could be a problem. Or
if
Crashies times this right, he might catch both. He's going to hear all the steps.
He hits both.
That's enough to know that they're going that way. And in fact, he's missing
Respect
it by
on the trigger
a
discipline.
millisecond each time. That's the spike. If he drops that player, it's a huge problem for KC. But instead, he's just biding his time perfectly, denies the plan, and doesn't even need to fight others. He knows it because his teammates will arrive. They cleared Levin, no problem at all. And Crashies, it might be just a singular kill, but that singular kill was perfect.
He is so lucky that he had a Phantom there, not a Vandal. The 2 shots he fired down mid, I think he might have hit his keyboard. If that was a Vandal, I even saw them ping that angle that he came from. They were worried about it.
Can you explain why we're seeing Sage a lot more? There's a lot of good Sage maps at the moment. Is like one of the main reasons. Especially like Sunset, it's one of the highest win rates of Sage ever on a map. But a lot of the time when teams are playing like double duelist, a very strong agent of just actually like being able to slow stuff down. You got Neon that's at like a 70% pick rate, and it's like one of the only things that actually just affects the actual slide down. You can delay so much to get rotates in. It makes your theory pretty easy.
They also took a pause.
Stage changes. I mean, the stage changes you can heal yourself for 100.
In-zone flawless to KC.
It was certainly an aggressive round from Narrate. Found himself a lot of control early, and it looked like they had a bow tied on it 30 seconds in, yeah.
Well, let's see if this one's a little bit more effective again. It gives the same opportunity.
It's a very simple version of Valorant at the moment. So Sage just helps with that. Whether you want to over rotate or whether you want to actually just like slow and delay so rotate can come in.
Countering him.
And also just on attack, the map will Sage is just very good on a lot of these maps on attack.
But then it's a problem because they can stack up the other side of the map. So it almost
and it also gives you like fast exec power. So right, if like you're doing a lot of fast takes, if you can double slow and chokes, then you can just isolate the people that are on site. People are playing like a lot of flood.
You lose yourself that fade, and it leads to maybe a player
He's done
in the
it
corner
again. That was
yeah, they do it again.
That's Kayak this time. It's a little
Fade
bit
last
easier
time,
to
right?
lose him, but
is it?
I don't think it's going to be easy for Fnatic.
The guy that slides into the site and takes their aim away.
I'd still rather have the fade utility.
Who's he dogging for?
That's it.
Well,
for himself, perhaps.
Just non-stop smoke spams.
That's another spam from KC successfully found.
There you go. They are not
keep
here.
it hello, by the way.
That's good
I like in the game, man. The 2-0, it could have been there. It had potential.
He's got another
You
Prowler.
just have to face it, though, because Prowler, you kind of need for the site. Like, it's the problem is that you're always in a bad position in terms of the utility. You always have to take a risk, but that risk is paid off. That one, not so much. Great shot from Narrate. He'll be blocked out from any more impact.
Oh, is Boaster? I thought Boaster was about to go through and try and fight him. They need to find a footing in this round, though. That's what becomes tougher. A singular start. Still in pocket. However, just flying. If Crashies kills him off, there's an opportunity, but he loses the fight. And now Boaster has to fight versus 4. Sure, 2 of them are low, but they can almost just run in and give the information of where he is. There's nowhere left to go.
What a nightmare.
Hit by every piece of utility that was remaining in the belt. Somehow yet to take damage.
3 bullets.
One, but anything more, an impossibility.
Yeah, actual miracle needed.
The angles, and okay, this one isn't flawless, but it still seems fairly comfortable for KC. 14-14. It might just be an attack side round that ends up being the decisive factor in this map.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it for now. But for KC, how can they keep getting away with this? 2 smokes to start the round off that they spam straight through and end up with massive advantages. When we talk about this defensive side, Narrate being the problem, being the issue, that operator could be anywhere at any moment, even in the most aggressive positions, because he can TP back out, and instead it's 2 players spamming a smoke to win the round.
Just gonna get a pause every round from now.
He wants to try and end it.
It really is like Get in there and make it about you. It's been the storyline of the day. The coach's face of it. Did you know these guys used to work together? It's crazy. I don't think the desk even said it once. That's a joke.
Long ago.
That's a joke. I can hear Bear coming already.
Zacian Eng used to live in harmony.
Yes.
But that was before Fnatic attacked.
Exactly.
They took the coach. They stole him away. In fact, no, Eng said, I've had enough. He said, this has been such a disgraceful season, 0-5. He started out, and he's a man of his word. He started the season and said, if we don't do anything here, I'm leaving. They didn't do anything, and you know what most people would do? Bench themselves, take the money. No, Eng left without an offer, ended up landing in Fnatic, and now's his chance to prove that last year was a blip, our last stage was a blip on the radar.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. KC have just got to be sat there looking at
So many
Fnatic
timeouts in
as
this
if
one.
they're
Yeah, they
Vitality.
get new timeouts in overtime.
Wow.
There's been a 1 hour, 10-minute map.
Slightly different context to that
Long one.
scenario, I'll say.
Well, 14-14.
Fnatic fans are going to love you for that one.
Yeah, why not?
Fast A split.
A big game from the right. On the other side, it's Crash. He's 23 kills. Where have they come from? He's had some good rounds, but the consistency must be
I like
contributing
the change
a
up from
lot here.
K-Cup.
Had a big clutch as well.
Because last time they did this and they were super slow,
Very good game.
they were just hoping that the Viper, their Viper
Teams
util
have
would
now
create a lot of
taken,
passive pressure.
Wow, in Fnatic's case, multiple pauses to
They
try and
definitely
get
not
that
as fast as
final
I
attack
thought for
round.
this A split. Pretty slow on this.
KC have taken one hit. That's where both teams.
Wait, how
have
did they? Oh, okay, he shot it
been
on defense.
eluded. And well, everything for now screams a take towards that A site, which at least for now is the more stacked up. But we know that KC are more than happy to try and play with those rotations.
Yeah, they might have shown that earlier on in the game. A couple of fakes here and there.
That's about 2
in the
weeks
same
ago.
round. Kayak, that same spot Levin's been playing from. A stun, buys a little bit of time, and he'll reposition.
God, how's he
the
alive?
fight.
How's he done that?
Sagetsu! Man down for KC, and it's gone from bad to worse as Kayak shows up again.
That was nuts.
Levin,
That was nuts round from Kayak.
But it's
Right.
okay, because
That
Kayak
first
comes
peek,
to
he
join
took
him
one
in
bullet
zone
there.
flawless.
The other guy go
For
back
Fnatic
into
in
the
another
smoke. What
attack
happens
round.
there?
Lost.
Kind of nuts that he gets this first one and gets out of there. Yeah.
The team wins in zone flawless. I feel like
dude.
I've seen that one before. We're just
He
in an
wrecked him.
infinite loop of rounds, but this one was different because it was a Kayak pop-up. He's had an okay game so far. He's had a moment or two, but I don't
Still
think
the
any
first map,
quite
yeah.
match up to the pure dominance we just saw in that round. And
Oh my goodness.
wish it was me.
That's awesome.
Well, I'm free after this. 15-14. Fnatic with a chance to close it. All they have to do is figure out the attack. More specifically, all they have to do is not get spammed through a smoke twice in the first 20 seconds, and then they're off to a great start.
Yeah, this is a good start right now as well. They actually get mid.
Zaish's plan went
They-
perfectly.
Would they do
they
fake
still
smoke this after
continue
taking it? Sure.
What has been just an infinite streak of defensive side rounds. Funnily enough, it seems like Fnatic have the same idea as their opponents. Try and take
It's a
some
dude.
of that
Do you reckon they
control. It's
checked
another bait and
DOS9?
switch though from the defense. They've left Dosia in this corner.
This is legit the
Instead, it
first time I've
seems
seen
he's
that
just gonna
played.
Smoke the angle off. Fnatic, in the meantime, have gone back the other way, but there's
God,
a
they're
trap
actually going to get away
waiting.
with it. They dodge it. They picked the
Now
weak
as
site.
well.
They did a great
Sees
job at
as
identifying where the
Kayak,
chamber
so
was
we'll
with that
slow the
Prowler over
push, we'll
towards B, and they
remove
know
that
it's going to be
neon wall
weak.
as well. And they're a Prowler down
30
on
seconds.
Fnatic's
In
side
an
with no
ideal
left to
world
play
here, if
with,
it was a
so
different
they're
map,
blind on
Bosa
the
calls a
walkout. That's
fake B and hit
perfect for the
A,
rate.
but
Oh, but he
they're just
missed
not
the
in a
shot.
position to do it. Rotates too long as well.
Through the two of them, and now Cloud's the
That
one
should
to
be
find
it,
a
man.
double. The man who could have been dead to rights, his eyebrows shaved a moment ago. But instead, it's a 5 versus 3 damage.
Dude,
done
how
to
they ever
Levin,
meant
and
to
it
win
looks
this?
like the attack
They
side
would have to
might
take this
finally have
fast.
been figured out.
Well, hold your horses. There's still an opportunity.
Ah,
Dosia
dude, that's
versus
impossible.
Crashies.
Wait, Crashies?
Crashies maybe just deciding to back out, and they know he calls for reinforcements, and through the wall, another body hits the floor, leaves Sugetsu and Levin. Chances seem minimal, and Alfie still fighting, even on 4 HP. He's had enough of Summit for the day.
Hey, not bad. It was pretty fun.
I'm on 11.
There was
There
some
is
weird,
no way
weird
out
rounds
of
in here,
this
but
corner.
it kind of
You can
expected in
pad
the
the
first
stats. He doesn't even have
first
enough
time for
bullets
it.
to kill everybody.
It was
It's
fun though.
Fnatic and an in-zone flawless to close
Yeah, B splits
out the
definitely
game.
work out a lot better than I
16 to
thought.
14, our first map of Summit. I don't know if any regions had a closer first map than that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll tell you
Dude
something.
is wearing
for
my
certain.
shirt.
Fnatic are leaving this map with their heads held high. As
Prius,
16
next
to
game you
14,
do good
a
observing.
labored victory, but
I'll send you a shirt.
is up next. And on the other side, for
We might be
KC,
waiting a while, but
this is going to be a big recovery needed. They looked certainly in the coaching booth like it was getting to them. The frustration there towards the end, and I'm sure that compounded with Fnatic closing
that's going to be
out.
Saturday,
Yeah,
mate.
for sure. I think especially
You're very confident.
with how this round went, the final rounds, like, and the fact that, yeah, back-to-back in-zone flawlesses. Nonetheless, a man we always love to hear from is Mike with Boaster.
It is indeed, and now we've had a few extra rounds indeed on this first summit. I just want to get your early thoughts on this map now that you've actually had an official and a few extra rounds to test it out.
Yeah, I like it. I think there's a lot of variance in comps right now in terms of when we're practicing. So it seems people are trying to find the meta and trying to find which agents work best on that map. And yeah, I'm enjoying the process.
And how much did it play like you thought it would now that you've actually seen it on the stage?
I think we have a good idea of the meta. I just think the AWP right now is very strong, you know, with limited resources to clear it out. And I just think, yeah, once now that we've played a game on it, I've got actual good VOD review notes for the boys to not die to AWPs on attack sides. Because if I'm in a 4v5, I'm like, great, round's over, kind of. But we managed to pull through one round from a 4v5, I think.
Well, a few more ideas now to cook.
So they
Thank
got
you for
wrecked by
joining
the
us. Thank you
chamber.
for the insight as well, and good luck in the next map.
Thank you. I'll put you a shake.
We'll
Okay,
be
chat,
right
I'll be back in a little bit.
I'll do a handshake there. We'll be right back after this break with map number 2.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well, one break. Let's go.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me.
Okay, you were the first team to leave Summit open against KC. How confident were you in your Summit comp?
I'd say we're pretty confident. Like, we definitely started playing Summit pretty early on as soon as teams started playing it. So KC probably didn't have like so much back time against it, so we're a little bit surprised to see a Summit pick. But I would say really confident in the chamber, especially the chambers like a menace on this map. Even KC's chamber was like hard to deal with, so yeah.
Sets us up nicely for the conversation here, right? Boaster bringing it up, the coach is bringing it up. Chamber is a menace on Summit. That seems to be the early conclusion here.
Yeah, there's a few of them. I was feeling for Boaster when he was speaking about the attack, because it was almost impossible for them to find an opener. Out of all the incredible and amazing number of rounds that we had on this map, they were only able to find an opener from the attack in 3 of those rounds. And we're preparing to talk about, to bring you this kind of information onto the desk. Some of these shots make absolutely no sense, but if you did not watch this map, you might think that Chamber on either side was not the spotlight, and you would be completely wrong, because round after round we saw different spots, different menaces. Like, you could tell, and you've heard it from now the coaches, now the players as well, that you need to play this engine on this map. I was so surprised on the immense impact. What did I say? 2022. It's back.
It's back.
It's really nice to see though, because there's so many tight corners throughout this map where you can CP back to, and you know, we've had complaints with things like Yoru in the past of, oh, how annoying is it that an agent can just get a kill and then get themselves out of danger, and I feel like
I don't think it's annoying. I think we bring it back.
Yeah, sure. I will say the one thing is I was getting a little bit tilted by KC at times when they would have like their chamber chip and then sit and watch their chamber chip, and I'm like, guys, please no, like, this is taking control of this space on the map. Unless it's staying narrate, like fighting off the back of it, I can understand that. But when there's like 2, maybe 3 players on the same position as where a chamber trip is, I don't think that you're actually maximizing the potential of the utility that you have with the composition that you have, especially when you're running double controller as well. I felt a bit like, I had a gripe with that, I should say.
This lends it into something else we had some questions about, which is especially on that KC side, those really deep Viper walls on the defense. What were we thinking there?
They're just... They are okay if you want to fight mid, but you have to fight mid. You know, like there is some intention behind it. Like we saw a lot of different changes and whatnot, and I try to keep my mind open and be like, oh, you want to fight for mid? I just need to see you fight for mid. That's it.
I think another thing that we kind of spoke about was when Viper walls are used for conditioning, and I can completely understand that, but I think even in the later rounds, in that overtime, Fnatic were able to make these reads based off of however the Viper wall was positioned, whether that was for the mid space, knowing that KC were never fighting for this mid space off the back of the Viper wall. It gave them an early read on things.
There is the scare, right? Like, you know that most teams, not just Fnatic, are going to smoke mid at the beginning of the round, but you need to be so wary and careful for that chamber. I think they did a very good job. Another player that to me is being such a highlight is Cloud. He's playing so well. The only thing is that sometimes he's a little bit, this is literally the only complaint I can have about it, is that sometimes a little bit too eager in using, like, instead of one slow, he uses both of them like almost instantly just because it's in the heat of the moment, and you don't really know. But seriously, I am so incredibly happy for him to see that his performance is now going up to what it was back in the day, because 2026 it was a bit of a shaky year for him, and now we're seeing the Cloud that we have always highlighted as the player that has never won anything but should have a long time ago.
That performance hopefully will continue as we get off of the Summit, as we move into the next conversation, as we move forward to the maps. Any final thoughts on Summit before we do turn the page?
I want to see more. There was a couple of... I think the KC needs more time on it. I think that they were on Summit. They need more time on it. There was a little bit of an overlapping utility in your teammates, but seriously, it was a very complicated map to play for both of the teams.
Yeah, I think that you kind of had mentioned, like, you could see the nerfs on both sides, right? And the overlapping on utility when there's a Viper orb up and then there's a Harbor orb on top of it. Little, like, just very, very little details like this where it's like you just need to get reps.
It's just don't stun your teammates.
Yeah. Well, there was that round as well, but I'm sure that will definitely be picked up in quad debut.
Yeah, I think Boaster put it nicely when he was saying, now we have a VOD to review.
No, I was not speaking of it. I seriously, I was surprised.
Yeah.
In my head, this was a map that they had not had played, and then I was like, when I started, I was like, they have played this map. They actually have played this map.
They've done some work.
It is more than they just left there. No,
from
they actually
KC.
played this map.
They've done some work. We turned the page to a map that we know they've played a lot of, or a lot more of, certainly. Ascent coming on in here. What are we looking for?
Seriously, I'm looking at Cloud again. I love this head-to-head, because to me, jumping into this map, this is perfect. Cloud, an amazing performance as well. Now from the KO, Narratis being a menace for the entirety of this stage. I don't think I've seen him calm down for a single map.
I think it's two players that are definitely on their kind of redemption arc, right? You have Narrate that came back into EMEA and joined this squad once again, hadn't been there since 2024, I believe it was, before he went over to Americas. And then of course you have Cloud, as you mentioned before, has kind of had a difficult year, had a great run to be able to make it to Champs last year, but then is looking to be able to give that chance to Fnatic to make it to Champs this time around as well.
We'll be diving into the agent composition. Anything on your mind?
The agent composition as we expected. Levin playing on that Neon, same. I think that I want to see a louder performance from Kayak. Do not get me wrong, I do not think that he had a bad first map, but I kind of miss those days where you would see Kayak plus 20ing everyone else, you know? I think that if I want to believe in this Fnatic, and what they've been for all this time, Alpha will turn up at global events. He can take a nap here. We will be fine. It is Kayak that I want to see dominating regionally.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think I really enjoy this Neon head-to-head as well, though, between Levin and Kayak, because I think the same could be said for Levin. I definitely think that we saw glimpses of that on the first map from Levin, especially on the defense particularly. But yeah, I think for Fnatic, that's the player that we're looking at here.
Well, they couldn't quite make it happen on the new map of Summit, but KC will dive right back into the arena against Fnatic. And your ringside announcers for this one, we got Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Darth Mike, our ringleader. Fnatic 1-0 to the good, coming into their own map pick. Ascent,
see the Eternal Fire roster change now happened. Wait, is this the Izzy thing that was meant to? Because that was meant to happen like 2 weeks ago.
One of them won it dominantly, and the other was Fnatic who picked it.
They got Spear in, right?
It's definitely going to be an interesting one. Obviously, different.
I wonder why that was
different
delayed
styles.
for so long.
Maybe they feel like they can cope with the way KC run it, but I think that they're fairly comfortable. Honestly, obviously, I think we did see them play against each other on it.
Yeah, it got delayed for a little bit, that one. Cake up on defense, Fnatic on attack.
It wasn't like crazy dominant. I think it was 13-10 to Fnatic, so clearly they've been workshopping and feel very comfortable on this map. I think Cloud on the KO makes a lot of sense, but I don't think this is a death sentence
I'd be
by
interested
any
to see it,
stretch of the
honestly.
imagination for KC.
Certainly wouldn't imagine so.
Might have been visa
It's a
issues.
very close
Might have been
first map.
visa issues, right?
Pick a Fnatic, sure, but as you said,
It's a heavy lean over towards
not
B
somewhere
for
KC exactly
Cake up
being
on this one.
slouched. Already, the defense has a good read. They've rotated 4 players towards this B site. But Fnatic have sent Boaster out to contain this mid and A space. He's seen nothing, and well, if you're making that pressure and seeing no reaction, it's likely that they've stacked up. So Fnatic will take it the other way, at least for now. We've seen a lot of willingness to play slow rounds and try to challenge for that control, but Narrate upset the rhythm a little bit. Great re-swing from Cloud, though. He was sitting tucked away, didn't get blinded, and pounced just in time to save Crashies, who's now on 6 HP.
I guess if you've watched the way your opponents like to play, having anti-flash spots like that are going to be very important. 35 seconds left, though. Had to fire off that paranoia a little bit earlier, and running back through would have a risk about it. Kayak, though, has
It's a great cancel from Fnatic on this one.
And the remaining 3 players not within the site.
It was like
It's going to have to be a
I
full
want to say Boast
3v5
impact, but we don't know in terms of
retake, and,
comms. But might have been.
there is not a lot of utility. In fact, not any utility to play with.
I must wait.
Well, the
Really, really nice, man.
go about as well as you'd
It
expect.
was lovely to watch.
Big round from
2-1 on
Cloud.
the pistols.
And Fnatic 1-0. The pistol.
Yeah, the
under
cancel
their
over
belt.
towards B was great, huh?
And we saw the stats there. I think KC were doing slightly better when it came to pistol rounds, but that's going to take a knock to the statistics for sure. And it really is Cloud at the start of this round, avoiding giving them an early pick, and I think more importantly, avoiding having Narrate with an opening pick and alive in the late round. Still with a flash to play with as well.
I got you pistol. I got you pistol, Jake.
Oh, again.
Well,
Maybe him.
Cloud's a modest man, to say the least, but he did get them the pistol.
Kai can
Big round from Cloud.
3 kills and an assist.
farm
You
a
know,
little
it's
bit
fair
on this
enough.
one.
Yeah,
Kai
he
can
did
farm,
a
but
lot of the work there,
kind
and
of
he
feel
kept
like
Crashes
Cloud
alive.
being this close to his ult should probably be
Oh,
trying to get
saw
some
a
of these.
second round victory in the last map. I'm hoping
Astra with
we're not going to see another.
Astra with a
Very
Waylay
different
and you're doing
circumstance, though.
Astra. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen any teams do it.
Push up. It's not
But
badly timed.
it's very rare that we get an
Holding
Astra and a
on to this
Waylay, to be honest, at
position,
this
so
point. Dude, they're here so early top mid. Oh
gamble
my
stack
god.
towards the B site. How much damage can they hope to do?
Oh, it's
They're
such a
gonna go
shame
back and
about the
try and
gun.
go for Crashes instead. Couple of tags, not ideal,
Wait.
but Levin's going to win the initial fight. First kill goes the way of that defense.
Is it going to be another mid-rounding masterclass?
Push that far up. Have they now given up control of the A
This
site
is good though.
altogether?
They called over towards the
on,
right
they
side.
gamble.
Obviously, they pushed over towards A. You feel like they're going to be stacking over
It's a nice
towards B. They
paranoia
got the
from Boaster
info.
as well, that even if Narrate
They
had a
should
flash and was
expect
ready to swing out of that smoke,
something.
anyone in there is completely
Yeah.
negated, pushed back by the paranoia, and they'll make it to the A site. Fnatic, good patchwork in this round, realizing the aggression had come in down mid, down through A main, and so that site's probably easier to take through the spawn. Now it should be a formality, but Crashes and Boaster already tagged, and it's Crashes.
I don't like this
59
angle.
HP with a rifle in the open. There is no fallback. There is no retreat. He is
Committed.
dead after the first fight. The question is how
Cloud
many
actually
can he
needs to
get?
clean
And
this
with
one
only
up.
one, this is a very dangerous
And he might
round.
peek over
I
towards
thought
short, yeah.
different circumstances
I
would see Fnatic
legit
find
think
much
getting hit
safer
by
ground to
the
stand
recon
and
might
fight
have
from.
saved
we
him
end
there.
up in a 1v1.
Kayak's
A
hit some
painful
bangers.
round for Fnatic, but they've just about gotten it over the line.
These
I think low on HP
this
with
is
a
not a
rifle,
convincing
that
round.
position
I will
is
say
wild.
the
Maybe
mid
that
rounding
was the
after
gamble
losing
that nobody
after
would
losing
check
top
this
mid
because of
and losing alpha
how
was very
ridiculous
very
it was,
good.
But yeah, that felt like an unnecessary risk up against the pistols. Luckily, Kayak just
Oof.
basically
Yeah, this gun is so good
made
against
that look
Ecos
like
as
a
well.
montage. As he'll come
Good,
out
it's
with
good damage for
a
K-Corp. They
multitude
should be
of
kind of happy with
frags
it.
himself,
We won
5 and
the
0.
round. Just.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
Just indeed.
Just about.
I love it. You almost win on a full eco, and Zeish looks like you've just thrown the round. The guy is so positive in real
Still
life.
keeping with the
What are
same
the
default. They were
coaches
doing
doing?
this all the time.
This demons take
Neon
over.
wall
It's
to
a
take over
stressful
towards
job.
fast
It
shot.
absolutely is.
Clear a
And
bit
I
of
think
middle.
facing off against Aang now with a map under his belt, even more so.
I think as well.
Swift, yeah,
Now
that's a
that
big
we've
move,
seen
man.
some good from KC. Pressure
It's a
is
big,
on.
big move.
People start to believe maybe that road to champions this year is more of a likelihood. And
Dude, the
well,
push
Narrate
off is
started
short.
off well. In fact, the information they've got
The
is
rate
incredible.
is a
He's
little
locking
crazy right now. 1 minute, he
on
gets a kill from
flank,
short and jumps down to
making
the
it so
bottom of
there's
mid.
nowhere left for them to go. They could run back through their own spawn if they wanted to, but other than that, they are boxed into middle.
Well, when push comes to shove, KC will be more than ready to answer this call. Kayak won't survive the first engagement. The push through the smoke from Levin finds the spike. It's all onto Alpha. 1 against 5, and well, you'd like to get out of here with some damage done, but that is
Very
not
nice.
possible.
A
4
convincing
players
round from
spamming into
K-Corp.
his
It
angle,
was a
with so
little,
many left alive. Of course, it's an in-zone
Narrate was a little
flawless
bold.
for KC.
But other than
Big
that, it's very
money
nice.
maker round coming into round 3.
Yeah, I think it's an important one. Like, you lose a very close map, your map choice as well. You come into a map that ultimately you're comfortable on, but I think having a round like that really sort of wakes you up. Of course, it was, I want to say somewhat of a bonus, because I think it was 4 rifles in the last.
Yeah.
But they still
better
have a
buy.
buy in this one, but it's got a couple of Guardians in the mix.
Yeah, the last buy was arguably better for them. This time they do come in with the Guardians, as you said, so it is a full 5 rifles technically, but they had 4 big rifles in the previous. It was a buy round for all intents and purposes when it comes to how it played out, and, well, Fnatic getting nothing done is definitely worrying for KC. That's exactly what they need. Early performance. Showing up, Alpha not lost any confidence.
Dude, the
He
battle
stepped
for
with
B
the
main's pretty
Guardian
funny right
into
now.
B main to look for a
God, this
fight,
is
but
nuts from them, isn't it? They had the Omen TP as well. I know it's a fake Omen
overextend,
TP,
towards
but
this A side, there might not be much of a choice. This flash from Narrate coming in as the smoke fades, and they have caught everybody with
holy,
it.
fair play,
Beautiful
and
work
Spike.
from KC. Great flash from Narrate, and the paranoia to guarantee the space. Good return by Cloud. He is much closer than he knows.
That's
to getting
nice
that
from
kill,
Narrate. He
but
knew
it
that
won't
extra
matter.
flash was going in, played anti.
Narrate manages to hold on to control of the spike, but he is now dealt with by Alpha. Boaster's position is an interesting one. I don't know if Levin's going to
Mika, thanks so much for the prime.
He's looking
Thank you for the 5 months, mate.
Okay, that's the moment the realization comes through, and unfortunately for Boaster, he's not long for this world.
30 seconds
18 HP.
Or is it Micah? How do I say this?
Alfie felt like he needed to take a risk, and instead he has delivered the spike like a birthday present, left it on the floor.
And closed the door behind him as well.
Yeah. It's about as good as it gets.
Yeah, it's it done.
They have gifted the spike over, but as you said, right, 2v3, Boaster's on a sliver of health.
Dude, K-Corp are not scared to make some bold plays.
At least. Doesn't work out
2 rounds in a row, they've made some bold plays.
Get out. It will secure 1
Every
rifle,
single time it involves
but
an
that's
array.
2 rounds in a row for KC, and with the big investment from Fnatic into round 3, I think that's going to push the limits and break the bank for this squad. Indeed it is.
Yeah, there wasn't much additional to play with. It seems like maybe they'll be able to have that singular rifle for Kayak. But other than that, it's not going to be a particularly pretty purchase. And from what was a crushing defeat in the last, just for how close it was, and the pistol not going their way, KC don't look phased at all with what was a very solid defensive side versus GX. They're looking for more of the same.
Running back put in by Narrate, but he'll be dealt with right away. Still, it's allowed some players to flood in behind that wall, Levin being one of them. He's finding his first pickup at that reveal. Has caught him, luckily. Aves.
Dude, almost another. 5 HP.
Spam as good as it gets. It seems to be KC's specialty. Although they won't be able to serve Alpha up today.
They look pretty convincing, these rounds from K-Corp.
Avoided the flambe, but 5 HP left.
The risk might get punished at one point, but this one wasn't risky, obviously.
Around too much longer.
Artex with the prime again. Thank you for the 6 months, mate.
Next, and it's clean as can be.
Yeah, I've seen some people with some really good graphic settings that are able to do the things that Aves does, but honestly, that is just impressive with how consistent he is spamming through those smokes, especially after the level went down. I was a little bit worried, but comfortable stuff in the end. Credits really starting to build
Paper
for
X
the defensive
vibes
side.
is in the.
At least
I mean, they're coming up with.
round 6, even if they are to
yeah, they're
lose
coming up
it.
with Paper X style plays.
So this is where Fnatic come
Yeah,
back
I can
in
get
with
on board
buy,
with
and
that.
They have a multitude of ultimates.
They want to be the
to
ones
make sure
doing some idea instead of
traded
being the
out
ones
by
getting
the
exec'd
players
on,
on the other
or
side,
having the
but
idea happen to
I
them.
think especially that Hunter's Fury always makes things a little bit more awkward.
I wonder how
for the
much of it
side.
is narrate, because I
trying
feel
to
like
defend.
every single play revolves around narrate. I wonder how much, like, how vocal he is on the
Players have
defense
them,
here.
No surprise for Aves. 9 and 2. He's going to pop it early. He's getting it on so quickly. Why not? But doesn't look too good. There's a double
Damn,
tap
got a
to
little
close it out.
double at
The
the
Island
end here.
Kayak, both very, very
Both
low.
sitting in Sabrosa.
And that's value enough for a blind Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, I think especially
Where's the
Kayak
mix on
feels
this
like
one? Yeah, they don't know
a
about the
bigger
meta, man.
problem. He's normally the one that has to break the lines of the defensive side, and him being tagged. Oh, now him being tagged even lower makes that an incredibly big issue. 40 seconds left on the clock as Fnatic now look to explore towards middle. The B split potentially there with Alfia still holding on to main control. Now we're going to see that KO
Cypher playing the
put into
side as
play.
well.
That will
Trips
remove
go
the utility,
down.
but,
You can
well,
res
he's already
that.
on the ground.
A couple of picks go back here for
Big Joe.
KC.
Oi,
And they
Aves.
keep on going. Aves finding a lot of damage, and with Kayak and Crash, he's so desperately
Aves.
low. And the damage
He's
done to
unlucky,
Cloud.
bro.
Oh my
Big
God.
shocks. That's
This is
it. Big spam.
ridiculous. Fnatic are barely surviving.
Look at the
As
HPs.
KC thrive in the spam battle.
Oh,
The
no.
plan's at least
Not
to be
the
found.
Dude,
for
this ult's
Abyssal.
deadly
This
for
is an
them.
insta-kill.
God, it's
Any of
deadly.
these players, a laser that will take them down.
Oh, 1 HP.
4-2
Dude,
for
Aves did
KC.
insane in this. He did
That's
so
a
much damage to
wonderful
everyone.
retake,
So
but
good from
again,
him.
I don't know how Aves is getting so much done.
Well, it's crazy because you look at this round, one player, I think, got 2 kills and probably did about, what, 300 damage? The other player got 3 kills and did about 45 damage. Just running around at the end with everybody being so desperately low. You also have to bear in mind the initial damage was done by Hunter's Fury. Do you know what? Aves might have done about 400 damage and got 2
Yeah, he
kills.
did so much, yeah.
Yeah, I think that might be pretty close to reality. The fact is, like, that Hunter's Fury
11 and
blind,
2.
It's often
He's 11 and
a
2.
big mistake, but they found his value there. And later on for KC, they've got to be on cloud 9. Different
Oh,
org,
hope
but
not.
let's take a listen in.
Dude,
See
no.
how things are going for this squad.
No one can resist the flame.
Smoke him on.
I'm gonna sit on B.
Mid,
drop
mid.
He's gonna
Guys,
drown, maybe.
take a split. It was just full push on B.
I'm picking slowly. I don't see.
One tiles.
One was about around South Bros.
Yeah, one mid should be. One mid
I'm
still.
looking strap on B.
You're gonna drone. I'll pick you.
Two dead, two dead.
I don't have smoke and initiate.
One main, one main.
Yeah, it's okay, I see it.
I'm not helping
I
you.
have
but-
one smoke top mid.
One HP, Cypher.
You wanna peek him?
Let's pick 3, 2.
I'm holding top mid, guys.
I'm gonna push link.
He's probably main or.
I have main, guys. You cannot cross. Only on you can be.
Nice!
Nice!
Nice job.
There's some high
Okay, this
confidence.
time.
Some high confidence.
Yeah, the vibes are immaculate, and look, if you go out of an in-zone flawless with anything but that, we've certainly got a problem. A 5-2 scoreline now, and most importantly, 5 rounds in a row.
What do you
for
think of your
KC.
current
They face
chat
off against a
meta?
double
Mate,
bio to
what
start
is the
this
chat
week,
meta?
and
What do you
They
mean?
made it look easy. This obviously being an anti-eco, but there's been a bit too much success from this squad, and I'm surprised to not see Fnatic calling for a timeout.
I feel like you're thinking
Going into
about
round
things
number
too
8,
much.
5-2 down. They're happy that the players have the right ideas.
5-2 down on their own map choice, and other than the pistol in second round, it hasn't looked particularly close. 4 ultimates online, but they haven't had too many opportunities to use them. Losing players early has been a problem, and just look at the amount of information Levin's already going to get. He's walked all the way up B main.
Who's the K-Corp
That
by
means they
GL?
can
The star player, man.
stack up
Aves.
players over on that A site, and again have this 1-2 punch
Oh.
potential trap setup. He's going to walk. Oh, you're a
it's
lucky
unlucky.
boy, Crashies.
To be fair to him,
You
Crashies
walked
did
back at the
consider that someone was at the
perfect
angle.
moment. Does he then go that little bit further forward? No, the drone is actually going to sell the.
It's good. It's good from him though. That little peek.
Of a B hit.
The little peek with no one following a drone past the initial corner. He's done so good to work out this is fake pressure. The 3 can stay strong over towards A. Dude, K-Corp looked very nice on this map.
Doesn't know where that TP just came in from. Boaster being able to find one, but Narate's still flying under the radar. Luckily, the
Big
trade comes in
1v1
quick.
here.
Great flash
A lot of
from
1v1s
Cloud.
across the map, by the way.
Gone through that smoke,
Actually
back to
everywhere.
the spike.
This one matters the most
He
because
goes
Spike,
down, there'll
obviously.
be trouble aplenty. Waiting though.
One on
is
heaven.
Cloud
There's
as
one on
Alpha
site. There's
sneaks
one on
his way
spawn.
up top as Crashies waits to catch them on that rotate, but now the spike falling. Hunter's Fury will be deployed. And
Dude,
won't
it's a
make
good
it out
ult
of
from
there. It's
Crashies.
left
20
on
seconds on this
11.
one. There is enough
Up
time.
against Crashies, he's already dealt with Alphayer and the reposition.
Ooh, does he have time for this?
Swing up top at 12
Oh,
seconds
it's
left.
scary.
I mean, Crashies has to
No
go. And
way.
he has no idea that victory
There's
was
no
just around
way.
the corner. Victory turns
That's
to
sick.
death as KC find 6 in a row.
Oh, I thought he'd played it perfectly.
Yeah, I thought he played a bit.
genuinely thought he knew exactly
He
where it
kind of
was
had to
when
go
he
for the
made
kill
those
if he was
steps. I was
doing
like,
the
oh,
like fake
genius. And then
footstep
just
stuff.
didn't check the window. There's the one spot that went under the radar, and that's a little bit more damning with
He could have been anywhere.
what was a good round from Crashies, a lurk into a Hunter's Fury that kills off a player, but that last low man standing.
Let's go!
And the momentum continuing for KC, 6 rounds in a row. Well, there is the timeout.
Why would you not check
They
there?
took their time.
Mate,
That's for sure.
he could potentially be in
And even coming into this round,
20
it's
positions.
curiosity as to what they're going to decide to go
He's
for.
got a
We've
second
got
per
credits
position.
Mix and matched for
It's not that
Fnatic.
bad.
It definitely looks like
It's probably
we're at
not the
panic
play with like the
stations.
fake footstep that
I
he
think
did
also
though.
just this matchup is an interesting one. Back in week 1,
Like if he's
obviously
doing the
these are
fake
just the
footstep
stats
thing,
for stage 2. It
it's
was a
to kill
quieter
someone that's
performance
close.
from Kayak, whereas Levin in both games was a high impact player. You look at the map,
The
the
spear
win right
good?
now, Levin is 12 and 3,
Yeah,
whereas
he's
Kayak,
pretty
obviously,
decent.
it's tough from
I've
the
only
attack,
seen
and I'm not
stats,
gonna
but
say that this will be how the scoreboard ends.
can tell he's good.
But he's 5 and 6, and it hasn't really been a star performer for Fnatic yet, other than
Right, shall I
the
use
pistol round,
my
which, as Cloud said, he
Epic
gave
Pen
them.
Premium?
Unfortunately, he hasn't
Dude,
given
you can
much
do
more.
arrows.
And that's what we need.
What else
Like,
we got?
This is your map choice, and it looks
Perfect
if I was
squares.
gonna gamble, I
Perfect
would say that
circle.
this looks like a KC
There we
pick
go.
from what we're seeing right
That's
now.
my £30 worth. It was all worth
Well,
it.
especially considering that they lost
Damon,
Pistol
appreciate the
Fall.
tier 1. Thank you so much for the
Yeah,
39
close.
months.
And then they came through against 2 full buys back to back, and they weren't close. They were dominant for KC, especially the first one was
Epic
incredibly
pen
dominant
value.
for KC.
Strong value, yeah.
all the wind in their sails and filling them fully.
If I actually did a...
Fnatic
The circle could
have
be
to
pretty
find
good,
their way
man.
back in. They've gone for a buy. They've gone down to their last credits
Could
to
make it a
this
little
happen.
cleaner.
After the timeout, something
Maybe
has
we
to
make a
change.
bind for the circle.
Oh, it's a bait.
Dude, he's got so much money. He's got a backup judge.
To try and give Sugetsu an angle.
This is a
It's one that
classic,
you'd
by the way. You
expect to see,
spam,
but I
you
like
shoot the op
also what
once, they
Lemon
try
is
and
doing.
rush you, and they
The
whip out the
reaggressive
judge.
timing is perfect, though.
The double push over towards A main as well. Every single time they're trying to punish Boaster. Great shot, man.
Wonderful shot. Dosia even predicted that he would be there. Now Levin's been dealt with on the other side. Even still, though, it ends up even.
Keep an eye on narrate here. Top mid
They
jaw.
have to be careful of. They've been flanked before. And maybe Aves was almost just working as a distraction, but they are watching for
Oh,
Narrate.
3.
Good prediction.
Alpha came
from
back to
Cloud
help
this
him
round.
across.
And now it's all on
It's a good round
Sugetsu.
from
He had
Alpha.
one
Sugetsu
kill
has ult if he
in
wants
the
to use
first
it.
8
It'll be
rounds.
fine.
If he wants to keep
Starlight's
the
in the
streak going,
YouTube chat.
he needs to
Thank
end
you
with
so much.
4.
Hello as well. I appreciate that.
Sugetsu has the ult to at least grab some
Oh.
information, and well, that was a bit of an awkward time to have your knife out. Luckily, it's only a half check by Crash. He's now falling back to the site. The high-low should be in play, and Sugetsu
Very
will
nice.
find it
Very nicely
impossible.
handled.
It's a low-low setup instead. You said we needed to see something from Cloud, Tom.
Is that
How's
not just Alpha round, though?
Good round from him. Like I said, he won them the pistol, which basically gives you the second round, although it was dangerously close. And then he's won them the next round that they won after the pause. So it's interesting. This has been a case at times for Fnatic where the player standing in can have some of these standout performances. I think Vekaj regularly
Good job, boys. That's
had
it. That's what we need.
standout performances. But can they now build off that? Because I don't think that if they come out with, say, 5 rounds on this
Is it
attack,
mandatory for
that's
teams to
not
constantly
really too
switch
much of a
comms
problem.
for the meta not be predictable
But if this
and
ends
anti-strated?
9-3,
To an
I'd be down
extent,
to
unless your
believe that
playbook's like big
KC
enough.
aren't going to be able to close that out.
I'll run it back online for KC if this is where you want
At one
to
point you
bounce
have,
back for Fnatic.
it depends on the
probably
comp.
not
There's
ultimate
certain
you wanna
comps
look
that
across the
can
side and
just
see the fact that Narrate,
have so much stuff
especially in the last
and
map,
play the
was
map so well, and you
phenomenal.
can just make like little
Trailblazer.
alterations that it's fine.
And now there's 2 of
And there's
them.
other stuff that's like a little one-dimensional that
A minute on the clock and Fnatic.
you have to change.
Well, it's not surprising that they're being very cautious towards A main. This is somewhere that's being pushed consistently by KC, but finally it's time to go.
Or there's one and dones that are only good for one, like triple
And they've
duelist.
dealt with Narrate. That's a risky no-scope attempt.
Dude, that
It
is
ends up with
that is a
Lemon
player
going
that's been
down.
popping off, man, going for that kind of stuff.
Spams
Spike planted.
aren't going to stop that plant from coming in. Flash. Seemed like it was to try and push someone into a spammable corner. Instead, that piece of utility now gone, but there's another ready for Narrate if he needs it. The flank has been spotted as well, so Fnatic know that those back angles are safe. That
Wait,
spam, though,
they
has
handled
helped a
it
lot.
close here pretty well.
He's still stood in the corner. He's trying
Yeah,
to
they saw his
beat
gun
the
barrel.
stake
I was
in the
looking at
graph,
that
but
thinking,
again,
mate,
Abbas just
your
spams.
gun's
He's so good
sticking
at
through
putting
that.
players through the smoke, and now Narrate drops Cloud. This is falling apart.
Do they know they're both here? Got half?
They need to start spamming. They need to stop them from defusing. The swing out, and it's enough
Oh, he
from
just got
LPS.
him in time.
A Red Bull
He
clutch
just got
to
him.
give them another
There was a spin
round.
to win on the
It's too
spike,
close for
maybe.
comfort, but
Time was pretty low.
Luckily, they had Alpha.
How close was that?
It was very, very close.
I thought he didn't have time anymore. I thought the defuse was done until the shot landed. Incredibly close. Alpha's cover there kept Boaster alive, but 0.48 of a second. Down to the wire, but
Yeah.
for
Boys,
Fnatic,
please listen
it
to
was-
each other, okay? Let's go. A little bit.
It was just close enough. And that
All
could be
right.
the round that gets them right back on the saddle, 6-4. Cloud calling for them to play together. If they can do that, we might be neck and neck at the half. Who's seen that before?
You think Paybrex can use the mix harbor comp again? Yeah.
Different.
They didn't
On
get to
this map, 6 rounds
show.
in a row for KC. If it would
They're
end
off to plan
6-6,
A
I think
stuff,
they'd be
really.
bitterly disappointed, especially on that defensive
They're too
side
excited
where
about the comp,
I think
and they
we've
won
seen
the
both
map.
teams thrive. I think it would put the favor firmly to Fnatic. And this buy definitely not the best. Another risky peak from Levin, but it
Mate,
also
this
gives
recovery
an awful
is
lot of info.
pretty
It seems
nuts,
like they're going
man.
to try and challenge Dosia, but he's just looking to
Really
try and
good
slow
from
them down.
Kayak.
Of course, weaponry
It's really
for
good
him
from
is still
Kayak.
pretty
This
decent.
TP
The
from
pistol
Dust9
that
is
was shown
awesome.
Might be a ruse. Althea again, having to try and bail them out of trouble. He's turned this back to a 3v3. And the attack have decided maybe another avenue is better.
Well, Alpha might just have a freebie. They're walking right up into his crosshair, but an uncharacteristic miss and whiff as Aves puts them into the advantage. Defensive side, well, pressure on an array, a bookie, and a classic, all he has to work with. But Aves on the sides got the big gun, got the reveal to help him out. Well, not going to help anyone out. Narrate's dead to rights, and the door's closing on Aves. But before it does, Cloud taps his toes away.
10 seconds
left. Sugetsu again. He's had to play retake simulator a lot of this game. The B site pushes haven't happened too often, or if they have, it hasn't been him dealing the kills. But the first one is so quick. Again, it's another
Just a
round.
little too much to the left, maybe a little too high.
For Fnatic, it was Alpha to start and then him to close. 12-9 at the moment, and it's only Aves, who is 18-6 right now, that stands above him. But I can't believe we're actually in a spot where Fnatic now go into this next round with an opportunity to leave this half level.
Last player standing.
I really didn't think it was possible for them to end up level at this half. Like, the last three have been remarkable from Fnatic, and considering KC have had nothing but success before that when it comes to buy rounds, and there were plenty of them.
Dude, imagine they get a 6-6 half from this. It'd be insane. You'd imagine K-Corp have too many ults on this. You got Sova on the rotate with his ult.
Maybe he's needed one more time to put us level. Hunter's Fury online for Aves. That could be a big problem. Last time, he took over the round on the back of this ult.
He's taken over a lot of rounds. He's had an insane map so far, and I think this more free, loose style of calling is helping him out a lot specifically. Either way, though.
Recon's clear, close, mid. Narrate took a peek over towards deeper mid. This Sova ult's going to wreck them.
Just walks out into the open.
Wait.
I think he even caught Althea off guard. Now,
What the? Bro, how's he getting these recovery? The recovery on these ults is beyond me.
Instead, though, catching a second player.
It starts off as the worst Sova ult ever, twice, and then the instant recovery is just insane. Big jaw at mid as well, and you'd imagine Aves is on top of it.
Just waiting around the corner. They know.
I mean, 5 might be enough.
The Narrate is there and clear him with ease, in fact, but they need a little bit more. Aves versus Boaster. The IGLs, and it's Boaster to come out on top, but Dosi is still here.
Wait.
He makes it should be impossible to plant, but never mind. Cloud again, and he's removed the ultimate from Levin as well. Another saving grace from the new buy on the block, but not
Okay,
this
I was going to
time.
say, holy.
Levin will make sure at least KC will go in with a lead.
It's still
But
a great
let's be real,
recovery
Mitch.
from
It should have been
Fnatic.
a
They should be
much
feeling
bigger
good
lead
after
than
that.
This should have been a much more convincing half indeed. 6 rounds in a row, coming off the back of winning round 3, of dealing with 2 full buys, of hammering Fnatic into the ground. This looked like a dominant scoreline, but for Fnatic there is still hope. And with a man like Crashy's on the team, of course there is. We sat down with him before the game and had a little chat. Why don't you take a look at it during the halftime?
Crashy. I'm here with Crashies, a guy who I've known
Why
for
does
a very
nobody
long
do
time, actually. I was looking
old
back,
AX
the
sec
first
with
time we ran
Phoenix
into
Wall?
each other, I think it was
Cross
2018
bricks.
at a little tournament in Chicago called CGC. You remember that one?
I do, a very long time ago.
Different world, different life. A lot of success since then for you. And now this Fnatic team.
Wait,
how
Bacon,
does
I
it
can't
go
even
after the
remember
first
this
week?
one. You're not talking about the retake stuff.
Good, I would say, like fixing things that we need to fix and just enjoying our time together. So, yeah.
And speaking of your time together, you got a new guy in the camp, right? Cloud. What's it been like playing with him?
I've always like kind of respected him as a player. He's always been someone I've played against
Wait,
before.
Infamous,
so
what do you mean?
bringing him in
Should I be
was
checking
kinda
Discord?
Nice. Different perspective and just we're giving each other tips and yeah.
And
just learning
Mike,
from each
thanks so
other
much for
every
the
day.
prime.
So it's
Appreciate
been
the
fun.
25 months.
And for this matchup, right? KC, really hot start, looking very good indeed. Maybe playing a little bit looser. How do you game plan against that?
So, you know, they've been talking a lot about
Dude, has that been all
strats and
day?
a very loose
Holy.
style team. So we just kind of know what to expect going into it, just like they know what to
At least
expect
no one
out
in
of
the
us.
chat's gonna say
We're very
anything, right?
structured, and we know how to play against that style of team. Paper X historically for us. So it's nothing really new for us, just different team, same style.
What do you think the key is then? Is it like reinventing your own comps a little bit, or is it just being ready for that mid-rounding?
Yeah, just being ready for what they're known for. Like I said, they're very freestyle, and they like to embrace that style a lot, so there's really no surprise for us today.
Are you going to throw it back to the Rankcast Combine days? Drop like 30 right now?
Honestly, we'll have to see. Like, you know, I'm used to dropping 30s back in the day, but Valorant's a different game, so we'll see.
We'll see how it does. Good luck today.
Hey,
man.
can
Thank you
stop
so much.
snitching. Didn't even notice, dude.
Yeah,
I didn't
good job,
even
Dark
notice
Yeah,
on
this
this one
is
as
where
well.
it was cursed.
Yeah, he's got the 3 from the 30, so that's good. But
The solid,
it's just a lot of zeros
solid
before,
spot, mate.
not after.
Thank you for that.
7-5 for KC. A good half, but the context of how we got here, kind of disappointing. It looked like this should have been a lot better. And remember, with Fnatic climbing back into the game, well, they only need one more map to close this out. The threat and the pressure applied onto KC. I think we saw that again in the coaching cap.
Yeah, pistol here. If anything would give Fnatic the advantage, I think both teams have showed that the defensive side is the one that's favored. In fact, last time when Fnatic beat KC, was a good defensive side half. And a lot of that comes down to a B-site hold from Alpha. He's been fantastic on it. Well, this could give Cloud a few assists if anybody dies, because he has just caught the entirety of the team with a knife. I've just watched
That's a good play from Dust9 like that one. How's he gonna double there? What is going on Spawn?
I'm almost certain they saw him. There you go, final boss himself. He's going to be the only defender. He's dodged the paranoia.
7 bullets.
But there's so many
What
people
a flash.
coming down. Help from a teammate.
Oh my god, last bullet.
And this is why you don't run towards the B side.
Ah, it's so unlucky,
Luckily,
dude.
Narrate
He's
makes
doing
sure
nuts
it
stuff on
doesn't
site
go any
here.
further, because for a second, I thought Althea was about to kill them all.
Paranoia from Boaster really
Yeah, the flash
helped him out
from
to
the
refocus to
flash
take
from
down
Boaster
Sugetsu, who,
enable him
we
to
obviously
isolate last
said about
1v1.
Crash, he's 3 kills in the first half.
Insane.
Tough. The
Hey,
tough start
Dad,
with his
last
pistol,
kill.
but
There's.
Sugetsu's been in that same boat. It's a guy who was showing
Oh,
up in
come on
some
now.
really important rounds for KC. Looking back to Summit, and on Ascent, the Cypher on the defense. Well, Alpha's just done everything Sugetsu did in the first
Alamate,
half.
how we doing, bro? Good to see you. I'm doing great, man. Thank you for asking.
True.
It is. It can be both.
Actually, no, he hasn't done anything. He didn't die 8 times.
Right. Anyway, moving on.
Every single map so far
One pistol for
been
KC.
1-1 on the
Well,
pistols.
After letting that half
Like
slip
that.
away. I think they're going to know that this will be the tougher of the two. Of course, you've got your double duelist. You've got Narrate that can farm up.
You're
those
looking
orbs.
happy.
I think
It's
this stage and
I will say the
even
break
over just the last
between
couple of months, I
London
think
was
that
very fun,
Narrate has
and then the
really
break
gone back
after
into
London
the
was
form
very
that
nice,
we
man.
saw from him a couple of years ago when he joined KC. So I'm very
It was like a
excited to
perfect
see this
length of
backside
a
from
break
him
where I was like,
specifically.
okay, I
But
actually
it
miss
is
watching
the tougher
Valorant.
of the two sides. I think it always has been. And for Fnatic, although the deficit is incredibly likely to be 4 rounds, I don't think it's out of reach.
Iceland
Such a
at the
big
moment.
game from Abez as well. 2 blind Hunter's Furies that found huge value. One with damage, one with a little bit of damage, but more so the information of where the secret play was coming through. He's been crucial. That was even the pick,
Oh,
wasn't
it's
it, on the
good
crashes?
info, man.
So it was, yeah, it was
Camera
massively
spots the
impactful Hunter's
rotate.
Furies. Big rounds from him. 20
Crash
and
is in a
8,
good angle to
I
get
believe, at
one,
the moment.
potentially.
No, he didn't quite. Oh, he did eat the shock dart. Never mind. It looked like he was far enough away, but no. Must have got caught by the edge of it. Levin in there for a few, and without shields, they're usually as free as can be when hit by
Yeah,
that
it's not
Marshall.
too bad.
A 1 versus 3 with Alpha alive, though. This could definitely still end up being costly for KC.
A single kill for Narrate. The Marshall kills got the majority, and now Marshall looks for a kill to get his ult. And that might be the reason that Alfia is being a little bit more passive. I think anybody else getting an ultimate orb is absolutely fine, but you do not want to allow Narrate to have the run it back without having to pick up an ultimate orb. At least you have a chance to deny. But as you can see, it will just be him going down to the spike.
I like the run, the sprint towards the side at the end, so maybe someone sticks around if they hear, oh, he's coming to defuse, and then they go down to the spike. It's a tiny detail, but yeah, it hasn't worked out. 9-5 for KC. This pistol has
Mate, why's the YouTube chat talk about C9?
A couple mistakes can be made, and they will still have their lead, still being with a chance of bringing us to map 3 of Split. To be honest, between these two teams, between these two coaches, I do want to see that map. But I'll tell you what, Fnatic most certainly
What's
don't.
going on
They
over
want to
there?
make a deep run here with a 2-0 start, not just in the map, but in the series as well, so they can set themselves up to make it all the way to the Stage 2 finals in Barcelona. And that's right, you guys can join us there. Scan the QR code to get yourself a ticket, or just go back in the VOD and you'll see
They're the
it'll
hot
be up
topic
there
at the
later on
moment.
today as well for KC. Double digits is what they're
Are
after.
they
And
though?
the buy, it's not that bad.
Oh, it's incredibly good bonus round. They'll still be able to buy into the next Althea. It looks like he wants to try and get a little bit cheeky. He knows there's a lot of players around this corner. And Abbas, as said, it just seems like he pulls off
that's a great
miracles
trade.
the second there
And
is
how many
something
times
in
we're going to
his
see a double
path,
push
which
over
makes
towards
no
A
sense.
main
The
have
defense, though,
value?
have traded, and timing is going to be everything. Bear in mind that is the spike in the hands of Abbas, but instead it would be Narrate to lead the charge, run it back.
Oh, Crashies
Can hope
is
to try
happy
and
that he
clear
didn't choose
some
to
of
go
these more
sight
aggressive
here.
angles, but everybody bar
It's
one
good info.
has fallen back.
This is position from Levin. Now they're starting to go back and suspect something like this is a full cancel of the...
Damn,
Oh,
that's pretty
beautiful.
nice,
Levin's got
man.
him with a knife out
And now they can go back over
took down
towards B
Kayak
because
as
they're
well.
the
Got a
insert
chance to
logs.
strike.
Holy,
With him
this is
falling,
great round from them.
the A site was no
They've
longer
got a
the
very
target.
good ascent,
To
man,
get to
K-Corp.
has made B much easier to get into. Now they don't have any
They won
smokes
ascent
here,
last time, right?
So they're going to have to fight on the way past the poster. Gets nothing done in that flash.
This
well,
is sick.
Let's say it blinded
This is a nice round
Kayak.
here.
+1.
At least one.
Do you think that
If you get
an
the kill, you get the kill,
insert
it
at
doesn't
logs
matter.
is like
The push and pull is
pretty
definitely interesting.
underrated?
I feel like KC, when they saw Levin's position, were on a full rotate though. Like that wasn't a
Maybe
ruse,
that should happen
because
way
you can
more.
see where the spike is currently going, even in that little shot.
Because everyone clears
and
from
then
stairs.
Sugetsu gets a kill, and they go. Actually, B side
I guess
seems
it's
a
too
little bit
similar
more
to B
open.
main. It doesn't matter.
Nice! They're starting to believe again, and yet 10-5 up. Zay
One of them
still
is
looks
starting to
like
believe.
it looks like he is having the worst day of his life every time we cut to him. Double the rounds of Fnatic, push them onto an eco, but he's not happy yet. Not till he sees 13 up top. And I mean,
I don't think he'll be happy until split is over and they've won.
well, yeah. Well, he might not be happy at all then.
I mean, we're
We'll see.
going split. We have to be.
Poster. And he's going to get cleared. Cloud trying to re-aggress. All right, then. Levin's decided
Yeah,
this
he
round
might even get a
is.
30 here. Like, these two are going crazy.
Crashies would need impeccable timing. Speaking of impeccable timing, Althea has done well, but
Feel sorry for Crashies here.
very good.
Feel
but
really
that
sorry
sort
for
of
Crashies
range,
here. He thinks he's got a
unlikely, and in
freebie,
zone
an absolute
flawless as
freebie
KC
as they're
build
distracting
up
the guy
their
B and
streak
Sugetsu's
once
just
again.
watching
We
the
saw
whole
this
time.
in the last half as well. It was 6 rounds in a row. Now they're on 5 rounds in a row. Just 2 away from closing out Fnatic's map pick. A map pick that, as said, like, you look at the 2 games we've seen, a 15-13 win for them versus GX. KC beat them 13-4. Maybe that called some things into question, but yeah, evidently they didn't feel that way. But I'm yet to really see what that turning point was. And well,
Need to sleep on this one.
something
It's
that's
a
gonna be
long,
big part of this tactical pause is going to be
long
those
couple of
IGLs.
maps at the
Abbas has
moment.
been having an insane game, but also Mitch, I feel like in terms of his individual play, since they've gone to this new style under
Pretty
Zyke,
confident we're going split as well.
He has been solid all the way through, and this is probably his best performance yet.
Well, I think you can definitely see him being unleashed, not having to micromanage as much because you don't need to when we're playing off vibes, when there's no strats as out there of a comment as that seems to be, unless we're calling on the fly for the quadruple fakes. I think we might have some notes scribbled down, at least on a sticky note, but the fact is, Alves, the looser
The
system
promised
is
APAC
benefiting
match
him
tomorrow.
massively. He's currently
It's,
22-8. Levin's been
it
having
is-
a confident
that
game,
is the
even
match of
going
the
back
week,
to
for
Summit,
sure.
And you look at him now, 22-9.
Will be, is it the first or is it the second game tomorrow? Like, do I have to wake up a little bit early to make sure I see the walkouts and the fist bump, or
he has stepped up to
am I going to
another
be
level, and I
it?
do
It's
think
the
a lot
first
of
one?
it is just the
Alright, I'll get up
responsibility being
15
lifted
minutes
from the
early.
shoulders.
Yeah,
A little bit.
even said that anybody can pitch ideas. He gets to say yes or no.
I might even watch
That
a bit
means
of the
he's not
pre-show.
having to just focus on everything that's going on. Whereas we know that Bosa's style is very much like being the sort of mantle of the team, which benefits a lot of his players, but individually doesn't normally
What's
benefit
the match?
him.
GE against
I do wonder
Full
if things will
Sense.
change now that Cloud's on the roster as
The
well.
players
Someone
that
who has
kick
a lot of
Frost play against
experience
Frost.
IGLing. I want to see him be
1
another
month after
voice
kicking
in
him.
that choir,
When's that ever happened?
harmonizing
Never.
with Boaster. This attempt
And
to
it's
take
someone
deep
that
space from Levin. And to be fair, they're respecting him for now.
And
He's
it's
giving
Frost
him
as
a
well.
lot of space
He's
to play with
very,
up there. It's 'cause Boaster
very
wants to
opinionated
stab
on a
in
lot
the
of
side,
things.
But, well, this wraparound is... Oh, well, I was going to say expected. That jump from Levin showed it wasn't.
Again, pause seemingly
It's
making
at 4 a.m. your
We saw
time.
this in the last half. It was
Mate, you're
maybe a
staying
bit
up for
later
it.
than we expected it to be.
Oh,
you know,
and he runs back
you gotta
into...
try and be
I'm
sneaky
insanely
sometimes,
surprised that
but
Alpha didn't get that kill.
For Dosia, that leaves him on just 6 HP. This round, I was going to say, looks firmly in the favor of Fnatic, but again, Avis has just been impeccable. Now they try and swing into Narrate. Okay, utility's gone,
Bag needs to trade guns with someone to
when it
send
comes
this.
down to
If
raw
Aves gets a
aim,
kill, he has ult, not a
feels
chance
like
he uses it.
nobody can match up
DOS9 still has an
to
Omen
KC
flash.
in their current form, and Fnatic definitely have to be a little bit more careful going in for this retake.
Boaster's taking the operator. Play this a bit slower, but more importantly to give Kayak the ability to get right in there through Heaven, and that's exactly where he's going. The rest of the squad through the door, they'll draw the eye. Cloud first to find a pick, and Aves down below, waiting for Narrate to emerge from the smoke. But there's enemies at the gates, and they've been
Bro, they got
shot
melted. There's
Aves
literally 4 kills in 1 second.
reaching another level here today.
2v4 at its peak. Strong little crossfire. Definitely some shots under Heaven miss for sure, no doubt about it.
Bring split on, man. At this point, Aves is earned
Mate,
it.
Aves is
The crazy thing
untouchable.
as well is when they tapped the spike, I was like, oh, he's dead to right.
He's not hit a bullet on him.
And somehow he gets both kills. Like, sure, you have to look at the Fnatic players and go, okay, if he's looking the wrong way on one of those fights, how are you not getting him? But hey, everybody seems to be hitting
25 to 8.
KC, and Aves is having a performance of a lifetime. 12 to 5. 25 kills for the IGL.
Electroreses. Wait, how the hell do I say that?
Well, for Fnatic, a map choice that they may
Electorize,
live to
right?
forget.
Maybe with the prime prefer the 4 months.
Whichever
Thank you,
way
mate.
you look at it.
Oh, that drone is not broken, but Under's Fury from
Mate,
Aves.
he's always good for 1 with this ult.
He's found
Fair play.
himself a pick on the Kayak. Not like that's a big player for Fnatic or anything. It has been a rough game for him, a rough map at least.
Electroreese?
Fnatic need a
Electroreese.
hero to show up soon. Or this story's going all the way to the final chapter.
I think we might already be there. I've always
Whoa.
spoken about Fnatic comebacks, but there's been nothing to really make me believe
Whoa.
this is going to be
Boaster's
the case.
swinging.
Right work from Boaster. Alpha yet swing onto it as well.
Okay, I like the confidence. It's probably a little too late for it, but
well, Dosia was hoping to be a little bit sneaky, and you know he's won that fight in the end. Desperately low on HP, and the spike. I'll be real, I'm not sure there's too many worse positions on the
Boaster's
map.
not looking.
But yeah, timing here is
you
going to
move
be
to the left, you would see the gun. All
11
that.
spots him, that's 1. Down to a 2 versus 2. Time is ticking away. That's the main issue that we currently have for the side of KC.
You're going to get a free
15
sight.
seconds, but Levin can make that run.
Door open? Yeah, door's open. He gets there easily. He'll get that plant in before they can even make it out.
Actually favored.
Giving up the spike they were holding.
They're
Hope the
legit
time
favored.
would
He saw him.
be a little bit too costly for KC. That could have been Doja down and Levin alone.
Oh,
In
okay.
fact, it would
Well,
have been the
not
round.
anymore.
But Doja still drawing
Nice
breath.
timing on that.
A man who had some incredible rounds on Summit and
Oh my
now
God.
steps up to new heights.
Not a chance he
But
considers
Cloud
short.
is hunting him down and he'll find him before the TP is completed.
He's devastated,
One
man.
more round for Fnatic.
He's
but
devastated.
6 in a row needed to bring us to overtime.
And you can see that nobody on the KC side is sweating whatsoever. Cloud is definitely...
I bet Zaysh is.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the players, they look relaxed. Zaysh never looks relaxed, so that's, you know, that's fine. I'm hoping we're not going to cut to a face palm from him because I feel like at this scoreline that would be pretty outrageous.
Punch the monitor.
Why didn't you win the 1v2 on 30 health? See?
That was a good attempt.
Yeah, it's unlucky.
It's a good attempt at it. No, but for sure, the vibes on KC have got to be immaculate. 6 rounds in a row for Fnatic.
Okay, let's
It's
start
too
doing the
tall a
countdown.
task for most teams. But if anyone was to do it, it won't be this team.
Couple of ults. Fast rotate over towards B, obviously.
That's weird to say.
So maybe we get a little closer. They've still got enough money for next
Seen
round.
as much of that magic. The last map.
I mean, I will say the
definitely had some
Outlaw
of it.
is...
The crash he's clutch.
Outlaw
the
can one-shot
4K
3, yeah.
From Kayak. some of the aggressive plays we saw from Alpha.
Oh, that's nice. Drone was going to clear wine.
A lot of those players have fallen quiet, and well, more so, a lot of them have been silenced. Boaster's position is being
He saw him on the jiggle.
watched avidly.
No.
Immediately eliminated.
Oh, and they got nothing
Hunter
to serve at
Fury.
all. Okay, take me to split.
An attempt made, but
I've seen enough. Take me to split.
And while 11, he's being left behind almost just to try and sell a ruse. The rest of the team are heading their way towards that B site. As said, there's normally a reason that people avoid this side of the map. Althea's B site hold at times is legendary. And they may need it to be once again. Look at the current positions of the Fnatic defenders. It doesn't even need to be a ruse sold by Levin, but he's selling it anyway.
He's being spotted. And yet still, if he walked right now, he'd have a backstab on Kayak. They thought he was in main. The door closed, the ruse sold, but Kayak shut him down, and Alpha's still waiting. 8 seconds, just needs to drop the spike, but he can't get it done. Whoa, that's a risky reposition.
Oh my God.
That's a very
Oh my
risky
God.
reposition,
Oh my God.
and he'll lift a
Oh, they got the trades out. Wait, where's the other guy? Did he need to run in?
Maybe.
Okay, I mean, they're just better than them on this map.
Second to spare.
They smashed him on this
The
map.
round doesn't belong to Fnatic, nor does the map. They might have picked it, but KC came in with a big game. Aves especially.
Oh, a crazy performance from him. I think he even might have got a wallbang kill at the end there that got rid of crashing.
Aves was nuts
So
on this.
I don't know what
Levin was really good as
having
well,
for
but
breakfast or what he did for this
somehow
one.
Aves
But
was
a man
better.
that could ask him is Mike down with Aves.
I can indeed. Tombiz wants to know what you had for breakfast.
Nothing. I just went to play football before match. Is the best thing.
Little bit of exercise, get the blood flowing. It was flowing on this map. You were dominating. Oh, we can handshake there too. Wait, everyone thinks I'm handshaking. I just talk with my hands. How are you going to close out this series on the final map on the decider?
No one knows how we play on split. It's gonna be our first time with this team playing split because we were insta banning it. So we have some surprises. I hope you guys are gonna enjoy it.
Can't wait to see it. Good luck. And
Handshake
we'll
him
be
again.
right back with Split after this.
You could have doubled down and go for another one, I think.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Split is a banger for the last map. Okay.
Wingman
You just left, chat. Ads are coming.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Vamos!
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Yeah, red bone body, long hair. Yeah, everything I do real rare.
Quite the answer coming through from KC. Maybe not where we expected it, but get it done all the same to give us a real series on our hands here, Bea.
My question is this going to be like first series? Am I going to leave this series thinking this should have been a 2-0? Because there is a world in which we don't end up going on to that overtime, and we see KC with a very clean slate onto this one. But yeah, Levin, Aves, Abon, everybody else, incredible performances.
100%, and I think it was Levin and Kayak, that Neon head-to-head that we had highlighted coming into this match. Kayak still having a bit of a quieter performance, not really being able to set up. We saw him try to activate the operator on that defense towards the end, but wasn't really being able to find any sort of value from it. But yeah, as you mentioned, Aves and Levin, they were very much the main characters throughout this series, especially starting on that defensive half. Very funny, Mike.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But yeah, for me, they were the main characters of the first half.
Yeah, absolutely. From the other side, I think that as you were speaking about the head-to-head with Kayak and whatnot, Aves was shutting him down constantly. I felt so bad for him because it looked like Aves could do no wrong in that map.
It really did feel that way, right? And that's got to be such a redemption for Aves and for the team as a whole, right? Just in terms of like getting so close with the ideas on the summit, not getting it over the line. Now they come out here and it's like, dang it.
So, some of these kills are absolutely ridiculous. Like, please someone count all the kills that we've had through smokes. Just in EMEA, I bet that every single region I know is absolutely ridiculous. Nothing new on that front. But what it is new is KC, and speaking about the way that they've been communicating and working within the game. In Summit, it being a new map and you not having reps on it and whatnot, I understand how that could get much more complicated. But for Ascent, a map that I would say is the easiest to play, like on a fundamental level as to how to understand it, it makes so much sense that Aves is able to give us these numbers.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that if you have your IGL fragging like this, there is so much confidence in the rest of the team to be able to go out and make their own plays individually. I think it was absolutely ridiculous, the numbers that Aves was putting up.
Smurfing.
Absolutely bonkers.
Smurfing.
It lends back into what he's been telling us in interviews, right? Which is that their changes in approaches, the philosophy that they brought in with Zeish taking over the head coaching role of maybe doing things a little bit more by committee has allowed him to focus a lot more on his own game and is allowing these kind of pop-offs.
I will say, I think we also need to speak about the other side, because we saw Fnatic again, the losing advantages and not being able to, I believe that most of the rounds that they got, even though there was only 5, they were like 1v1s, incredibly close. Like there was no comfort found in that Ascent at all. And do not forget, at the end of the day, Fnatic chose to go to that Ascent. Split, though, can be a different conversation.
Let's talk more about that split. I'm going to cut you off here for a moment, because before we get into the conversation, we hear from Zeish.
This has been a very strong start to stage 2 for you. Are you planning to keep the streak going on split?
I mean, we just need to stay in our bubble. Don't like listen to the noise outside. Keep working like in our way. Keep like being focused on how we discuss in review, how we discuss in strat time. Even though, like as Marshall said, we don't have like many strats, but like we have like a strong system. We discuss a lot of stuff together. Like we have a lot of fundamentals. We have a lot of like win conditions and stuff like this. And we just need like to stay inside our bubble and keep like. Because it's not usual for us to win, right? Like because this year it was pretty like rough for us. So like we just need like to stay on the floor. And I don't know how to say it in English, but like we need to keep our head cooler. That's it. Thank you.
Cool heads prevailing here as they head into the decider, Billy.
Yeah, well, I think what's exciting for me is we heard from Aves on that sideline about how, you know, they've not played this map and that they've got potentially some exciting things coming. So I'm intrigued to see what those exciting things could be. I think that exciting things aside, just the fundamentals on that last map, I think, was what allowed them to win so many rounds. I think the way in which they were taking the team fights, it was so cohesive. It was always together. It was always very coordinated in the way that they were wanting to win out the rounds. And I think that Zeish kind of mentions that there, that they still have these protocols in place for them to be able to win them.
I need protocols though, because Split is a map where so easily we go into hooligan mode and you see just 4 people running together in the map and just being completely shut down by a shotgun or anything. If this is, I want to see that he really means it and that we're going to see it on Split. Because Mike, I think that now that you've been here for a few days, isn't Split the map where you just see the craziest place being like, what is that? That is Split for us, and I think that this one is going to be more of the same. It's not only that they haven't played it in a while.
Yeah.
They haven't won it in the entire year. Like, it's not a good prospect for KC, but they seem to be very happy about it.
Is this not just a new KC? Because I absolutely agree. We should be expecting some fun, some highlights, some craziness going into that split. But can we really, at this point, lock in the KC of before to the KC of now? It does feel like a team reborn in so many ways.
I want to think that that this split will be different. Honestly, I would like for this to be as close as Map 1 was. I think that this series is worthy. I think that the KC that we're seeing is worthy. I think that they're testing how far, limit testing themselves. And I think that split is the perfect round to end it all.
And as we dive into the Asian
Yoru.
composition, we have a
Never mind,
Yoru
Fnatic.
out for Fnatic. Let's talk about the Yoru.
I am the crowd, actually.
Yeah, you are. Listen, I'm happy to see Kayak on the Yoru. I think that we'd kind of highlighted that he was struggling to get away with things on the operator. I think definitely will be able to on this agent. It's nice to see that. They did play a double duelist composition last time they played, but obviously it didn't quite look like this, Bea.
It didn't. And for the side of KC, double controller and narrate on the Sage. Such a popular agent Sage. We'll have to do a deep dive into all the Sages that we've done and probably rank the battle Sages in the region. We have very good battle Sages here in EMEA. But seriously, I want Kaya to have a good game. As I said, I was shouting him out for Ascend, asking and expecting of him to have one of those games. And I really pray that that happens here and it happens with Yoru. And this starts becoming an epidemic and everybody starts playing Yoru in EMEA.
We seem to be very pro
Hello,
Yoru
chat.
propaganda here on the couch.
We are.
Anything
Yes,
solo. Okay,
so
no,
to
they
me,
got Neon
Yoru
with it.
is part of my being.
Dude,
Part of your
I
being
thought we would
indeed,
only
part of our being
see
here, perhaps.
Breeze
Anything else we should keep our eyes on in
Ascent
this
for
comp building?
I
Yoru.
think Levin on the Rays, honestly. It's an agent that we don't get to see him a lot of. So yeah, I think for me, I'm keeping an eye on how he performs because we know he's great on the Jet. We know he's been great on the Yoru historically as well. It's just a question of can he match the tempo that Fnatic sent towards him with their double duelist composition.
Well, we've got our comp, we've got our Yoru, and it's time to put the mask on one more time for our casters,
Comps?
Mitch and Tom.
Yeah, they're called comms.
Thank you once again, Darf Mike. Yes, it's time to get in to
Yoru's
split
back?
the
Yeah, it
final
might be.
map of the series. I have to say though, Tom, I didn't expect
We're
to
up
get
everywhere.
here in this fashion. It's not about the maps and how they, or not about the map overall.
These are only 3
but
maps?
Ascent being so dominant for KC really came as a surprise, and a lot of that was down to our fade. On the side of KC, your Aves, he was unbelievable.
Right, chat.
Let's see
Last
if we
map of
can
the
keep
day.
that performance through here, though. I'm definitely not expecting
Fnatic. They're bringing out the
I
Yoru.
think that if he does, he might even be looking at some sort of record for ACS
Sure,
over a
solo
series,
Rays,
but
but we've got double.
Before the game.
Exactly.
Got
I'm
Viper
very
and
excited to see this comp from Fnatic.
Viper and a
But
Sage,
Althea
pretty
on
nice.
the Neon. It's not something you get to see too often. Kayak back on Yoru. But at
I'm
least
excited
right
to see the
now,
Yoru.
Not seeing it at all. So they've clearly been cooking. They've got some ideas, but is this going to be?
Aves last game? Dude, he
They've
went
got
crazy.
Some ideas, but is
Piss.
this going to be?
What do we do, chat? Let's wait out the round and then I'll
Fnatic
fast forward.
reinventing the wheel and people about to start copying?
But it's been 6
Or is
hours
this gonna
already.
be a complete failure. It's not gone great to the start. 11 on the Rays. Well, okay, that was an interesting choice after getting 2 kills.
Levin is known
Ah,
for
that was fine from him.
interesting choices, if you'd like to put
Checking
it
over
lightly.
towards sites, see if they're going fast.
KC, a man down.
He just got popped.
My lunatic down.
Should he have run through the Viper molly? Probably not.
Fnatic. Haven't
He kinda
recovered
already
this round
committed.
just yet. Cloud is clearing the spawn as we speak, making sure that there's no big flanks coming through. Now make sure there's no little flanks coming through. And then he might be in a good position to catch these players when they come down ramp.
It's all going to be on timing.
The smoke off spawn kind of
Seems
gives
like
it away.
The opposing side have a good idea. There could still be someone behind, but now he's all that's left. Of Adosia, that means he can just
Not a
hightail
great
it
plan.
towards the site. Start that
Might be able to just
defusal.
get half.
Force Cloud into a more awkward fight. He needs this kill almost
Very, very
immediately.
nice.
Monterey says, nah, don't look over there.
Every single map so
You're
far,
still
1-1.
fighting me."
Comes the pistol, 3-2.
KC with a pistol round that seemed set pretty much from the get-go, but at least a plant from Fnatic.
Yeah, a silver lining.
How do you think K-Corp turn around their underwhelming performance from last season? It's literally just playing how the players want to play now.
Under KC's belt.
Like, it's all good having a vision. If the players aren't on board with your vision, or they don't agree with it, it's not going to work.
Was sensational. And he's got
Like,
himself
everyone has to be on the same page for that stuff.
coming into this
And
one.
then if you're
Battle
not on the
saves,
same
reses
page,
that could be coming up
you
if
have
he
to play how
has
the
his
players
game
want to play
11.
anyway.
Billy's
And the coach has
highlight
to
when it
take a
comes
hit and
this
just try
Asian
and
select, and I have to agree, seeing him have a good game,
give it as much structure as
that is gonna
possible.
put even more wind in KC's sails. And well, he started off
So it is
with
the
an
coach
opening pick in the
change.
previous. This time he's there to support as Aves finds one.
Yeah, imagine that nade bounced a little
Looked
better.
like it could have turned the tide a little bit for Fnatic, but the weaponry letting them down.
Very nice.
Certainly not letting Sagetsu down. That's a three-piece, same as he found in half one of a set.
Just give you confidence that K-Corp could take top 2 in
genuinely
EMEA. It would be
thought
very
was gonna
hard.
be just a multi-frag with the
But
C's nade.
it's definitely
Like,
possible.
that connected onto
I think they're
multiple
top in their
players and
group
just
after
the nade
watching
didn't
this.
quite pan far enough back, but yeah, for Sugetsu, the build-up of some of those ultimate orbs, of course, not the strongest of bonuses coming in, but definitely one that Fnatic will look to try and come through a little bit cleaner. The rifles, of course, onto the board, but no ultimates particularly close for them.
Why did Engen insist on a
That's
system
enough of
for
us
2
talking.
years?
Let's let
Because he
Fnatic do the
won.
talking.
He won something with the system.
It's one
That
man,
he believes in
blind
it.
heaven, boys.
Come, TP backside.
Yeah, TP. No, I'm flooding. We can take it.
Yeah,
I wanna go under. Okay, do you have smoke for city?
I'm on the
Nice
city.
smack, nice smack. I'm gonna plan.
Gotta be main.
Plan.
Yeah, can you hold it, Cloud, or you want me to hold it?
Flooding maybe. Fair.
I left your flank, I left flank.
Heaven, I'm gonna TP out. We can speak. We can speak right together.
Two.
Let's go.
Hard the lane.
Can we hold?
Holding van.
I'm threatening heaven. Can we pick city? Come new box.
I'm coming.
I have a smoke in 10.
One.
Wait. 1, 2.
Peak seat
Take under.
without a smoke
CT
heaven?
fade.
God, thank God Crassy's hit that shot.
I have city with you. I have city with you.
5v3, boys.
I'll send you plan. I'm gonna smoke heaven now.
I'm not planning God, I'm not planning God.
Heaven out, dead. I haven't fade.
I have one now.
Got a Sage?
You want city guy?
No, I don't know Sage.
I'm gonna pick city.
You just pick
Come on,
CT off
CT.
me, I'm holding this.
It was heaven long time ago. I hit him.
Poison's off.
One city.
Plan at default.
Well,
They came up
two
with a lot of
players
plans.
Still trying to break back through, but it looks like they've made the
Hectic.
decision.
Yeah, but it's not too bad that everyone wants to
Well,
make
they're not
plans.
gonna win the round.
It's better that
Put it way. They're not
situation than
saving.
no one
That's
wants to
quite
make
clear, and
plans.
The Raid's only got a pistol. I thought Aves might hightail it, but it's all about
At least
damage
everyone
for
was
this
like
squad.
pretty on
So
board with
far,
what was going on.
It's a big mission failed. It looks like it'll end that way. For the Raid, I think everything there is a pretty good trade for him if he ends up dying.
Yori
to
should
one
be
of
in a
those
good
players,
spot
like
now. I
getting
think
an orb
Yori's
towards
strong,
the
to
res
be
is
honest.
as effective as anything else, but Crashy's one away.
Yeah.
Maybe you just don't want
Which shows how busted old school Yori was.
I don't think you want to give the
It's
knife
like,
all over.
I think it's just like
Chances
map
are
dependent
fight
now for sure.
The orb.
One enemy remaining.
But 2-1.
Double
As you
TP is
can
still
see,
really good.
It's been a while since we saw the last Neon.
Is it good on split?
That's a bad memory.
This is probably like the
Yeah.
third map you were played
Everyone
on in
this
my
side of
head.
the pond.
Breeze.
Except me, I love Brock.
I would probably play it
Anyway,
first
2
on
to 1.
Breeze, then Ascent, and then
KC.
split.
And with a full buy and looking to fight themselves right back into things. But it was a
Maybe
convincing
Lotus
round
as
from
well, but
Fnatic
I'm
in
not
the
entirely
previous.
sure.
Well, I have some hope that they'll be able to pick up some steam. Very interested to see how things pan out with Kayak in particular. Look, no stranger to seeing him play on the Yoru, but in this state of the meta, it's not normally what we would. It's just. I was going to say it's not normally what we'd expect to see. We expect
Just
to
'cause
see
of attack
not
bacon.
at all.
But I think
Ideas
teams
from
attack
Fnatic.
wrong with it.
Well, they're already
I
gonna
don't think
make
anyone
it past
prioritizes the
wall
right
with
of
the TP
mains
in the back side.
on attack.
But what do we do from here? KC are waiting for the battle.
Paranoia will leave him blind. Already a lot of players here, and actually,
Whoa,
I was going to say it
whoa.
went well, but
Dude, he
it
picked
didn't.
every death
Dosia,
POV.
A triple spray down. It leaves Crashies as the last man standing, maybe hoping he could get the orb that gets his Nightfall, but
What happened here? When
as night falls, he's got
when
no friends left to
Alpha's
play with.
running back to the right,
And they're on the hunt. KC.
why can no one
looking to try and
trade him?
remove this
He
gun from
blocked
his
someone that
hands.
wanted to swing, right? Which
There's mention
meant
on
that
the
they both
desk that
died. I think.
when KC last played this map, which was a little while ago, and their form was definitely quite a bit different. They managed just 3 rounds when they played against Na'Vi.
But it's also weird decision making for
3
Alpha
to
to be
9
so committed there,
defensive
and
half
he's trying to like run out.
Unless
Because if he commits
Crashes
there,
has
this guy
some
gets
sort
the
of
kill.
cheat or exploit that I don't know about, they're going to have 3 rounds in the first 4.
They blocked, yeah, they blocked each other, right?
Yeah, don't think he's getting the plant out of that. And there we go. The round locked in for KC, 3-1. Credits on the side of Fnatic. Well, a lot was invested, but there's still a lot remaining.
Is the meta rough for Fnatic at the moment? Yeah, I don't think it's a. I don't think it's a very heavy boaster-friendly meta.
Start here, Sugetsu, who was quiet. I mean, silent in the previous, now showing up in a big way, and we haven't even seen Narrate involved at all.
Like at the moment, you kind of you can kind of just be insanely simple and get away with it. Normally, like wins a lot of stuff by outsmarting mid rounds, getting perfect info.
And for Fnatic, for Aang sat there in the coaching
And
booth.
sometimes the best thing to do
He once
is just
commanded the ship on the other side, but now
group and
Will
send it.
Turner's taken over. Aang finds himself as the Davy Jones, and what a stab
Why
in the
did
heart
Platchak
it
get
would be
taken down? We don't really
to
know,
lose
man.
out to the team
Something to
that
do with
you
Mini.
walked away from when they
Just
were
blame Mini.
0-5.
Yeah, that's a scary prospect, and for Fnatic, we know the expectations on this team are higher than any other in EMEA. They went 5-0 in the previous
I said it
group
was because of
stage and
VLR ads.
then had issues that were out of their
VLR
control, and that
ads.
was still enough to make changes to their roster.
The ones that they have on the
Much
side.
to many's dismay, but
Well, what
now
were they?
need to
Betting
prove that
ones?
those were worthwhile.
Oh.
The pickup of Cloud, I think, has clearly been a good one, but it's the rest of it. A ruse being sold, a fake by Kayak. As he now looks to join the rest of the team.
Oh, okay.
Nightfall across. The seas will slow them down a
Oi,
little bit.
oi, oi, we got the nice molly
pressure.
that covers the heaven run
58
out and at the
HP.
same time gets flowers.
But he's still in that
Good.
corner. 30 seconds
Surely we have a
left.
spam behind that.
As they now look to make it to the site. Alfia on that entry, but Narrate swings out from above. Even still, it ends up even, but bear in mind, there is a showstopper, but it's on the other
Oi,
side,
nice
and
shot.
Alfia just isn't missing. 12 HP made no difference. And now Levin in a tough clutch. A showstopper at his back, but I feel like he needs a kill before he uses it.
I think he feels that way as well. Trade will come in far too quickly.
Oh my
he knows
God.
one player is low. Alpha dodges those
Oh,
shots
okay.
by sheer chance. But this
Oh,
one
that's
harder
nice.
to
What a
dodge,
round from Alpha
so he
here.
doesn't let the shot
Lovely,
be
lovely rounds.
fired.
And they got the Razor out of them.
Alpha, he is turned up in a big
They had to
round
win
for
this with
Fnatic.
an eco
This
after
was
this.
needed, necessary. Or we would see KC run away with this early half. We've seen what they can do with that momentum. But this time, will be put to a stop early enough.
Oh, it's been
Ooh.
spoken about a lot that Alfia always talks about.
Oh my goodness.
Getting a little bit
Damn, he
bored.
loved
Yeah,
it so
we're
much they got a
slow-moing the
slow-mo on
table
it.
slams. That's what we
Yeah,
that's
this
what we
this
got
table's
to.
going through it.
He's going for a new record, man. We used to have Barbar out here, but man's going to snap that chair before the
Barbar
game's
is the
over.
reason we had to get stronger desks.
That's not even a lie. Like, people at home would think you're joking about that. That's not even a joke. We had to go back to the drawing board after he dented like 6 of them.
That's nuts.
I think someone had to do a play test on that before, actually, and they moved. I'm not even joking. They moved their mouse, and they were like, "Why is there a big hole here?"
I think it
We're
was.
like,
I think
it's a
it was,
Barbar table.
was
Sorry.
it nuclear.
Yeah, I think it was nuclear. He was like, "What?" And they're like, "Oh, that's Barbar's old desk. My bad. Let's swap it out." That guy was crazy. I think Zace is giving him a run for his money.
I miss him.
I miss him too, man. He used to come to Irish lands. What a G.
Wow.
Inspired many players who went on to do nothing, but he inspired them.
This buy is a bit stinky, but there's a couple of ults that could have the gap a little bit. Again,
The free
Abbas
side on this one. Everyone's
is
playing the
trying to
Lev
slow them
special.
down, but try as he
The
might
reason that the Lev special
Stinger
works for
and
Lev
some
is because their
spams.
retakes are so good. Let's see it from K-Corp.
Fortunately, they have managed to get the site, and for Fnatic,
It's early ramp
this
control.
puts them in a hugely advantageous position. I also like the spot from Cloud. Viper is not an agent that springs to mind when I think of him, but it seems like he's taking up this new lurk role. Well, quite literally, he's very far
Supposed to get
back,
on
but he
this.
just wants to make sure they can't force him out of position. Ooh,
Nightfall
Nightfall.
only catching the one.
Wow,
Didn't
he
expect it to be invested in this round, but with the positions of
Omen
Fnatic, it
flash
looks like they did.
peaks.
And Cloud now playing slow as can be. We saw this in the pistol, and maybe that's why they went back to check it, but a little bit too late there for Narrate. advantage sits with Fnatic now.
Dude,
They
it worked
looked
so
like
well.
They were behind, but they were
They had
limping
no
as a
idea
lure.
Cloud was going to be
And
there.
now 3-3 we go. Looks like Doja will make it out
It
with the
actually
weapon,
was
but
an
that is
insane
the only
bait.
silver lining for KC.
I really like the way that Cloud is playing. I think we've seen it throughout the game. Incredibly
Yeah.
clever when it comes
That,
to making sure he checks certain angles. I think even on Ascent, even though they were losing,
That retake
he had a
is-
lot of impact. And
I mean, the
this round
retake's
is
not
no
bad. They
different,
just got to
but
be
it's
more on top
also
of that.
just how far
From Cloud.
back he went. He knows they're going to try and clear him, so he just makes it so it's like, okay, if you want to come fight me and spawn and waste
Yeah,
the time
Boaster
away,
makes it look
you
like a
can do that.
desperation
If
play.
not, you're gonna
Like they have to fight there.
periodically keep checking
They
behind
played it
you.
in
Like,
so well.
no,
And they're definitely
no,
speaking about
and,
this.
well,
So
he
they
got the
either
timing spot on.
try and
KC
fix their
take a
retake,
pause.
or they
I
actually
said
need
the
to
last
try and
time
hold
they
over
played
towards
this map
site.
versus Na'Vi, they lost 3-13 with a 3-9 defense. It is
Jackie Boy with the
technically
Prime,
still
appreciate the
on,
21
but I
months.
feel like this is a much better.
Are they playing
version
well?
of
They're playing
KC.
pretty well. Ascent was a bit of a stomp. The first
For
map was a
Fnatic.
little...
It was a little
The
bit
first
of a
map was one of the
damning
better
start
summits that I've
without
seen,
looking at
at least in
little bit more
comparison to
comfortable,
the
especially with how
Pacific
RP has been
ones.
playing.
I haven't seen any of the Americas yet.
Yeah,
Um,
the neon switch.
you could tell it was like
looking fantastic.
couple
No
of days for
surprises
each of
there.
them
I
on
don't think
it.
anybody's doubting Alpha Air's abilities.
On any agent.
Exactly. It's just his abilities, regardless of what abilities they may be. On the bottom of the screen for KC. This timeout, the first off the map so far, coming into round number 7.
Spikes are so good on the retake. That's true. It's a different comp for it.
Of 3 out of 4 of the last rounds going into Fnatic's hands. No doubt wanting to put a stop to it, but will this be the round that we see that happen? You can't see on the back.
Yeah, I'm not even sure they can double retake with
in game. And when we get there, you'll see that KC
They got
ain't
the
looking too stacked
Sage
for
and the
cash.
Viper.
Doja's rifle saved over from the previous. It's the only man with shields and the rest of the squad playing an eco, bar narrate on the Sharif. This should be a very difficult round for KC to really get anything done in.
Yeah,
I've
maybe
said that
Bacon.
before, and,
Dude, that's if
we were
that's
surprised many times
that's
on
something
site.
that Lev got down
Yeah,
as
I
well,
think
man.
as well,
Phantom
like,
users.
You look at this from KC's perspective. You got a Sage Viper setup, solo duelist. You kind of expect this composition to be better on the defense. And so the fact that they've started to lose rounds,
Three
not really
here.
be able to slow opponents
Oh.
down. This is risky.
Oh.
It's a weird stack. And of course, Fnatic, we're not expecting 3 players to be sat in the vent.
Yeah, and Cloud has a chance to walk over towards site. Not the best gun for it though.
Double diving
That's
into vent.
still weird. Like,
It is
3
weird.
players is weird.
It is, oh, listen, you jump into vents anytime during a game, any moment. Chances of there being 3 players, they're talking very low. Oh, well, Levin's managed to sneak one at least. But
This
for
gets weird. Boss doesn't want to give
Fnatic,
away where he
I didn't
TP to.
expect this to go this way. They dive in, they find 3, they make an aggressive stance against the pistols and pay for it. They have ended up with a decent
is
bit of
very
map control. They've essentially completely swapped positions. Fnatic are now defending, but need to plant the spike. And KC are waiting to attack a site after the plant comes down. This is from the attacker's side. This is strange, and you can see how Boaster's trying to put the pieces together of what's going on, but I don't think you're going to solve this puzzle unless all the pieces are revealed.
Oh, the moment he
Good
plants.
It's a plant for heaven as well.
Give the game. Well, I feel like with the clear through mid from Crashies and him going all the way in towards screens, there
How
was
patient is
nowhere
he?
else that anybody could be. Crashies trying to avenge his fallen comrades.
God, the timing's
entering the
nuts.
vent, and that is, and I mean
Timing's
it, the
nuts.
worst possible timing.
It couldn't have been
I don't
any
know
better.
how
The second he
they've
turned
done
away.
everything almost perfectly on the KC side. I don't know if that is one of the few
Sage
strats
res
in
as
the
well.
Zeiss strat book, or
Definitely
pure
one of the harder
coincidence.
maps to
But either way,
get
at
the
moment,
Sage
Thrifty
res
will be coming
res
through in favor
value.
of KC.
You just gotta fight him over towards mid or top
Such
A.
a strange round to see. The double dive in against the eco, a risk taken, the reward certainly not found. And
But
on
look at the
KC's
timing
camp,
on that.
it
Crashies
genuinely,
is
the
just
second he
watching
turns, and then the legs are seen go up the rope.
Look his arms go up. He's like, come on!
Well, he knows, like, that was pixel perfect from Narrate. A res online now for the defensive side, and the lead is there still. Operator pulling into play for Levin, and he has aggressive ideas. Who's surprised at that? But he won't hit the opening shot, and going back in here is a risk. They're on a high-low. Oh, they were on a high-low. Now Crashies has walked in, and it's a good job, too. That shot just whizzed straight over Alpha's head.
Dude, Fnatic bringing back their old school strats every single time they had a Euro. That's what they do, little B split.
Maybe they forgot about what this ultimate could do.
Great.
So much space to take. How has no one died
To
yet?
get to lovely little trade on this. DOS9 came back. Wait, DOS9's kind of owned it.
But it's not
No,
gone
don't.
the way of Fnatic. Maybe it has. Never mind. What do I know? In fact,
I mean,
it's
I'll
one
take
amazing.
responsibility
Could've
for
done
it,
better.
but
Sugetsu,
I'm not
last
taking
man
the full
standing, and
100% for
Crashies
the
is gonna
repeat.
close it out. No more
I'll take like
unlucky
50%.
timing.
I'll go halves
And
with him on
from
that.
what was a
Why did he
double
repeat
opener,
that?
it seemed, for KC, they don't get a kill from that point onwards.
Geez, that's got to be tough for Levin, man. He went in 4 shots taken, 4 shots missed.
Ah, you know,
got pushed
just
back
like me.
bit by bit by bit. Yeah, it's me for real. Let's not think about the other maps, the things he did there. Let's just think about this round.
Yeah, yeah.
I can make it on KC.
The money in the bin.
The 5 main, 5B, bro.
Holy man. Dude, he wants to win so bad. In terms of who wants it more, holy man, he really wants it.
People I've ever met in esports. But geez, in the coaching booth, he's a different guy. I've never seen him get angry.
Yeah, he's really, really into
But
it.
you get him in a game, and that
feel bad
competitive
for that
spirit
monitor.
comes out. Jesus.
That monitor's got to be sat there like, what did
Wait,
I
look
do?
at this from Fnatic. A
Our IT
pressure,
department's shaking
insta,
in their britches. I know
group
they're gonna
towards
call
B.
the
admin's
Dude, the
like,
Yoru makes the Yoru
muted, Brian.
makes Fnatic
Well,
look a lot
Lucia,
better.
there is no
Maybe
one
this
to help
suits
him.
them quite a lot.
Even still, he'll take Althea down. Now Levin is there from above.
Is the
He's
Yoru there,
loading.
Savior?
He cannot hit an operator shot to save his life. It's 5 missed in a row.
Look how fast and decisive this was.
Well, a lot of these have looked like freebies.
Managed to create pressure, which they always want to
What we
do as well,
expect to
so they
see
feel like
from
they've done enough. And it kept
At
3
least this
interested
time
over
he lives
towards
to
A,
tell the
insta
tale.
rotate.
Ult-wise, the res is not going to hold any value, at least for now. Someone else would have to fall. Boaster up top. Viper Orb also holding the back. And even going to invest
Ooh,
a
that
hit
kinda.
late into the round.
Snake bite
It's
too.
gonna make
Oh my
it so
god!
much
Oh my god!
more
Oh,
awkward
it's all
as
good.
well. Boaster firing
Dude,
warning
imagine.
shots, but Cloud
I
was
was
not
so
doing
worried
the
for
same.
Boaster there.
For Levin, no
God, that
choice
was a
but
rough
to
POV
save
to
that
be
ult
on.
for the next round.
Yeah, that was for Fnatic. As soon as the orb is about to fade, when you see Cloud step forward with the ult, you think it has to be done. He was a little late on putting the snake bite down, I think conscious of people having pushed through. And the second it goes down, they've got them boxed in. Players outside.
This is
can't
one of
come down.
the.
Levin's gotta
I
run
might have had a couple of
for the
nice
hills.
rounds.
They're trying
This
to
is
fight
probably
back
my
through that pit with the operator.
favourite round
This
from
is
them.
never gonna happen.
I do like it when Fnatic
Said
keep
they're
it
already
simple.
boxed in and dealt with. Boaster tickling them from up above and Cloud dragging them down below. It's 5-4. One coach is taking that better than the other.
Oh, he's gone from anger. Now he's in
Oh,
denial.
I want to go give him a hug, man. This that was we
Yeah,
hung on that for
they
so
actually
long.
just rested on. They rested on it for like 10 seconds
all I get.
extra.
And they're only 1 round behind. 5-4. Much more patient move from Fnatic. Looks
All
like
5
an all-in
stages
on
of grief in
this
one
A
half.
side of the map. Narrate's the one to try and take contact. He hasn't had the
Is that what they were waiting
success we've
for?
seen
Fade
from
over towards
either
heaven?
his chamber
Yeah.
or his Phoenix.
Smoke towards middle as
Sage
well.
will
Make
to
it
try
look
and
like they're
slow
hitting
them
over
down,
towards
pushing
mid.
him into Aves again. His C's put into
Dude, where's
position.
this
Alfie doesn't
Fnatic
know
been?
where to go,
Just
but
just the
Stan
smallest
not
amount
doing
of
as
fake
much as
pressure
hoped.
into a
As the
burst.
C's fades, in fact,
Like this, it's nice.
there was no damage
This is what works.
done at all.
Oh, they've got the sight, or at least they
Dude,
can,
that defense
but
smoke
they
right there.
don't quite have
What a
the
beast
sight.
of a
Fnatic
smoke that is.
Still have 2 players to deal with, and okay, Narrate's going to fall quite quickly. Abbas still standing his ground, though. He's taken down 1, but Crashies has made this an almost impossible task. Maybe not something we should say in the same sentence
2v4 at
as
his
Abbas.
peak.
His performance in the last.
So once they take side, they should switch and go heaven, but it's very nice from Levin if he just considers this. Yeah, this is good, man. Because Aves can just call that it's a good pump for heaven. They should be trying to take heaven. Very nice. Very nice. Dude, what a lovely 2v4 from them. Definitely a couple of oversteps from Fnatic that they're going to regret. But that was very, very nice. I wonder how the comms were on this one. As soon as they realized it was a plant for heaven,
A welcome one.
Yeah,
Levin just played it
as well.
great.
He was there from the beginning. It maybe should have been dead to rights, especially after what Crashies was able to do up top, but
Oh
he
boy,
just
these
holds
two.
that backside position, doesn't allow them.
It's a shame because all of the hard work
get
from
that
Fnatic here was
control,
really good
and
again.
then
It
he's
was a
there
very
to
nice
close
round
it out.
once again.
The rocket can even land. 5-5. Maybe an unlikely round for KC, but that's kind of what this match has been like, a consistent back and forth between the two teams in map 1 and map 3.
2 rounds left to play.
Really late call on this,
Res
right?
online for Narrate. Nightfall for both squads.
Instant tether over
Do you think of the
towards B
opportunity
to
to
make
use
it
it
look
just
like,
yet?
well, not to make it look, but I guess you can get full info
maybe he
on whether
won't
you've actually
this
created a
time
question
either.
mark here,
Everybody
because
is
you would see if
leaving
it attaches or not.
Narrate
And you could be over
is
towards the
alone.
right side.
There are 5
So they know
players
for sure a
outside
question mark's here.
the A side. They're found out at least one is there. With the
So at
wall
the
being
moment,
broken. That
literally
will keep
every single
Dozier
round from
here for the
Fnatic, it's
time
just
being,
a
but
little bit of fake pressure, question mark, and then descend.
they don't know.
This Sage wall here
many
is
numbers
wrecking
are on
them.
the other
And
side.
at the same time, when it gets a little
I think
quiet,
it's based off the Nightfall.
Prowler over towards
But
B,
normally
cleared
you'd
B,
send
set
that
this up,
Nightfall
rotates going in, can get 3
through the
here,
back
and they're
of the
still going to
side.
have
I think
Sage
that's
slow,
why we're
right?
seeing
One Sage slow.
KC adopt
K-Cobb should win this
their
round. Wait, what the hell's this
positions
guy
around the
doing?
heavens. They know they can
Aves?
continue to slow them down,
Okay, Prowler clears middle.
but instead, up top, the opponents go. Kayak's done well to start.
Oh,
Now the Nightfall goes through, as you see, doesn't connect onto anybody, but
This is
it
a weird
lets
one.
them know that the site is clear. They can get into the post plant. The devil of the last round, the man
Fatal
in the
for the
back of
retake.
Aves
Are they going to be on
will
top of
not
where
be on the
Cloud is
site
this time? This
Hoping
Fnatic try
for a
something
bit of a
different now
miracle
that
with the
they kind of
spam,
know
but
that
it's
Cloud's
a
most
bit more
likely
of
in
an
this area.
unorthodox plant spot.
Look at the battle between Cloud and Levin that's now being set up. KC are taking
Oh,
their
big play
time,
from Boaster. Big
making
play
it
from
out of
Boaster.
heaven,
Big
only
drill.
now making it down the ramp. All the while, Cloud
so dead.
is playing the long
Better
game,
commit
but
there.
that means the rest of Fnatic have to hold strong. They have to delay as much as they can with no utility left. Bar on Cloud. It's going to be tough. They have to do it with the rifles, and Cloud's
Oh.
being caught. They were watching the flank, but that's when Kayak turns up for Fnatic. Left it
Oh!
What? That shot was insane from Levin. Another needed onto Kayak.
Oh my
A
God.
right click could
Oh
be
my God.
enough.
Oh, there's no time on this.
Although
Bro,
he
what a
finds
shot that
all the
was.
kills. The clock is an enemy no man can defeat. 6-5.
These rounds are very close,
for
by the way.
Fnatic. What a round from Levin, though.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it's a
can't, as soon as he
very nice
hit that
attempt. He
shot,
sits at
I
the
just
board
wanted him
12
to win the
and
round,
6,
to be
even
honest with you.
The shots we were talking about
Slow
earlier.
it down.
Maybe he was saving up all of his power for the one that he showed. Obviously,
Slow it
Kayak, an insane one.
Damn.
But it's while landing, then flicks to the headshot. That is insane. But just a little bit
Lovely
too
shot.
late on the clock to get the round done. It goes
Really,
Fnatic's way.
I thought at least one should have got hit,
6-5.
Bacon, yeah. But it's I don't know the thing on that. One getting hit is fine, right? Or do you need to do multiple?
I'm watching Levin.
Because one should get hit and then push into spawn once they cleared it, so it looks like the tether went there,
straight
right?
through it and now sits posted up on the angle.
Because they cleared it with the Prowler, so they know it's clear.
The pit's still up. It's going to keep
It's separate pings,
Fnatic
yeah,
out
yeah,
of
but
mid.
one has to get hit there
And
for
if they
info,
go
right?
walking back in, even just to take a peek.
Like fake info.
Levin's going to rip them to shreds. The problem is, rotate off the back of Doja's information. He sat up aggressive in B main. Because they have that info, they've sent players towards this A site. Fnatic will only have one man standing in their way, and
Yeah,
that
that's
man
nice
only
from
has a
Boaster.
pistol
Especially against the Viper
to
ult,
work
it's really,
with.
really
He's,
good.
at least for now,
Fake Omen's,
avoided their gaze,
fake
but,
Omen ult.
well, it's time to run for
Ult's
Doja.
basically
He's
on
realized.
his himself so that he creates pressure on spawn. They clear it very fast. You got to keep an eye on Sagetsu on this one.
In these circumstances will be
It's gonna be a
difficult.
big
Stinger,
1v1 on this.
A judge, an operator. These are not guns you want in these sort of
Ooh,
circumstances. And
Aves.
while a man down is
Dude,
not
there's
going
a
to make
couple
it
of
any
rounds from
easier for
Aves.
KC. Kayak has
Could have
done
been
well.
rough.
This Yoru looking good, and Cloud on flank watches.
It's a shame because he had such a
Been
good
unstoppable.
such a
Trying
good
to
ascent.
catch him out of position has been incredibly tough.
What a
And for the
fader.
remaining 3 players, I don't see any way back in. It's a little laboured from Kayak, but not anything that matters too much with how much of an advantage they have. And while Levin might be quick,
bad.
but I
It was
don't
kind of
think he's
nice for
quick enough
Fnatic because they got to
clear
bring back a lot of
all
their
the
old
remaining
strats.
players of Fnatic with how much time is left on the job. He's showing you that maybe
Oh
those misses
my
earlier were
god,
a little
dude.
bit of an off round or two. It's nice shots from Levin.
He's hitting some
but I
lovely
don't
shots,
think
man.
Fnatic will
All of the
care
crazy
at
shots
all
he's
as they
hit
go
haven't
into
really
the
mattered,
It
but
is a
it's been nice to
lead
watch.
for Fnatic. Aang has made it work, at least for the first half. And now, during the halftime, we're going to send it over to the coach confession that happened after the previous map. We asked Aang if he feels like he has a good read on Zace's strat book for this map. Let's see what he had to say about that.
feel like you have a good read on Sage's strat book on this map?
So I think they changed it so much that it's more about, like, you know, who's gonna just show better gameplay with their comps. That's it. I don't think there is a reads or something like this, you know.
Yeah, I mean, historically they said they had no strats. Let me read this a sec. Blue Lishy, thanks so much for the Prime. Thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate you. Kayak looking comfy on the Yor. Yeah, I mean they've just had the strat book for a long time. Even back to the darker days. They sees Yor on this. They got a lot of stuff they like to do. They brought back some classics. They brought back their Heaven take with the TP over towards default on A to get the plant and then play heavy Heaven. And they the split with the Yor ult over towards B. The fake A ramp one as well. Is 5 good for K-Cop? It's a little rough for them. I kind of think they need to win a double pistol here personally.
Welcome back,
'Cause-
folks.
so
5-7.
it's
At
like
the halftime, it's
normal
Fnatic
for a
with
double
the
duelist
lead
to get 7.
just about. They showed up towards the end of
But
that attack side.
because
and
of
even if you look at
this,
the timeline there, you can
it
see
should
was just
probably
a
be
flash
more
in the
like a
pan
6-6
here or there for
in my
KC.
head.
The pistol, the only time they managed to see back-to-back rounds was after it. And so coming into this one, I think it's fair to say, Tom, they may need a pistol to give them the leg up. You also said this comp looks better on the defense, at least on an eye test.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they've got planned. I think maybe they're moving as
Good
a
little
pack
bait
will
in
help
here.
them out, as it always seems to do. And well, that's
That was great.
very
Love how they
aggressive
wait for the
stance.
contact first before using the Omen Flash.
But it still ends up
But
even.
he did
The
just spam him
spams
back
onto
of sight.
Boaster at the back wall have been enough. Crashies goes unchecked, but is there a trade to be had?
Crashies,
Yes,
chill,
there
get
is,
out of
and
there.
well, again, swings and roundabouts. Their team takes an advantage, and it doesn't last long. For Cloud, he was used to being that lurk, the man on the other side of the map. Now he's hoping that his gamble to B is the correct one.
What happened on this? I mean, they lost their double
but I
swing
think
over towards B
hearing
main
nothing
after.
might just put a little bit of doubt
They
in the
also,
back of his mind.
once they got
There's
Omen
certainly a lot
Flash,
more
Boaster
avenues they can
TP'd
come
back
from
his
to
sight
flank
and
him.
just got
And if they are
spammed.
going to go without utility, it's going to be a contact. More likely that they're going to do that from behind than in front. But now it's been long enough. Cloud has to worry about both angles, but there's the information given to him. That was the utility, the signal he was waiting for, the strike.
Shot from Aves.
But it's a bad man to swing.
A good recovery.
That puts him
His
positive, and it puts KC
yeah,
one
I think he
round
cost them in like 2 rounds in the first half here, personally.
The Aves redemption on.
Yeah, it is good. A good
Being
bit of
that
redemption.
typical IGL under Eng was not working for him, and
Oh, it's a fade
whatever
eye.
structure
Okay.
changes have been made.
Fade eye saw him crossing.
Under Zeiss has given this man a new lease of life. But again, we saw opportunities, advantages in this round for Fnatic. But the
Double
fight
pistol
back
on
is
this.
ever so fierce.
Pistols end 4-2.
And now gives a very
on the
good
map.
opportunity to go into the first buy round level.
Oh, this is definitely not an opportunity that KC can afford to squander. A decently strong buy, 3 rifles and a Spectre. Even making this round close will be a loss for KC. And for now, at least, I see them moving towards middle. This is the plan from Fnatic. This is what they hope KC will do. They're waiting on mid, but they haven't seen anything. And with a minute left on the clock, it's time to go. Just as KC step past the point of no return, but it looks like they'll at least mostly make it out. The wall
Wait.
slowing them down, but Alpha's somehow gotten 2 over it. This is
Whoa,
dangerous.
dude,
He's got
Bandit.
himself a 3rd. And now there's weapons
The
to be
Bandit
recovered. There's an
value.
advantage for Fnatic.
Does he go
and
get
as
the
I
guns
said,
and just throw him over?
already making it close.
Oh, he jumped
this
over, okay.
is a big negative for KC.
An
It could
extra
get a
gun for
lot
Crashies,
worse.
but it's going to cost him a
Alpha
little
has
bit
now
of
got
time to
a
get there.
rifle to play with.
He might just
He didn't
ignore
even
it.
take any damage
Yeah.
in those battles, so he
Alpha
is
should
healthy,
drop him the
ready,
Bandit, though.
and raring to go. an ace, not an impossibility. And then the best thing is for Crashies and Cloud, they could basically just act as bait. They can use
It's a good round the world.
themselves
No
to try
vision
and
block on
give
this.
Alfia an opportunity. Even still, though, that time has been ticking. Dosia
say
still
Cloud's
had
got
his
a good idea
paranoia,
what's
looks to
going on
slow them
here.
down, but the position again, the position from Cloud is perfect. He's going to eliminate one of those rifle players that's left, all onto Dosia, and he doesn't have the right angle. It doesn't matter now that Crashies has let go, and a chance to maybe save the day. I think the defusel's
That's a crazy round from Alpha. That's a crazy round. 3 over towards middle with the bandit.
By Alpha, yeah.
That should have been neck.
That was the only gun into this, right? It was bandit. Bandit ghost.
The second round
I think.
to Alpha,
Maybe not even the ghost. Dude, look at the shots.
over the top of the wall
The gun's so strong, chat.
Sensational work.
I gotta see more bandits.
Close out. 0.21 of a
Oh,
second.
Jesus.
I knew that desk was going to get a punishment. I don't know what that
mate.
desk has done to him.
That
but I
desk
know
is
what he's
getting
done to the
wrecked.
desk. It is-
Well-built desk.
There's going to be a fine coming
All I'm
up.
going to say is that desk barely flinches.
That's true. There's not even a dent on it.
Well, 8-6. The second time
Getsu hero
in this
gun.
series that has happened. The last, I believe, was the map that they lost. Crucial rounds slipping out of KC's hands.
Aves gets a kill, he gets his ult.
If Alfia's
but-
going to hit shots like that, I'll be honest, like when I heard the bandit was being buffed, I kind of went, I think that might be a little bit silly. But I do think it was mainly to get people to use it. And now I'm seeing people like Alfie use it. Maybe it needs to be nerfed because that was insane. He could just tap people out of the round like it's nothing.
Already when we saw people use it, it was strong.
Yeah.
And then you hear there's a buff coming, and obviously it is for pick rates, for selection, buy rates.
Yeah.
But that has to be undone, I'd imagine. Because I still don't think we're seeing the full ceiling of it in those low buy rounds, but
that was pretty close.
Yeah, that was a pretty good, but that was an example, right? You need to have a lot of examples before we start tweaking the game.
What the?
I don't think it'll be too long before we do. Fnatic, man advantage already. It is an eco that they're up against. The rifle and Sugetsu, the only shining light of hope for this attacking side. But stranger things have happened in a round like this going their way. Doja, oh my goodness. Oh, the timing is insane! What is that fight? What? Okay, well, Alpha somehow gets out
Very
of there
low jump
alive,
out.
ends up taking the right,
Aves
ends
is
up
gonna commit
taking
there.
Aves. And you know what? He'll take the bloody round with it. Sugetsu.
Lovely jump.
He's reloading,
What
but
the hell was
finally
that?
gets it on the shorty.
A nice shot there.
Jesus, what a round from Alfier.
God,
I
this
mean
is a
that
stacked
in
round.
every sense of the word. What a round from Alfier.
He's really come alive in this defensive half already. The 4K in this round. A multi-frag
Oh,
to,
God,
to
this
give
is
them the
awful.
last round. Oh, it's just the worst timing for either player. Yeah.
That's incredible.
Oh, God. I think Dosia's going to have nightmares about that. And then watch 2 of his teammates die. Well, sorry, 3 of them die because of it.
I love you, Bratan. I love you. It's your time.
Trust me, bro, if you saw what he did, you'd love him even more. The little cha-cha slide, right and left, beautiful little reverse on it.
Big rounds,
9 to
man.
6,
Must win for
3
K-Corp. They got a
rounds in between
fatal
them,
to
but
make
is
it
definitely
easy,
feeling
and it
like
looks
the
like they're going to
chasm
keep
is
it
widening
simple.
in favor of Fnatic.
Wow.
Finally, Alfier will
Dude, the
face certain
fade,
death.
fade was one of the first to swing
actually
there. That's
die.
so scary.
It was an attempt. I'm going to assume to maybe just try and catch Sugetsu on the lurk. The C's even thrown in, but no damage really found for it. Defenders have
He put the clone down
taken
for
a fair
him.
amount of early control. The TP away, maybe used as a ruse to leave Cloud behind.
Yeah, that's
Nothing
going to keep
being
this simple.
spotted.
It's going to be hard for
Because of that,
it's going to be hard
I
for
don't know how
Crashies on this
gamble
one.
the
Prowler hits
rotation.
over towards there though, so and they got the B
back
lineup.
towards this A site. It's the right call, but the reason we
Oh,
see this
3
so often
here.
is because of that night.
K-Corp might have rushed this a little.
The entirety of the backside and elbow.
Dude, they didn't get too much on this. Are they
but you
pivoting
have
back
to
though?
look
I
at
mean, the pivot
the
back's a
new
really good
position
call.
taken up
Cloud
by
could own
Cloud.
everyone.
It now covers them off in heaven.
Oh, that spam was fantastic.
Did so much damage
Taking
onto
Aves,
the
he's
Raze
done
as well.
damage, left 11 on his last legs.
Keep an eye on
And the push
Boaster.
up in
Early
B main
rotate, made
from
footsteps. They
Kayak.
heard him, but they don't know
And the
about B
distraction
main.
here is Boaster
They might
working his
think
way back
Boaster's
through. In fact,
solo
he might
here.
be a sacrificial lamb. But do they expect the other man?
Oh,
Well, they've spotted him
need
now.
to get more.
Okay, danger.
Wait.
Well, spotted, but not dealt with just yet. Luckily, he'll only get the 1.
Crashies is pretty fast over towards B main here.
Another flank coming though. Crashies also went the long way around. It leaves a Bit of an awkward gap in heaven, though. That's the
Just
bigger
got
problem.
Fade,
If they're unable to
He
clear
wants to get a kill
Dosia,
before he reveals it,
he
though,
might
right?
be able to buy enough time. But also, for Crashies, yep,
Yeah, well,
the
now he's got a
high-low,
Fade.
difficult to clear. They're also wary of where that second player is coming from, but as I said, Dosia still acts as that safe pair of hands. And for Crashies now, he doesn't even know where that second player is. He's got to try and figure out Dosia's position, but Dosia's giving nothing. I like this. Just sits back.
Crashies is going to work. Crashies is going to be like, why the hell have they given me a free 1v1
Okay, there's
there?
one kill, but the time already gone. He
did
didn't even
good
have to
damage.
make a step. Now at this point, there's nothing Crashies can do. He made it costly,
Yeah, he
but
did good
ultimately
damage.
it's a 7th round for KC.
Yeah, they have gotten
And they got a
themselves back
Fade
on the
out.
board. A little bit of fluidity from them with the start out towards A main, but happy to wrap back around, and this space taken by Sugetsu was perfect. It did seem like Kayak was going to be a big problem in main. He jumps out, sees 3 players, ends up catching one with the flash, but again, it was Sugetsu to pick up that piece. And like I said, the reason I was so harsh on him in the previous is because I don't really see him not play that way that often, right? Like, play that poorly. With Sugetsu, someone we have a high skill ceiling for. We've seen it. We've seen it reached plenty of times. And he had a very quiet performance today, or at least on this map, sorry. That's Narrate, right? And we've also seen him step up in this series. These are players we know can deliver in a big way, but the battle sage...
Bit of pressure over towards A, insta group up.
been working out
Also,
quite
this
as
is very
well
nice
as
from
we'd hoped.
Fnatic, though. Oh, dude, look at this. They managed to clear the question mark before the TP ran out, so they get the Euro rotate already here, and Fades are going to be here. All passing.
Wallbangs, but it will be great if they try and run through a snake bite. They wanted to try and join
Yeah,
Levin,
Keikov
and they
can't do
have
this. You
in
can't
the
go this fast
grave.
against a Euro
It
comp.
leaves Narrate, and well, he's got his res, but I don't see an opportunity to use it unless he's going to
It was a
use
lovely
someone
round
as
to watch from
bait.
Fnatic.
To be honest, this, like, right now, a 5-11 Narrate in a 1v4, this is where I feel like he's most dangerous. He's not only got a point to prove, but he doesn't have to worry anymore about anybody
Yori might
else.
save this team.
Doesn't have to worry about
It
his
looks so
utility.
comfy for them
All
right
he has
now.
to do is shoot people, and you put Narrate into a death match, and, well, the results are up in the air, to say the least. The
You
reality is,
think
though, you take a look at the
long-term,
credits
those
for
teams
KC,
avoiding
and they're
Sage
not the
outside of
healthiest.
Sunset will be in
Levin's
better
doing
spot
decent,
long-term?
but it is
Probably.
probably better to carry this rifle forward to the next. Something about the 1v4
Honestly,
with the spike down just
I'm surprised
doesn't
more
really hit
teams.
for
Well,
me.
I'm surprised more
But
teams
it's whether he
didn't pick
gets
the
away
Euro,
with it
but
or
I
not.
guess
I
at
mean,
the same
Crashies
time
probably
they
isn't
only
gonna
found
clear
out
the
about
spawn
the
here, surely.
change
You look
like
towards
what, a
the A
week
side, maybe
before?
he's flanking all the
Maybe
way
even less
around,
than a
but
week before.
If he does and he catches
Yeah, maybe
Narrate, which
Bacon.
for now at least he's locked in on it.
10 seconds left.
I think Sage is okay though,
Side,
but
I think he's
if
thought
I'm running
twice.
Sage at the
I think he's
moment,
thought twice
again map
about
dependent.
going this- I think he's thought twice about
Like
going this way.
maybe you do it
Yeah.
with a chamber.
He thought
Can
twice
he
about it.
hear you? Because it genuinely feels like this is just Narrate rage.
I would obviously
bait.
not this map, but
There we go.
There you go. Well, Crashies now knows, but it's too late. Yeah, he'll at least be able to hold on to the gun, but we now have KC coming in with a timeout.
I feel like the surprise factor is running out. Yeah, teams are getting
comes
used to
through.
playing against it.
Hasn't really saved them, and it's safe to say that
I'm sorry.
The immediate apology.
It reminds me, that reminds me of Yampy, man.
it just
It's
hit
such
the
a
back of his mind. He's
Yampy
like,
clip.
Eng's not gonna like
Yeah,
that.
literally. Cloud looks over, sees Boaster, he's like, I'm gonna let it out. Bang, bang, bang. Oh no. Daddy's watching.
It just cuts to Eng with a notepad.
Is there a reason
Oh my
whenever someone on
goodness. Hell
podcast
off
suggests
Cloud.
double duelist with Alpha Mini says
Gonna
it's
get
not
some
happening?
water.
I don't know,
think
man.
he's he has. Ooh.
He must know that
good
Boss
is that?
doesn't
That
want it to
calmed him
happen, or
down.
like
Actually, I think he was
Alpha's.
trying to
I don't
calm
know.
He calmed himself. Beautiful.
It's Mini, man. He's very
counting.
confident with everything he says.
And then, you know, big.
Persuaded
something
Zeta to
big.
play Breach on Ascent. He told him it's for sure going to be a win, and he just said it with so much confidence, they just believed him. And now Zeta are playing Breach on Ascent, so I don't know. He just says stuff with
I think I got
confidence,
it.
and people just
I made
believe
the
him.
comparison earlier, just realized of Eng being Davy Jones. But he was the one to take out the Dutchman.
My guy can't even work out how to
Nice.
work a brand new laptop
See what you did
camera.
Pretty cool.
We can't be listening to him anymore.
10-7. Fnatic. After Ascent, I was definitely a little bit worried for them coming into this map, but even with both pistols going the way of the opposition, they find themselves 10-7. Alfie
The baths have gone to his head, probably.
has been a consistent factor throughout this series. Definitely looking like a great pickup from the side of Fnatic.
Satchel out.
Do KC still
Why no
have
plat chat this week?
the ability to
Mate, we
bounce
have plat
back from
chat.
this one?
Mini
We've
got it
seen them
removed.
perform fantastically well in their first couple of games. After a 0-5 stage 1, they've looked like a different beast. But is this the bubble?
Good low info on this.
About to
Wait,
be
surely you
burst?
don't. Poster? I like. Hey, I like the confidence
Warning
poster.
shots. Exactly. He's scaring
I don't
him
like
away
the
from his
actual play
lab.
itself,
That's,
but I like the
that's what we
confidence.
want to see. This is my site. Back off. You won't like what happens next, buddy.
Yeah, no one wants the from the shadows anyway. It's just very good management of orbs.
Yes, that's
Either
exactly
way,
what I was going to say.
contact into heaven. TP in, but it was more so just a ruse. Alpha
stun.
He stunned half the team and
What a-
looks to go in for more. He's
Oh.
just been right-click classicked by
Dude,
Aves.
mate, Aves is kind of
closest warning
it's kind of
shots.
insane recently. I got to shout out Crashies, man. The tether was awesome.
I'm surprised we see the res come through. They have managed to pick up a rifle, but in this round where there's still so many vulnerabilities, a res
Yeah,
seems
good time
very
on this one.
surprising.
Bandit in play as well.
Maybe Narrate just wanting to finally be able to use it, but is it used for nothing? No, Aves
Cloud,
with
tunnel
that trade
vision.
back. The res assist has come in for Narrate, and now he's going to get himself a plant.
Feel a bit peeved off if you're Levin, to be
No.
honest. Kayak taking down
How's it?
two.
Sure.
Well, he's put this round to bed, hasn't he? Aves all alone. Finds himself one more. The man brought back from the dead man walking.
Yeah,
but he's got
good,
to put
Aves.
two more bodies on the floor, and they are peeking together. Boaster and Crashies
Ah, it's
won't
unlucky.
let this one slip. He's up against the deadly duo.
Now low drop
5
down.
bullets left. A reload might be needed, but he wants to pick first. He wants to take them
Ooh,
down.
that's
and with
unlucky.
the
That's
mag
unlucky. That was a
running
nice
dry,
try.
So too are his chances. Brashy's
Aves
out
looks
on
so
top
much
with
comfier on
11 to 7.
It's at
On
least
the,
a couple of assists for Narrate, but
Initiator, man.
I was very surprised to see that ultimate
Kind of feels
used. Maybe
mad
a
that he
couple
had a
more
whole
coming
arc
online for them
on
soon, and
Phoenix.
With the deficit, they wanted to try and bring it back a little bit earlier. I'm also surprised that we only see one here, because this is the kill that, in my
Ooh,
eyes,
that
is
kill is-
straight BS.
I think I figured it out, actually. Aves might be cheating. And
Yes,
that-
he could also control how the spread of a right-click classic goes.
He's programming his own stuff. Goodness
This is
gracious.
the round.
What a game this has been.
Lose
It has
this is
delivered at
done.
every turn, but we may be nearing the end of this story for KC. Started out so bright, but dark times are here. 11 to 7, 4 rounds behind. Big round for KC. Ulti's online, rifles in
Fader if you want
hand,
it.
and a man advantage already.
I think one of those ults might have just been earned from that kill from Aves, so... Again, he seems to drag his team through this. He had an unbelievable map 2 on Ascent. Set the bar for how you can perform as an IGL, but...
Big Jaw, D-main.
Cloud.
They were
Is he
both on this
going?
angle a second ago.
He has been
Oh, it was weird timing.
quite
Oh, man.
aggressive
Again.
in his stance as almost a lurker on the defense, but...
They might go back to B. If Cloud doesn't overextend here, this could be huge. I think he's going to get the pick that stops them going that way in
Fade,
just
ult,
a
and
second.
pivot
but
to B. The
every
fade ult
second gone
back.
past
One
is a
gets
big
hit.
opportunity
Oh, no.
to
Now
catch
what?
them on that rotate, and now KC
Now
have
they're
gone
just
in
going to go A.
directions.
They're
They've
trying to
gotta make a
fake B with
choice.
this. Oh, but then
This
they
is the
prodded
problem.
over towards
Hit B, you've
heaven.
gotta go A.
Now they've got a
You've got one
raise
player
luck because
going.
this is the guy that was trying to fake
One
over
way,
towards
one player
B.
going the
He's
other,
got
but
good
the
timing,
rotation
right?
Might be caught.
Boaster's dead.
Levin's now looking to kill off Boaster as
20
he
seconds.
rotates. It's going to be down to Alpha on the side, but sometimes that's enough. He quickly got 2 kills. And although the spike plant
Mate,
is inevitable,
he
there's
would've got
still an
Razor.
opportunity for Cloud. Making his way towards Levin. He'll get himself a 1v1 fight, but it's an unfair fight. He was caught on the rope, maybe expecting them to group up together to fight this one. Levin
Oh, this was a
actually
hectic
ends
round.
up being a hugely important piece of that round, catching the lurk and then killing off the player at the end.
Finding those picks, get some showstopper
Dude,
online for
free
the
aim's
next.
lovely
Super
there.
important, but it is. You have to give him credit for it, because you know what? I take the credit away when he does the opposite. Great display of patience from Levin. That lurk through B, catching the rotation coming out of Boaster, and then having that same impact by playing close to mid and hearing Cloud
Get
on the
a raise
rotation.
ult to make this one
was
easy
a
as well.
Really nice round from Levin, and it's given them a
If Fnatic
huge
lose this one,
ultimate
they're going to have to
coming
have a low
into
buy.
this
It'll
round.
still be pretty
Another very
decent, but
important one, because for KC, win this, not only do you stop Fnatic hitting 12, which is a good enough reason to win, but you'll also stop them hitting 12 in the next, most likely, because look at the credits. They are not looking pretty on that defensive side.
Althea could buy a bandit.
True. Yeah, well, guess nothing's guaranteed in this life.
Showstopper. Bit of an awkward one. He's taking a lot of control. They walk
No, how's that not a
That was an
kill?
opportunity for Cloud. I feel like a judge at that angle should have got him a little bit
Oh
more.
no,
and every
it's
single
the
fight that's been
observer's
had
melting.
has gone the way
It's a
of KC.
disaster.
From the depths of defeat to winning every scrappy battle.
Prius made his way to E EMEA.
A judge in a smoke finding 0 kills, and then the fight from Sugetsu. Now for Crashies and Kayak, it is basically a scenario of, I was going to say, stick together and hope that you get it over the line. Instead, they have split up and look for clues. Crashies is about to find out where they are, and he's also found a bullet from Levin.
Very far.
Kayak, this would be a
very far away from
beautiful play.
ults, man.
A chance to take down Narrate on the plant, that little gap in the wall, but
I think he just let
tells me
Narrate
unless,
run it
as
in.
we've already said, Fnatic are not in the greatest financial spot. Unless they come throwing themselves at him and give him the chance to win the round, he won't be trying to find that chance for himself. He won't be creating that opportunity. It's simply a save of the weapon, which for Fnatic won't arm them to the teeth in the next, but it's really, we're in the danger zone now. KC pushing up to 9, 5 players alive. It's a lot of credits at their back. And add to that, as we said, it's not likely to be a very costly round in the next for the attacking side. They could end up in a really strong economic position. To be honest, considering it's 11 on the board for Fnatic, they're already in that spot. Ultimate's coming online, and a convincing round. I'm believing in KC again. I doubt Zaysh is, but I am. I feel like we're going to see a replay of him like smashing a desk here or something.
Wait.
Maybe not in this round. Maybe
okay.
not quite a smile. But not quite
Just a blank stare at the monitor again.
Man, that's a little unlucky. They're supposed to make some
There's
sound
nothing
here.
to see. That's all you need to know.
I'm sure.
11-9. And yeah, it was kind of like
Awesome
there were
down
some
to Nico.
vulnerabilities in the last round,
Alpha
although
buys
the
a
judge ended up
Bucky.
being positioned. I did expect a little bit more.
Bucky's
But they still
very
don't have
hit
a
or
buy
miss at
going
the
into
moment.
this one either, so
and doesn't really hit that much.
maybe stretching the credits a little bit too
Hero
thin.
Gun has a TP.
The walk up, it's expected. Even
Nice.
still, it being expected and dealing with it is difficult.
And they create a little bit of
Value
pressure over
that
towards
TP
middle,
allows
so might
them
have
to
to
get
use
out
some
of there
fade you too early.
scot-free. Little bit of damage. And the same can be said for Levin, who has now been
This is
healed
good.
up.
As they're reclearing over towards middle, we got a little B
Cloud now
reclear
looks
as well.
to reclaim that space, and the rest of Fnatic again.
Dude, honestly, Fnatic kind of did this style with on a buy round.
To put pressure in towards the spawn, but Dosia just
they
has
would win
no
a round.
interest in fighting that. And even with Kayak being able to get into aggressive positions,
the new
okay,
Yori
he's left
patch?
the
Yeah.
player behind, but
20
he's now
seconds
used
UP.
pretty much all of his utility and not really found much for it.
What? A good test of the Bucky right here.
Alpha. You mentioned the judge in the previous. This is the Bucky up close. Being held by Doja for now.
Are we doing A
He'll
fake
back
into
off.
B
Nobody
split
gonna attempt
or
fate. Although maybe he will.
Mate,
It looks like the
no,
spike
right, you
is
got
still
this.
heading
You got
towards
the
B,
spike.
but I assume this is just a ruse being sold, trying to drag those rotations over, get that utility out of the defense,
Okay,
make him
B
spook,
fake
make
into
him
A here.
scared,
3
and then run
here
into
with the
a wide
clones.
open A site. I think that's the plan from KC. A lot of Fnatic are still here.
It's feeling a little bit nervy.
Ooh.
20 seconds left, and that rifle's still here. It's the one kill, but it's traded
Bam, dude, the
immediately.
double
And
satchel.
Levin then deals with the
Fully
remaining
back
two
aside. Boss
defenders.
is going to try to take a time
It
because of the
still
time.
needs to cross, but they were waiting to bait things out, and Narrate, with a few seconds left on the clock, will get that spike down. It looked for a second like this was going to be a blunder with a nervy finish. Instead, Althea now has 4 players and a Bucky.
My bad last round on
Look,
melting.
finding a couple of
Yeah, it
kills
was a
here is gonna
Prius round.
be
It happens.
The ideal scenario, make it extremely costly would be great.
If he gets
but it
one,
doesn't
I'm
really
impressed.
matter that much, considering the fact that KC, you're not talking about the credits on KC going anywhere. And I don't think
Could
you're really
Paper
talking
X
about
use
Alpha
this act
having
to
his
get some of
ultimate
their
before the
Yori
half
stuff
is
back?
over. Like if he has a big step
They should
up
probably
round,
like have
sure,
it
he'll have it online,
on
but
a
the half
couple
will
of
also
maps.
probably be over.
Like keep it fresh because
Whereas on
you've
the
already
side
got the
of
strat
KC,
book.
an
They
orb
could
to
just
11 after that
have
big
some
round
stuff.
is certainly going to
It
give
definitely
him the
suits how
opportunity
Summon
to have a
plays.
showstopper fairly soon. It's not
So
quite the
I
attempt.
think they can definitely have
Go for
some
the
of it.
defuse at
You
the
would
end.
pick
I
your
think
maps
he's
that
He was
game.
grabbing a
Slightly off.
rifle, but he
Oh,
died anyway.
I didn't notice he picked up a rifle.
He picked up
That's
a
a nice
rifle,
idea.
but
I
he
like
wasn't
that.
quite quick enough.
Yeah. I was like, he's definitely too late to bait them into sticking around. Like, well, okay,
I mean, they could do loads to split.
The vandal that Kayak dropped. So he went into the
How's
corner,
their breeze
grabbed
been
it, but
recently?
there
I
was
can't even
literally
remember.
no time for him to get away. So, well, definitely some frustration seeping in. 3 rounds lost in a row. And now it is going to be a Fnatic tactical pause. An opportunity once again, but it really does feel like this has been the case throughout the game.
Now I know
especially in the first
why
map.
Sliggy never reads
feel
YouTube
like a
chat. We
team has
never
a hold
comment
it,
on the
and
game.
they're gonna just
Holy.
run to the finish. And
We got a
immediately the
YouTube
game
chatter
just
calling
flips
out
on its
YouTube.
head. Levin looks to match up versus the likes of Alfia. The 2 Turkish superstars sat 22 and 21 kills. And there have been a player here or there missing. Boaster struggling a little bit more. Narrate also surprisingly
Unlike Twitch chat that
slow
stays
game, but
completely
he
on
has been coming
topic.
back into things.
You guys are normal. Well,
Fnatic, even if this is just a momentum shift, try and slow them
that's
down
pretty
a
fair.
little bit, because from what we've seen, even going into that site with, what was it? It was less than 20 seconds by the time they actually executed. It didn't look that uncomfortable in the end.
No, a big part of that is Levin on that dive to back sight and Narrate picking up some as well. That definitely could have been uncomfortable. Just a couple of shots missed for Fnatic and looking the wrong way in heavy traffic as Levin made it up and over. They were watching for it moments before, but they turned their back just as he made it onto the site. Timing was good for KC. That's been a factor. And I like thinking about this team in particular, I feel like their style of playing it more loose creates those opportunities more often than anyone else that we see.
That has not worked out how he planned. What is that spread? What is that spread?
What is that pit, bro? I've never seen that before. You can't misclick a pit. What is that? What am I missing? It's either genius or stupid, and I don't know which.
Oh, it's not great.
Well, maybe we're gonna
It's
find
not
out.
great.
Maybe they don't want them pushing B main. Maybe they want them to fight into mid. They're getting that mid fight. We'll see if they're ready for it. 3 players holding on the other side. Sugetsu still just holding on to B main. He's got it on lock.
Oh, has he? You don't think they'll push into it?
You never know. Because that's what he's expecting them to do.
Dude, that spread's a little unlucky, though. He did it.
Listen, if anyone walks through
I
this,
mean,
they're an idiot. I just want to say that, plain and simple. That's the weirdest pit I've ever seen in my
It's
life.
unlucky, though, is it
I'm
not?
trying to think of a stranger one. Why?
Maybe it's the ultimate counter to Kayak, who's been pushing that every single round. He's just going to stay in the pit the whole time.
Oh, boy.
Levin's
Dude, this
failed
isn't a pretty round.
Blast pack up, and Cloud is now
Hey,
got
where's
a
all his
slightly
bullets gone?
easier
He's got
fight.
6
They're
bullets
gonna
or something.
try
He's got
and
9 bullets.
Potentially use a rest. Alpha, yeah. Dealing damage onto 1, keeps that man advantage going, but it's got
Cloudman to do this.
They've got
Spam
to
it with
move.
his 9
12
bullets.
seconds to make it onto the site. The cross could be held. An opportunity
Oh.
if they can spam this
Nice
one out
shot.
instead.
Big
Crashies
fade eye.
is
Big
there.
tether.
They will get that planted
Oh,
just
he missed
about.
the
As swing
fade
comes
eye.
through, it's now left all onto 1.
Surely
and
not.
1 bullet. He's got time to reload, but he's getting spammed at the same time, and eventually Crashies will
God,
take us
I don't
to
want to
12.
watch this round back. I feel bad for Sugetsu there. I don't know, man.
KC.
Like, I can see them pinging about it and he's talking about it. I don't think that's his fault. I felt like
he
TP'd when, sorry, he ulted when
tough to get
jumping
through
out in the
smoke into
open
a
and
site,
it spread like
with
this.
no
Look,
utility, and
that's
why should
unlucky.
we
No,
replay that,
look
man?
how
I
deep that
don't-
is over towards
Don't do this to
B-main.
me. Have you put Sugetsu dying walking? Yeah, you have as well. Actually, I can't say what I want to say to you right now, replay ops. That's disgusting. Not what you've done. What you've done is disgusting, but what he did is more. He hit it in B main and then shift walked out of it after a timeout. What are we doing? Okay, well, that's how I feel. That's
You
how
think
I,
it clipped the
I feel
wall?
what he's
It
feeling.
spread
He's
like
not
it
letting
spread
out.
like it clipped the wall.
That's
I agree with you.
timeout. Like,
But it really looked like in the replay, did
maybe
it?
there was a generational idea behind it, but let me tell you, it looked stupid and it did nothing. So, you know, maybe we'll see it another time.
Oh,
hope not.
Okay,
Moving on.
who goes that hit, by
Nice
the way?
shot from Levin. It's landed onto Boaster.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, dude. I was looking at the minimap thinking, are they not just inline?
A side looking like it's going to be theirs. No Viper's pit for the post plant.
5v5 retake. Crashies if he gets a kill, gets his ult.
Now,
11 if he
coming
gets
through
a
for
kill, gets his
KC.
ult.
It's all about that late play. Sugetsu hasn't quite got the pit to work with, but he might still be able to put a bit of a sting onto this. Oh, that's nice. It's actually baited that out beautifully. Cloud has played for a bit of a fool, and now they have to worry about that
Oh,
late
big
flank.
move.
That's gone about as well as it could for Sugetsu, and then he got shot in the face. So that's a bit unfortunate, but luckily it's a return. Levin popped the showstopper. That's going to push them back for a
God,
moment
so
by a
much
little
chaos.
bit more time, and as that clock keeps on ticking, the defuse will be at least tapped
Ooh,
to bait
shot.
out the swing. Abez down, and now 1v1. Okay, it's
Fair amount
looking
of time.
workable for a man like Cloud. He's going to tank that nade, looking to get it to half, but the wrap
Oh,
from
that's
Levin is
unlucky.
there. 11 on the board for KC. It's the distance either way, but we might
Close,
see
man.
an overtime.
God, Levin's been incredible in this map. 26 and 13. Him and Alfia continue to go toe-to-toe throughout this map, and even just look how aggressive he was. Goes up with a shorty. And while Alfia fights it back, he's there to close it in the end. Just one round, the difference between the two. 11 feeling like an overtime is on the cards. We saw it in map 1. That was where they tasted defeat.
Abez gets an orb. He gets his ult.
And for Fnatic now, just look at the buy that's come up behind it. 2 sheriffs, a judge, and at least a couple of rifles.
Minute 15 on the clock. KC challenging for mid, but we've seen this from KC a lot, that they very rarely go in the direction
last
they're
match of the
indicating
day,
in
yeah.
that first engagement or two. Pressure on mid, they see players up top, and now look to main. Look to Kayak. He's just now got another TP online, but won't even get a chance to use it. Quick connection by Levin. It's one of the weaknesses taken out. Fnatic
Prowler.
looking
Holy,
like
that fade
doing
util just
overtime,
wrecked
and with
him.
Alfier already down and out. Feels like an inevitability.
Fade out for
Rifle
Fatal.
can be retrieved for Crashies. He's definitely had a better map here on Split. And Sugetsu, it is genuine responsibility. This map has just been an annoyance. Be in the backline consistently. Nightfall sent out. Levin just looking to play ahead of it. Nade in, but he's going to get eliminated. Even still, though, it looks like his teammates have the job done. Crashies versus 4. The slows on either side. And he's being wrapped on from the heavens. Well, he's not been spotted, but it won't matter. Narrate is there
Right,
to
2
close.
goes it for
OT
Fnatic. Didn't manage to
once
close it out.
again as KC take us all the way. And from Fnatic having a fairly decent advantage to close in regulation, they now have to fight once again to close in overtime.
If Levin gets 6 more kills, he ties the
Definitely
record.
disappointing for this squad. They were so
Wait, that's kind of
far in the
insane.
lead that even with a couple of rounds going the way of KC,
Well,
it
we need at
didn't
least a
feel like
double overtime for that.
they really had that much of a chance of making this climb back in. Remember how the half even started. They win the pistol, lose round 2 right off rip. Like Fnatic ran away with this. But KC caught up just in time. Levin in the lead when it comes to kills, 28.
What if he just gets 2 aces?
Billy was saying,
He's not
that's
getting
the
2
highlight.
aces
That's
in a
what I'm
row.
looking at. So I want to see Levin on this raise. And, well, you got to
Aces
see
are
a
you.
lot of
Hello,
them.
mate. How we
Here's a
done?
little more in OT.
Nice timing. Hello, mate.
Yeah, it seems like Ascent was more of the blip rather than the norm. These teams have been hard to separate. Could have been a 2-0 on Summit.
They're doing that.
It's gone the
They're
distance
doing the
all
Lev
way.
again.
Normally in these
Just
sort
a
of late games,
retake
that's where
over
you
towards A.
give Fnatic the edge, but with their lead
Boaster
dissipating
is
the
not
walk-up as well,
expecting this
Boaster
push.
could be in a bit of trouble. He's setting up a smoke, doesn't realize how close Levin has got. 1 away from the 30 bomb now for the young
It's a
Turkish
free
star.
site, though.
But the rest of the team are making their move in towards the safe
I mean,
side.
that
No
Tev is
smokes,
just
of
pointless
course.
now.
Leaves them in a troublesome position, and Cloud is already on his
Big
last
Joel at
legs.
spawn.
I think he's going to go for the late flank now. It's probably where he has the most value, but it's going to be a little bit
I
late
do
to
like
the
this
party.
call from Cloud. He's been
Look
here
to
the whole
Fnatic, what
time.
utility
And he
do
goes
they
for
have to
the
delay
flank
and
around
bar a
being low
flash
HP.
and the relay bolt.
Not the best
We're
plan
not
for him,
talking
though,
side. Yeah,
so
there's a-
got a
we're
delay
really
on
not talking
site.
about a lot. On this attack side, Cloud
They're going to make a
only
plan
now
with the
making it to
flash.
He's got a run,
Hey,
he's
you're in
got
a
sprint,
crossfire.
But of
You're
course,
getting
hear him
one
if he
kill,
did,
that's
or
it.
He thinks they would. So a slow approach from
Oh.
Cloud, but it looks like they've
Whoa.
taken... Oh my goodness! Alpha and Kayak have shut them down. Cloud should have it all lined up, but he's being
Doable.
caught by Narrate. Crashies
Ooh,
all
that's nice.
alone will only find one.
It's nicely handled.
And it
Look at those
seemed like a
HPs, by the
death
way. They're
sentence
going to
for
feel like a
KC
couple of jewels could have gone
delaying
their
that
way.
long, but Well, they've gotten used to playing against Cloud, it seems.
Yeah, I think at this point, both teams are so ready for those flanks. Like, I think especially if you have Sugetsu on your team, he does it every single round.
The
You're gonna be
Observer? That's just
expecting that
unlucky.
if you don't see that Viper immediately,
Everyone's died on the POV.
that you know where he is. I like the call, though. They get aggressive in middle, not shying away from the fight. And now KC, after what was a fairly hefty deficit,
Let's go!
they now sit 1 round away from taking this in overtime, going 3-0. The team that was 0-5
Not quite
in
what we're seeing
stage
from
1
K-Corp over there.
could be kicking off their stage 2, 3-0. And well, if I'm not mistaken, being a singular win
From
being
skipping
in that top
play-ins?
2, at least it seems likely.
Yeah, that probably
That
is
would skip
right.
them straight through to the playoffs. Still, a game versus Fnatic is never done until it's done. We saw it 16-14 earlier. It wouldn't be overly surprising to see one again.
Nice from
Well, this is
Fnatic
one
at the
that
moment.
I want to see the Zeiss cam regardless.
They
of
got a
what
lot of
happens.
info.
13-12, a chance to win the series against his former head coach for KC, a chance to go 3-0
Oh, what's the
when
timing
this
like on
very
this?
same squad, Banner and crew, were down 0-5 ending last season. Playoffs wasn't something we
Well,
ever thought. We just wanted to see them
such a
play,
risk.
for God's sake. And
At
they
least
never
it gets
got
the info if
started,
his
but
team can
now
hit over towards B,
they've
but
come not to play but to win. In this round, that might be tough. They've already lost Sugetsu. The mid lurk not going their way, but they've used their wall as well, and nothing
30
found off
seconds.
the back of it.
35 seconds.
Good
and
try,
they're just
3-1 from
looking to
Heaven.
Re-clear into middle. This is a lot still to do,
Yeah,
and not
it's
a lot
hard,
of time
man.
to do it. They've got to go through the orb. And are they just going to try and re-hit into this B site through Heaven?
Good
That
work.
seems to be the plan. 20 seconds left. Cloud is just going to sit and wait in the corner. Are they going to check it? They haven't checked it! And what Alfia swings before his teammate can even
Nice shot.
deal that final blow. A nice shot for 11, but it's irrelevant. The spike up top, 13-13.
how many kills did he get in
And
this
while that
overtime?
delay
2, right?
was more than enough to slow KC down. We go another.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a good fight for Sugetsu. He walked out with his back turned in mid. They lost that second prong to the offense and then said, okay, well, we gotta have someone go up top. We can't all come out of main. It's a bloodbath. It's a death sentence, but it was either way. Round 27. 30 kills for 11. He has been fighting tooth and nail for this map and for this series. But the upper hand still to be gained here. We've spotted them cross up towards ramp at least. That's good space for Fnatic. But what are they going to do with it?
Boaster on a much more passive lurk after the last round. That mid pressure catching him off guard. Definitely a little bit more careful about it. The defense have also got 3 players towards the heavens, so clearly feeling like the likelihood of an
over
A take is
towards
there.
A.
But
But where's
as
Boaster
of right
going?
now, we can see that rotation.
Boaster gets the spike.
TP there from Kayak.
Well, they want a
He
fake
is gonna
pump. They're
take
doing
it.
it. They're going for a double
He's
fake.
not. He's stuck around, and now
A
the
little
spike
fake
comes back
pump
towards
from
him.
the
He
Yoru
sold
over
a ruse
towards
initially,
A.
and now
They're trying to
selling
make
a
it look
fake on
like
the
when he
other side of
faked
the
over
map,
towards Heaven and then
using the
TP'd and B
power,
hit.
using
They
the
just
neon.
get all the
But it
info over
hasn't
towards
made
B, and
all
that
of
was a
the
2-person stack on A.
Sugetsu's still here. Aves is still here. They sit in the corners, but immediately are cleared. Aves,
Oh
the
my God,
second
Kayak.
player, but Kayak still gets both.
Spike.
But then there was another prong.
Big Joe.
The third to the fork that was this A-site defense. And although they'll be able to potentially get a plant, they're pressuring, they're pushing. The flank was
Oh my
what
God.
they're waiting for.
Holy
Oh,
hell,
he's
bro.
on
Look
the
at the
line, and he
heroes.
has. It
The
looked
heroes
like
are here in force.
there were problems with him being the only man there.
Kayak
Instead,
into Clouds.
He gets them to the point of victory
And
once
the rate is going to be
again.
gutted that he didn't swing
round
that
to the
corner.
collection.
He thought he'd
They
made
have
enough
to
sound that
give
they
to
would get off the
Cloud.
spike on
No,
this.
that was a different level. On the third map in overtime, yeah, Kayak stepped up big time here as well. But Cloud got that plant in with a
Has he-
second to
has he
spare.
done that?
Not just
No one's
because of
going
the
wide
time
on
the
that.
clock, but because of the forces gathering around him. They try to flood in, they try to deal with him, but too little, too late.
Mate, chill.
And it's getting to Zeiss. They
God,
were
it's
in with
every
a
other
chance to
round.
close
That is bad,
this
though. Once he gets the
series.
plant there, someone's got to go
And now,
wide.
1 round.
He can't kill you both there, especially after planning it. It takes him a bit to get his gun out.
First loss on the board for Zace's head coach for KC on this run. And it happening at the hands of their former head coach.
He took off the headphone.
Like
he took off the headphone so calmly before doing
ASMR. That. Very appreciative of that. Didn't know what that would sound like, but now I do. Thanks to Zeiss. Yeah, thanks to Levin. Man, they would have been out of this
gonna do it.
a long
How many,
time ago.
How many more? 2? Is it 2 more now? Or is it 1 more now?
That guy with multiple trophies under his belt, it means nothing to Levin. A double opener.
I think it's 2 more now.
Looking for a response, but there is no response. Boaster, 1v4.
One more, one to tie, 2 to beat.
I'm not sure.
I mean, no one
this
wants
is
to
one
tie
of
with it. You got to beat it.
He's had troubles individually. Sure, he gets a kill onto Narrate, but it's at the cost of almost all of his health, and Aves is just waiting on the other side. 14-14. A series.
The record, best of 3 kill record.
And continues to.
He just needs 2 kills.
But at this point, it only delivers because of the performance that Levin is having.
But yeah, Aves was one of the best players I've ever seen in the last map. We said he can't expect that same level, and he's having a good game. 23 and 22. Yet he is still 10 kills behind his boy Levin. The guy who's going in first a lot of the time. The one who should have the excuses that, well, on the attack side, he can't do much, obviously. That's not the case. On every side, he's doing much. And for Fnatic, no victory just yet. Right
Who holds
back
it at the
into
moment?
overtime, neck and neck
Aspas
with
still.
the attack side
Pretty
from
sure.
Fnatic. And last time we saw that double fake, the pressure towards A, but it didn't really drag the rotations.
Fnatic on this. We got Wall to create passive pressure over towards A, Smoke over towards middle to create passive pressure. The problem is K-Corp, after they see the smoke over towards middle, get the info over towards A. So they should have maybe had a bigger lean over towards B.
And Alfia couldn't have been much closer. An opener that gives them a good position. Levin tried to be the hero. Instead, he's eliminated immediately. The man of the moment is gone.
Wow.
But Aves still alive and kicking Kayak. The bodyguard.
Get a kill in this one.
Now Aves is all that's left, and while Alfia makes sure that this round doesn't go anywhere else other than into his pocket, he's now broken the 30 barrier.
I do feel like, you know, these rounds where Fnatic go fast, just works out well for them.
2 superstars from Turkey fighting to see who's going to win this
Wait,
match.
what are we actually doing there? I got to question that one.
And now we come out of that round to a timeout from Fnatic.
It's over.
15 to 14.
Nice TP. That's some ballsy TP, bro. I love that.
Dude, I felt like Dust9 should have been doing a TP after what I just saw.
In OT, whoever took a pause
Pretty sure he's going to
immediately
TP
lost
there.
the next round.
This is true.
I'm not saying that there is any correlation between those things. It probably is just random. But I guess you also get the other team getting a pause.
This one's a very long best of 3.
See.
So
15 to 14.
This is
A
another
chance to
hour
lose
10
2 maps,
game right now.
16-14 for KC, which
First map was
yeah,
the
that'd be
same.
a brutal day at the office. A chance for this game to go in their favor, for them to go 3-0, to beat a team that they've lost 5 times in a row to in EMEA.
Yeah.
And it's slipping through your fingers twice in OT.
Do the casters get paid by hour or day rate? Normally a day
It's
rate.
definitely been a peculiar series for that reason.
Luckily, nobody on KC will let it get to them if this one slips through their grasp. 15 to 14, 1 round for Fnatic. They come out of this pause, and look, they've been losing when it comes to the last time they played the defense. Didn't go all
Pansy
too
says
well.
I should get paid by the tech
So whether
boss.
Tom's timeout curses are real or
Hey,
not,
you'd be retired.
you understand why Fnatic wanted to take a moment there. Posted up his Kayak, but well, that wall's going to cut off any info for him. And they're going to have Cloud come in to fill up that control in top in heaven, but they spotted him already. They know he's close. The spams are coming in, and his wall's soon to go down. KC have got a fair bit of footwork done already, a fair bit of ground covered. Looks like they're ready to execute into A, but for Sugetsu
Prowler
with an
clears
operator
mid.
on the other side of the map. And I did just realize he had an operator. I didn't even look for it. And now Fnatic just realized as well.
Yeah, I was going to say.
They might want to
like,
pivot
for
over
what
towards
he's
B,
been
thinking
doing
they've done
for
enough pressure over
backstabs,
towards A,
maybe
but
the
I don't
worst
think they're going to
weapon
be
he could
expecting
have, but
two
I
here.
guess he was just looking for aggression elsewhere on the map. The fact is, though, they've
Hey,
used that
Alpha.
as a call to head towards
Let's
the
see
B site.
Alpha.
The funny thing is, Fnatic have
Good
heard
pause.
that call. They have three
Oh, yeah,
players
shoot
on
the
this
fade
side
out
of the
of
map
Noza.
as well. Althea being the main point of their grievances so far. But he has a teammate alongside him, and that teammate might not be checked. It's only going to be the 1-for-1. Althea needed once again, and he delivers once again. But eventually he will fall just like the others. And now Cloud, all that remains of Fnatic's hopes of closing it just like last time, 16 and 14. Those hopes seem to have diminished. Aves even able to use the knight for the trail.
Record. It's fine. He's going to get
Clouds.
he'll get another go at it.
Deceit will follow him along. And well, as the beeps get faster, the likelihood of victory gets slimmer. They're giving him absolutely nothing. It
Would
won't
be
be a
your 5 of a
16-14 again.
starting.
At minimum,
Would
we're
be
going to
your
get
5
17
if you
rounds on
coached
one of
a
those
stream
sides.
team.
Yeah,
Laz.
like you said, the fact that the first map
Som.
goes to OT, the second is dominant.
Wait, I'm
for
trying to win
KC.
stuff,
This
right?
could have been a 2-0 series, but what fun we would have been robbed of if that was the case. Alpha
Laz,
I started to
Som.
believe those shots started to land, the slide out onto Sugetsu,
Ends.
but it was not enough this time. Alpha on 32, Levin still on 33, but now the op comes out. On the
Dude,
defensive
would
side,
it all be
KC
NA
using it on
players?
the attack with Sugetsu, but Levin
Is it just all NA players on
granted
Raz?
the honor of utilizing this, and he's pushed up in A main. He's going to keep
You'll
going.
get-
This is
you'll
being
get
watched by Cloud,
sassy.
but a hard shot for Cloud to hit, but he gets there
Who else
right
is
off rip.
retired?
11 down. It's a big player to take. Boaster saw the operator of his opponent in the last and decided anything you can
How
do, I
willing
can
would
do better.
FNSB to learn the
Sugetsu
Odin?
surely falls, yeah, no escape. And now Narrate atop the wall wants to try and even, and instead he makes their deficit deeper. The hole has been dug further into the ground, and now Reliance on just 2. Cloud still holding that lurk on the other side of the map. Plenty of time for Fnatic to play with, and
Exeter? Exeter's not too bad.
questions.
What's
being
Inspire doing
asked
these
by
days?
this defensive side. It seems like Dosia is going to make his way back, but Aves a push up here. I don't think there's any way he expects Cloud to still be it, but timing. Cloud's just about to move, but clearly his spidey senses were tingling as he will remove Aves from action.
Yeah, that was the chance.
30 seconds
Doja's
left.
been remarkable in some of the games earlier. Look back to Summit. As
Yeah, I
Harbor
don't
was
know. I don't have a solid
sensational,
5th
but
right now. I would have to run trials on my 5th.
Too tall of a task, surely. And indeed it will be. Fnatic 16 to 15. Now we're going more of a distance than before. But it seems like the story might end the same way as map number 1. Another chance to close this out for Fnatic.
It feels like a lot of their attack rounds are becoming more and more controlled as things go along, whereas the ones from KC feel more and more reliant on that individual brilliance, the likes of 11 or an
Could be
Aves to
marved. Could be
bail them
marved.
out.
Or Sugetsu up.
You can see. No, the only operator is going to be on the hands of Kayak. The Yoru makes a little bit more sense, but they're definitely feeling the bite of that last round with how passive they're being.
Lose info over towards
Yeah,
mid.
you're only gonna
Get
let
info
yourself
over
fall
towards
to
B
the
main.
surprise op once, aren't you? Even though it's not in play, you've no way to know that until the shot is fired.
Good
So
low jump
Fnatic,
spot on this. Spots
caution
2.
is the name of the game. It's going to be a slow round from KC. 2 players towards the A site. Spike still bottom mid, crossing to B. Slow, labored perhaps, but for Fnatic so far, they have had boots on the ground in the right place at the right time. It seems like we're going to swap positions this time so that some util can come in from Crashies towards the A site, but they've realized it might not be needed with contact on B.
The problem with this is the rest of the rotate's so
Sugetsu.
far away. Like he's out here faking B. I've still got someone here and I've got
towards his
someone
position.
here. It takes them a long time to do all
Walking
of
into
this. As soon as
Alpha
Fade
as the
just gets
main
close, Prowler
Who said
goes
it's been
in.
him versus
The
Levin
pivot's
for
going to go there.
who
Dude,
will top
I'm
the
thinking
tower.
Boaster might even be here to Omen Flash for this guy,
As the
Heaven.
time ticks by,
Yeah, I mean, Boaster's
gonna be
already
the
here.
one under pressure again, the one that looks to close. That time being
And
bought,
TP's
the
to
more
sight.
dangerous he
There's
becomes,
4
but
here,
now
they're
he
so
has friends.
slow.
19 seconds left for KC to try and make some sort of move, and it's already them the
Oh,
first
this was
to
crap,
fall.
man.
It looks like everything will fall apart right at the end.
That was
for
actually the worst
KC.
round I've seen
Even
from them.
Levin can't save
It's a shame
them
that was
now.
their worst round.
At 17-15, 16-14.
Banger. It was a banger, though.
For Fnatic. If your heart
No records
isn't
were broken.
racing, I don't know what will do
Right?
it for you.
I'm pretty sure he drew. Did 1 kill.
Back against his former
He tied with the
squad.
record.
KC were on an
On a
uptick
loss.
without Aang, but then
On a
they
loss
met
as
their
well,
former
devastating.
head coach. And whether he
Probably one of
did
the
or
longest best of
didn't
threes
have
I've
a
seen
read on Zacia's
without tech
playbook,
pauses.
he certainly had the right calls for the boys in the moments where it mattered. I don't know what you call to get Alfier to drop 35, but Boaster's going to be saying it every day from now on.
Well, yeah, it's crazy. You've got 35 kills for Alfia, 34 for Levin. Both players with a truly unbelievable performance. The top 5 players of the game also
That's
all
insane,
had 5
man. Look at
opening
all of that.
picks, which it just seems absolutely mental. And the fact is, it
Cloud
really
is,
could have been anyone's game. I feel like for KC,
Cloud's
this
doing
is
good on this
definitely
team.
A new leaf turned in
He's
their
fragging
book,
very heavy.
where we questioned
It's old
maybe
school
some of the
Cloud
previous
before he had to do
performances, a team with a
IGLGs.
stand-in that they
And he's playing
decimated, but going against Fnatic,
weird agents
it's
for him.
always a tough task, and they proved they could definitely go toe-to-toe with this team.
Dude, look at
But
the fast
again,
kill def.
that resilience from FNC was true once more with 2 crazy OT victories, and eventually they closed the map.
No, they made a big run here, all the way to however many rounds we hit. I feel like we were close to getting 100 slaps
Dude,
out
this
of
is just
Zace
the
on
whole
that
replay
nest.
package.
My goodness, that's going to need replacing before we get the next games underway tomorrow. Oh my God, man, we missed so much of it.
Mate,
Oh,
that was
the
so
mic
much.
one. I
The mic
saw
at the
the
end,
mic
yeah,
ones.
That was sped up and it was
so
still
many.
like 30 seconds long.
Yeah, we've even got that one. And a man that you can see on your screen right now with a beautiful new haircut. Let's go down to the stage for an interview.
New cut, looking good. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? The org's tweeting it out.
Was supposed to be new cut, new player, but player stays the same.
Player stays the same. What a match. What a series going on. In those crazy overtimes, what's going through your brain?
Honestly, I don't know what time it is. Actually, right now I know, but such a long game, a lot of like really close rounds. Sometimes not killing, but yeah, I think it was good learning experience for sure, and like they played also really well, so it was a good game.
They certainly did, right down to the wire. I want to ask you about the Yoru. Playing the Yoru, what do you think about it?
You know, finally back on the Euro, got a little buff on the Euro last patch, I think. So yeah, we just like tried it and just played it because it felt good. So.
And what do you think? Did you have fun with it?
Yeah, I think it was fine. It was fine. It was pretty good.
Was there a little extra in this one to win it for Aang? You know, coming over from KC, maybe a little bit more in there for him?
Of course. Everything for the brothers, you know?
Everything for him. Well, congratulations on the win. It's time for us to go to our Razor end of day highlights.
Okay, short one. Right, chat. Chat, we are done. Tomorrow, it's a bit of everything, right? Pacific into EMEA. We got Pacific into EMEA into Americas a little later on. So a lot of games. We're probably going to skip the NV MIBR. I will say, chat, potential match of the week. Global against Full Sense. I never thought I would say that with those 2 teams, but here we are. Global against Full Sense, match of the week. Frost against his old team. The players kicked him a month ago, and he gets to play against them. What an absolute banger! So, could be good. Could also just be a complete disappointment. Those normally are. I'll try and be on a little early. I will try be on a little early. How many hours is this away? 10 hours. In 10 hours time, whatever that is in your time zone. Okay, chat, we're done. Give me a raider. Wait, give me a streamer, even. Tarek? Sure. All right. Appreciate you all, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll see you all soon. Again, anytime some games are on tomorrow, we'll be live if you want to come watch. I appreciate all the support. Thank you so much. Hope you have a good sleep, rest of your day, whatever you're doing. yeah, thanks for being nice people. All right, bye everyone. Bye bye bye. YouTube chat, Kick chat, appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, guys. See you all soon. Bye everyone.